Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Chicagoland for the NRG series Modern Showdown. I am Devin O'Donnell, also known as Doomwake, and I am here with Niall Joan Rivers, and we're going to be watching some amazing modern content now. Talk to me about this weekend. What are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, I mean, it is a very exciting weekend. This is, part of the championship series, but this is the last event of the weekend. So we still have some spots for the invitational up for grabs. We've got players fighting for their life for these last few slots. And I mean, I'm excited to see some modern gameplay today. I think the format is pretty exciting. We've seen some pretty cool decks popping up recently. I personally have been really interested in the blue-black frog lists that have been popping up, so I hope we get to see some of that, but what about you? What are you excited for this weekend?
Well, like you mentioned, the modern format is in a pretty good spot right now. There's a lot of interesting decks. There's also been a lot of interesting churn within the Magic Online metagame with, the uptick in Belcher. There's been various interesting energy builds. There was like a Jeskai energy build that was popping up past weekend, which we might actually get to see in our feature match. And then, like you mentioned, there is a ton at stake this weekend with regards to, we're still trying, we got 7 spots to fill in that end of year championship. We got some two players who are going to be winning the showdowns this weekend, as well as the at-large bids. So there's, like you said, a lot to play for here, ton and tons on the line. With regards to that end of year player leaderboard, let's see if we can take a look at the leaderboard to see who we have in action this weekend. So in first place, Fletcher Johnson with 70 points. Right behind Fletcher is Cliff in second place with 63 points. Those two players are actually going to be, well, both in our feature match, not against each other quite yet at least, but we're going to be featuring both of those. The players that are highlighted on this list are players who already won invites to the end of year invitation. So Kamari, Garrick, Theo, Wesley, Sean, Frederick, and Charlie are already qualified. But even here, Zoe, Reed Anderson, Hunter Ovington still in striking distance for those at large bids. So this is for the season 2 leaderboard. Now, the other thing that these individuals are playing for is the MVP or player of the year, as it were. So if we can take a look at the season long leaderboard or entire year leaderboard, we can kind of get a better idea of who is in the running for that. You have Garrick Alford in first place at 135, Cliff right on Garrick's heels at 120, Harrison 118, Sean 113. And then you kind of see go from there. And one thing I want to mention is that the individual who wins the MVP at the end of the season, Niall, they get free entry into all events in 2025, which is pretty sick.
Yeah, a huge reward. And, Garrick, a pretty nice lead here, 15 points above second place, but cannot rest on their laurels just yet. There is a huge point spread this weekend. I mean, everyone in these top, I don't know, 6 to 8 slots are really live for taking that first place spot. I mean, anything could happen this weekend. There is still so much magic to be played.
Absolutely. The last thing that we want to go over here before we get down to our feature match is what these players are playing for. So now, you mentioned we talked about the year leaderboard, the season leaderboard. There's a lot of points on the line. So first place is going to take home not just $2,400 in the trophy, but also 30 points. And you mentioned with how close the MVP season is, how close the season 2 leaderboard race is. Those 30 points can go a really long way. And then, second place, 1,225 points, third and fourth, 820 points. So even just for, a top 8 appearance, still a lot to play for. So that is what these players are playing for. Now, when it comes to our feature match, now we talked about Fletcher Johnson a little bit. Fletcher Johnson, both on the season 2 leaderboard and the overall leaderboard, kind of having just an absolute banger of a season. Fletcher is playing the sort of recently popular mono blue Belcher deck. Now, if you've seen modern games in the past, you might associate Belcher with, rituals, red green, pyretic, desperate ritual, sometimes the 4 mana one that I can't remember the name of that makes 7 mana. But Fletcher is actually playing mono blue, so no rituals, bunch of counter spells, versus Chris Haman on Gruul Breach. Talk to me about this matchup now. Who do you think is favored in this one?
Oh man, I mean, First of all, I feel like any modern deck that's running for the One Rings, you gotta feel pretty good about. I mean, that card has just been dominating the field entirely. But I mean, we're looking at two, decks that really want to combo off quite a bit, right? Like they're both trying to do pretty crazy combo things. I think it's kind of hard to really know who's got the edge in this one. What are your thoughts, Doom Lake?
Yeah, I was thinking because Fletcher does have a lot of counter spells. If we take a look at the deck list, Fletcher is spotting 4 Flare of Denial and 4 Disrupting Shoal, along with 3 Pactive Negation. So I would have to imagine, Chris is the Gruul Breach deck, I think, is playing a lot on its own turn, where you're trying, like you said, you're trying to deploy things like the One Ring, set up some mana ramp, and then, ramp, curve that into some powerful, expensive plays. But if Chris decides to play on their own turn, then that could be a little difficult, playing into Fletcher's counter spells. So I think I would like the mono blue Belcher side of things, as we see Fletcher start off with a turn one spend Lotus Bloom, turn two Thunder Trap Trainer. You know what I really enjoy about the Thunder Trap Trainer? Now, a lot of times, it does say you find a non-land card, but in the Belcher deck, it kind of just does allow you to hit your land drops, which I find kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a very nice addition to this deck from Bloomborough here. Looks like we are going to see it resolve and
Yeah, Fletcher taking a look at the top 4 cards, really deep in the tank here. Not exactly sure what he wants to grab here. We see the hands over the mouth. Yeah, as far as the start for Chris is concerned, you can't be too upset about an Ugin's Labyrinth and an Eldrazi Temple. But one thing that's worth noting on Chris's side is no red mana. So, for example, even if Chris were to deploy a second copy of Ugin's Labyrinth, Fletcher is not there's no threat of Through the Breach, as we see. That's an alternate art card. Any ideas, Niall?
I mean, that's one of the OTJ ones.
Is that is
Oh,
that the one commandeer?
that
I think
might
it
be the commandeer.
I think it might be.
Let me see.
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, that's the only one that makes sense here. So I think
Yeah, that
Fletcher
is
did.
commandeer, guaranteed.
Yeah, Fletcher did pick up the commandeer. So it's interesting. Commandeer is kind of funny because if you commandeer through the breach, looking at Fletcher's deck list as far as creatures are concerned, I mean, I guess you can put in a trainer or a Philology Archaeologist to get the trigger off of that. But yeah, not exactly the card that Fletcher wants to. As we see, Boseiju, who shelters all. That one's interesting. Plays well against counter spells. Notably, Commandeer does not counter the spell; it takes control of it. So that is kind of an interesting dynamic here.
Yes, definitely very interesting, but I mean, still quite the fee to have to, commandeer and like you said, not get much of a payoff for it.
Yeah. All right. So we see Fletcher takes the Lotus Bloom down to 1, threatening a whole bunch of mana next turn. Chris has to have that in the back of his mind. And Fletcher, we know that the Commandeer was picked up. Wants to. Looks like the hand is a couple of Into the Flood Maws. Or hold on, no, that's not in his main deck. I can't tell what that other card is. Looks like a couple of lands, as we see a land come into play untapped here for Fletcher. Access to 3 mana. A couple Temeshis. Okay. So talk to me about this Temeshi, because we've seen Temeshi and Lotus Bloom a lot, but it's more of like in various combo decks, but it's not necessarily comboing off here per se, right?
Yeah, I mean, Tameshi, a Kamigawa card, uh, 3 mana. When one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card once per turn. Uh, you know, like you said, not really a combo piece. We have that once per turn line of text on it, but you know, a a nice bit of value there to just be able to draw a card.
Yeah, as we see Ugin's Labyrinth going to pick up the Devourer of Destiny. We're going to. Ooh, okay. So we're replaying the Ugin's Labyrinth and exiling Ulamog, perhaps signaling a through the breach.
Could be. Oh, this is gonna be a one ring, actually.
I mean, that's a pretty good, pretty juicy commandeer target.
That is a very juicy commandeer target. Could this be a little bit of commandeer bait from Chris?
Yeah, I mean, like we said, the commandeer is face up, so Chris does know about the commandeer. So, and with the Besaju in play, knows that can't really Besaju out the through the breach. So it kind of makes sense to bait out the commandeer. And if you're in Fletcher's side of things, can you really afford to let it resolve? Yeah, we're
It's
going
such a
to.
tough position. Oh, a flare of denial, sacrificing the Thunder Trap trainer.
So, with regards to the flare of denial and the commandeer, talk to me about why you think Fletcher would use the flare there instead of the commandeer.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, so we have the Beseju on the board, which obviously can make our breaches uncounterable. So flare not very useful in that situation, but is very useful against this one ring where Chris cannot make it uncounterable with Beseju. So I think Fletcher maybe suspects that this is bait and is wanting to keep his options open for a potential breach that could come through.
All right, and we see a lot of mana here for Fletcher. So this is kind of where the Tameshi really comes into play. Tameshi with Lotus Bloom, just able to generate a ton of mana because you can return a land to return an artifact with mana value X. So for 1 mana, Fletcher can sack the Lotus Bloom for 3, return a land using one of the mana, and then return the Lotus Bloom as well. So able to generate a ton of mana here. Now we'll have to see if Fletcher does have the payoff. We are gonna is that oh yeah, Seagate Restoration Hardcast. You'll love to see that one, Niall.
Yeah, huge card to be playing. No maximum hand size the rest of the game.
Just a cool draw 7, no big deal.
Draw 7 cards.
All right, now that we've drawn 7 cards, surely we found a payoff, and I do see a Belcher now. But because we've had to use 7 mana to cast the Seagate, Fletcher with not quite enough mana left over to deploy that Belcher. I believe you can sack for 3. I don't think Fletcher's made the land drop return. So if you play land untap, that's 1 mana. Sack the Lotus Bloom for 3. That's 4 -1. 3 pickup land. Return Bloom 6. Actually, he might have enough to still Belcher plus activate here.
Let's see. We've got 3 mana here. We're bringing it back. Now we're at 2 mana.
And then you sack the Bloom for 5. Land for turn float is 6 mana. -1 is 5. Pick up the land, return Bloom. That's 8 mana. That's enough for Belcher plus activate. Yeah, Fletcher, looks like we're going for it.
It's like he's thinking here for a second. Maybe just making sure he has it. Maybe somehow doesn't have it or doesn't think he has it.
Perhaps, yeah. Maybe just doing a little bit of counting in the head. I mean, it's tough when you got 14 cards in hand. There's a
Mhm.
lot of options for Fletcher here. We will have to see what Fletcher decides to go with here. I mean, assuming that I did my math correct, which there is a possibility that I've not done my math correct because math is, maybe not my strong suit here. All right, so we are just going to deploy the Belcher. All right. Now, it's going to be tough for Chris to resolve something relevant here because we know about the Commandeer, which,
Mhm.
as you mentioned, because Fletcher decided to use the Flare last turn, still has access to the Commandeer for that through the breach. So, Chris can sort of. Chris doesn't really have anything that can play through the Commandeer. We could devour the Tamesh. Oh, okay.
Very interesting.
Yeah, so Devour Tameshi. That means Fletcher's not going to have enough mana to activate the Belcher next turn. This got a little interesting, Niall.
Yeah, that is very interesting. And I mean, the life totals here are very relevant with Fletcher at 8 life already, having to bolt in multiple lands this game.
Yeah, and Chris presenting lethal in play. Chris has got 9 damage, Fletcher at 8. You know, those land it's really cool to be able to play with lands that are also spells, but there is definitely a downside to it.
Absolutely, and suddenly 14 cards in hand just does not feel like enough.
Fletcher activated the One Ring a couple of times, but didn't actually have the protection from it, so
Mm.
yeah, Fletcher looking at a bunch of counter spells. I mean, I guess you could go maybe can you go untap land, go to 5, play a chump blocker, block the Devourer, take 3, go to 2, but even then, now at 2, I don't think you would have outs on the following turn to activate Belcher. But we will have to see what Fletcher decides to do. And you got to imagine that the Boseiju definitely kind of put a wrench in Fletcher's plans a little bit. I mean, you know, was able to sequence the counter spells in such a way. Yeah, Fletcher's going to pack it in. Interesting.
Wow, extremely well navigated by Chris there. I mean, even with the baiting out of the flare and, I think really trying to make Fletcher feel afraid of Breach specifically. When we had this Devourer play just sort of wrapped up. Very, very well played there, and we're gonna be going to a game 2 with
Yep.
Chris up
Now,
a game.
yeah, and with regards to sideboard, we could take a look at Fletcher's first, the Mono Blue Belcher deck. We have 2 Harbinger of the Sea, 2 Consigned to Memory, 2 Into the Flood Maw, 2 Spell Snare, 2 Mystical Dispute, a Tormod's Crypt, 3 Unable to Scream, and a basic Mountain. From Fletcher's side of things now, what do you like here?
Well, I was actually about to ask you, Devin, because I know you stream and you play a ton of Modern. What is up with a sideboard basic mountain?
I think that's there for mostly Boseiju, where if people are really heavy on Boseiju blowing up your lands because you don't have a basic land to search for, I think that's mostly what it's there for. So with correct, I don't know if the Eldrazi deck has Boseijus, but that's kind of what that's there for. I mean, as
Sure.
far as Fletcher is concerned, maybe you're looking towards like the Harbingers to stop the
Yeah.
Soul Lands and the Kasines to stop the Rings. That kind
I
of
feel
makes sense
like
to me.
Consign has gotta be a huge pickup against this deck, I mean, we just really got blown out by a triggered ability on the cast of the Devourer there, so those all seem very likely to come in to me.
Perfect. Yeah. All right, now moving on to Chris Heyman's deck list with Gruul Breach. We got 3 Thought-Knot Seer, 3 Willowbreaker, just the cleanest sideboard of all time now. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 3
Mhm.
Kozilek's Return, 3 Defense Grid, and 3 Trinisphere. Got to imagine those defense grids are slam dunks.
Yeah, definitely feels like the defense grids are coming in. Um, I mean, what are your thoughts on a card like Thought Not Seer against a deck where all of your lands are spells?
It's definitely interesting. You do bring up a very good point. Thought-Knot Seer being able to nab lands, that's not usually what the card is intended to do. So it's, you know, an interesting dynamic of this matchup. I also don't hate the Thought-Knot Seers to be able to just take the counter spells, right? Because
Mhm.
if Chris is really trying to set up and establish a through the breach, then you kind of want to just make sure the coast is clear to try and resolve that the following turn. So I don't hate the Thought-Knot Seers.
Sure. Yeah, and then we have I mean, we have cards like Trinisphere. Is that doing much for us here?
Could be interesting against the free spells, right? Flare of Denial, Commandeer, and Disrupting Shoal, kind of, you know, making sure those cost a ton of mana. And it really all depends on what Chris wants to sideboard out. Like,
Mhm.
does have a lot of good options, but you know, as far as cards we're bringing out, maybe just the Kozilek's commands seem a little mid, and the All is Dusts.
Mhm.
So, if those come out, maybe you know, some number of the Trinispheres could potentially move their way in as well.
Sure. Yeah. No, that all seems reasonable to me. It looks like our players have made those decisions and are shuffling up into game 2 here.
Yeah, now we took a look at the sideboards. We saw, Fletcher's sideboard and Chris's sideboard. Do you have any opinions on who do you think improves more in the post board games?
Yeah, I think I would say Chris improves maybe a little bit more in the post board games. I think that, Fletcher maybe just starts a little bit more advantaged, maybe even stays a little bit more advantaged. But I think to me, it feels like Chris is just bringing in a few more impactful options. What are your thoughts?
I would tend to agree with that. Like we mentioned, we talked about the Thought Knot spheres, the Trinospheres, and the Damping spheres,
Mhm.
all having a potential, home or impact in this matchup. And Fletcher maybe got, like you said, two consigned to memory and maybe two of the Harbinger of the Seas. But, I think I agree with you. Chris does get to bring on a lot more high impactful cards.
Yeah.
As we see, looks like Chris taking at least one mulligan. I think I saw Gemstone Caverns on the draw. That's a nice one to
Ooh,
have. Little luck
very
counter.
nice indeed. We'll see. Yeah, looks like we're keeping this.
Pre-game effects. Yeah, there we go. Well, look, in order to win a Magic tournament, you got to get a little lucky at some point. So,
And the best time to be lucky is before you even start playing. So, uh, love that for Chris.
oh yeah, yeah. Fletcher does have a lot of tap lands, so we're going to start off
Yep.
with. I don't know the name of the land, but I know it's an ETB tap blue white land. That's all that
Yeah,
matters.
that's the Suppression Ray
There you
Orderly
go.
Plaza is the name of the
There you go.
land. And we're just
Ooh,
gonna have
turn two
a
Lotus Bloom.
Signet on turn 1 for or sorry, a Talisman on turn 1 for Chris here.
Yeah, turn two Lotus Bloom for Fletcher. Not exactly where you want the Lotus Bloom. You'd prefer it to be in the opening hand, but and look, a ton of mana here for Chris. Turn two the One
Ooh.
Ring. My goodness.
Turn 2, the One Ring is very tough. And that is gonna resolve, and we're gonna be drawing a card.
Oof. And I did see a Trinosphere picked up there for Chris. So, we talked about those during sideboarding. It looks like those did come in.
And a Harbinger
Um,
picked up on the draw here for Fletcher.
Not bad. I guess Fletcher something. Harbinger is good in this matchup, but Chris already has four mana on the battlefield and that talisman to still provide red mana. So
Yeah,
Harbinger shutting off the soul lands, but Chris is still gonna be able to cast a large percentage of his spells.
yeah, including, you know, through the breach if we need to. So it definitely feels like Harbinger, maybe just too little too late.
Yeah, Chris just like keep the cards flowing here for Chris. And Fletcher didn't have a free counter spell last time. We'll see if maybe he picked one up as a Grove of the Burn Willows hits the battlefield. Maybe Chris has Through the Breach, perhaps. I think I saw a
Mhm.
Trinisphere as well. See if he goes for that.
He will play another Talisman, and there
And
is
the
the
Trinisphere.
Trinisphere.
Yeah, so this will really hamper Fletcher's ability to sort of try to double spell, where usually the Belcher deck kind of wants to go, cast Belcher, hold a pre-counter spell, but Trinisphere can't really do that anymore. So Fletcher's in a real rough spot here. I think the hand is two Belchers, two Temeshis, and a Whir. So not a bad hand if he can get one more turn. But the question is, can he get one more turn?
Sure.
See an
I'll
attack in
get
here
in
with
for a
the
little damage.
Harbinger. And deciding to, yeah, we're gonna pass the turn, holding up. It's like holding up a Whir of Invention for 0 potentially, perhaps to get another Lotus Bloom. The One Ring just doing the One Ring things now. Tap that One Ring, just draw a whole bunch of cards. That card is pretty good, huh?
Yeah, it's not bad, that's for sure. So we're gonna see another land come down for Chris,
Five
and we're tapping
mana.
5 mana.
It's the magic number. Oh, okay. Well,
Oh, a a Kozilek's Command.
it's not the 5 drop I thought it was going to be.
No, looks like we are exiling the Harbinger, maybe?
Okay. And this leaves Chris with the access to still a whole bunch of mana as the 2 temples and the 3 spawn tokens. See what kind of follow up we have here. We did talk about the Thought Knot Seers in the sideboard. That would be a pretty good time for one of those.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
There it is indeed.
But Niall, I think Fletcher has 2 Belchers and 2 Tameshis, so this Thought Knot Seer not really going to do that
Whoa.
much. Yeah,
What a hand.
nice Thought Knot Seer. Two
Nice.
pair, baby. 2 pair.
Nice thought, not zero. With a Lotus Bloom kicker, what a hand.
Yeah, and the second Lotus Bloom too. So yeah, I mean Chris is I think just dead because I believe Chris has already played land for turn, has
Is
access
Chris
to
just dead?
access to 3 more mana,
Well, don't you have
and
to? Doesn't the Trinisphere also affect the Lotus Bloom?
mm, true. So I guess you would need to draw an untapped land,
Because like we're gonna have
right?
to cast the Lotus Bloom, right? So like,
Yeah. Oh well, the Tameshi though. The Tameshi doesn't count casting. So if you go pay
sure.
3
So
for the Lotus Bloom, right? Then you have 6, 3 for Tameshi, and then each other mana would represent 2 more. So it would be 9 mana, I believe.
sure.
Plus the land drop return too. So I think this should be enough. Yeah, Fletcher's going to sacrifice the Lotus Bloom to play the Tameshi. And I believe this should be enough with Tameshi's ability
Boy.
to return that Lotus Bloom.
And the Lotus Bloom, we draw our card for bouncing the Lotus Bloom or the land.
Yeah, make 3 blue mana. Can use one of the white mana to return the Lotus Bloom back into play. And then we can sack that to go up to 7 mana, and then that is enough to Belcher. So I believe we are going to game number 2. Yeah, Chris is going to pick him up.
Wow, what a crazy turn of events there. It felt so wrapped up by Chris, but I mean that is what the Belcher deck does, right? Wow, very very well played by Fletcher. What a
Yeah,
hilarious thought, Natsir.
and Niall, that was a turn 2 the One Ring. Right,
That was
turn
a
2 the One Ring
turn
on the
two
draw.
One Ring.
Not good enough. Crazy.
That is crazy. But don't
Yeah,
use
so
this game as evidence that the One Ring is fine. It's still a problem.
I'm glad you pointed that out. And as far as the sideboard is concerned, we kind of already went over those. We saw some sideboard cards in action. We saw the Trinisphere and the Thought Knot Seer from Chris, as well as the Harbinger of the Seas from Fletcher. Probably not a ton is going to change between games 2 and games 3. Fletcher going to take a look at the sideboard. But yeah, I mean we're going to see Chris on the play for game number 3. And I mean, I still think I agree with you with regards to who improves more in the matchup. I still think I like Chris's side of things. But man, this Belcher deck is really powerful.
Yeah, no, the Belcher deck, very, very strong indeed. Do you think there's anything Chris could have done in that game now that we have, the power of hindsight to play differently, maybe utilize the Kozilek's command in a different way? Do you think there was any way out, or were we always just dead to the 2-pair hand of double Belcher double Tameshi.
So it's awkward because I guess Chris did have the second talisman that game. So Chris did, I believe, have the option to hold up the Kozilek's command on the Tameshi.
Hmm.
Um, and like we talked about, the Trinosphere kind of sort of cutting out the Lotus Blooms. Well, not cutting them out, but making them less explosive.
Hmm.
So Fletcher, if they're, let's say for example, Chris left up, I don't know, um, even if Chris left up the Kozilek's command that turn, I guess you could also exile the Lotus Bloom, where you could
Hmm.
go, if Fletcher goes to target the bloom with Tameshi, you go X=3, exile the Tameshi and exile the bloom, and that almost certainly buys you at least a turn. So
Hmm.
it's possible.
Yeah. Well, no, interesting. A lot to think about there.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks like our players are shuffling up, getting ready for our third and final game of the match. This time with Chris on the play, although really felt like Chris was on the play last game. You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
Gemstone Caverns.
the caverns into the turn 2 One Ring, just a nutso start.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and Fletcher Johnson, as we mentioned before, quite near top of the leaderboard for both the season 2 and the season or at large season long leaderboards here. So Fletcher playing for a lot. I saw somebody in chat had asked the player count. We have a total of 144 players for today. Excuse me, who are all battling it out for the prizes, the points, everything on the line. And yeah, we get players shuffling up and drawing hands for game number 3. Chris on the play. So maybe he doesn't want the Gemstone Caverns this time.
Yeah, maybe not. We are seeing look like a devourer in hand for Chris, so might still have some pre-game actions here.
And looks like Fletcher is going to throw it back. So Chris is going to keep 7. And Fletcher is going to throw it back. So yeah, as far as I was going to say, do you just play draw, sway your decision? But I think we both like Chris, and Chris is on the play. So, I think I still like Chris's spot in this matchup.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I feel like the Belcher deck is one that you can probably mulligan somewhat aggressively in, right?
Mhm.
Um, and also, as we just saw, is one that can sort of just win from any position if you don't have the right interaction at the right time. So I think it's one where Fletcher is really always in it. And, I think anytime you're playing against decks like that, there's just always a level of fear. No matter how good your board state is, no matter how good your hand is, there's always just a level of, well, what if they just like have it on me? And I and
You're
I
never
lose.
safe.
You're never safe.
All right, so Chris is going to start us off with a turn 0, or I guess turn 1, Devourer of Destiny. See what Chris is going to exile here. I'm going to get rid of a Breach, a Sowing Mycospawn, and a land. And we'll have to see exactly what Chris leads off with. Ooh, Ugin's Labyrinth, perhaps a turn 1 Talisman. That's a
Oh,
pretty good start.
very good start. Very, very good start.
I wonder if you're in Fletcher's spot, if you have I wonder if he's thinking about Commandeer. Okay. I was gonna say if we got a Commandeer, I don't know if I would do that, but it would be a really sick play.
It would be a very sick play.
Just a Bayin Veil for Fletcher on turn number 1. Now the question for Chris is, do we have turn 2 One Ring again? Of course we
Oh my
do.
god. Incredible. But Fletcher, we fought through this before. Can fight through this again.
Well, Fletcher fought through it before, but Fletcher in game 2 had an entire additional land in play. Right now because
Yeah.
Chris did the same thing on the play as opposed to the draw, so Fletcher is down a mana, which might be a little more difficult. but we'll have to see what Fletcher has cooked up for us on turn two. We're shocking, so presumably probably has one of the two drop creatures, either a full. Yeah, there's the Philology.
Mhm.
See what this hits.
This could be huge. There's a bloom in the graveyard.
I think it's Bloom, Jwari Disruption, and Waterlog Teachings. I don't. Is it? I wonder if it's too slow for the Bloom. He already has one in hand too.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Very interesting spot.
It's kind of cool that the Waterlog Teachings can actually find a counter spell. It's a little mana intensive for sure. Um, I think Fletcher is looking at a Philology, a Lotus Bloom. All right, takes the Lotus Bloom and says, "I hope I can live 3 turns."
Go drawing more cards with our One Ring.
Hmm.
Doing as the One Ring does. A little Ancient Stirrings.
Oh yeah. I think that Chris, with those two Lotus Blooms suspended, probably wants to try and find a Trinisphere here.
Mm-hmm.
See exactly what Chris is looking at. What are we thinking about here? It's
Yeah,
hard to get
really
a
in the tank.
hard to get a look at what Chris has got. That's a Myco spawn.
Yeah, very, very strong, very annoying creature.
Yeah, that card, when I saw that on the spoiler, I wasn't necessarily convinced, but the more that I see games play with it, just the fact that even if it gets countered, the trigger still happens, kicking it's really,
Mm-hmm.
really powerful. You get, effectively a 3-for-1. That card is a huge part of these Eldrazi decks.
Yeah, it is. It is very powerful. In second One Ring,
Mm,
the ring is good at anything. It is finding One Rings.
we're chaining them. Oh, is that a third? It was a full art foil. I couldn't quite tell what it was. All right, Fletcher's going to take these blooms down 2. Let's see what we pick up for the turn. That's a Seagate Restoration. I believe the hand is Whir and Philology and a couple lands. Looks like Sink into Stupor, Seagate, and I want to say a Jwari.
There's the next archaeologist. We've got a suppression ray, a sink into stupor. Not sure what the third card there is.
I think it might just be another DFC. Looks like we're going to go with thinking about the Rays. Not sure. Fletcher in the think. He wants that raise. He's really thinking about that raise. All right, decides to go with the sink.
And gonna play our land for turn.
Seagate tapped. Let's see what Chris finds off of the ring. I saw through the breach. Should we get a large creature, maybe? Perhaps. I think that might be a Beseju who shelters all as well in Chris's hand, so might actually want to wait on the through the breach. Maybe Chris figures they have an extra turn here because those blooms are only on 2.
Mm-hmm.
So, even if Chris decides that they want to go for the breach, maybe he wants to wait a turn, or might just have a second one in hand anyways.
Looks like we are kicking the Myco spawn.
Mm-hmm.
Getting rid of one of the Seagate lands.
Yeah, what a card this Myco Spawn is. Like I said, this
What
is
a card.
yeah, just being able to 6 mana, blow up a land, go find your own land. It can even find utility lands. I mean, Chris already has the Beseju in play, but could find Cavern of Souls
Mm-hmm.
in some of the other versions. I've seen it find Shifting Woodland, Urza Saga. It's just a phenomenal, fantastic card.
Yeah, really, really crazy.
All right, Lotus Bloom's down to 1. Fletcher finds a Tameshi, but Lotus Bloom's not in the correct zone for that Tameshi, unfortunately. Does have a flare, although flares, no, the flare is no good because of that Boseiju. I guess what we can do is if we have an additional untapped land, we can hold up Sink into Stupor
Mhm.
because I believe the Sink into Stupor gets around the Boseiju, right? It just returns the spell.
Yeah, I mean, it buys us a turn, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, return target spell or non-land permanent. So
So it looks like we
that,
just played it as a land.
yeah, Sink's going to be played as a land. But it is nice for Fletcher that that does get around the Boseiju uncounterable
Mhm.
aspect. So interesting to see if maybe Fletcher has another copy in hand.
Yeah, kinda hard to see the hand right now. Chris has more mana. Ooh, and an Emrakul going under a Labyrinth. Ooh, and
Hmm.
there's the defense grid.
Well, that's gonna okay. Okay, this is good. Well, for Fletcher, if you're a Fletcher fan, because we can go flare sack and then still hold up the sink. Yeah, looks like Chris is tapping that Boseiju for mana. There's the Through the Breach, but yeah, Fletcher lined this up perfectly. Has the sink for the Through the Breach.
Whew, huge. And then we're gonna draw 3 cards off our One Ring.
Yeah. Now the question is, does Fletcher have the payoff? Has plenty of mana, has the Tameshi in hand, so even access to more mana if he so chooses. But do we have the payoff, either the Whir of Invention or the Belcher? That is the big question here for Fletcher.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely feels like the critical turn.
There's a talisman. Yeah, you can imagine if Chris gets to untap after, drawing 3 cards off the ring, gonna find basically look at 5 more next turn.
Mhm.
Yeah, you would imagine if you're Fletcher, this is probably your last turn.
Yeah, with a breach in hand and just like a face-up Emrakul.
And last card Whir. Yeah. So that's going to be 2, 4, 7. Going to be a Whir for 4 with a Lotus Bloom activation available. And yeah, that's going to be Belcher.
Wow! Incredible! Very well played by both players. But congratulations to Fletcher Johnson taking this round one, starting off very well into our last event of the year and securing some more points for himself. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was a delight to watch. Even that game 3, Fletcher just kind of sequenced things perfectly. Chris did set up the turn where Chris was able to go defense grid into the Through the Breach with the Boseiju backup, but Fletcher just kind of had all the perfect answers. Flare sacrifice, 3 mana to sink into stupor the Through the Breach to get through the Boseiju. So very, very well played here from Fletcher. Our leaderboard, season 2 leaderboard, and the overall MVP leaderboard. So Fletcher starting off with a win, very good for him. And I believe we are going to be going to a backup match where we have the other player who is doing very, very well on the leaderboards this season, Cliff Boyardee, on Jeskai Energy. Now, I kind of alluded to this a little bit when we were talking about the intro, and this is a slightly different take on energy. Talk to me about this Jeskai version compared to maybe Boros or Mardu.
Yeah, I mean, well, in general, the energy decks have just been extremely powerful since MH3 has come out. We've got cards like Flage, Guide of Souls, Amped Raptor, just very, very incredible cards. With the addition of blue, especially in Cliff's deck here, we have some interesting cards we get to add, such as Expressive Iteration, Mockingbird, which is a very cool and very interesting card in this deck specifically. Uh, we are also running the Goblin Bombardment build, which is going to let us, sack all of these little creatures and tokens that we're making and just ping down our opponents. Looks like we're actually seeing the Mockingbird right now from Cliff. Uh,
Yeah, Mockingbird, powerful card, but not the best to hit off of Amped Raptor, because Mockingbird, if you hit it off of Amped Raptor, there is no mana spent to cast it, so you actually wouldn't be able to cop anything. But basically a free body here, free energy because you get the one energy back from the God of Souls. But interesting, yeah, you mentioned the Mockingbird, and it immediately comes up. And then as far as Kevin is concerned, what do we got Cliff playing against? Kevin is playing, I mean, if you are familiar with Modern in, what was it, 2022, you might have seen the Celestia Heliod deck a time or two, but we really haven't seen a lot of it recently. But yeah, this is kind of what you would expect if you saw a deck back then: Spike Feeder, Heliod Sun Crown, Auriok
Mhm.
Champion, whole bunch of one-ofs here to hit off of Collected Company. I like the Agatha's Soul Cauldron in this deck too, doing a lot of cool stuff with like Spike Feeder, Heliod, Ballista. A lot of cool lines you can do with the cauldrons.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of just, you know, gain infinite life, make infinite spawns, all these all these cute little lines, and also, the secret fifth line of text on Cauldron that lets all of your creature abilities work with any color. I mean, just really cool card here.
Yep. So that is what the players are playing here. As we get a little bit into the action here, Cliff's got a God of Souls with a couple of counters, the Mockingbird and the Amped Raptor, and Kevin threatening potentially infinite life next turn with a Heliod the Sun Crown into an Auriok Champion. And Cliff says, "You know what? No, I don't think so. I think I would like to Static Prison the Heliod and get a little bit of energy here. Maybe can follow that up with another creature, put some counters on with Souls, and really, up this clock a little bit. And that's a pretty good one to have."
Yeah, that is a very good one to have with the Ocelot Pride coming down for Cliff Boyardee here. And looks like maybe a little bit of confusion on the Mockingbird.
Yeah, I wonder if not sure. I wonder if maybe Kevin thought it copied the guide, and maybe Cliff was explaining that it couldn't
Oh,
copy the guide or
yeah.
something. I think
Sure.
then maybe that was what that was. Yeah, Cliff lining up an attack for 3, 4, 5, 6 could make it 8. Put Kevin down to 9. Yeah, looks like we are going to make it 8. So that's a pretty big attack here. And then we'll do a quick permanent count: 3, 4, 5. I think it's 8. So not quite the city's blessing for Ocelot Pride. Yeah, we do a quick count, but Cliff's still able to make a token that's going to generate more energy. And yeah, the combination of Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride, we energy has been really, really dominant over the past few months with the release of MH3. And I think these two cards are a big part of the reason why these just they go so well together. And they also just really kind of snowball. Like if you're ahead, they even put you more farther ahead. They're just phenomenal, fantastic cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think any deck that was able to hang to any degree during Nadu summer has to be an extremely powerful deck. And as someone who was very ingrained in Nadu summer, I feel like Energy was like the deck I saw the most that was not other Nadu decks.
Absolutely. We got a second Auriok champion into a delighted halfling here for Kevin. Got some creatures in the battlefield, but none of the payoffs, right? None of the Heliods, none of the spike feeders, ballistas. So, it's Kevin really just wants to try and find one of those haymakers. As we see a discharge taking care of a delighted halfling. It's going to keep Cliff even on energy. And with Kevin at 13, I'll have to see if Cliff can maybe generate some sort of lethal attack here. Going to pay
This
the energy
is
for the prison.
Yeah, I mean, Cliff building quite the board. Another Amp Raptor coming down,
Ooh.
triggering Guide of Souls, triggering the champions, hitting another Ocelot.
5, 6, 7, and I believe that should be the city's blessing as well. So these two Ocelot Brides are going to generate a lot of tokens at a turn.
Yeah. Which I mean, also going to generate a lot of life for Kevin.
Yep, that's a good point. Two Auriok champions. That is something I hadn't really thought about. Where Ocelot Bride, very good card, but it's actually kind of hard to kill your opponent when they have two Auriok champions in play.
I
I
mean,
wonder if
I feel like if you're Kevin right now, it is all about just living just one more turn, right? Just living one more. You're so many things can just lead to you getting infinite life, right? Like you have so many engines in place. But ooh, Cliff is putting up a ton of damage.
Yeah, and I think if Kevin has something like a collected company in hand, like you mentioned, just as long as we can buy a turn, just wants to try and find a land drop, maybe collected company can hit like, exactly Spike Feeder plus Heliod,
Mhm.
and that could be a way to kind of close the game out, because I don't believe Cliff, realistically has a way to beat infinite life.
Yeah,
There is a finite amount of damage, even though it looks like it's a million, it's maybe not quite that much.
right.
So
Looks like we have a Halfling, a Spike Feeder. Not sure what else in hand here.
I think it's Spike Feeder, Heliod, Halfling, Coco.
Oh,
Yeah,
missing
so
a fourth land. Pretty brutal.
is able to deploy the Heliod here.
Mhm.
And like you mentioned, if Kevin can get one additional draw step, going to be a little less likely now that there's a lot more power in play. But if Kevin can get that one draw step, has the Spike Feeder in hand, and can maybe set something up that way next turn. So yeah, the Heliod coming into play is going to trigger the champions because it will be active as a creature. So yep, we're going to put some counters on there. And that's sort of important because now they're actually reasonable blockers. They can
Mhm.
successfully block two of the 1/1 cats.
Yeah. Got a bolt here.
Upstairs. Bang bang.
Mhm.
Now the real question is, how much life is Kevin going to gain after the two Ocelot Pride triggers?
Oh boy. Oh.
Okay, well maybe he's not going to
Oh,
gain any
well,
life
never
because he's going
mind.
to be dead.
Bombardment will just take care of that.
Yeah. Goblin Bombardment pretty good when you've made, 12 cat tokens that turn. So that's going to
Yeah.
do it for Cliff Boyardee, taking game number 1 over Kevin Sames on Heliod.
Yeah.
And we will have to take a look and see what the sideboard games look like in just a moment here. But yeah, that was a pretty good showcase. Didn't really get to see the blue cards in action. I maybe saw the Mockingbird a little bit, but wasn't necessarily where Cliff wanted the Mockingbird. So I don't know if we have deck lists available so we can take a look at sideboards, or if we are just ready to go back into game number 2. But as far as that game is concerned, that was pretty interesting. Okay, so that was game number 2. We were misinformed there a little bit. So that was actually the match for Cliff Boyardee taking it down over Jeskai NRG. So interesting to see that both of our players at the top of the leaderboard now, both getting wins. So they're going to be on each other's heels the whole day here.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you're Cliff right now, you need to stay, if Fletcher's winning, you have to be winning. You got to get ahead of him. You need to close that point gap as best as you can. And if you're Fletcher, you got to keep that from happening. You got to all day long keep winning, stay ahead of, especially Cliff specifically, only 15 points behind you. And like we said, there's a ton of points at stake this weekend, but I mean 15 is a good lead and you can keep that up pretty easily.
Oh yeah. So it'll be very, very interesting to see these two players. Maybe we'll get them in the feature match together at some point, but you'll have to stay tuned to find out. And we will be back here in just a little bit with round number 2. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chicagoland and for the NRG Series 10K Modern Showdown. I am Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomlake, joined by Niall Joan Rivers, and we are about to watch round two of coverage here. And we have a bit of an interesting matchup. We talked about this in the in the break. Maybe not the more of the one of the more lopsided matchups we've seen yet, but yeah, as far as round one went, we saw some interesting magic. And what was, maybe the highlight for you of round number one?
I really loved the Belcher games that we saw. We got to see multiple times, and we talked about this during the match that Belcher can just kind of win out of nowhere. And we saw these board states from our Through the Reach player that, seemed like if I was up against them on any deck I think I've ever played, I'd be like, well, it's probably over for me, but Belcher's just able to, play the cards they needed, sequence just right, and combo off and win. And I thought that was very exciting.
Oh yeah, yeah. We saw a couple, multiple turn to the one rings, and
Yes.
really neither of them, well,
And
were
those were
really that
both
good
game
enough. Yeah.
losses.
So very very interesting. Now we don't really have anything like that in this particular round, but before we head down to the feature match, we want to take a look and see who is already qualified, because we mentioned that there are players playing for qualification. We still have 7 spots to hand out for this end of year championship. Steven Dykeman, winner of last year. We have a bunch of the other Showdown winners over the course of the year, and we're going to be seeing one of them, Jonathan Zakzek, who you, for the folks at home, might be familiar with him as Nikachu, to the surprise of absolutely nobody playing Merfolk this weekend. But yeah, these are the players that are currently qualified. Should be a really, really fun tournament at the end of your championships. And like I said, we still got 7 spots to give out. So we are playing for a lot this weekend. So let us go down and head to the feature match area where, as I mentioned, we have Jonathan Zakzek, aka Nikachu, on the fish against Christian Valenti on Jeskai Dress Down. Talk to me about this matchup in particular, Niall.
Yeah, well, I am a fish enjoyer personally. I started Magic in Lorwyn. They've always been close to my heart. I love to see Merfolk win, which is why my heart sank when I loaded up Christian's deck here, this Jeskai dress down list that feels like Nikachu has maybe hurt him in the past. And he said, you know what? I am just going to bring a deck specifically tailored to never lose to fish, and that's what it feels like we have. We have 4 Solitudes, we have 3 Flages, 3 Dress Downs, 2 Wrath of the Skies, and 1 Supreme Verdict main board. And that's really just the start of it. So much of this deck feels like it was tailor made to beat fish. Now, that being said, I think if there is anyone on this planet who can pilot fish in such a way that they can beat the deck designed to beat them, it is Nikachu. So, if you love Merfolk, if you love an underdog, this is the match for you.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. When we look at the deck lists on paper, it seems to me that Christian has a pretty sizable advantage. But that's not to say that Nikachu is completely dead in the water here, because there are free counter magic, 3 Force Negation, and 3 Flare of Denial, along with a like subtle mana denial slash, mana change plan, I guess is the best way to put it. 4 Tide Shaper, 4 Spreading Seas, alongside 3 Rashad and Dockhand. So Jonathan does have the ability to kind of mess with Christian's mana. And given that Christian is a 3 color deck, that is possible, if you have Spreading Seas and Tide Shaper, giving Christian a bunch of islands, that could make something like Flage a little bit harder to cast, or potentially keep him off Wrath of the Skies for a turn or two. As we see Christian leading off with an Arid Mesa, and Nikachu, do we have the Aether Vial? I think we do. No, just a lonely Tide Shaper. Not the start you're looking for if you're Nikachu.
Yeah. Now, I will point out Christian also runs 2 Harbingers in his own sideboard. So,
True.
it's a deck that, like, even sometimes he's like, yeah, this is fine. I'll run it myself. Like, it feels so tailor made for this matchup. But I'm hoping we see a little bit of a fish hero here as we are going to fetch into a Thundering Falls and surveil off the top.
Yeah, and for Christian, really just probably looking for some of the cheap interaction, potentially looking for the combo. And this isn't a Jeskai. We've seen Jeskai control decks, right? Jeskai energy with maybe more controlling, with counter spells
Mhm,
and more interaction, like Galvanic Discharge and things like that. But to be completely honest with you, now this is more of like a combo deck, if that's a fair way to describe it, where you're trying to like end of turn two dress down, untap, turn three either cast something like a Flage or a Null Drifter. So it feels a little bit more, Christian does still have plenty of control tools available to him. But in terms of, Christian against maybe some of the more, the other combo decks, Christian has that sort of angle of attack as we see a turn two second Tide Shaper. That one actually is going to have a target here.
mhm. Yeah, we are looks
And
like
Christian,
can't really tell if this is on the stack or resolved or
yeah, looks like we're giving this a bit of a think here for Christian. Presumably, yeah, this you get Tide Shaper on your screen. It's kind of sort of like a Spreading Seas, but on a body where it's, you
mhm.
can kick it for an additional mana, and then a target land becomes an island for as long as Tide Shaper remains on the battlefield. So, Spreading Seas, but, a little bit more easy to interact with. And presumably that's going to be going after the Sacred Foundry, which
Yeah.
Nikachu does, point that out. And Christian says, "All right, so no more access to white mana here as of right now for Christian. So something like Wrath of the Skies currently offline." And we also I mentioned that the Jeskai energy slash control decks usually have a bunch of spot removal, things like Galvanic Discharge. Christian is a little bit lighter on spot removal. There's really only two March of Otherworldly Light. And then I guess if you count the flages, those are also there as well. So not as much cheap interaction here for Christian.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, we have the mana for the dress down. Not sure if it's in hand or not. Uh, looks like Nikachu has a Harbinger and a Vial in hand. Isn't really able to catch much else.
I think we're looking at a Sphaloon, a Flare of Denial, Vial, a Harbinger, and then one card that I couldn't quite get a look at. So presumably doesn't have a land here because likely would this might be
Mhm.
the turn for the Sphaloon. It is pretty funny that Christian passed without playing a third land, but Jonathan actually did give Christian the ability to cast Counterspell, which he didn't have the ability to before. So I mean, if Christian has a Counterspell, we might just fire it off here.
Oh, it's gonna be a consign. Very nice.
All right, Nigachu says, "I'll get in there for 4." And does still have access to that Flare of Denial if Christian casts anything. But I don't know, Christian
I
missing a land
wonder
drop.
I wonder if that consign is what we were thinking about when the Tide Shaper was
Oh
coming
yeah,
in.
I see.
Deciding if that red and white mana was valuable, if it mattered.
Yeah, yeah, that certainly could be the case. But yeah, Christian missing another land drop, and Nikachu says,
Yeah,
"All right, I'm just gonna keep attacking with these tutus."
that is that is tough. And I mean, even without the Tide Shaper ability, because of where Nikachu put it, I mean, they're going to be pumped either way, right? Because we fetched for the Thundering Falls.
Right. And looks like maybe lining up a copy of Harbinger of the Seas, which is even more, layers of mana disruption, which is, interesting because even if Christian say, finds an answer to the Harbinger, still doesn't have the second, a white source in play because the Tide Shaper would still be shutting off the Sacred Foundry, but just chooses to go for a Sphaloon instead. And that's going to resolve. Wow. And that is going to do
Wow.
it. Christian packing it up, does not find land number 3. We talked about how good the matchup is for Christian here, but without land number 3, it gets a little tougher.
Yeah, no matchup's that good when you're stuck on 2 lands.
All right,
But
so taking a look at the sideboard here for Christian now, we mentioned it was a little rough for Nikachu, and taking a look at the sideboard now, it's not going to get any easier. a couple of Harbingers, two Subtleties, a Teferi Time Reveler, a Consigned to Memory, two Surgical Extractions, a Doben's Veto, two Pyroclasm, a Wrath of the Skies, and a Supreme Verdict, and two Deafening Silence. So presumably the Pyroclasms, the Wrath, and the Verdict come in. Do you ever consider something like Subtlety in this matchup?
I feel like probably not. I mean, all of the merfolk just feel so efficient to me that I don't know. I mean, maybe you just want every body you can possibly put into your deck, but I don't know. I mean, really, what all do we think can come out of Christian's deck?
It's a good point. There's not a lot here. The consigned to memory is probably maybe some number of force negations. I think
Mhm.
the consigns are well. I guess it's interesting, right? Because consign is a card that you mainly see as a sideboard card against stuff like the One Ring and Eldrazi, but Christian is sort of using it as more of a stifle than anything
Yeah,
to pair with the Flatus and the Null Drifters. So maybe he doesn't actually want to board those out.
yeah. It's tricky. It's tricky. It feels like you need a lot of this. I don't know. How valuable do we think the Teferis are in the matchup?
I would say they're probably a little bit better on the play than the draw because it
Mhm.
does turn off a large percentage of Nikachu's like interaction against Christian's interaction and like fighting over counter spells, fighting over Christian's counter spells and things like that. So I think maybe you want them on the play. Presumably I think Christian wants to cut the force negations, but because that one's a little bit more restrictive in the sense that you can only use it on their turn as opposed to your turn. So it's like
Mhm.
not great at fighting over Nikachu's counter spells when you're trying to resolve a wrath or things like that. So
Sure. Yeah.
by that. And then for a Nikachu set of things, three Vidillion Hex Catchers. Those have to be pretty good against the all the spells that Christian has.
Mhm.
Three Tishana's Tidebinder, interesting card against things like Flage, Solitude, stuff like that.
Mhm.
Three Subtlety, two Dismember, and four Chalice. So Nikachu does have a good amount of options here. You mentioned that you're a fish and not a fish, something like that. But that's a bad joke. What do
Yeah.
you like here for Nikachu?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think something that is a strength of the Merfolk deck is it does feel very versatile in terms of, like there are it feels easier to adapt to its surroundings where, we were just talking about Christian's deck and thinking, like, oh, actually making these cuts feels kind of tough. It feels like there are, always cards that you can just turn this merfolk into this other merfolk that just happens to be a little bit better. I think the Tidebinders have got to be very valuable in this matchup. So much of what Christian's doing has to do with these triggered abilities off of his creatures. So that would be something that I think is pretty big. The Dismembers, I think, are also pretty nice. I mean, it takes care of most of the problematic creatures here. I don't think we need the spreading seas probably against Christian's deck,
Yeah, that
but
makes sense.
will
A little bit
be interesting to see.
later on the mana denial because as you mentioned Christian does have his own copies of Harbingers in the board, so he's sort of prepared to play those types of games where he has a bunch of blue sources. And because Christian is doing the combo, like dress down into Null
Mhm.
Drifter, even if
Mhm.
you spreading sees the first couple of lands, like that doesn't stop him going turn two dress down, turn three Drifter.
Yeah.
So, if that is certainly something that Nikachu wants to keep in mind here. So yeah, that is the sideboard games. We see players shuffling up for game number two. Now, I got Niall. We said we liked Christian's side of things, but I mean, maybe that game is an anomaly. Do we still like Christian in the post board games?
I think we certainly like Christian. I think Christian levels up more in the post board games than Nigachu does. I also think Christian's deck is still just very well positioned against Merfolk. But once again, if there's anybody on the planet who can take the Merfolk all the way here, it is Nikachu. So don't count him out, especially being up a game. Like Christian now has to win two in a row. One of them has to be on the draw, And being on the draw against Merfolk, pretty scary. Like they get power out fast, and if you don't have a Wrath ready, or if you're not able to cast a Wrath because all of your lands are islands, that's a problem.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, Christian being on the draw against the Merfolk deck, with if Pikachu has something like an Ether Vial on turn one, there's no prismatic endings in Christian's deck list, so really only has the two marches to kind of fight over that. But we see Pikachu keeping on six. I believe Christian kept seven, and interesting first land to lead off with here for Christian. I don't know if that signifies maybe a mana light hand, or just that's the only blue source available, because presumably you would want to lead with a dual land or a fetch land to fetch up a tap land.
Mhm.
So interesting, thing to point out there. But we're going to consign the vial, so those did stay in, and land go here for Christian. See what the follow up is for Nikachu. I think I saw a Hex Catcher, which is coming in from the board, and I do like that one quite a lot in this matchup.
Yeah, Hexcatcher is a very nice card. I mean, just in general, but being able to use your creatures to interact with your opponent's spells is very powerful, and also a reason why. I mean, from the moment they showed us Flare of Denial, I thought, oh, this is perfect for Merfolk, right? Like we already do this. And anytime I would talk to other Merfolk players and they would be like, oh, I don't think we want it. I don't think we want to lose a fish for it. I would say, how many Hex Catchers do you play? And they'd say four, and I'd say, interesting.
You wanna rethink that one?
Ooh,
Yeah,
Teferi on 3 for Christian, and we are going to bring in the Hex Catcher,
snap it off.
presumably
Well,
sacrificing it.
it's interesting. Do you even counter this? Because I was going to say, if you let it resolve, if Tef bounces the Hex Catcher, you can clear it with the Mutavault, and if it pluses, you can just animate and attack both with it. I guess that would
Mhm.
still be one short. So yeah, just firing it off makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Silvergill Adept here. Gonna show a Lord of Atlantis.
2 for 1.
What a
You don't
card.
see like honest, clean 2 for 1s that often in modern anymore. But Silvergill Adept, one of the OGs.
No third land for Nikachu here. And awkwardly, the two lands we have, one of them not a blue source,
Yeah, so can't deploy the Lord.
which we have
Does have
two of,
access.
I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there is a second Lord in hand as well. Does have access to Flare of Denial, and you mentioned not wanting to sacrifice a fish for Flare, but Adept is a pretty good one to sacrifice because you at least got the card
Absolutely.
out of
You've
it.
already
So
drawn.
right.
It's already done its job.
Oh yeah. So and I saw it's a fairy for Christian. So if he goes for that, maybe something like Flare, sacrifice, Silvergill.
Ooh,
Christian's actually gonna go for Flage first.
get rid of, clear out the board. Like this a lot. Looks like we don't have anything to stop uh, the trigger sacrificing the flage. So we're just gonna hold up this fetch land.
The
Oof.
second Beat Vault here for Nikachu.
Yeah, third
Oh
land
no.
acquired, not the one we want.
Not exactly. Yeah, I think the hand is Lord, Flare of Denial, which as of right now are all uncastable. Something else that might be in can't
Yeah,
get a good look at what else, but
interesting to not attack with the mutable. So I wonder, not sure what card Nikachu has that he's wanting to hold up here.
well, it's also possible that, because players don't have access to deck lists, maybe Nikachu is worried about something like Galvanic Discharge.
Oh,
Because, we
sure.
know it's not there, but Nikachu
Right.
maybe doesn't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
The Henge. We got 3 mana here for Christian. It's going to be the Teferi.
We'll take a look at those hinge before we decide what to do.
Yeah, Henge is an interesting one. Some of the just kind control decks play it, some of them don't. I believe it's 4 mana tap. Look at the top five, reveal a historic card, and put that into your hand. So able to find stuff like Teferi, Flage, the One Ring. So and the fact that Christian's deck is kind of more centered around the Flage dress down stuff, it kind of makes sense for
Mm-hmm.
him to play a card like that.
Oh,
Teferi
looks like, is
on
that
the
another hex sketcher?
Yeah, so I think Nikachu is debating on Hexcatcher plus Flare the Teferi. That's a rough way to do it.
That is a lot of resources.
I think that's maybe what we're lining up, or maybe just wants to put the Hexcatcher in play, maybe let the Teferi resolve.
Yeah, I
Because
might
then
just be wanting to
presumably,
get it out.
yeah. Because presumably, if the Teferi resolves and say maybe bounces the Hexcatcher, you can Mutavault the threat in the Teferi. So a lot of things to think about here for Nikachu.
Yeah, it looks like Teferi is resolving. And I mean, we do have enough damage to kill the Teferi unless it pluses. Although if we find a land, then we're there.
Yeah, land would let you have a couple of tutus, so we're just gonna go ahead and bounce. And Christian is, maybe has something like a March of Otherworldly Light, or maybe is just okay with losing to Fairy. And I don't think Nikachu found a land. I think he might have actually found another Flare of Denial, which is not exactly the card he's looking for here. Yeah, Mutavault's going to get fired up, going to threaten Teferi. Christian says okay. And I mean, even if you're Christian, that's fine because that's just an extra card in the graveyard towards that
Yeah.
Flage.
And we have 4 cards that aren't played right now, so it is. I mean, and we have a fetch land on board, so go ahead and go back to Christian's turn here.
Yeah, choosing not to fetch into turn. We are slamming the One Ring. And yeah, Nikachu without a blue creature in play does not have the ability to counter that. And that's a One Ring resolve now. That spells pretty bad news here for Nikachu fans.
That is very bad news. And I mean, not being able to find another blue source here, just brutal. I mean, we saw Christian get sort of mana screwed in the first game, and now we're seeing it for Nikachu. Maybe game 3 we'll get, everyone gets their lands. We'll see how the decks actually play.
Yeah. Yeah, and funny enough, Christian actually does have the Minamo to pair with the One Ring. So, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
if you didn't have enough cards already, no, even more cards here. All right, looks like we're firing off a Tide Shaper.
Yeah, I mean, gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, that could potentially give Nikachu the ability to hold up the Flare of Denial. Would have wanted the Tidebinder return earlier,
Mm-hmm.
given that One Ring, but is something at least here. Yeah, the tough thing for Nikachu too is Christian at 20 life. It's going to be really hard for Nikachu to sort of just get establish a board state here to get Christian down to low enough life to there's some situations where okay, well, if they're at a low enough life total, the One Ring deals them
Mm-hmm.
some damage, but from this position with Christian at 20, it's going to be really hard to do that.
I wonder if Nikachu put any consideration into tide shaping his own Mutavault.
Hmm, interesting. Give him the second blue source to fire off the Lord.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just. I just feel like, with Christian having as much access to as much mana as he has, maybe maybe it just doesn't matter. But Nikachu has certainly played way more Merfolk than I have, so I'm gonna assume that he's doing it right.
And that's a show of strength here for Christian, bidding that Wrath of the Skies, which, to be fair, is
He-
not super great on this board, but that's when you know you're really far ahead.
Yeah, you're in a very good position against the creature-based aggressive deck whenever you're binning your wrath spells.
And Christian lining up some mana here, maybe going for another Flage to take care of the Tide Shaper. Yeah, looks
Hmm.
like that's what it is. And holding up the ability to Minamo the One Ring.
Hmm. And we just have a basic planes on board now.
Yeah, so Harbinger is not super concerning. I guess Harbinger would cut him off of red mana as of right now. Is there? I want to look at Christian's deck list. Is there a basic mountain? There is not a basic mountain, so something to consider. I mean, it's probably not going to come up here, but
Right. And no spicy sideboard basic mountain like we saw with the
no.
Belcher deck
Yeah,
either.
with the Belcher deck, yeah. God, Manabo untapping the ring is that is certainly
It's
something.
unreal.
Yeah. I don't have enough cards in hand. This is I mean, Christian has tapped the
Oh,
one ring twice, and it's equal to the amount of cards that Fletcher drew after spending 7 mana for a Seagate Restoration. So
it's wild. And we've got another ring in hand.
yeah. The ring, well, see, that's the thing now. The rings find more rings.
The
That's how
rings
it
find
works.
rings. Rings beget rings. This is the truth. I mean, eventually Christian does need to end this game, right? And I mean,
Yeah,
he's got no shortage of ways to do it. It's not like in contention whether or not he can. But I mean, Nikachu does get to sit here and learn quite a bit about
true.
what he's up against before going
That's a
into
good
game
point.
3. And another hex catcher.
Yeah, Christian could have deployed the Flage that turn. Maybe just wants to make sure that everything, like the coast is cleared 100% before he decides to go for one of them. But yeah, Hexcatcher's going to hit the battlefield. And we are going to untap here for Nikachu. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of I'm trying to think of any sort of situation where Nikachu comes back from this, and I'm having a hard time piecing it together, Niall. I think this one is as close. This one's pretty close to over.
Yeah. I mean, this is what, 4 damage coming in?
Looks like a Solitude's going to be coming down. Brutal. Okay, we
We're
can
gonna
flare that.
flare the Solitude. Now it's only 2 damage coming in.
Mhm. Christian giving it a little bit of a think here. Maybe wants to try and fight over the flare. Yeah, it's always interesting in situations like this. You're obviously as the One Ring player, you're massively far ahead, but just doing, you always like to think about how can I possibly lose this game, and I think that's
Mhm.
maybe what's going through Christian's mind here, and just trying to go through all the permutations and possibilities of, if Nikachu has this perfect sequence of cards, how
Mhm.
do I lose? And well, might as well take a look at 4 more first.
Yeah, why not?
This is like the Uno meme. Draw 20 or not tap my one ring.
And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and march one of Nikachu's only precious mana sources.
1 mana stone rain. As if Christian wasn't far enough ahead already.
Ooh, but a vial.
Okay. All right. We're cooking.
Sneaking a vial in there.
Nikachu's got some action.
Who needs lands?
I know. See if Christian has a consign to memory. Christian says, you know what? I'll let you have that one. That's fine. That's on the house. Taking 4. But presumably, Christian, this is, I mean, you got Pikachu tapped out. Surely this is the turn we go for the Flage. You would
Surely.
imagine. This is kind of the spot that you were holding for. All right, there we go.
Flage comes out. Exile 5 cards.
It's going to gain Christian 3 life, making it that much less likely he dies to his own ring. Could even deploy a second ring here if he wants to. But got a million cards in hand, probably wants to, not want to have to discard 10 cards to hand size.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say we better be discarding here. There's no way you got more than 7 cards. Okay, looks
Yep.
like it was 9.
And
Okay,
we're
never
gonna
mind.
swoop
Nikachu's off.
up and go to game number 3.
Yeah, see, that's what we that those are the games that we expected, right? When we looked at the
Yeah.
deck list on paper, that is how we presumed the matchup was going to play out when Christian doesn't, miss his third land drop. But like we mentioned, Pikachu is going to be on the play for game number 3, and Aether Vial deck on the play always got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we basically watched Nikachu be on one land for that whole game. I mean, technically he had three, but only one blue source. And so many of the spells he's wanting to cast require two blue pips. So really just choked on mana the whole time. So we've yet to really see a game between these two where they are both able to cast their spells.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Nikachu with the double Lord of Atlantis and the Flare of Denial, really not able to utilize any of those cards throughout that entire game. Players looking at sideboards here for game number 3. I don't can't imagine too much would change. I think the one thing for Christian is Teferi's on the play versus the draw. We saw them in for game 2 when Christian was on the play, but I think they're maybe a little bit worse when he's on the draw. Looks like the forces have all come out. And I saw one consign on the board as well. So it looks like those are the cards
Mhm.
that came out for the Wraths.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. Looks like Nikachu making a couple of little changes here between games. And I mean, Nikachu on the play, as we mentioned earlier, that's really where you want to be when you're playing a deck like Merfolk. The the sauce to winning that first game, aside from just Christian getting a little stuck on lands, was Nikachu also was able to deploy threats every turn. Right, we went Tide Shaper, Lord, and that was a ton of damage, and that damage matters quite a bit, especially when you are playing One Ring deck.
Yeah. And the mana denial plan, even if there isn't an Aether Vial, the mana denial plan probably a lot better on the play versus the draw. If you have stuff
Absolutely.
like Tide Shaper and Spreading Seas, you can kind of just make Christian stumble just a little bit for that pivotal turn where you maybe double spell for Nikachu and then kind of snowball from there. But we'll have to see if Nikachu
Yeah.
has the coveted 7-card Aether Vial hand.
Yeah, I mean, if you are a Nikachu fan, if you are a Merfolk fan, you are really more than anything wanting to see a turn one Aether Vial.
Now, Niall, I didn't see a vial in the opening hand here for Nagachi, but I think we have decided to keep. I think I saw a cavern, and I know I saw a cavern. I couldn't tell you much else besides the cavern, but
Yeah, I saw
there
the
was I
cavern. I think there was maybe a Harbinger in there. Yeah, it looks like we've got a Harbinger. Might be a
flare.
Tide Shaper. Got a
Yeah, I
Flare
want to.
for sure. I'm not sure what that gold card next to the Flare is.
I think that's the cavern. I think it's
Oh, sure.
Otawara Cavern.
Yep.
Yeah,
Cavern
yeah. Turn
Tide
one Tide
Shaper.
Shaper.
We're playing threats. This is the plan. This is how we win.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we saw at game 1. Especially if Nikachu has the second Tide Shaper, just playing one on turn 1.
Mhm.
Even if he doesn't, Christian does have a lot of islands. Although, funny enough, Tide Shaper not the best against Flooded Strand because now even if he has a
Yeah,
second one, can't really cast that into the strand, and
right.
Christian's not going to sack it in combat, so not going to get the extra damage this turn.
Now, what do you think Nikachu named with that Cavern of Souls, Devin? It could be
Hmm.
anything. It could be any creature in Magic.
Well, I mean, if you look at the creature types, there is a good amount of wizards, so that
Could be
could
wizards. Could be
potentially
wizards.
be the option. But we'll have to get a spotter confirmation on what Nikachu
Yeah,
actually
we'll have to
did
get
name.
someone on the ground to let us know
Got to
what did
confirm.
Nikachu name.
There's the Otawar for land number 3, and yeah, Christian recognizing, if I don't if I don't crack these fetches, I'm taking a lot less damage from this Tide Shaper, and it also turns off Nikachu's ability to play a follow up Tide Shaper or a Spreading Seas. So interesting. Okay, we have confirmation from the ground. He did name Merfolk. I bet
Oh,
that that's a
thank you,
little surprising.
production.
Yeah.
That was huge. that's the kind of insights we need. All right, well, it looks like it is time to fetch. Eventually, we do have to play spells, and we're gonna be getting a basic island, basic plains.
Interesting.
Very interesting. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, we do not have a basic mountain to fetch. So these are our
Ooh.
basics. Ooh, and then the
Kyle, is this
dress
the dress
down.
down? Okay. We haven't
Oh, are
seen
we
this yet from Christian.
we finally doing it? Are we finally doing what the deck does?
So Nikachu's hand, I believe, is I think it's Sink into Stupor, Harbinger, Tide Shaper, Mutavault, Flare, I believe is the 5 card hand right now. So thinking about maybe fighting over the dress down, I think, maybe Nikachu says, okay, well, you can have the dress down, and if you have the creature, I'll fight over that instead.
Mhm. Going for the basic island is very interesting.
Yeah, maybe he wants to preserve the life total a little bit.
Yeah.
Or maybe doesn't have the red source. So there's a Hallowed Fountain, and there is the Null Drifter.
Yeah, we'll
So
see what
Nikachu,
Nikachu is gonna do here about this Null Drifter. I
yeah,
mean, we're gonna
probably,
have we've got the flare, we've got the sink.
yeah, probably can't let Christian have this one. Um, my guess is you probably just pay 3 mana for a flare, but we'll have to see what Nikachu decides to do. Maybe because he thinks he'd rather use the flare for free on a follow up turn, maybe instead wants to, yeah, Sink into Stupor it. It's a little rough because you do give
Mm,
Christian the extra 2 cards on the next cast of Null Drifter. But, if you're Nikachu's spot, maybe you say, okay, well, if Christian wants to tap 3 mana to draw 2 cards on his own turn, I'm okay with that.
yeah. Yeah, definitely feels bad to bounce something with a cast trigger, but as you said, maybe Pikachu just doesn't care. Just cares about keeping the board clear, letting his fish get in. So we're gonna go back over to Nikachu here, and that's a Tashana's Tidebinder.
Yeah,
Pretty
we talked
huge.
about there's those during sideboarding. That does make a lot of sense. That one is very good against Christians. Has a lot of, like you said, ETBs. Has things like the Flage and Solitude, and Harbinger is going to be cast here for Nikachu, which is going to cut Christian off of the second white source and access to red mana for now. So yeah, that's actually kind of big. Where now Christian can't cast something like a Wrath of the Skies.
Hmm.
And as we mentioned, Christian does not have a basic mountain. So it does have one more plains in the deck. So it does have a second plains somewhere. But if it's not at hand, then we're not going to be able to cast a Wrath anytime soon. And past that, really just the 2 March of Otherworldly Lights. And I guess the Teferi's could bounce the Harbinger for a turn.
It would be so sick if Christian had the planes in hand and has just been
Yeah.
like sitting on it, like shocks in the Hallowed Fount, just like really like trying to bait out this heart. Oh my god, there it
Oh
is.
my goodness.
Into the verdict. I choose to believe he had the planes when he shocked in the fountain. This is my
Yeah,
head canon for the event. I love it.
possibly. I mean, that if he did, that is such a sick bait too, because from Nikachu's side of things, you're like, well, I mean, how likely is it he has the one additional planes?
Right.
And yeah, just has it rolled up for the supreme verdict, and now Nikachu. I mean, Christian's at 12, and Nikachu does have this Mutavault. But the land that was picked up for turn was a second Otawara, so this is a little awkward. You could tap the Otawara, animate the Mutavault, hit for 2, then Legend Roll keep the new Otawara to hold up Tidebinder and Flare. But Otawara being the land drop is kind of awkward here for Nikachu.
Very awkward. Taking a look at the graveyard here. Is that 5 cards? This is a tricky spot. This is a crazy game.
Yeah. It looks like Nikachu is deciding, yeah, just kind of Lotus Petal out this Otawara. I think you kind of have to here. Oh, okay, we're gonna hold it.
Ooh.
Tide Shaper, one of the white sources. So I guess the plan is here just Tide Shaper, maybe cut Christian off of a little bit of mana for a turn, and then maybe utilize the Tide Shaper to sacrifice 2 Flare potentially.
Yeah. It looks like we're just going to put it on a plains.
Yeah, and even though the Harbinger, or excuse me, the Tide Shaper is on the plains, Christian still does have access to 2 white, lining up 3, perhaps a Teferi Time Raveler here. But also worth noting, Christian without red mana still, so does not have access to the Phlages or anything like that. All right, well, I spoke too soon. Here's the Scalding Tarn. That is red mana.
Yeah.
And the Null Drifter that we knew about. No dress down this time, though.
No dress down yet.
True, could find it off of the Null Drifter, yeah. Although, I feel like Christian probably wants to get a red source off of the Scalding Tarn. So, even if he had something like a dress down here, if you want a shock to get a red source, you have to go to 7 to do so. And 7 against the Tide Shaper and the Mutavaults may be a little awkward, especially if there's a Lord to follow up. Lord of Atlantis and a Mutavault hit for 6, but 1.
Yeah. Well, and we have Otawara still, so we have ways to a little bit deal with things on the board. It looks like we are maybe is this going to be a
Ooh, consign.
consign?
Oh, I think Christian is thinking about fetch shocking to replicate the consign to play around a counterspell. I think that's what we were thinking about. The consign does resolve, and Pikachu, not fighting over it. But we have the Otawara, and that is uncounterable. Can't really respond to that in any way, shape, or form. So 3 mana. Looks like we are going to go for a Sphaloon instead. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Null Drifter has Annihilator 1, but with Pikachu having that second Otawara, doesn't really mind sacrificing something here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yes.
definitely not the worst thing in the world to have to sacrifice your Otawara here.
And Christian going to go for a Subtlety. Subtlety on the Tidebind, or on the Tishanas, and Pikachu's going to fight over it with Flare. So really big stack here. Let's see who ultimately wins the stack. Looks like it's going to be Pikachu. Triumphantly slams down the Sphaloon. Yeah, now Christian probably, access to red mana. And that is, going to potentially turn on Flage here for Christian. Let's see exactly what we are looking for with this. Oh, well, that's a pretty good one to put in the graveyard.
Yeah, that is a very good one to put in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, from this position, Christian is at 9, so Pikachu doesn't have a ton of damage to deal here, but with this Null Drifter attacking every turn and presumably the Flage eventually coming back, it's looking a little tough here for Pikachu. But I'm trying to think of, if Pikachu were to win this game, what kind of draw step do we need next turn?
Oh, that's tough. Maybe another lord, a cheaper lord, like something like a Hex Catcher, right? So that would make our attack with the Mutavault go for what, we'd have a total of 7 damage coming in. Take Christian down to 2, which just doesn't feel like enough.
Yeah, I think it's really going to come down to whether or not Christian has the second red source. He did
Mm-hmm.
play this game without exposing the first one for a while, and may have just been sandbagging them the whole time. We see 3 mana tapped here. Is this a Flage? So it doesn't have a lot of good targets, but just gaining 3 life here, pretty important here if you're Christian.
Sure. I
Ooh.
mean, Glass Well, I just don't know if there's anything super
Ooh.
useful.
Yeah, he actually targeted the Spaloon, and this looks like maybe a Pyroclasm. Yeah.
Mm,
Mm. Yeah, so now Christian at 10, Nikachu with the Odawara and the Tidebinder. So I guess and he did draw the Lord too, so would have had a really good turn if that Spaloon stayed in play.
yeah,
So maybe a little unfortunate timing there for Nikachu. Can hold up Tidebinder for the Flage, which, Christian does have two red sources available for the Flage. So maybe you go Tidebinder, the Flage, untap Lord, animate Mutavault, hit for 7. There's maybe a world, but
yeah. It's definitely. I mean, it's not over. I mean, and also this is an interesting lord to get because it is also going to give us Island Walk.
yes, yep.
So I don't think Nikachu's out of it. I mean, the Annihilator one is pretty relevant now.
Oh, I actually hadn't thought about this. Nikachu actually kind of needs to draw land next turn
Yeah,
because with the Mold Drifter or the Null Drifter sacrificing a land, doesn't have the ability to be able to go end step or Tidebinder the Flage, untap Lord plus animate Mutavault.
yeah.
Christian looks like he flipped the Flage over, thinking he was going to put it in the graveyard, and then actually thought better of himself. So we're going to actually keep the Flage on top. And yeah, Christian's going to go for the Flage, which will meet the Tishana's Tidebinder. And this is a big draw step for in here for Nigachu. I think he really needs to find an untapped land, which I
Yeah.
guess is most of them. But I guess what I should say is not the Sink into Stupor, because paying 3 life would be kind of tough here.
Paying 3 life would be tough here. That
There's
is
a
a
cavern.
cavern?
Okay. We're still alive for Nikachu fans.
We are
Although
still alive.
what's funny about this, Nile, is because Christian revealed the second Flage, Nikachu now knows it's on top. So, what you wanted to do is say go land, Lord of Atlantis, animate, hit for 7. But now if you don't block, you're dead because you take 10 and then the second Flage kills you. I guess the one in the graveyard can be escape. No, not quite enough
Sure.
material.
I mean, you could block with the Lord, right?
Yeah, that's true. So say you go Lord, hit for 7, Christian goes to 3. Christian attacks with both. You sacrifice a land, chump block the Flage, take 4, go to 8. The Flage puts you to 3 and Christian to 6. And then you have 5 on the crackback.
You have 5 on the crackback. Any Lord does it, really? Well, I guess you need a Lord that gives Island Walk.
Well, the other problem here is because Nikachu has to sacrifice a land, if we draw Lord, we wouldn't be able to go Lord and animate Mutavault.
Yeah.
Unless you sack the Tidebinder, does that change things? Maybe not.
Mm, I don't. I don't think we can afford to.
Oh, I wonder if
Oh,
Christian can just kill the untapped creature?
yeah, yeah. I mean, this is playing the Flage, Legend ruling it. Now the
Yeah.
Flage is back online.
Yep. Okay.
That is game. Very well played by both players. I mean, we thought that Christian's deck was very well positioned against Merfolk. I think Nikachu did an exceptional job playing through it. I mean, we had mana screwed game, and then that last one where they were both able to actually play their spells was actually pretty close, pretty tight. I mean, a couple different draw steps, and Nikachu could have easily had it. So very
Oh yeah.
well played, but huge congrats to Christian. Very, very well done.
Yeah, that was really, really back and forth. That game number three was very, very fun to watch. There were multiple spots in that where we thought, Christian was massively far ahead, and Nikachu still had a little bit of fight left in him to be able to, weather the storm of all of the counter spells and removal spells. So, yeah, very, very interesting game number three. And I believe we are going to try and get Christian set up for an interview in just a moment here. But yeah, as far as the overall match is concerned, that's kind of how we expected it to go, and Christian was able to take it down. So we are just in the waiting room here for an interview. As
I
far
can't wait for
as
this interview.
yeah,
I can't wait to ask him if he had the planes when he
oh yeah,
played the
yeah,
Hollow
that was a
Fountain.
huge moment.
Oh, I want it so bad. I want it more than anything in the world to have been Harbinger bait. I think probably it was one of the like 4 cards he drew after playing the Hollow Fountain, but I can believe until we ask him, I have a dream.
Sandbagging the planes the whole time. And yeah, that was very, very, that whole sequence where, Christian fetched the basic island and the basic planes,
Mhm.
and maybe signaling to Nikachu that his mana was a little tough, or that he was, a little bit weak to something like a Harbinger. Just a very, very well sequenced and played game from Christian. Yeah, no, as far as I believe, after this, we may try to get a backup match as well. But a lot of awesome modern content. We've seen some interesting matchups. Maybe Merfolk is not on a lot of people's radar, but it was interesting to see a master of his craft at work there in Nikachu.
Absolutely. I mean, Merfolk's one of those decks that, a lot of people will write off as like not a serious contender in the format, but the people who really are dedicated to playing Merfolk, I mean, they study it very seriously, right? Like they really try to master the deck and the matchups and everything. I mean, there is a full coffee table hardbound book about Merfolk in the format. There's so much to learn and study, and I think it is very cool to watch someone who is a master of that.
What is going on, everybody? Can you guys hear me?
Merfolk. Here
Yes,
we go.
hello.
Christian Valenti, congratulations on winning that match. That was one heck of a match. Talk to me about what was going through your head in that third game.
Well, we were talking about the match after the fact, and he asked if I had a plan for. Apparently, he had a Tidebinder in his hand when I broke my fetch lands on turn 2 and didn't go for it. I believe I already had the subtlety at that point, so it just would have been a completely different game, right? I would have gotten 2 for 1 early.
Mhm.
Uh, because I would have had to fight over my lands. Very important to get basics and play against them and protect my
Yeah,
life total with the island even. Uh, but once we got going and I had the Phages in my graveyard, I was pretty sure I was ahead, and it was just about tying up the loose ends.
right. Now, I gotta ask, because my favorite moment from game 3 there was, you fetched out the plains and the island,
Hmm.
and then the next turn you shocked in your Hollowed Fountain,
Hmm.
played the Mole Drifter, all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
The following turn, I was telling to Devin, I was like, it's going to be so sick if he has the planes in
Yeah.
hand. And if he sandbagged it by shocking in the Hollowed Fountain, baited out a
Yep.
Harbinger. I have to know, did you have the planes when you shocked in the
I did.
Hollowed
Yeah,
Fountain?
yeah, yeah. I was
Oh,
sandbagging it. I was
let's
sandbagging it.
Yes.
go.
Uh, I actually, my original plan was so Supreme Verdict is the best card in the matchup against them, right? I have
Yes.
Marches in my main deck to deal with creature lands,
Hmm.
or Urza Sagas, what have you. So I actually when there were 3 lands in play, the Mutavault was not in play yet. The Mutavault was Nikachu's 4th land,
Hmm.
and I actually wanted to hold on to the Supreme Verdict even longer and just have that be basically the last card that I play once he's assembled a board.
Yeah.
Uh, but that gets a little scary. They have so many flash threats, right?
Right.
And protecting your life total is so important because if you let them get to a point where they can just make one big attack and protect it, then they win on the
Hmm.
spot, right? And then all of my extra resources that I've accrued don't matter. So you really do want to protect your life total. But yeah, I mean that was worth 2 points of damage, right? I want to make sure that I
Yeah.
have the Plains Verdict ready to go.
Right. Yeah. I
Yeah.
thought it was extremely well executed. Very, very nicely played.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Yeah, the other interesting thing that I found about game number three specifically was the sequencing of, Nikachu had the turn one Tide Shaper, and you just
Hmm.
kind of left the fetch lands uncracked for a little bit.
Yep.
And, that is, not only playing around the Tide Binder, but also the Spreading Seas or potential, other Tide Shapers. So yeah, I thought that was pretty nice as well. As far as the red source is concerned, did you in that game three? I noticed the first four lands you didn't play red source. Were you sandbagging your red source too for future tide shapers, spreading seas, things like that?
My plan was I always had the one fetch land that could get the red source if needed. Uh, Once I drew 2 cards the second time off Null Drifter, my 2 draws from that ability were Elegant Parlor and Sacred Foundry. So I had my red
Mm,
sources from that point
sure.
on. But Pyroclasm, it's a little fragile, right? Right? They can counter it. They can interact with that a lot
Yeah.
better than Supreme Verdict. So and I wasn't gonna die before turn 4, right? So it just felt more important to cement my 2 white sources for Supreme Verdict around the Harbinger and stuff like that. Uh, Also, I'm never gonna need the second red early, right? My list, I'm not playing Discharge. So
Mhm.
the only thing I ever need 2 red for is an Escape Flage. So there's just not a large priority in getting that into play early.
Yeah, totally. Well, how do you feel kind of going into this weekend? How do you feel positioned?
I
Are
think
you
I think the deck is incredible. I mean, I've been playing the deck since before Amsterdam. I played it in Amsterdam. I played
Mhm.
it pretty much all through Nadu, and I would be misleading people if I said I thought it was the best deck in the format during Nadu, right? That would be disingenuous.
Sure.
But I do think that my energy matchup is great. I think that my Tron matchup and Eldrazi matchup, which are notorious, but historically not good for a deck like mine, I think they're totally winnable. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I like where the deck's positioned quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it
Perfect.
looks very strong and you clearly are very good at piloting it. So I hope you'll keep seeing really great matches this
Thanks so much. I
weekend. And
appreciate it. I'm still roughly chasing the season invitational spot. I've got like
mhm.
42 points, I think, so I'm pretty far down there. But hoping
Just
for a
win the
good
whole
couple of
thing.
results. Yeah, exactly right. That's the easy
Yeah.
mode.
Win both days.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no
just win
right,
both
no
days.
doubt.
Easy.
All right. Well, Christian, thank you very much for taking the time, and best of luck in the rest.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you guys.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, that was Christian Valenti after defeating Nikachu in 2-1. And I believe it looks like we do not have a backup match for you guys. I think the round is just about to be turned over, only about 5 matches outstanding. So, not quite enough time to get to a backup match. But we will be back in just a bit with round number 3. So, do not go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NRG Series 10K Showdown in Chicagoland. Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake, joined by Niall, and we are going to be just starting round number 3 here. We've seen some really interesting magic over the first couple of rounds, Niall, and we got some players in our feature match area that you may have heard of before, and some interesting decks to take a look at. So, as far as moving forward, what are you looking forward to for the rest of this event?
I mean, I think a lot of the current meta modern decks are pretty fun to watch. I know right now in the feature match we have Domain Zoo, which I think is always an exciting deck to see. Personally, I'm hoping at some point today we get to see a Yawgmoth deck, but that's just because I am a lover of Young Wolves. But yeah, I mean, there feels like there's such deck diversity in the format right now, and I'm ready to see it all. What about you?
Same. Yeah, I'm very interested to see, like you mentioned, this Domain Zoo deck that we have, piloted by Zoe Rearderman. This should be a very, very interesting matchup, and should be, quite fun to watch. So, but before we get you down to the feature match area, we wanted to kind of talk about what is happening next year on the NRG series. We have a couple of dates lined up, not quite the formats yet. But February 1st through the 2nd, we're going to be in Chicagoland. That'll be a 10K showdown on Saturday and a 10K team event on Sunday, team trial. May 10th and 11th, again, Chicagoland. That's going to be 10K showdown on Saturday, followed by a 5K trial on Sunday. March 15th and 16th in Madison. That'll be a 10K on Saturday and a 5K on Sunday. And wrapping it up in season 1, June 28th and the 29th in Indianapolis, 10K showdown, followed by a 10K team showdown. And you'll notice that there are 2 team events. And that's going to be, a common occurrence for throughout the first season and the second season of the NRG series in 2025. We're kind of shifting around the events, and in terms of more team events, we want to get more team events out there. So because I know that the people at home love watching team events, and they are a lot of fun to play.
Absolutely. I love playing team events. I personally wish just about every event I played in could be a team event. I think they're exciting to play, exciting to watch. So, really cool that NRG is doing that next year.
Absolutely. But I believe, with all of that said, I believe the players are just about ready to get started. And yes, we have Ryan Munaz on the left of your screen on Boros Energy against Zoe Riedemann on the right, playing a Domain Zoo, as we talked about. So both players playing Giganta. We see that, a very common occurrence here in
Mhm.
the modern format. But Zoe is the Domain Zoo deck is really trying to utilize things like Lane Line of the Guild Pact to power out stuff like Territorial Kavu, Scion of Draco, burn spells like Tribal Flames, and removal spells like Leyline Binding. And then for Ryan, just kind of the tried and true Boros energy. Not a ton of fancy stuff going on. As far as the matchup is concerned now, who do you like in this particular matchup?
I think that's tough. I mean, I think really for Zoe, it depends on how explosive is her start. She has a lot of starts of the game that can be extremely impactful, and I think can just sort of run away with it before Ryan can get anything done. As we're going to see a static prison on this Ragavan. Uh, Whereas I feel like Ryan, the longer the game goes on, just might be better and better for him. Also, interesting in Ryan's deck here, we have two main deck Blood Moons and one in the side, which
Mm.
could prove to be extremely valuable in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, we mentioned the Domain Zoo deck is in the as it's in the name does have 5 colors worth of mana. But what's interesting is, specifically when it comes to Leyline of the Guild Pact versus something like Blood Moon, there's kind of some weird like timing and timestamp things that come into
Hmm.
play. But, without the lane line, Zoe is, going to be at the mercy of whether or not Ryan does have it. And I believe I took a look at Ryan's hand. I think I did spot a Blood Moon in there alongside, looks like Ragavan, an additional copy of the One Ring. So, if Ryan can deploy that Blood Moon next turn, maybe even find a basic planes, you got to assume Ryan's probably in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm positive we have the Blood Moon. I think you might also have a land. So yeah, could really just put Zoe in an extremely tough spot very early on. So we're going to see a lightning bolt on Ryan's instep, taking care of the Amped Raptor.
Keep
And
the
there's
board
going to be the
clear.
Kavu on turn 3 for Zoe with a fetch land up. So at least when the Blood Moon comes down, we can, maybe go find one of our basics.
Yeah, the other interesting thing too is Zoe is playing 3 copies of Stubborn Denial in her main deck. So, if Ryan were to go for a Blood Moon this turn on 3 lands, even without a 4, well, does have the 4 power creature anyways. But yeah, even if the Kavu wasn't there, still would not be able to pay for the stub. But that is another aspect of this that Zoe, with 1 mana untapped, will always have the ability to Stubborn Denial that Blood Moon.
And it looks like the land that Ryan had was the Elegant Parlor. So only gonna have 2 mana this turn. Not enough for a Blood Moon, enough for a Ragavan Ocelot Pride, which also very, very powerful, as Zoe is gonna go ahead and fetch down to a Surveil land of her own.
Yeah, and all 5 colors of mana online here for Zoe. So things like Leyline Binding, Tribal Flames, Territorial Kavu, all fully online. Puts a Flooded Strand into the graveyard. Can't quite get a good look of what Zoe is. Whoa, I saw 2 Tribal Flames. Never mind. That's a lot of damage.
I think there's a Bowmasters in there as well.
Pretty good hand here for Zoe.
So we'll attack, have a Kavu trigger. It's like
Yeah,
just exiling a raptor from the graveyard.
Yeah, and if you're in Ryan's seat, you're like, Zoe's 3 cards in hands, and we're not discarding cards with Kavu. You gotta be a little bit worried about that if you're Ryan.
Hmm.
But we mentioned Zoe does not currently have access to a Stubborn Denial. So this Blood Moon, if Ryan were to go for it, will resolve.
Yeah, we'll see if he wants to just jam it here.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because if you're in Ryan's seed, there's a couple of things to consider. There's no basic planes, so if you cast the Blood Moon, you are sort of locking yourself out of white mana, at least for the time being. And the other thing to consider is, if you don't cast it this turn, maybe Zoe has a follow up
Mhm.
of Tribal Flames or something like that. So yeah, looks like Ryan is choosing to not cast that Blood Moon, and with two Tribal Flames in hand now, this game might just be over next turn, depending.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely close. I mean, Zoe's very close to just having this wrapped up.
Looks like she picked up a Leyline of the Guild Pact. Not the best
Yeah,
draw step, but can discard that to the Kavu.
can discard it to the Kavu. I'll have to see what this attack from Zoe ends up looking like.
Yeah, the other thing is, Zoe kind of wants to loot away the ley line to try and find land 4 to cast the Tribal Flames. But if Zoe attacks with the Kavu, you have to imagine Ryan is probably just going to chump block with the cat token to flip
Mhm.
the Ajani. But then if that happens, maybe Zoe can Tribal Flames the Ajani. But she decides to just pick up Giganta and pass. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. And I mean, Ryan has really set himself up now to be able to play Blood Moon pretty well. Looks like we picked up a Guide of Souls. It is Guide, Blood Moon, Ring in hand for Ryan. Uh, but yeah, I mean, before, we had the Ajani, the Ocelot Bride. Really, as you said, don't want to turn off the white mana with cards like that in hand. But I mean, maybe now a little more likely. Although the Guide of Souls, such an important creature, so impactful for this deck that maybe he just wants to get that out this turn. We'll see.
Yeah, the other interesting thing is I don't know if Ryan is debating on whether or not we want to keep the Static Prison because we haven't
Hmm.
motioned to that. If he goes to cast a spell, we can have the judges go over there. Okay, we are thinking about it. Yeah, he's choosing to sacrifice the Static Prison, which kind of makes sense because the Ragavan on Zoe's side of things doesn't really do a ton on this board. You have it checked by
Hmm.
the Ocelot Pride. You have a bunch of other blockers. And love this attack too, because if any of the cats die in combat, you can flip the Ajani and start, going to town with that. So yeah, Ryan
Right.
now with that Blood Moon really in a very, very commanding position.
Yeah. And the Kavu much weaker now.
Yeah. Was a 5/5, now only a 1/1.
Yeah.
As far as basic lands are concerned, Zoe does have one basic plains in her deck, so maybe she can draw that to find a second type for the Kavu and the Tribal Flames. But other than that one plains, doesn't really have a ton of good draw steps here.
Yeah. I was trying to go back over to Zoe. Looks like a Scion
Yeah,
picked up at a pretty awkward time.
would have been real good last turn.
Would have been very nice last turn.
Yeah, looks like the hand is Tribal Flames, Leyline, Giganta, and that Scion. So, I mean, can cast a 2 mana sorcery that deals 1 damage, maybe to
Ooh.
kill the Ocelot Pride, but then that flips the Ajani, and that also creates other problems. So, yeah, this one's looking really tough here for Zoe.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what her line out of this is. And I mean, I don't know if she really has one at this point. I mean, the combination of the Blood Moon and also just the devastating board Ryan has been able to put together, it's just a lot to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of exactly the one planes and a leyline binding, because the binding would cost 4. So if her draw steps, the next 2 turns are exactly planes binding, and she has the much time, but I also don't even think she has that much time because Ryan's board is just growing every single turn.
Yeah, I can't imagine she's getting 2 whole turns. I mean, even if she does, we get 2 turns, life total's gotta be extremely low at that point, and then we tap out to get rid of the Blood Moon, and then what? Looks
This
like
is a pretty
attacking.
interesting Yeah, very interesting attack here for Zoe. And I think what she's maybe thinking is if Ryan blocks one of, because she's, 3/1/1s in the Ragavan. If Ryan blocks one of the 1/1s with the Ajani, if he can finish it off with the Treble Flames.
Oh, maybe.
But yeah, Ryan probably just gonna block the Ragavan with the cat and take 3. Okay. Well, yeah, this is fine too because the Ajani transforms before she has the ability to Treble Flames the Ajani.
Yeah. Go. So
Okay, what happened?
the Ragavan and the, it looks like we're not flipping the Ajani, which means
The
the
Ajani didn't
Flames
flip.
is going to take care of it.
Okay. Okay,
Huge
hold
play
on.
from Zoe. I
All
mean, we do
right.
have a Ragavan to deal with now, but
We've
still.
answered one problem. That's not exactly how I thought this combat step would end. So we see an attack here for 5. That's going to put Zoe down to 8. And Ragavan hit, and that is also going to give Ryan access to white mana. So has the ability to play the Guide of Souls or just cast the One Ring. So we'll see what Ryan chooses to do there. Presumably just cast the One Ring, because that probably will eventually find more white sources, but we're going to go for the Guide of Souls. Looks like a Raptor as well. Yeah, okay.
That's pretty good. Gonna go up to what, 4 energy?
Yeah, and that can hit. Ooh, that's pretty good. So down to 1, back up to 2 energy. Kill the Bowmaster. Yeah, now Zoe basically has no battlefield and only red mana. So presumably this is going to be going in favor of Ryan here in just a moment. Zoe's going to take a draw step. Found a bolt, but probably a little too late.
Probably a little too late. Yeah, I mean, this board is just devastating.
Yeah, and Zoe is going to pack it up. So game number 1 going to our Boros Energy player, Ryan Munoz, on the left of your screen. So, I mean, that is sort of how we predicted the matchup. If Zoe doesn't have the very powerful Leyline plus Scion start, I think in most of those situations, Ryan is going to be ahead, and the fact that Ryan has access to Blood Moon, which also came up. So that is sort of exactly how we drew it up, I guess, if you're Ryan. Now, as far as sideboards are concerned, maybe we can get a look at those on screen here for you in just a moment. Zoe working with a Soulless Jailer, a couple of Consigned to Memories, 3 Pyroclasm, a Mystical Dispute, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Ghost Vacuum, and 2 Damping Sphere. Got to look towards those Pyroclasms, but if you're a Zoe side of things, is there anything else you want besides the Pyroclasms?
Yeah, I mean, maybe you are interested in the wear tear when you've seen, main deck Blood Moon, as well as stuff like Static Prison, things like that. Maybe you're even interested in some of these graveyard hate kind of cards. I think if you're Zoe, you have a handful of cards that you could bring in depending on how you feel like this Boros Energy deck is built and is planning to go up against you. What do you think Zoe might be wanting to take out here?
So as far as cards to take out, I'm not generally a huge fan of Ragavan in this matchup because it just kind of gets stonewalled by not only stonewalled by Ocelot Pride, but also not that great into an Ajani because they just trade with the cat token. So I
Yeah.
think Zoe probably wants to cut her Ragavans. Tidebinder is a bit interesting. It's slow, especially against the start of 1 drop into 2 drop, which Boros frequently does. But that being said, it is decent against Flage. So yeah, maybe the Tidebinders. But let's go ahead and take a look at Ryan's deck list. We did take a look at the main deck Blood Moons. There is a 3rd copy in the sideboard, alongside some Charmaws, a Fear Fire Foes, 2 Orms Chant, a Surgical and Exercise Reprieve, 2 Thraben Charm, an Untimely Malfunction, and a Damping Sphere. Anything you like here from Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, really like a ton of cards here in the sideboard. I mean, maybe we are interested in this exercise. Maybe, I mean, surely we're bringing in this other blood moon.
Mhm.
I don't know. What else do you think from this
Could maybe do
sideboard?
the Thraben charms to be able to fight over, bigger creatures, things
Hmm.
like that. Like you said, the exercise to be able to kill the ley lines, because that is a big part of this matchup. Fear Fire foes could be interesting against Ragavan and Bowmasters, but there are some larger creatures. And then, yeah, definitely the Blood Moon. So we will have to see exactly how Ryan shows the sideboard as we get back down to the match here. And players looking at opening hands. Looks like Zoe is on. I can't tell if that's Zoe on 6 or Ryan on 6. Looks like Ryan.
Ryan. And looks
And
like
see if
Zoe
we
has
get
a
a.
ley line and a ghost
There it
vacuum in
is.
hand.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the ghost vacuums were going to come in, but they do make sense against Flage.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
Looks like
this
we
is how
also have
you
a
draw it up.
Scion.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's Ghost Vacuum on your screen. A bit of a newer card here from Duskmourn, similar to cards you may have seen in the past, like Nihil Spellbomb, Relic of Progenitus, Soul Guide Lantern, but just like another way to do that. And if the game goes long, you make a couple of spirits, can't be that bad.
Mhm.
Yeah, Zoe actually choosing to hold up mana on turn 1 instead of deploying the Ghost Vacuum looks like potentially a ley line binding. And she is choosing not to, presumably not to binding the Pride and just going to get a Surveil land here, would be my guess.
Mhm. Yep, gonna go ahead and get the Thundering Falls and Surveil off the top here.
But yeah, if you're Zoe, this is exactly how you draw it up here. Just the turn 0 ley line with the Scion in hand, and things are off to the races. And really, if Ryan's going to compete in this game, we're going to need to find an answer for that ley line stat, because
Yeah.
that is basically that is a 4/4 with 5 keywords on it, which
Yeah.
got a lot of text.
Very, I mean, we talked about Zoe needs these explosive starts, and this is definitely it. We'll see how prepared Ryan is for it.
I think I caught a glimpse of a static prison in Ryan's hand. I think the second land, funny enough, is Arena of Glory, which a bit awkward with basic planes on turn 1.
Hmm.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure Ryan does have a prison.
Yes, there's
And
the prison.
yeah. All right, so Leyline answered for Ryan, which is no, don't quite have the city's blessing. Not quite
Not
10.
quite. A few permanents short of City's
Yeah,
Blessing.
just a couple. And we'll ship it back to Zoe. Now, that does mean that Zoe's start is a little less appealing, but I mean, hey, she's still got a 4/4 flyer, so
Yeah.
can't be too upset about that. Didn't quite get a good look of what she was working with. I know she had a leyline binding. Um, Not sure what other lands we have to work with, because right now we're only representing Grixis mana, which is a bit awkward because a lot of her threats, Territorial Kavu can't be
Hmm.
cast, Flage as of right now can't be cast, Binding can't be cast, so and it looks like she does not have a third land.
Does not have a third land. We are going to go ahead and pay for the prison. We're also going to go ahead and get another energy off of our land drop and swing in with the Pride. Start making some cats.
Yeah, we'll see what the follow-up is here for Ryan. Looks like
Ooh.
Discharge. That'll take care of the Scion. Up to 5 energy, down to 1.
Extremely powerful card. The Guide of
Yeah.
Souls. Just go ahead
Guide.
and eat the card from the graveyard. Just keep the graveyard empty.
Yeah, the Guide of Soul is kind of perfect here with the Ocelot Pride. That's going to make sure that the energy keeps flowing, because there is definitely some tension. Excuse me, some tension with Static Prison,
Mm-hmm.
where if your Guide of Souls, like if all of your Guide of Souls dies, ooh, there's a Pyroclasm.
Oh,
That's big.
huge pyroclasm from Zoe there.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, that the Guide of Souls dying is going to mean that Ryan's sort of maybe out of energy generation for the time being. Uh, my goodness. Well, there's 3 energy.
Yeah,
But
and I
you know
mean,
what's this is weird though now because Ryan's gonna cast the Blood Moon, but
yeah,
doesn't have energy to pay for the prison. And
right.
now, if the prison goes away, the ley line, I believe, Jack can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's time stamped, or maybe it's
Mm,
not. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% positive. We'll get chat to correct us on that. It might still not affect the non basics though.
yeah, well, we're gonna swing him with this raptor.
Okay, chat's telling me that it is timestamped, but yeah, Ryan also still does have the Thraben Charm in hand, so
And looks like Zoe responding to the Thraben Charm with a Leyline Binding on the Blood Moon.
all right. So not full domain, but Zoe now still has access to Grixis mana.
Right? And we know there's a Stubborn Denial in hand.
Yeah. This is an interesting game.
Very interesting. Getting in with our Amp Raptor. There is a Discharge in hand for Ryan.
Yeah, worth pointing out. This is, I believe, the graphic. Yeah, right as we said that, the graphic got updated. This is game number 2. Ryan is currently up a game, so that is these are post board games where Ryan has access to the Thraben Charm. We see a bombardment into the graveyard, and Giganta picked up here for Ryan. That is a big ghost vacuum. Only one creature under it. The Goddess Souls. Maybe
Cut 3 ley lines in Zoe's hand.
I did not get a good glimpse of it, but if that's the case, that is that's tough.
They're minimum 2. I feel
Okay.
positive they're minimum 2.
Oh my goodness. That's not where you want those ley lines, Niall.
It is not where you want them. Okay, so now we have domain. We have full domain. But the life total getting a bit low for Zoe here.
Yeah, Zoe already on 9 life. Looks like okay,
Oh,
Flage is pretty good.
that helps that problem.
She does have a very, very stocked graveyard. I think you're right. I think there are 3 ley lines in Zoe's hand. Yeah, I think it's 3 ley lines and a stub.
And Devin, what do you think the odds are that the second activated ability of Ghost Vacuum becomes relevant this game?
I feel like it's unlikely because if Zoe draws land 4, she's just going to slam Flage, and I would guess that Flage ends the game before we get to that point, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We got a hasty Giganta.
Hasted Giganta.
I gotta tell you, this is I don't know if you have the same experience, but this is one of the best Giganta decks I've ever played, just because of how sick Arena of Glory is with Giganta.
Oh, it's so good. It's crazy. Yeah, that is 3 ley lines. Brutal.
And Zoe not being able to find land number 4 means the Bowmaster, or excuse me, the Flage is offline for a turn.
Yeah.
But we have some chump blockers here with Bowmaster.
Mm-hmm. And an Ocelot Pride.
All right, big draw step here for Zoe. Does she find land number 4? It kind of has to be this turn. I think it was a Bolt.
Yeah, she's in a rough spot. The downside, it was a Bolt. The downside to running, these cards you can get out for free at the beginning of the game is sometimes you just draw them. And sometimes you draw 3 of them.
Yeah, and so with Zoe on 7, let's assume for the sake of argument that Ryan has nothing, right? Surveils
Yeah.
graveyards, doesn't find anything.
Sure.
Zoe can Lightning Bolt the Ocelot Pride, take 5 from Giganta, go to 2, and then draw a white fetch land, either a Mesa or a Strand, to go get the basic planes, go to 1 to cast the Flage.
Yeah, could. I mean, can also potentially jump the Giganta if needed.
True.
Put
Yeah.
a
Now
little
we're not
more
jumping
happen. Oh,
anything.
well,
Yeah, there goes that plan. So yeah, now I think it has to be bolt the pride and draw exactly a white fetch land because
mhm.
Shockland's not going to do it since we're going to be at 2.
Yeah.
All right, big draw step.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Wear
not
tear is
quite.
not what you want. All right, and that is going to be it. A GG from Zoe.
God, 3 ley
Really,
lines.
really brutal one there.
Yeah, that is as we talked about, the ley line Scion start very good for Zoe. But does need to follow that up. And especially in the post board game, Zoe, Ryan does have a lot more answers to the ley line Scion starts, and that's kind of exactly how we saw the games play out.
Yeah, I mean, Zoe got her explosive start. We just weren't able to maintain it or follow up on it in the way we wanted. And just getting stuck on lands there and 3 ley lines in hand. That is so, so brutal. But, very well played from Ryan. Congratulations on taking down this round. And I think we have a backup match, Devin, that we can pop over to once we are ready.
We're going to do I believe we're looking at doing an interview with Ryan beforehand, and then we may have, we'll see if we have time to get to the backup match. So we'll get you an interview. We're getting Ryan in the booth in just a moment here. We're getting that set up. But yeah, as far as the matchup is concerned, I think that's sort of exactly how we anticipated the matchup to go, where if Zoe has the Leyline Scion unchecked, which, both games for Ryan, it was checked in that case. And like you said, just really rough draws there for Zoe with the 3 ley lines. I will point out, excuse me, Gigantha did a lot of damage that game. I believe it did
Oh,
15
absolutely.
damage.
Yeah. Gigantha was the MVP of that last game for sure. But also, Ryan very heavily rewarded for his main deck Blood Moons. This is absolutely a match where that is going to probably feel just about at the best that it's going to feel. But, definitely paid off in a big way for him.
Absolutely. So I think we're just getting the final touches ready on the interview. Here we go. Ryan Munoz, congratulations on advancing 2-3-0 in the NRG Showdown. As far as the matchup is concerned, talk to me about what was maybe going through your head playing against the Domain Zoo deck.
Um, Thanks, by the way. Zoo's really 50-50 match, in my opinion. I mean, Blood Moon in the main really helps out with another one on the side. Um, it's funny. You ask the Zoo player, they're going to say they're favored. You ask the Boros player, they're going to say they're favored. I think the draw really depends on it. As you could see, game 2, she opened up with Leyline and Scion, and I was still able to get around that. Um, I don't know. I think the low to the ground, going wide plan pre-board is really good for game 1. Game 2, you have to play around pyroclasms. As you can see, it's still I got pyroclasm, but Giganta was able to finish the job. Arena Glory is a really fun card.
Yeah, we were talking about how, this really feels like one of the best decks to play Gigantha in because Arena of Glory just makes it feel so much more relevant,
Yeah,
being able to haste it out like that.
yeah, Dingo has moved up to 3, which I still only have the 2, but it's that
Mhm.
good where you could play and utilize it the best in my opinion. Jerry Thompson, back a month ago or whatever, actually got me off of Giganta to try Skyclave, and that just felt like a mistake for the weekend. I know Devin's talked about it on stream, so it's like, making your choice there but it's a free card. It does so much. It's hard to get rid of it.
Yeah, I was like you mentioned, I was a big fan of the Skyclave list for a while after Dre posted that, but it just like the amount of times that you play Gigantha and either give it haste or haste and +2/+2 and flying with Guide of Souls, it's just it's kind of wild.
Yeah,
Um,
I've heard a lot of stories with the Guide of Souls. I've yet to do it yet. I've been playing this deck for 3 months, and I never have Guide. They always kill it.
yeah. Yeah, as far as the deck is concerned, I mean, it looks pretty standard stuff here. I've seen a lot more Boros lists recently move away from lightning bolts and kind of more on the maximum static prisons and discharges, and that is what you've chosen to do this weekend. Is that just a case of lightning bolt not being good in the format anymore, or?
So my main thing was going off of Oculus. I think the Frog matchup is really good for me, in my opinion. but Oculus gives them that advantage. Lightning Bolt really doesn't do anything against them. So building up my energy for Discharge and Static Prison, I feel like are just cleaner removal spells. I haven't really missed it. I've been off of the bolt for a couple weeks now, and all my matchups seem pretty good. I mean, the mirror having more spot removal is good, but you don't even need it when you have bombardment and Johnny's and post board. You get Fear Fire foes, even though they have bombardment. You got to play around it, but I just think it's not as good as it used to be. Every card gets power crept out of everything, but I still love Bolt, and if I could play it, I would. But honestly, I just don't think it's correct right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, very well played and well navigated in that last match, and hope that you continue to crush this event this weekend. How are you feeling just overall? How's your deck positioned? How do you feel?
I mean, Boros is clearly one of the best decks in the format, if not the best deck. I feel very good. I've been playing it for 3 months now. I feel like I'm piloting it better. I'm very confident. I was a little nervous coming here. I don't really play the bigger tournaments, but I wanted to come and test it out, and we're 3-0, so let's keep going.
Yeah, absolutely.
Off to a good start. So, yeah, Ryan, congratulations again. We wish you the best of luck, and thanks for taking the time for the interview.
Hey, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So that is Ryan Munoz advancing to 3-0. And I believe, as you alluded to earlier, Niall, we got a little bit of a backup matchup for you. So let's see if we can head on down to that. We have Theo Jung on the left. These players are both 2-0. And Andrew Ellenbogen on the right. This is going to be Demir combo, as Theo puts it. We use the term combo loosely, the combo being Unearth plus Oculus. And Andrew Ellenbogen playing Mono Green Eldrazi with well, see, this is the real combo deck, Niall.
Yeah, it looks like we are starting off here with a Delighted Halfling that is just going to get dealt with immediately and swiftly.
Yeah, and so Andrew Ellenbogen, this is listed as Mono Green Eldrazi. Andrew's actually playing the Basking Broodschale Blade of the Bloodchief combo deck, which is a deck that has been sort of picking up in steam a little bit. I believe it was Matt Nass who took down an RCQ somewhat recently with a different version of this deck, and it's kind of been picking up a lot. If you assemble Broodschale plus Blade of the Bloodchief, that provides you infinite mana and an infinitely large Basking Broodschale, and then from there, your main way to kill is with the one of Walking Ballista. So we'll have to see if that, if Andrew is able to set up the combo, and Theo just kind of playing the more traditional blue-black. Well, I guess I say traditional, but there's, these decks now, they have been moving away from Murktide recently.
Yeah, no, I feel like there's been a ton of evolution and iteration on these Demir lists recently. So always very interesting to see kind of what version and specific number of things that people end up bringing into these. Looks like we're going to get a root scale, and it is going to just get spell snared immediately. And another one that this one might get to resolve.
Do we have a second spell snare? Yeah, Andrew Ellenbogen also deploying 4 Glaring Fleshrakers. And I think an interesting part of this kind of Eldrazi combo deck is it can kind of just win a normal game of Magic with Fleshraker generating some creatures that deal damage to Theo. You can use the One Ring to draw some cards. So it is it is a 4 Urza Saga deck too, which that certainly can win games by itself. So it does have ways to win even without the combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And here comes the Oculus for Theo. Gonna exile 6 cards from the yard here.
And there it is. There is the eye. This is a card from Duskmourn. Very, recent card here that we see, been popping up a ton recently. And, I really didn't think that we would be power creeping Murktide Regent, but Niall, here we are, Abhorrent Oculus just all over the place here.
This card feels so disgusting whenever you get to play it. I mean, we're going to Manifest Dread at the start of all of Andrew's upkeeps. Get our creature here. It looks like we're going to go ahead and equip.
Yeah, this is the infinite combo. So, Andrew explaining, we've made 30 Sponto. We have 30 colorless mana floating. We have an infinitely large brood scale. For those of you who don't know how the combo works, I'll just kind of explain it briefly. So, brood scale has a line of text on it that says whenever a +1/+1 counter is put onto it, you can create a spawn token. Blade says whenever a creature dies, you put a counter on equipped creature. So you sack the spawn token, put the counter on the brood scale, that makes a spawn. Rinse, repeat, infinite mana, and then eventually get to either Ballista or Glaring Fleshraker, and that's game number one. So
Yeah.
I don't know if we have sideboards here for you in just a moment, but as far as that was concerned, as far as that matchup is concerned, yeah, interesting to see the combo play out. So Theo playing the Demir Oculus deck. We got 3 Graveyard Trespassers, 2 Harbingers, 4 Consigned Memories, 3 Thoughtseize, 2 Mystical Dispute, and a Toxic Deluge. I mean, playing against Eldrazi, probably want the Consigned Memory seemed like a slam dunk
Oh,
here.
yeah, you got to be so happy to have 4 consigns in the sideboard right now. What do you think about a card like Thoughtseize here?
Because Andrew's deck is kind of more focused on the combo, I don't hate it. Although, if the game does come down to like a fair fight, then Thoughtseize against Urza Saga isn't the best lineup. So
Mhm.
it's that's kind of close. Kind of depends on how many things that Theo has to board out. Like maybe the Force Negations can come out, maybe the
Mhm.
Orcish Bowmasters, things like that. So there's an Anoint with Affliction in Theo's main deck too, which I love quite a bit, especially for the Oculus mirrors.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so that is Theo's deck list, and then as far as Andrew's is concerned, the sideboard we're looking at 1 Haywire Might, 2 Pick Your Poison, 3 Veil of Summer, 3 Dismember, 1 Cage, 1 Needle, 1 Vexing Bauble, 1 Gemstone Caverns, and 2 Damping Sphere. Gotta love the Veil of Summers, probably the Dismembers against Oculus, and then
Mhm.
past that, not sure if there's anything else here.
Do you think you bring in the Pick Your Poisons ever?
It's interesting where it is good against Oculus, but the problem, yeah, I guess the issue is like Theo has the unearths to get them back, and Theo's going to
Mhm.
be up a 2-2 in the exchange, but maybe
Mhm.
you just don't care that much about the 2-2. You just care about getting the Oculus off the battlefield.
Do you think you just swap a land for this Gemstone Cavern every game that you're on the draw?
I would guess. I would guess that's likely Andrew's plan. Maybe you're cutting a spell for it because it looks like we are on 20. Okay, we're on 23 lands. I hate and Melee likes to put the Urza sagas not with the
Oh,
rest of
yeah,
the
yeah.
lands, so it's always confusing. So yeah, 23 lands. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at game number 2 as we saw, Andrew take down game number 1 with the combo. So we'll see if we can do that again.
Yeah, and I mean, worth noting that Andrew had kind of the nuts there, right? Like, not only did he have all the pieces he needed, he had a redundancy of the pieces, that could be countered. Also, just had the Walking Ballista, which is a one of in the deck. Um, so, oh, and the caverns, the gemstone caverns,
Yeah, we asked about
another
it.
one of.
Yeah, wasn't sure if it was gonna. Well, we knew it was gonna come in, but we weren't sure if it was going to.
Oh, and there's the Thoughtseize, another card we were considering.
It would have been sick if Andrew had the veil there, just like Gemstone Caverns Veil your Thoughtseize in the draw, but
Oh.
not the full Monty. But Andrew's hand's pretty good. There's a Kozilek's Command, a Rumble, and a Ring, along with a couple of lands. Yeah, gonna decide to take the Rumble. Now, this is sort of what I was worried about, where Theo is maybe boards in the hand disruption and maybe just gets buried by a Saga.
Mhm.
But maybe it's possible that if Theo is much happier playing that sort of fair game against Urza Saga, because just with a removal spell or two can take care of the constructs, and as long as he's not worried about the combo, maybe that's a place that he doesn't mind being here. See, Ellenbogen draw for turn has the ability to make a construct token. We got a reader on Gemstone Caverns. That one cannot produce colorless mana if the counter is on. I
And
think
we're
that's what
going
we
to
were
go
thinking
ahead and
about.
fetch here for Theo. I'm gonna surveil.
Yeah, and with land 4 rolled up, land 4 and the One Ring both face up here for Andrew, so that is something that Theo definitely has to worry about next turn.
We're going to bin a Spell Snare off of that. And play another fetch land, and looks like we might just be passing as Andrew makes a construct at end of turn here.
And I'm curious to see if Andrew... Okay, we're going to decide to make another construct instead of going for the One Ring.
Yep. So now we are resolving our Urza Saga. Getting Springleaf Drum.
Yes, now the constructs are 3/3s. Theo already on 15. So those constructs hitting for a good chunk of damage here. Maybe Andrew has a land and another 1-mana artifact to follow up. Now just an attack for 3. And yeah, we are going to... Is that a Shoot the Sheriff, I think?
That is a Shoot the Sheriff. And then we'll go ahead and fetch again. Perhaps surveilling once more.
And does Theo... Yeah, Theo does have 2 surveil lands. Theo is working with, 2 sewers. So does have the second surveil land there. And yeah, I mean, for Theo, has enough cards in the graveyard to maybe get an Oculus into play next turn. That's probably what we're looking for.
Yeah, not bad, that's for sure. I think I did see an Oculus in hand, not 100% sure, but...
Yeah, it's kind of tough to tell. Theo playing a little close to the chest here. See an Unearth. Get that one on top. Can't quite get a good look at the rest. And we do know about the ring in Andrew's hand. Could deploy it this turn if he so chooses, but perhaps doesn't want to just commit a bunch of mana into a potential counterspell, but looks like we are going to be going for that. Yep, it's going to get countered. Oh.
Into the Veil.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, that ring is now going to resolve, and Theo is in a world of hurt here. Facing down, it's the One Ring is a heck of a magic card now, and it's going to provide Andrew a ton of value. Theo also missed a land drop last turn. And now against the One Ring, really needs to find some sort of threat.
So
we are
recycling the
Unearth.
Unearth.
That can't be good news for Theo.
Playing a Verge. I mean,
yeah,
this construct is already a 3/3. We can make it a 4/4.
Yeah, second construct. And this is kind of what I was worried about. Theo, I mean, to be fair, Theo didn't really just have any sort of pressure this game, but just the Saga plan is pretty good against these decks that are trying to trade 1-for-1, right? Where, you just make a construct, they hold up mana, you say, okay, I'll just make another construct, keep doing that for a while. Here's a Glaring Fleshraker.
It's going to get counterspelled.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Theo did have the opportunity to, take the One Ring with the Thoughtseize, but decided to try to keep Andrew off, off curve a little bit by taking the Rumble. And yeah, I mean, Ring is a heck of a card.
Yeah, Ring is one of the cards of all time.
Oh, it is. That's what I've been told.
We'll see. We'll see if Andrew has any follow-up play here, or if we're just going to be getting in for a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I think he's weighing the decision of attacking versus making another construct, because I believe Andrew's already played his land for the turn.
Yeah.
So perhaps could have made the Saga token first and then cast the Fleshraker. But because we decided to cast the Fleshraker first, now has to choose between dealing the damage or making the Saga token. And it looks like we're going to slam a Blade. And is that a Bauble? Vexing
that
Bauble,
that is a Vexing Bauble, yeah. So this is now going to be 5 damage. Taking Theo down to 9.
And we'll have to see what the follow-up is here for Theo. Really, I mean, just
passing.
Yeah, not able to find any sort of pressure. Maybe has a removal spell for that other construct, but not really sure what is in Theo's hand. But gonna need gonna need a bunch of good ones here to fight through this sort of battlefield with. Now you have to worry about the combo with the blade. You have to worry about the constructs, and you still have the One Ring in place. So a lot of problems here for
Okay.
Theo.
And these are going to be 7/7 constructs now.
Yep.
Get another blade out. I mean, this is the thing with, I feel like basically every Urza Saga deck is, there's this A plan that you have to be constantly respecting, but also just the B plan of, these constructs is so strong and also, has to be respected.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Andrew's deck can attack from so many different angles, right? You have the Saga
Mhm.
plan, the combo, the Ring plan, the Fleshraker beatdown plan. Like this sort of brood scale combo deck. I think a lot of people may be associated with it being one dimensional, but it really does have a lot of different options.
Yep, because we're going to see a temple come down for Andrew. And don't forget, we still have this Kozilek's command just face up that both players know about.
It's like Andrew lining up some mana here. So brood scale, presumably with some amount of mana floating to equip.
Yeah. So there should be, what, 1 mana floating plus the gemstone.
Yeah, and then with that one floating, can use that plus the drum to activate the brood scale. And that is going to represent infinite. We'll see if Theo has an answer. Recycling on Earth. And I believe that's going to do it, because that's going to be infinite mana. Kozilek's command can find the ballista, and that is going to be Ellen Bogan advancing 2-0 over Theo Jung.
Yeah, congratulations to Andrew Ellenbogen. I mean, very well played. Extremely crazy games. I mean, having the double brood scale into the one of ballista just in hand game one, and then getting that one of caverns on game two on the draw, just very cool, very sick.
Yeah, and was also able to set up, perfectly. Didn't need to cast the One Ring on turn 4 when he had his 4th mana source. Was able to wait an extra turn to get that Veil of Summer available, and that just kind of
Mhm.
sealed the deal for Andrew. So, congratulations to Andrew in advancing to 3-0. That is going to do it for round number 3. We will be back here in just a little bit with round number 4 action. So don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Chicagoland, where we are featuring the NRG Series 10K Modern Showdown. I am Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake, joined by Niall, and we have some more modern action to bring to you. As we are entering round number 4 of 8 rounds of Swiss, cut to a top 8, and we've got to see some really interesting matches over the course of this event so far, Niall. And we have for people who have been playing modern for the better part of a decade now, you might be familiar with some of the cards in the deck in our first feature match here.
Yeah, we have a very exciting one here. We have a Grixis Death Shadow list, which is currently 3-0 going into round 4, and actually going to be playing against a deck we saw last round, which is Andrew Ellenbogen on this mono green brood scale combo deck. So very excited to see how these two compare. Now, Devin, as someone who streams and plays a ton of modern, what do you think about this matchup?
I mean, it should be pretty interesting. The typical Death Shadow deck does have a lot of cheap interaction, Thoughtseize, Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push, Drown, so potentially able to keep Andrew off the combo. And then, with stuff like Death Shadow paired with maybe Inti or Detective's Phoenix to get it through some chump blockers, like spawn tokens that would be able to chump block. Should be pretty interesting to see how that kind of dynamic shapes up. And I'm very, very excited to see what happens in the match. I believe our players are almost ready, but before we get you down there, we are going to take a look at the leaderboards because we have a lot to play for this weekend. First of all, the Season 2 leaderboard. We have Fletcher Johnson and Cliff Boyardee neck and neck, first and second place. The players in highlighted in orange are already qualified. So Kamari, Garrick, Theo already qualified for the championships. But Zoe, who we saw earlier, also fighting for a potential spot. Reed, Hunter, Andrew Ellenbogen, who, as Niall mentioned, we have in our feature match here, and Charles rounding out the top 10. And then as far as the overall leaderboard for the entire year, where the winner, the person who is in first place gets to be the season MVP, which comes along with it free entry into all events in 2025. Garrick on top at 135, Cliff right behind him at 120, Harrison, Sean in the 118, 113, Connor again, Zoe, who we saw earlier, still in contention, and the players down there as well. And each of these events give out 30 points, so it is not unrealistic for players to jump up. Say somebody like Zoe wins an event, she's at 129. Maybe has a good showing yesterday. Bam, she's within striking range. So a lot still to play for, but we have the match started. So Dale Gamez on the right hand side of your screen, on Crixus Death Shadow, which is deck we have not seen for quite some time, with some interesting additions here. Inti, Psychic Frog, and Detectives Phoenix among those, against Ellenbogen on the Mono Green Eldrazi combo Brute deck. And we'll have to see how this one plays out. This should be a very, very interesting one.
Yeah, very, very interesting indeed. We're starting off with a Bauble and a Fetch here from Dale. So we're looking to find what land we're going to be kicking things off with. It's like just going to be a Raucous Theater, take the Surveil. I mean, if Dale's deck is good at anything, it is filling the graveyard quickly.
Right, and that could potentially be, with threats like Dragon's Rage Channeler and Nethergoyf, really wants to get a lot of stuff into the graveyard early and often, along with, getting some mana value for potential Phoenix down the road, because there's a really cool line where, Dale takes a little bit of damage early, maybe on turn 3 or turn 4, just goes Death Shadow plus Phoenix in the same turn, and that can be a lot of damage out of nowhere that Andrew might not be prepared for.
Yeah, and we're going to play a second Bauble.
Gonna take a look at it.
Yeah.
We got a reader. Is it a bird scale?
I'm not sure.
It's a
Oh, it's
okay.
a Rumble. Oh, it looks like a Pro Tour stamped Rumble.
Ooh, fancy.
Very fancy. So Andrew is going to kick things off with a Forest into a Delighted Halfling. Pretty nice start.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely wants to get some, early mana acceleration here. Dale's gonna take a card off of the Bauble. Looks like picked up a couple of lands. And looking at Dale's hand, it looks like there are a whole bunch of lands. I think I saw at least 4 lands, an Inti, and a Street Wraith. But Inti and Street Wraith kind of cool together.
Yeah, very, very interesting combination of cards. See, as we are fetch shocking this time, down to 16 life.
See what the follow-up is here for Dale. Presumably going to deploy that Inti. See what he does decide to do. And there it is. And if we can get Inti up on the screen here, just so we can kind of showcase exactly what's going on with Inti and Street Wraith. Kind of like, basically what, the Inti, the second line of text, whenever you discard one or more cards, you flip a top card, you can play that until your next end step. So, Dale can cycle the Street Wraith, trigger the Inti, that gets him an extra card in addition to cycling the Street Wraith. So it's a nice way to kind of filter through and just make sure you keep the gas flowing.
Yeah, very, very nice little combo there. It looks like we are back over to Andrew now. He's got this Rumble. I mean, 3 mana is not really the turn that Andrew's deck pops off, right? So next turn things can get scary depending on what happens here, but take a look.
Yeah, this is probably going to be somewhat of a setup turn. Okay, we're going to deploy a Glaring Flesh Raker. That's one that a lot of people at home may not have seen before. So if we can get that one up on the screen as well for you guys, that is 2/2. Whenever you cast a colorless spell, you get to make a spawn, and whenever a spawn enters or whenever a colorless creature enters the battlefield, rather, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So that is kind of how you combo off with the Blade plus Brute Scale combo, where that combo
Mhm.
makes infinite spawn tokens, deals your opponent infinite damage. And that is, but also just a way to generate some additional mana sources for Ellenbogen. Maybe he next turn, land one ring that'll generate a spawn, get him some more mana for the next turn.
Yeah, it looks like for Dale here, we are bobbling ourselves, seeing if we want to pick that card up with the Street Wraith, or if we want to shuffle it away with a fetch, perhaps.
Yeah, there's always like this interesting like dynamic with Death Shadow where there's a bunch of like things in different zones where it's you cast the Mishra's Bauble. Do you want to cycle into the card before you fetch, and so on and so
Mhm.
forth. So a lot of things, a lot of decisions, micro decisions to be made with the Shadow deck basically every single turn. And looks like the Psychic Frog is exiled off of the Street Wraith, so that can be played this turn, which presumably pretty good threat here for Dale.
Yeah, we are shocking in a Steam Vents here, so can play it. We have the mana for it. Looks like I think I saw Dale's 4th bauble in his hand. Yep, there it goes.
Well, we talked about filling up the graveyard. I think Dale has done a pretty good job of that.
Mm-hmm. Looks like we are going to go ahead and play the frog. Psychic Frog with Empty, also very nice together.
Oh yeah, talk to me.
Especially when we've got a bunch of lands in hand, being able to just discard at will and kind of see new cards off of the NT, very, very powerful.
Yeah, each time you discard a card to the frog, pump up the frog, get some more cards off the Inti. It's like a sort of a turbocharged Street Wraith, and looks like we are going to get in there. Inti does have the attack trigger, so Dale has the option to discard. Looks like choosing not to. Likes the hand, and we're gonna get a card off of or 2 cards, right? 2 baubles that
Right,
turn.
2
I
baubles.
lost track of how many baubles.
Well, there won't be any more unless we,
True.
start recurring cards from our graveyard.
Perhaps maybe with Luris.
Mm.
Probably not gonna happen. I miss those days now.
Oh, what a card, Luris.
Oh yeah.
And back over to Andrew. We were playing Besage's land for turn. We're tapping 4 mana for a 1 ring. That's going to trigger our Flesh Raker.
Yeah, it's going to get Andrew some more mana. Dale doesn't even have access to blue mana, but even if he did, uncounterable due to that Delighted Halfling. And that's one thing that I kind of, we didn't talk a ton about in terms of like during the sideboarding of the previous match and talking about this matchup. But Delighted Halfling making the 1 ring uncounterable is really, really, key part of Andrew's game plan here, because in these kinds of attrition-based matchups, you want to have the ring to be able to fight through all of their 1-for-1s, and against like counter spells, being able to have it uncounterable is such a huge part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like we're going to discard to the frog here, flipping over a Thoughtseize, which we are not going to be able to cast next turn with the ring protection.
Yeah, a bit awkward timing on that Thoughtseize.
We did get pinged by the Flesh Raker down to 12 life, which is a notable amount of life for the Death Shadow deck. So we're going to discard another card and reveal a Psychic Frog off of our NT trigger.
Yeah, I think discarding the Polluted Delta. Yeah, it's almost like Dale, Dale's like, yeah, sure, you want to trigger those Flesh Rakers? Be my guest. I want to take some more damage.
Yeah. It's like we are sacrificing it for a Might, which is going to once again trigger the Flesh Raker. This is going to be 2 points of damage. onto Dale.
Yeah, that's going to put Dale down to 9. And another thing we talked about earlier was the combination of, big threats plus Detective's Phoenix to give them haste. But, with Andrew having protection for this turn, not going to matter. Also, Haywire might notably, once the Phoenix is bestowed, can take care of it.
Yeah, very, very interesting line there. I mean, so far it seems like Andrew is very well set up. We are seeing a fatal push in Dale's hand here. Do we have any fetch lands left? Do we have any way to get the fatal push to a point where we can get the Flesh Raker with it?
No, I think Dale actually discarded the Delta last turn.
Ooh.
So I believe, as you mentioned, not quite a way to turn on Revolt. I mean, as far as the Fatal Push is concerned, what are you looking to target here? Do you want to kill the Halfling? Do you want to kill the Flesh Raker? Do you maybe want to save it for a Brood Scale?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, it looks like we're going to cycle our Street Wraith, get another look off of the anti-trigger, another Thoughtseize that we can't cast.
No.
Oh, and we got a Goyf.
Yeah, looks like the hand is Goyf Push Swamp Watery Grave, I think is the hand for Dale right now.
Yeah, that's how it appears to me as well.
So can deploy the Goyf and maybe hold up the Fatal Push.
Mm-hmm.
Figure you don't really need to kill the Halfling now because Andrew has access to a bunch of mana anyways. So
Yeah.
looks like Dale may be holding it up for a potential Basking Brood Scale.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Andrew is able to pull off here. Going back to his turn. I was a few cards in hand, drawing a couple more, plus the Rumble that is face up.
Now, Niall, here's the question: is Andrew in danger of potentially taking lethal next turn? Just trying to think of, let's say maybe Dale can find a copy of the Phoenix, able to discard some cards to the Frog, give both flying, Phoenix the Nether Goyf. Maybe there's something there.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not impossible. I mean, it's a lot of life to chunk through.
Yeah.
And, there's the unfortunate thing of the frogs getting flying, interacting kind of awkwardly with the Nether Goyf's power toughness.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of tension there too, because even if you do find the Phoenix to give something flying to maybe like get past the Delighted Halfling, then that's even more cards you have to exile from your graveyard. So it's unclear whether the Nethergoyf would even have power and toughness after that.
Yeah, so a bit tricky for sure, as we're going to go ahead and rumble here, get a temple down. Dale down to 6 life. See, creature, land, artifact, creature, land, artifact, land, artifact.
Yeah, I think it's just 4 baubles, 2 street rates, and some lands. So Nethergoyf currently a 3. And, the 2 street wraiths are notable because if a Phoenix is found, that is a sort of, I guess I should say, cheap way to get enough collect evidence for the Phoenix. And, Dale can go through a lot of cards next turn. Draw for turn, discard 3, get 3 Inti triggers, maybe find some more ways to find cards and keep going. So Dale can see a lot of cards next turn.
Yeah, that is true. We have a lot of looks here. I mean, 17 life is just nothing to... I mean, really more than 17 life, right? Because the Haywire Might can gain us 2. Oh, no, not if we're tapping out a green. We are going to cast another Rumble.
Okay. So that's going to generate a spawn, which is going to deal one more damage to Dale. Now, notably, the spawn does give Andrew access to 4 mana with 3 spawns and the temple. So maybe
Yeah.
could have another One Ring, or maybe was digging for a second One Ring just to get protection this turn. Does find a Brood Scale. But it'll be interesting to see if Andrew does have a second ring here, because then all that stuff we talked about, can Dale present lethal? All that's a moot point if Andrew has protection.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see. Both
Oh,
players
well,
kind
that's
of
4
presenting
mana.
a scary board. Ooh, a Kozilek's Command. So actually 5 mana.
Yep. So it looks like probably taking care of the bigger frog would be my guess.
Probably. And then we're making the
Oh,
Scions, which should put Dale like very close.
it actually looks like Andrew has decided to draw and make scions. Now, notably,
Oh,
Niall,
and
with
that's
Dale, yeah, with Dale at 6 life, this Kozilek's Command just kills him with the Flesh Raker. My goodness.
yeah, I mean, make the Scions, draw the card, find another one, and then make them again. Very, very nice little line there from Andrew. I mean, it felt like a tough position for Dale in general, but definitely felt like anyone's game right up till the end. But
Oh, yeah.
looking at the sideboards here, what are you thinking?
All right, so Dale is looking at a Bone Crusher, a Fatal Push, a Stubborn Denial, a Surgical Extraction, 3 Break the Ice, a Molten Collapse, 2 Pyroclasm, a Toxic Deluge, 2 Nile Spellbomb, and 2 Damping Spheres. So presumably from Dale's side of things, saw the One Ring, probably wants the Bone Crusher. Um, did see the Brasking Brood Scale, so probably wants the Fatal Push. Could maybe go towards Break the Ice, because, Andrew does have a lot of non-basics. And past that, maybe Damping Sphere, but that one might be a bit too narrow.
Yeah, yeah, it's tough. I wonder if Molten Collapse is a card we are at all interested in going up on. Just because there are some, you know, non-land permanents with mana value 1 or less that we also care about.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean the rest of it. I mean, you certainly want things like the Fatal Push, stuff like that. Yeah, it's a little tricky.
Absolutely. So that is what Dale has to work with. And then as far as Andrew's side of things, we did see Andrew's sideboard last time. Andrew on the draw, presumably going to, bring in that Caverns again. The rest of the sideboard, the Haywire Might, 2 Pick Your Poison, 3 Veil of Summer, 3 Dismember, a Cage, a Needle, a Bauble, and 2 Damping Spheres. So this has got to be a slam dunk matchup for Veil of Summer against Thoughtseize Fatal Push.
Mhm.
Past that, Andrew maybe wants to go towards Dismember against Psychic Frog. It's not the cleanest answer because it doesn't always kill it, but it
Mhm.
kills it most of the time. Past the Veils and the Dismembers, anything else you like here for Andrew?
Yeah, it's a little interesting. I mean, there is the possibility of things like Grafdigger's Cage. I don't know how much you actually care about those, but they are there. I mean, maybe it's something where you care about pick your poison. Uh, Probably not, but yeah, I mean, I think this might just be a situation where the Veil of Summers, the Dismembers, like that's kind of all you need. You don't want to overboard in a situation like this.
Makes perfect sense to me. So that is going to do it. We'll see if the mono green burn deck from Andrew Ellenbogen can take down game number 2. I got to tell you now, when we were looking through that game and how like we were trying to think of, did Dale have potential lethal next turn? How many cards can he see?
Mhm.
I didn't even realize how low he was in combination with specifically the Kozilek's Command, and Fleshraker just deals so much damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, really makes us think of what if we had discarded our Watery Grave instead of the Delta, and the turn that we drew Fatal Push could have fetched, pushed, dealt with the Flesh Raker, we'd be looking at a very different game one.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, like dying with the fatal push in hand against the Flesh Raker with no way to with no way to revolt does feel kind of
Yeah.
bad here if you're Dale after
Brutal,
discarding the
brutal.
Delta the turn before. So we'll have to see what the opening hands look like. I see a couple of lands, a Shadow, an Inti, a Bolt, and a Bauble. So Bolt, Inti, Bauble, Shadow, 3 lands. Presumably, probably a keep here for Dale. Can kind of fix the top of the library, and then we'll have to see if Ellen Bogan is keep. Okay, both players keeping, and we are leading off with a Bauble. Does Dale like the top card?
Yeah, we will see.
Okay,
Ooh, really
taking a
thinking
look.
about it. Yeah, gonna go ahead and play the fetch land.
All right, what do
Draw
we
the
keep,
card.
Dale? Keeping it close to the chest. Can't quite get a good look at it.
Is that a Thoughtseize?
Looks like it. I think it's a black card.
I think it's a
Would make the most
Thoughtseize.
sense, yeah.
We'll temple into a Springleaf Drum.
And want to see what land Dale wants to grab end of turn with the Shadow in hand. Kind of wants to shock a little bit, but maybe want to fix the top of the library with a Surveil land. There is 1 Falls and 1 Theater. So it'll be interesting to see, if he decides to prioritize getting the Shadow into play as quick as possible or prioritizes Surveil. If you're Dale, what do you think you would grab here?
Yeah, I mean, I think I definitely like the shock land here. I think, I don't know, it's a very awkward position, right? Because shocking it in feels kind of bad, even though like you obviously do want to get that Death Shadow out as quickly as possible. But yeah, it looks like we're going to fetch for the Blood Crypt, but not shock it in. Or maybe our life totals
Interesting.
just aren't adjusted yet. I think
Yeah,
they're
because
not
I thought
adjusted yet, because looking at Andrew's pad that he is keeping track on, it looks like we are going down to 14 for Dale here, or maybe 16.
yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
14.
Yeah, and Dale's pickup for the turn was actually a Street Wraith. So can go Thoughtseize you, Street Wraith, and play a Shadow. That'll be a 3/3 this turn. With a fetch land next turn could potentially make it a 6/6. So this is a pretty fast Shadow.
Yeah, very fast Shadow. I mean, we'll see if Andrew has an answer for it. I mean, the temple I think helps a lot for Andrew in being able to answer an early Shadow. Let's see what we've got here. Yeah, we've got the command, we've got the ring, a rumble, sorry, 2 rumbles, and just a couple lands. What do you think you're taking here, Devin?
Yeah, this is tricky because the Kozilek's command does answer the Shadow if you're in Dale's position. But the One Ring is also really hard to beat if the game goes long. So it kind of depends. I think if you're Dale, you have to ask yourself, how quickly can I close out this game? If I take the command so Andrew can't answer the Shadow, am I going to be able to close out the game, in a couple of turns? Maybe you give Andrew 1 turn with the ring, but I think with the Shadow being your primary threat, I kind of feel like you're priced into taking the command.
Yeah, I think you are too. I mean, I think we're already so invested in the Shadow, right? Like it is turn 2. We've dealt 8 damage to ourselves. I think if you're going to be about the Shadow, you should be about the Shadow, but
Yeah, you have to. There's a bolt too, so I mean, if you figure Dale's going to go down to 10 with the Street Wraith, takes the command, deploys the Shadow. Next turn, fetch shock. The Shadow's a 6/6 with a bolt. That's 9 damage. That's almost half of Andrew's life total. So, does have the ability to end this game somewhat quickly.
sure.
And presumably Andrew probably doesn't want to chump block this turn with the spawn token because needs the additional mana to be able to deploy the ring next turn.
Ooh, Veil of Summer, another command. Can we play both rumbles this turn if we want to? Thanks to the Springleaf
Um,
Drum.
could, yeah, you can go float a green and then sacrifice it. So Andrew could deploy the second rumble here. Not sure if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on what he's looking for. If he's looking for something very specific, yeah, he is going to go ahead and do that. I wonder if there is like a very very specific card he's looking for. Maybe a combo piece. Found an Urza Saga.
Yeah, did find the Saga, and a Halfling. Get another Spawn.
Looks like there's one card off camera. We can't quite tell what it was. Looks like it was another command. So that's three commands in the graveyard already.
That's crazy. Well, that
Which is
Thoughtseize ended up being very critical.
Yeah, worth noting too, because Andrew, outside of the commands, doesn't have a ton of ways to remove a shadow. So with three down, it's unlikely the shadow is going to leave the battlefield anytime soon.
Yeah. All right.
Okay,
Back
now if you're
over to Dale. We've got a 1/1 Death Shadow that we can grow quite a bit if we want to.
Yeah, and one other thing that's interesting is Dale has the Inti. So Dale can actually say, fetch shock, play the Inti. Shadow's going to be a 6/6. Attack with the Shadow, put a counter on it, and give it trample, which means Andrew can't even chump block if he wanted to. And then after you give it trample, you can also bolt the spawn token just to prevent Andrew from casting the ring for an additional turn.
Mm,
And that might be where Dale wants to be here.
yeah, the addition of trample from Inti, very nice in a spot like this where otherwise Andrew could just kind of block his way through a couple of these more lethal turns, get the ring restabilized, do all of that.
Yep. And good sequencing here from Dale. Going to go ahead and deploy the Inti before cycling the Street Wraith. So that's going to put Dale down to 7, I believe, which is going to make the Shadow, a 6/6. So that hits a Pyroclasm. Not the best hit for Dale.
Not the best hit. And we're going to draw a Psychic Frog.
So yeah, presumably, Dale wants to go attack with the Shadow. Okay, looks like we're going to bolt the token. So I wonder if that means we're going to not discard with. I mean, I guess you want to bolt the token anyways, regardless of whether you want to discard or not. But now he doesn't have to discard this turn. Could maybe wait till next turn.
Sure. We'll see. Looks like choosing not to. Taking Andrew down to 14. Just a casual twice as much life as Dale.
Yeah. And yeah, that bolt was huge too, because now Andrew really wanted to deploy the ring this turn, but can no longer do that. So he's going to lead with the Stirrings, see what that can find. Perhaps looking for maybe a glaring Fleshraker. We saw how much work did. Yeah,
Oh.
there it is. And with Dale at 7 life, you have to imagine if Andrew gets to untap with that Fleshraker, it's probably going to be lethal.
Yeah, I mean that is a very good pickup for Andrew when Dale is really like riding the lightning with his life total here.
Although, I guess it is worth noting, remember, 3 Kozilek's commands already milled, so it's
Yeah.
unlikely Andrew finds the 4th one, and that is kind of the easiest way to deal a whole boatload of damage with the Fleshraker.
Right, as we are going to see. Not sure what card Dale has picked up for turn here. It's like maybe just a fetch land.
Yeah, I think his hand is 2 lands and a frog.
So if we can fetch shock, this is a 9 damage Death Shadow. If we could potentially get rid of this Fleshraker, we would have 9, 10, 11, 12. Would be very close.
Yeah, Fetch Shock 4. Yeah, that's 12. Maybe you can find a bolt off the top to force a block from Andrew. Now the question is, if you're Dale, so say you go to attack with both, you discard a card, put a counter on the Shadow, give it trample, and if you like in theory, if you brick off of the Inti trigger, are you happy with the trade of Inti for Fleshraker? I mean, if you're in Dale's spot, probably.
Probably, but I mean, the ring coming down next turn is just so scary, right?
Mhm.
Like you have to make it through a couple of turns here, and then like after the ring has done its thing, you're also going to be looking at, whatever Urza Saga is going to fetch. You're going to be looking at construct tokens potentially. There's definitely still a lot here. It looks like we are just shocking down to 5.
Yeah, and I think what Dale's gonna do is he's going to. I think he's thinking about Psychic Frog, discard the Tarn pre-combat to get a card off the Inti. But that does leave you without the ability to give the Shadow Trample. So then Andrew could potentially chump block with the Flesh Raker. This is a tricky spot here for Dale.
Very tricky. And also, shocking in the land instead of fetch shocking means we are once again in a position where if Fatal Push is the card that we hit, how do we make that happen?
It is awkward here for Dale because there's only 4 total shocks. There's 2 Crypt, 1 Grave, 1 Vents. So because he drew the Vents, couldn't actually fetch for the shock there. So that is a little awkward.
That is awkward.
Well, how about that?
Well, yeah, it looks like a break the ice off the top here.
That is brutal here for Andrew. Now, that being said, Andrew does have the Springleaf Drum, so can take this hit, which is what, 8, 9, it's a hit for 10. It would put Andrew down to 4, and then break the ice would take care of the Saga. But because of the drum, still can deploy the ring next turn, but albeit at a much lower life total.
Yeah, I think it's actually a hit for 11 with the +1/+1 counter that NT gives on the attack here.
Yep.
So down to 3, scary life total to be at in this format against someone with red mana.
If you're Dale, is there a preference on which land you want to destroy versus, Saga versus the Temple?
Yeah, this is very tricky. I mean, Saga's scary for sure, especially being able to make creatures next turn. I mean, can you actually afford? I don't know. This is really complicated because you're almost certainly playing the frog, right, to have a blocker.
Right.
So you got that going for you. Looks like we have a judge call.
So I wonder if this is Break the Ice targeting Saga, but because their Break the Ice has some weird wording where it says, if we can bring it up on the screen, it says destroy target land. I believe it says that could produce colorless.
Yeah.
So the Saga doesn't actually have a mana ability to tap for colorless. It gains the ability from the chapter 1. So I think that might be the discussion.
Sure. Looks like it is a valid target, so it's going to be destroyed.
Yeah, and Dale with the Psychic Frog. Presumably that is the play. Yeah, all right. So Dale empty-handed.
Surely you just have to, right? Like your life total is so low. Feels like without the frog there to just block, there are lines where you just die.
Right. And now, even with, even if you say you brick off of the draw step for this turn, you can still discard to the Psychic Frog to trigger the Inti, get another look at a card next, get the look at the next card, maybe try and find another copy of Break the Ice to, hinder Andrew's mana development further. And, so ring on 1 with Andrew at 3. That is a little scary for Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, probably the biggest, most impactful card we could see out of Dale right now would be that one of Bone Crusher Giant from the side. Who knows if it's even brought in?
Looks like it was a Thoughtseize drawn. Not good against protection. Also,
Dale extremely good at drawing Thoughtseize on the turn that his opponent has the ring.
Yeah, also probably can't even afford to cast that, right? At at 4 life against the Flesh Raker, so
or it's just like any 2 colorless spells kill you.
Yeah. Likely we'll end up discarding that to the Frog to at least get another look at the Inti to try and find just something to cast this turn. Could, like you said, could be the Bone Crusher Giant if that was brought in, maybe a second Break the Ice, even just another Thread, another Frog or something, another Shadow. I'm trying to think, looking at Dale's deck list, what else can be hit? There is one copy of Underworld Breach, which would be an interesting hit if that was kept in. Drown, Bolt to kill the Flesh Raker, one of those things could be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, very tough spot because as long as that Flesh Raker is on board, I mean, Kozilek's command is just lethal at any moment.
Yeah, so Dale choosing to not discard the Thoughtseize to try and find a spell that turn. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much everything that we care about for keeping us alive is happening at instant speed. So, maybe just wanting to give away as little information as possible.
Yeah, it's also awkward if you discard main phase and hit Bolt. The way that
Yeah.
Inti is worded, you only get to cast it that turn, which means that if you hit the Bolt, then it would go away. Looks like Dale's going to discard now, and we find a Delta.
Not what we're looking for. We're going to draw our cards off the ring. Andrew at 2 life. Dale hellbent. So many cards could spell the end for Dale here. But if he gets to untap, certainly can lock up the win.
Yeah, and now Andrew kind of needs to find another ring. With the ring on 2 at 2 life, maybe a Haywire Bite to pop his own one ring. But even a Haywire Bite might not be enough here because the Inti plus Shadow can still deal a ton of damage with Trample through the blockers. So blocking is kind of not really an option here for Andrew.
Right.
Looks like we are making green and a colorless, maybe a Rumble.
Yep. Well, we can also jump the Frog at any point. We've got plenty of ways.
Oh, a second Flesh Raker. I think that might just be lethal.
And the 4th Kozilek's command there.
So this Rumble spawn token is going to put Dale to 3. The second Flesh Raker is going to trigger the first one that puts Dale to 2, and then any other colorless spell will be lethal.
Yeah, but there does need to be another colorless spell.
Yeah. Andrew moving quickly. It looks like he might have it here.
Trigger. Down to 2.
Yep, there's the Brute Scale.
Oh, brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Niall, mono green burn, advancing to 4 and 0. That is going to do. What a wild set of matches here for Andrew. I mean, this is something because we haven't really seen Death Shadow in quite some time. The interaction or the dynamic of the Shadow player going so low against Flesh Raker was really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it made for a very tense and exciting game of Magic. And I mean, twice there, we just saw Flesh Raker running away with the game. And, if you don't have the answer for it, you're just doomed. And that is, as we were talking about earlier, Andrew's deck can just fight at so many different angles. You have to respect the combo. You have to respect the Flesh Raker. You have to respect the Urza sagas. And defending on all of those axes is just very hard. So very well played by both players. Congratulations to Andrew for taking that one down, being 4-0 in our event today.
Yep, and I believe we are doing our magic behind the scenes to get Andrew in the interview booth here in just a moment. I see him sitting down, so within a couple of seconds, we will probably have an interview lined up for you here with Andrew Ellenbogen, and we will be there in just a moment here. Yeah, there we go. So, Andrew, congratulations on advancing to 4-0 with your mono green burn deck.
Yeah, as it goes, the Flesh Raker gives, the Flesh Raker take the way. Yeah, I guess that is what my deck did that round.
Yeah, we were just talking about how, because we've seen your deck a couple of times now on Feature, how it can fight on so many different axes. You know, you're having to respect the combo, the Fleshraker, the Urza Saga constructs. And I guess, how do you feel just in general about this deck going into the weekend, having all of these different game plans?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this deck is sort of reminiscent of Nadu. It has a lot of the same pieces. It has like Saga, a bunch of ways to find your pieces. There's slightly different ways, but you have Ancient Strings and Malevolent Rumble instead of like Summoner's Pact or whatever. But a bunch of ways to find your pieces. Saga, Ring as a plan B, Delight, Halfling to kind of tie it all together. It's kind of a similar plan where you have a combo and they need to respect that, but it's not the only thing your deck is capable of. When I was playing Nadu, at least I won a lot of games against decks like Jeskai by just like attacking with constructs, and I feel like this deck is
Mhm.
capable of some of the same stuff. I don't know. I guess that's what I would say.
Perfect. Yeah, as far as the matchups are concerned, we've seen you on camera a couple of times defeating a couple of different decks here. Is there any matchups that you really want to see? Any that you're not looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that confident. I mean, the thing is, I haven't played the deck all that much. Basically, so Matt Nass is, I think, the creator and the biggest advocate of this deck, and has been playing it a lot on his stream and in various Moto events. And I talked to him a bunch about it in Vegas, where I was last week, and I haven't tested it nearly as much as he has, so I don't want to like speculate too much about what the matchups are and aren't. I will say that I've played the Frog deck a few times, and I've beaten it every time that I've played it so far. So I'm pretty pleased to play against that in general, I guess. But I'm not exactly sure what the bad matchups are or if they exist. I mean, basically, what I'd say about this deck is I have a high uncertainty about how good it is. Like, it might be broken, but I'm definitely not like sure that it is. It's somewhere in the range of playable to great is what I would say about it. But that makes it hard for me to give you like anything that specific. I just don't know. Wouldn't want to speculate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is, a very complex deck with a lot of different ways that people can sort of interact and get in the way of it. But I mean, I guess, how are you feeling about the, NRG series in general now that you are 4-0 today? Like, how are you feeling about the 10K? Are you playing tomorrow as well?
Yeah, I'm actually almost more here to play tomorrow. So I drove down to the tournament with Dan Weiser, who I don't know is also kind of a stalwart of the series, I would say. And Dan and I have a on the way down. We discussed that he would win this one, and I'd win the one tomorrow. So like my plan is to win the one tomorrow. Actually, I'm actually not going to win this one. Just to be clear.
Sure,
Uh,
sure. Yeah, sandbag it.
yeah, because the thing is, I actually I don't the deck I'm playing is weird and maybe great. I don't
Mhm.
know, but I didn't
Sure.
test that hard. Whereas in Pioneer, I just did well in DC like a few weeks ago with the Artist Phoenix deck. I think it's extremely broken. So
Yeah.
I feel really good about tomorrow. I only feel so about today, honestly, but obviously it's going well so far. So yeah, I can't complain.
All right. Well, excellent. Andrew, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. Congratulations on being 4-0, and best of luck in the rest.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank
You
you.
too. All right. Well, Niall, that was interview with Andrew Lundbogen, crushing it as always. And I
Mhm.
believe we have a backup match for you. I believe we're going to be starting in game number 2 of our backup match, where we have Greg Pino on Domain Zoo against Khalil Basso. These players are both 3-0. Khalil playing some Jund Saga. So we saw a blast from the past last round with Death Shadow, and kind of another blast from the past here with Jund Saga.
Yeah, now, as someone who's, been in Modern a long time, plays a ton of Modern, talk to me about the Jun Saga deck for anyone at home who hasn't been playing Modern for a decade and, is used to decks like this.
Right. Yeah. So, if you've been playing Modern for, the better, like you said, the better part of a decade, you might be familiar with the term Jund, right? Bloodbraid Elf. Maybe you associate that with Deathrite Shaman, Thoughtseize, Tarmogoyf, all these kinds of just, one for ones and then cheap slash powerful threats. But as time has passed and the threats get a little bit better, the Jund deck has to kind of adapt and sort of play its own better threats and keep up with the rest of the metagame. So we still have kind of the classic Jund stuff with Tarmogoyf, the new Tarmogoyf in the form of Nethergoyf, along with the interaction that you're probably used to, Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt. But it's also playing this Urza Saga package where it's playing 4 copies of Urza Saga alongside a Haywire Bite, a Pithing Needle, a Shadow Spear, and the Nihil Spellbomb. So, it's sort of having this additional angle of attack where, you can do the normal Jun stuff, Thoughtseize, Tarmogoyf, Fatal Push, that kind of stuff, but also be able to present threats that are maybe harder to deal with in the form of Urza Saga.
Yeah, and speak of the devil, we've got Urza Saga getting exiled right there off of the Amped Raptor trigger. And we're seeing a couple of Scions here for Greg in hand. It looked
Yeah, it's
like
funny.
also a Kavu.
Yeah, I think Khalil cast what we call a naked raptor and hit the terminate with no targets. So
Yeah.
that's a little awkward. But yeah, looks like maybe Greg keeping a hand with, like you said, Leyline on the strength of Leyline Scion, perhaps even a one lander. But with that second land, is able to deploy the Scion, and that is going to be very, very difficult. The one thing I like to look at in these situations is how many outs does Khalil have to Leyline? Because you got to kill that before you kill the Scion. There is the one copy of Haywire Might, which can be fetched with Urza Saga. After that, looking at the sideboard, there's one Boseiju in the main, one in the sideboard. There's a second Might and a Pick Your Poison. So a decent number of answers, but is really going to have to find one of those before we can, answer this Scion.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a huge threat and something that absolutely needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. So hopefully Khalil able to find one of those pieces. It looks like we do have a Boseiju in hand.
That is step one.
That is one of the ways.
But, Boseiju isn't all of it, right? Because the Boseiju can answer the ley line, but you're still going to be able to answer that 4/4. And I
Yeah.
think, Greg also has a second one in hand. So, has access to blue and red lands, perhaps can get, say, a green and white land off of the Boseiju. That could be 4 types. And interesting. We are not firing off the Boseiju.
Yeah, we're just letting this happen. It's going to be 4 damage for Khalil, 4 life for Greg. As second Scion is deployed.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought process is here as to not besiegeing the ley line. Perhaps waiting till end phase to get more information on what Greg is, deciding to do this turn, but gonna get punished really badly because now, Greg able to deploy the second Scion, even after the ley line is answered, you're still facing down 2 4/4s and actually decides to go with a Bowmaster instead. Interesting.
Yep, that's just going to shoot face, make the token.
Let's see what Khalil has in store for us. I think I saw an Overgrown Tomb, a Termagoyf, that Boseiju we talked about, and I think a couple of black cards that are kind of hard to get a good glimpse of what those are. He's going to play the Tomb.
Looks like a very stacked hand for Greg over here with Leyline Binding, Leyline of the Guild Pack, Kavu, Duration. We've got the Goyf on board for Khalil here as the Scions come back in. And now we are going to go ahead and Boseiju this Leyline.
Yeah, but you almost wonder, is it too late at this point? Because now that those 2 4/4s are in play, this is going to put Khalil down to 4. The Lightning Bolt is still able to be cast. We can Leyline Binding the Tarmogoyf to make sure there's not any pressure really on Greg, and can also just get a land here to be able to potentially even cast a Expressive Iteration if he so chooses.
Sure. Or even a Kavu. Looks like we're just going to get a Triumph here, just reestablish domain.
Yep. So Endow the Triumph, that's going to pair with the Thundering Falls to give Greg access to 5 types. Still has the Bolt available. But yeah, this attack should put Khalil down to 4. And I mean, you got to imagine with the Bolt in hand is not really a lot. I mean, Khalil's got some fatal pushes, but yeah, not able to do it. And that's going to do it. Greg advancing 2-0 over Khalil on Jund Saga.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations. Just Absolutely. We talked earlier when we were watching Zoe play Domain Zoo about the explosive starts that they can have, and that was certainly it. I mean, having the ley line into double Scion is just so brutal, and you don't need a third land when your opponent's gonna find one for you with the Beseiju. So, very well played. Congratulations.
Absolutely. Yeah. Domain Zoo still in full force. So, we see that advancing to 4-0. So we'll have to see if maybe there is going to be one down the stretch towards our top eight. But I believe that might do it for this particular round. So we will go to break. And when we come back, we will be back with round number 5 in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to round number 5 of the NRG series in Chicagoland Modern 10K Showdown. I am Devin O'Donnell, joined by Niall, and we have been watching a lot of awesome modern action today, Niall, and we got some names you probably remember in our feature match area today, or for this round, excuse me, where we're going to be having Connor Mullally on our main feature match and then Chris Smith on our backup feature match. So that should be very interesting, and to see what the matchups are and see how those play out. As far as anything in terms of the matchup that we're going to be watching, anything you're looking forward to in this round?
Yeah, well, we are watching a Boros Energy deck going up against Domain Zoo. We talked about this matchup a little bit earlier, but really just wanting to see those explosive starts from the Zoo player. Now, once again, our Energy player does have 2 main deck Blood Moons, it looks like, which can be quite the problem when your deck is dependent on various land types. So we'll just have to see how that goes, but either way, I am excited for this matchup.
Absolutely. So before we get you down to the feature match area and showcase the action we have, let's take a look and see what these players are playing for today, because we've been talking all day. This is the last event of the season before the end of your championship. So all of those points that are on the line, very, very important for a lot of these players in the event. So first place, $2,400, the trophy, the DreamHack RC invite now, and 30 points on the leaderboard. And you see the payout as far as scaling from there. So a lot of points up for grab. But not only are they going to get $2,400 and 30 points for winning, the person who wins this event is also going to have their likeness on an custom Inkling custom token, which is just probably the coolest thing, the coolest part of this event. Just being able to make your own token. I'm putting you on the spot now. If you were a token, what would you be?
Oh man, I actually just got Inkling tokens made of me as a bat, and I love them.
Oh,
They're
okay.
beautiful. Inkling did an amazing job, so that's where I'd go. I'm gonna flip it around on you. What would you be?
I mean, probably a Rhino token, although,
Mm.
Rhino's not in a great spot right now. But as we see, Connor Mullally on the left-hand side of your screen on Boros Energy, going to leading off with a Guide of Souls against Greg on Domain Zoo. And worth noting, Greg does not have the Leyline of the Guild Pack. So,
2
you know,
Scions in hand, though. Wow.
yeah, okay. That's not a bad start. I was going to say if we had an advantage bar, I would put it maybe slightly towards Connor just because of no ley line.
Yep.
But we'll have to see where Connor decides to go from here. Perhaps an Ocelot Pride. Yeah, there we go. There's the start that everybody's worried about in this Boros deck. And it's just going to make a ton of blockers, ton of energy, and gain some life here for Connor as well.
Yeah, worth noting, Greg also did have the Ragavan in hand, but I mean, clearly prioritizing just getting probably triomes out, or just maximizing for land types. So I think makes sense when you've got a hand of multiple scions, leyline binding, things like this. And we talked earlier about how Ragavan kind of awkward in this matchup. Doesn't attack well, especially on the draw, into a lot of what Connor is trying to do. And Connor kind of has the dream start for Boros Energy here.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe even Connor could follow this up with, Greg's going to maybe go, Steam Vents, play a Sign of Draco, and that is a pretty good start here for Greg. But if Connor has something like a Static Prison, kill the Sign of Draco, able to deal a whole boatload of damage this turn, maybe even, give a little bit of flying with the Guide of Souls trigger, as we see an Elegant Parlor fetched here for Connor. And yeah, like you mentioned, looking at the deck list, Connor, very, very similar to the list that we saw the last time. Although I will say, Connor is playing less Galvanic Discharges and 3 copies of main deck Lightning Bolt, whereas the energy deck that we saw on camera last time did not have the Lightning Bolt. So maybe a bit of something to keep an eye on here, a little bit more reach here for Connor, if maybe that comes up, but still does have the full 4 copies of Static Prison, and that is the cleanest answer for that Sign of Draco.
Right, and we're going to put an Arena of Glory in the graveyard off of our Surveil trigger here. So we play a Plains for turn and get a Johnny out.
Yeah, Johnny's going to trigger the God of Souls twice. And, maybe if Connor has some sort of like a lightning bolt for a cat token to be able to flip the Ajani, doesn't quite have a red permanent yet, but still able to, that Ajani is going to do a lot of work here. We'll do a quick permanent check. I believe
8,
3, 4, 5, 8.
Be 9 when we make the cat.
Yeah, so if Connor has any additional 1-mana creature here, is going to be able to get the city's blessing. We see an attack here from the 2 cats, which is interesting. Greg does have the option to. Okay, we're going to go ahead and block the token. That is going to flip the Ajani. But, Connor basically offering the Ocelot Pride as a sacrifice just to make sure he can flip that Ajani. So, and Greg is choosing to block the cat token. Why do you think Greg would do that instead of blocking the Pride?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Is he perhaps worried about something Connor can play to punish, like on first strike there? Perhaps a bolt or something, so that doesn't actually get to deal with any other creatures.
Yeah, very, very good point. And as you pointed out, Connor did have the bolt. So Greg, was aware that bolt was a possibility, choosing to make the block that, at least killed a creature off, remove the creature from the battlefield for Connor if the bolt does happen. And we see the rare Ajani plus. You don't see that too often. But Ajani is going to plus, and that's going to put a counter on each of the cat tokens. It's going to let Connor deal a little bit more damage next turn. And yeah, this is there is a lot of stuff here for Connor and a lot to worry about if you're Greg. Where do you even begin here? Looks like we're going to start with a Scion of Draco. And yeah, Ragavan looks not great on this board.
Yeah, very, very interesting. I mean, man, 2 Ragavans in hand was pretty rough there for Greg. Definitely like getting the second Scion out. But I mean, this is just one of those Boros board states that are really hard to come back from us. We're going to see another Ocelot Pride. We are at enough permanence now. We have the city's blessing.
And I believe Connor also played a Catapult, which is the secret layer version of Goblin Bombardment. So now not only has a red permanent for the Ajani, but also a way to convert 1,000,000 of these cat tokens into a bunch of damage. So you got to presume this is probably lights out here for Greg.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to go ahead and take care of the board real quick. Swing through with all of these creatures. Going to go ahead and jump the guide itself.
It's an attack for 9, putting Greg down to 6. And with the cat generation from the Ocelot Pride, I think this has just got to be lethal right now. So
yeah, surely. I mean, quickly looking through Greg's list, I don't think there is anything, at least in the main deck, that could possibly deal with all of this. We're just going to get bombardmented.
Yeah, Bombardment just going to clean up this game with Greg on 6. Yeah, Connor's like, yeah, make a bunch of tokens, throw them out at your face, and that is going to do it. Connor Mullally taking game number 1 over Greg Pino. in a very dominant fashion there. That game did not look particularly close. And I think that, due in big part to the fact that Greg did not have the Leyline Scion opener. I think that is quite possibly the biggest part of this matchup, and it's gonna be an uphill battle without it. But as far as sideboards are concerned, starting with Greg, we have a couple of Tidebinders, two Consigned to Memories, a Fear Fire Foes, a Pick Your Poison, a Surgical Extraction, two Celestial Purge, three Pyroclasm, a Wear Tear, and a Soul Guide Lantern. So we saw this matchup earlier, or similar sideboards. Zoe had some
Mhm.
Pyroclasms, Wear Tears, presumably those coming in with the Celestial Purges. A lot of options here for Greg, though. Could Consign to Fight the Ring, Pick Your Poison also for Blood Moon. It really comes down to how many cards do we have to board out.
Yeah, how many cards do we have to board out, and which of Connor's game plans do we have to respect the most? Yeah, because this is another deck, like what we were talking about earlier, that has many angles it can hit you from. And I think it's just going to come down to what does Greg think he needs to fight, and what does he think he just can't fight?
Yeah, interesting to note for Greg's deck, we have two main deck Consigned to Memories. So, maybe a little bit more prepared for the Ring and the two main deck Bone Crushers. So, Greg did show up with prepared for the One Ring, and
Yeah.
we'll have to see how that plays out. But let's get you over to look at Connor's sideboard here. We have three Magebane Lizard, three White Orchid Phantom, two Fear Fire Foes, two Orm's Chant, two Threeman Charm, and two Disruptor Flute. So from Connor's side of things, he's to worry about some larger threats like the Scions and the territorial Kavus. Maybe you could look towards something like Threeman Charm to help clear that up. Past that, I mean, there's not really a ton else here. Charm does kill the ley lines too, but other than the charms, is there anything else you see that you like on Connor's side of things?
I mean, I think Connor is just in a pretty good position generally. I mean, I think where he is at is, as long as he is avoiding these extremely explosive starts, he's fine. So I think preparing to combat those, if Greg does get them, is good. So I do like, things like the Thraben Charm, stuff like that. But I mean, overall, I mean, I think his deck is just kind of ready for it.
Absolutely. So, players going to be shuffling up and getting us on the way to game number 2. And yeah, if you're a Greg Pino fan, you really want to see a lane line of the Guild Pact. And I saw him pull one up to the front, and there it is. There's the lane line. Now, the question is, do we have the Scion to pair with it?
I don't see a Scion. I do see a couple Kavus. I see a Tidebinder. And a slow start for Connor with the Elegant Parlor, putting
Did
a
get to
Flage in the graveyard.
Yeah, did get to Entomb the Flage there, which is pretty good. You
Yeah.
see Thundering Falls here for Greg. Greg does have his own copies of Flage, so that is, something that Greg is maybe looking towards as well. But yeah, like you mentioned, with the Kavus in hand for Greg, that's going to be presumably the turn 2 play, unless we can find a Scion. That's probably what he's looking for off of the Surveillant here. And I think I might have saw some blue cards in there too. We got a Judge question here. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not
Sure what that's about.
sure.
Maybe a busted sleeve, perhaps? Okay, seems like we're good. All right, turn 2 Kavu here for Greg. Let's see what Connor can match it with. Maybe something like a Static Prison for the ley line. Maybe some sort of removal spell for the Kavu. Maybe even just a Johnny, which would be able to, chump. Cat token could chump block the Kavu. That would flip. We're going to start with a Raptor.
Into an Ajani. Whew,
Well, that's pretty good.
that's a good hit. That's a good hit. Going back over to Greg here. It's like an Arena of Glory is our land for turn, or land picked up.
Yeah, I think Greg has Kavu, Expressive Iteration, Tidebinder, and a couple of lands. So some options available to him. Interesting to see the Tidebinders. What do you think what do you think the Tidebinder's in here for?
I mean, I think the Tidebinder does a whole lot against Connor's deck. We've got Guide of Souls, major problem, gets shut down by Tidebinder. We've got a Johnny, major problem, gets shut down by Tidebinder. Amphraptor, Ocelot Pride, all of these things that Connor's deck does happen off the backs of triggered abilities. And I think being able to shut those off is extremely powerful. And we are going to go for the Kavu that turn instead, holding up the fetch land.
Makes a lot of sense to me. So Connor lining up a couple of mana here. Let's see what we want to go with first. Looks like we're going to start with fetching a basic Plains. Wonder if maybe Connor has access to Blood Moon. Now, like we said, there is some interesting layers here. No, we're going to start with Bombardment. So no Blood Moon, no rules questions as of yet. But that is still pretty good here for Connor. You could maybe sacrifice the cat token, ping the Kavu for 1, and then the Ajani could make another token, which would then ping the Kavu for 2. That gets it to 3, and then you could sacrifice your whole board to kill a Kavu. Doesn't seem like the best, but you can also just kind of hang out with some chump blocks and, maybe flip on Greg's turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Now, if we wait to flip on Greg's turn, we are now at risk of getting, Tidebindered.
Yeah, very, very good point. So now, Greg can just, freely attack with the Kavus. If Connor does decide to chump block with the cat token and throw it at Greg, then, you could Tidebinder the Ajani, and then that would basically just kill not kill, but stifle the Ajani outright, which means it would not be able to flip anymore. So pretty big. We're actually going for double discard here for Greg.
Discard a couple lands, put an Amphraptor in front of the Kavu, take 5 damage, and we're gonna bolt post combat, or I guess post first strike, right?
Yeah, and Connor is now Connor is dangerously low at 7 life. Greg picked up a Tribal Flames that turn. I mean, it's not going to take a lot more for Connor to take lethal damage here, and that's why you can see that those chunk attacks with the Kavus are so important when Greg has access to so much burn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll see where Connor goes from this.
Yeah, so in Connor's seat, Connor interestingly had the option to block with the cat token and then sacrifice to the bombardment. Chose not to do that, which is interesting. Maybe respecting something like a removal spell from Greg's side of things, where if you sacrifice the cat token, then Greg can say kill the Ajani in response to the trigger, and then you don't get to actually flip it. So, Connor willing to give up 5 damage to sort of play around that removal spell. We talked about Connor's life getting low, but Flage is a good way to kind of pad that life total at least a little bit.
A little bit. I wonder if this is going to be something that Greg wants to use this Tidebinder on.
Interesting, yeah. Just to keep the Kavu in play. You could also just let it die. Connor would go to 10, and then your Tribal Flames. Yeah, I think we're saving the Tidebinder for the Ajani. Okay, now the question is, what are we Tidebindering? Because you could Tidebinder the second Goblin Bombardment activation, but that would still flip the Ajani, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe we are Tidebindering the Ajani flip right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because when Greg cast the Tidebinder, he did point to the bombardment, and that's, I think, maybe there was a bit of confusion there. Looks like we're maybe potentially backing up a little bit. So, yeah, I'm very interested to see where the Tidebinder is targeting, because there was 2 abilities on the stack at that one point.
Yeah, so 3 damage from the Flage on the Kavu.
Okay.
Looks like we're getting a judge involved.
Yeah, so I wonder. Go ahead.
we have 3 damage from the Flage, right?
Mhm.
And the Kavu is a 5/5.
Yep.
And then we pinged it for 1. And I mean, if it seems like it would maybe be strange for Greg to be countering the damage, like the activated ability
Right.
from the bombardment, because it's not lethal on the Kavu yet, right? So it seems to me like it would be countering the Ajani flip.
Hmm. Okay, now we're backing up.
I
There's a
think we're
lot going
just
on here.
explaining to the judge how everything went down.
Yeah, yeah, because like you mentioned, it wouldn't make a ton of sense to Tidebinder the bombardment with the extra creature in play, because then the Kavu's still going to die regardless. But it certainly would make a lot more sense to Tidebinder the Ajani because there's no other cats in play. So if you Tidebinder the Ajani, Connor can't respond, sacrifice something else to then flip
Right.
the Ajani again.
Right. Now, if we
So
are countering the damage, I mean, Connor can just sacrifice the Raptor, flip a Johnny, and then we have what, 4 damage marked on the Kavu?
right, yeah. So if we are targeting the Ajani, I mean, I guess you would still probably. Depends on if Connor has another cat in hand, because if you have an extra cat, then maybe you want to keep the Ajani in play to like later down the road kill the Tidebinder, play another cat, then try to flip the Ajani after that. But it all kind of depends
Sure.
on what is. So we'll see what the end result is.
Yeah, interested to see sort of what's going down here.
All right, so players are having a discussion with the judges. I don't know if we want to maybe get back to the booth while the judge call is happening, but we'll have to see exactly how that judge call plays out, because there's a bunch of different ways that could happen. Because like I said, it seemed like at first Greg did point to the Goblin Bombardment, that's what he was motioning to counter with the Tidebinder, but it wouldn't make a ton of sense because there was that extra creature in play. So interesting to see what happens with that judge call. But I mean, as far as the game, how it was progressing, kind of sort of what we expected, I guess, without the Scion. But yeah, it looked like I feel like Connor was in a pretty commanding position, although the Tidebinder turn was going to be pretty good for Greg.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't going to be terrible. I mean, we've got. Oh no, I guess there's 4 damage marked on the Kavu with the Flage, because we are, yeah, flaging and then bombarding the Flage onto the Kavu.
Yep.
So yeah, just very, very strange situation that we find ourselves in. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see what it is. But
Right.
assuming that we get to a board state where there's no Kavu, there is an Ajani with no text, and there is a Tidebinder
Bombardment. Mhm.
for Greg and a bombardment. Uh, then I don't know what sort of situation you think we're there. I mean, I know from Greg's hand we still have a leyline binding, I believe. We played Arcavus. I'm not sure if we know much else about his hand.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's I think we're really just down to a much more simplified game state. I
Yeah.
still would probably have to give the edge to Connor because there was a Flage in Connor's graveyard. So
Yeah.
even if both players are technically quote unquote on empty in hand, I would probably give it to Connor. Although, maybe the leyline binding has an answer to that, and there could be something there. But it'll be interesting to see exactly what ends up happening. Yeah, so it looks like we're still in the judge call. So if we can take a look, we have a slide here that is just to take a look at the NRG championship, which a lot of these players are playing for today. You see some, our past last year's winner, Steven Dykman. But yeah, this is sort of what we are all playing towards. This is the culmination of the entire season. The $35,000 on the line. Dykman going to be returning to defend the champion. You see Dom Harvey there with the double trophy. Doesn't that was a classic weekend. December 14th and the 15th. Mark your calendars. Open your dates, because you're not going to want to miss the action at the championship. And we still have a ton of spots to give away. If I don't know if we have the leaderboard available, but we can take a look. Because Connor's name is going to show up there. This is the end of year leaderboard. Remember, the person who wins, or the person who has the most points at the end of the year, will be the season MVP, and that player will gain free entry into all NRG events for the entirety of 2025. So a lot to play for. If these players are going to be going to all of the NRGs, that's going to save them a lot of money. And Garrick currently in the lead. I believe Garrick is here this weekend. Cliff, we saw, earlier, Harrison, Sean, Connor, Zoe, just a bunch of household names that you would, expect to see at a lot of the NRGs. But yeah, Connor is number 5 in our feature match down here at 4-0. As far as what we are going to be looking forward to, we'll have to see if we can get you back down to the feature match area. I'm not sure exactly what's happening with the judge call. Maybe we'll get an update from the backup here. Okay, looks like judge call still potentially being resolved. Yeah, looks okay. We got some fingers pointing and some players nodding. You definitely know it's a judge call.
Yeah, it has all the trappings of a classic judge call.
Okay, well, looks like maybe the players are not quite ready. So I don't know if we want to go back to the booth here for a moment, we can have some conversations. Now, question for you, if I'm going to put you on the spot, if you were playing in this modern NRG event this weekend, what would you have brought?
Golgari Yawgmoth, easy. Snap it off, no
Snap it off.
problem. I'm a Yogger till the day I die. I love casting 1-mana 1/1s that come back as 2/2s. Seriously though, I do love the Yawgmoth deck. I did very well at an RSQ with it recently. I don't know. I love it. I mean, it has a lot of what we've been talking about, of being able to fight on different angles and having this combo that you have to be constantly respecting, but also sometimes you just have a bunch of like bugs and wolves that you're swinging forward at people. And I really love Yogg, and I really love any time that Modern's in a position where I'm allowed to play Yogg. That's why I really didn't like Nadu Summer, because Nadu was just the best Yogg deck, and that's, very upsetting. But what about you? What would you be playing?
I mean, I'd probably take the cop-out answer and just play some sort of energy deck. I don't know
Sure.
if I would necessarily want to be on Boros or Mardu. I've been playing a little bit of both recently. I kind of lean towards Mardu because the Bowmasters for the mirror match, but we have a resolution, so it looks like the Ajani did end up flipping. The Tidebinder also hitting the bin, so presumably.
So, yeah, I think we made a cat token with the Johnny, and then
Dealt it one
sacked
and
the
then
rest
pinged
of our board to get rid of the Tidebinder. But that means the Tidebinder must have not countered the Ajani flip.
Yeah, so I think what happened is it almost seems to me that, and I'm just making assumptions here, but
Sure.
it seems like what happened to me is that Greg motioned toward the bombardment, deciding, hey, this is what I'm going to counter. And then after realizing that Connor had the extra creature in play, he was like, oh, I actually meant to target this. And, that's maybe where we can't back up. So I think that's probably what happened, but we will have to see. Leyline Binding taking care of a Johnny, and Connor not on a ton left over, but there is still that Flage. Oh, so the Flage, there. I was wondering why the Flage was sideways. It got exiled by one of the Kavu triggers. I was confused by that.
Yeah. All right, and then here is the Blood Moon. Now, we do have a Plains for Greg already, so not totally out of it. Oh,
Yeah, and that Scion's a huge top deck.
wait, does Leyline still work? How is this?
So, Leyline of a Guild Pact, so there is layers when it comes to the non-basic lands, but when it comes to the basic land, regardless of which one comes into
Hmm,
play first or second, the basic is always going to be 5 types.
sure. Yeah, the Scion, huge pull for Greg there.
Yep. Yeah, Greg's able to pick up the Scion and Gigantha, and Haymaker's back and forth. Connor slamming the One Ring, which gonna, a precarious 5 life total, so it's a little bit dicey here for Connor. But if anything is gonna help him get out of the Leyline Scion, I guess, lock, as it were, it will certainly be the One Ring. As we see Gigantha deployed, gonna ship it back to Connor, who's gonna fall to 4. And yeah, it's really going to come down to, can Connor find a way to remove the Leyline of the Guild Pact, because can't really kill that Scion without it.
Yeah, and is that? Oh man, Greg's just got everything he needs all wrapped up in his hand here.
Yeah, and worth noting, Connor only has 1 basic planes in play, so even if we okay, we're chaining rings. I was gonna say, even if he had enough cards in the graveyard to flashback Flage, doesn't have that second white source just yet.
Yeah.
Is Greg's hand 3
Wow.
Pyroclasms?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Interesting.
we still have the Scion. We still have Gigantha. It's really just, can Connor find an answer here?
Yeah, Connor going down to 3. Yeah, I mean, it all starts with, it's also worth noting Connor without any energy, right? So, I mean, I guess you could go Static Prison, the Ley Line, 2 energy, then Galvanic Discharge the Scion up to 5 down to 1, and then somehow find a blocker for the Gigantha.
Maybe.
Connor deep in the tank. I saw a Bolt.
I've got a
Raptor.
Thraben Charm.
Yeah, it could be a Charm. Yep, Charm pulled to the front. So Charm is going to presumably take care of the Ley Line, because you can't really interact with the Scion unless you do that. Oh, he's going to kill his own Blood Moon. All right, interesting. Okay, now where do we go? Now, which way, Connor? It's an interesting place to start.
Fetching.
Getting a Plains.
Oh, is this going to be... Oh.
Oh, well,
Looks
it
like
seems like we may have just lost the feed. Hopefully we can get that back up for you in just a moment here. Connor's play of Thraben charming his own Blood Moon, too much for the camera to handle. Could not possibly fathom killing the own Blood Moon with the Thraben charm. So Connor's genius play has broke the camera, and we will have to see if we can get that back. I don't know if you want to go back to the booth while we try to get it back, but this game's probably... Oh, all right, never mind. Camera's back. We are good to go.
Looks like we got an Ocelot Pride down. And also a Static Prison on the Ley Line.
Okay, so what is our plan against the Scion? I guess the Static Prison gives us 2 energy, so now we can discharge the Scion and chump block the Gigantha?
Maybe.
But the Pyroclasm is going to say no to that, presumably. All right. Choosing to not cast the Pyroclasm pre-combat, so looks like the Ocelot Pride is going... Okay, never mind. Now I'm confused. Okay, anyways. Looks like Connor is packing it up. This is an interesting game. Okay, anyways. I believe we are going to go to game number 3. So, players tied up at 1 apiece. Greg going to be on the draw for this game. Connor going to be in the play. And all right, Giganta has trample because of the Scion of Draco. That is what I think what is maybe something that Connor didn't account for. But in any case, yes, game number 3. I don't know if we want to take a look at deck lists just to give people a quick refresher. We won't spend too much time, but here is Greg's deck list. Presumably, we saw the Tidebinders come in for that game, Fear Fire Foes, Pyroclasm, Celestial Purge. So a lot of good options here for Greg on Domain Zoo. And then if we can just quickly slide over to Connor's list, here are the options available. We saw the Thraben Charms coming in, but, not a ton else here for Connor. Although, as you mentioned, probably doesn't need a ton of help. This matchup seems to be, reasonably favorable for the Boros side of things.
Yep, and we saw the charms come in, and we're going to have Connor on the play, which extremely valuable in this matchup. Greg really needs to see a ley line, really just needs the nuts a little bit. Not going to have a ley line.
No ley line here for Greg and no 1-drop here for Connor. So both players on, maybe not so stellar starts.
Yeah.
Connor's
Slightly
going to crack a fetch land here, presumably getting a surveil land. And, maybe Connor also potentially looking for, I was going to say maybe a basic land if he's setting up a Blood Moon. But looks like Connor going for the surveil land. Maybe trying to find a 2-drop here. Maybe he already has a 2-drop. Can't really get a good look at Connor's hand. Ocelot Pride to the graveyard. Does not need that right now.
Very interesting.
Yeah, especially with no 1-mana play. So presumably his hand is too heavy. No, well, never mind.
Gonna just play an Arena of
kind of-
Glory and pass.
Interesting. What kind of hand do you think Connor would keep with no 1 or 2-drop? Maybe a little bit like maybe Connor just kept a hand with Static Prison because he was, worried a lot about Greg having the Leyline Scion start.
Yeah, definitely could be holding a decent amount of interaction. Yeah, I mean, very, very interesting, slow start from the typically very aggressive, explosive Boros energy deck.
Yeah, and Greg lining up a fetch land here, presumably going to get a Steam Vents, which is going to allow him to get full domain this turn. Perhaps lining up a Scion of Draco, maybe a Kavu. It's one of probably going to be one of those two. Those are the two better 2-drops. I have seen some of the Zoo decks kind of include the Ajani Guide of Souls Ocelot Pride stuff, but Greg has elected not to play those cards this weekend, as we do see the Scion hit the battlefield. This is going to be double Bolt.
Okay. Bolt and Galvanic, very nice.
Yeah, so it looks like Connor did appear to keep a hand that was maybe a little bit more reactive. Just in case, assuming the worst case scenario that Greg has the Leyline plus Scion start.
Perhaps a Blood Moon here. Perhaps.
Yeah, could be.
Fetch a Plains.
Yeah, I mean, this could just be lights out. Basic Plains, Blood Moon. Greg can't cast any spells.
There's the Basic Plains.
Yeah, it's 3 mana.
And that's the Blood Moon. Huge play for Connor. Very hard for Greg to come back from this.
Yeah, and at this point, Greg basically needs to find the basic planes. Because I noticed that some of the Zoo decks play 2 basics. Let me look at Greg's list.
Got a Plains and a Mountain.
Yeah, Plains and a Mountain, but the Mountain's not doing a lot here.
The Mountain is not what we need right now.
The basic Plains would allow Greg to cast that Binding, but, Connor's not going to give him a lot of time to find it. There's the Purge, too. Just, all the answers to Blood Moon in the hand, but unfortunately here for Greg, no white mana, so.
Yeah,
like
very
Tribal
tough.
Flames. He's going to Tribal... All right, deal 1 damage to the cat. Love it. and then presumably just bolt the Ajani.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clear out the board. A little bit
But
of
I
a
mean,
2-for-1, but
yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're in Connor's position, that's okay.
ooh,
There's the One Ring, and with Greg unable to cast basically any spell, it's going to be really hard for him to get out of this. Oh, we can deal 1 damage to something. Not this turn though, because Connor's got protection.
oh, and also missing land drops. Very tough, very tough. I mean, you can just see it on Greg's face. He's watching as this game slips away to the hands of
This is
Connor Mullally.
what we call Blood Moon Gaming.
As we see another Ajani come down, get another cat token, and buy Gigantha to hand.
Greg looking at a bunch of really cool cards, but unfortunately cannot cast a single one of them.
Yeah, no
well, that's not
lands.
true. Can cast Tribal Flames.
That's true. Can cast a 1 damage. Can flip Connor's Ajani for him.
Do him a favor.
Needs to discard a card. Nope, just gonna go ahead and Tribal Flames you for 1. Ooh, feels
Zap.
bad. Feels bad.
Taste that. Take 1 damage, Connor.
And then 2 more from the
Sometimes-
ring. Just need
Yeah, I know, but the burn plan is online.
just need like 6 more turns like that.
Yeah. Like, you never know. The 1 damage could matter. I'm just saying.
Well, I think I saw a basic planes in Connor's hand here.
Yeah, that'll get a Flage online potentially.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a whiteboarded card, so it probably has to be that.
Yep. Do some damage first. Greg down to 13.
Connor's got so many cards in hand, he has no idea what to do with them. Embarrassment of riches.
I mean, honestly, both players have quite a few cards in hand.
That is true. Although Greg has cards in hand, maybe not by choice.
Yeah. And looks like we're going to discharge the cat, flipping a Johnny.
Yeah, and the Blood Moon does give Connor the red permanent required for a Johnny's activated ability.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Gigantha in play. It's going to deal 2 to Greg, putting him down to 11. We have an attack for 7 next turn, and presumably the Ajani can close out this one. So Greg very likely just drawing dead at this point. Yeah, shakes the head, discarding Flage, and Connor should be able to wrap up this one in very, very short order.
Certainly. I mean, you got like 5 cards to draw this turn. All the mana you could ever need.
But before we end the game, we got to make sure we draw 4 more cards.
Gotta make sure we see 4 more cards.
You have to. You never know what's on top, right?
Well, we're about to find out as we're going to amp Raptor with enough energy to 1 ring again.
So cast 1 ring, hold priority, activate the other one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, draw 4 cards.
Why not? Just to make sure.
You know, Johnny's, what, 1 creature away from... No, actually, Johnny kills already, right?
Right. Yeah, at 4. Yeah, the cat's going to be the 4th permanent, so... Already has lethal. Good enough. Yeah, we'll do this for good measure. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a bunch of lightning bolts or whatever in Greg's hand. Oh, that's going to be it. GG's handshake across the table. Congratulations to Connor Mullally taking down this round.
Yeah, and Connor Mullally is, on the leaderboard, is just cementing his position. It's possible that Connor gets that end of year MVP title. So let's, for Connor's sake, hope he can can continue winning. But I believe we are going to, hurry up to over a backup feature match where I think we're going starting in game number 3 of the backup feature match, where we have, let me pull up deck lists here. I believe we have Celestia Heliod by Christopher Smith on the right hand side of your screen, and the green Eldrazi / Basking Broodscale deck from Ellenbogen that we've seen a couple of rounds prior. And this is game number 3. Now, what's interesting about this matchup specifically is Celestia Heliod, a deck that can gain infinite life. But you know what beats infinite life, Niall? Infinite damage.
Yeah, that does win in the infinite life versus infinite damage race, and looks like we are fairly early in our third game here as Christopher playing his 4th land. Going into a Guide of Souls, followed by a Broodscale.
Yeah, so this Celestia Heliod deck from Chris is a little bit of an interesting one. So Chris has brood scales of his own, but does not actually have any blades. So Ellenbogen is playing the brood scale plus Blade of the Bloodchief combo. Chris's deck is actually playing Basking Brood Scale to pair with, I believe, Rosie Cotton of Southlane, which is a 3-mana 1/1, if we can get that one up on screen, from the Lord of the Rings set. And it looks like, well, no, as I was talking, Chris wins the game and match. So that is going to do it. Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like we were able to make infinite scions there, use our one leftover land to cast a Coco, hit the Rosie, and then put all those counters on a creature who can attack. And
yeah, so that is going to do it. That's going to be Chris Smith taking down the match over Andrew Ellenbogen. I believe we're going to be getting an interview for you in just a moment. So, be on the lookout for that. We're going to get the interview set up. We didn't get to see a ton of Chris Smith's deck, but that green-white Heliod deck, Chris moving on to 5-0 looks pretty interesting.
yeah, definitely. Very, very excited to see what Chris is able to do going forward this weekend with the deck. And, if he's able to clutch out 6-0 all the way to the end of the event, maybe secure an invite if he does not have one already.
Yeah, for sure. And this particular deck list, we didn't get to see the entire deck list, but it is there's a lot of cool stuff going on here. There's an Enduring Innocence. There's a couple of Agatha's Soul Cauldrons, the Bird Scales that we saw, Recruiter of the Guard, Ballista, Collected Company, Utopia Sprawl. So a lot of cool stuff going on here, and I believe we are in a moment going to be getting Chris Smith in the booth for an interview. And there you go. Congratulations, Chris Smith. You're advancing to 5-0 in the the infinite life versus infinite damage matchup, which I thought was pretty interesting. Talk to me about that matchup. What was going through your head?
So the big thing is, as you mentioned, it's infinite life versus infinite damage. So I kind of just moved away from trying to do infinite damage or infinite life. So I just was trying to avoid spike feeders. I actually boarded a few of them out. There's some combo loops that it is relevant for, but not enough to really make it worth playing multiple copies of it in my deck. And it's just about racing, trying to find a good fast start. And the other thing is, with your Ariok champion, whenever your opponent makes those Eldrazi Scion tokens, it actually will gain me the life, so then they can't actually kill me with infinite damage with just one Flesh Raker. So that's kind of some of the things that were coming through my mind.
Yeah, we only got to see just the very last part of your match with Andrew there, but how are you feeling going into this weekend with this deck?
I'll be honest, I didn't have any set expectations beforehand. I just wanted to play a deck that looked fun, interesting to me. I fell in love with Broodscale. I watched Matt Nass play a bunch of it, and originally I was playing a deck just like Ellenbogen's. And then I kind of just moved away. I was playing Devoted Druid combo with the Broodscale in the deck. And then afterwards, I was like, maybe the format just can't handle infinite life. I started playing it, and I went 9-1 in leagues with the deck. 7-3, but 2 of them would have won if I had infinite life, but they just didn't concede to it, and they just were able to kill me.
Yeah, I mean, have you been having fun with it today? I mean, obviously you've been winning a lot, but
Yeah,
have you liked
just
the games?
there's been so many like random things that I never thought would pop up. I ate my like spike feeder with my I got the soul cauldron, so when my brute scale got infinite powered, I was able to just pay two, give something else infinite power, so then I could just make a board
Mm.
field of infinites. I had one game where I had no board state. My opponent had lethal on the battlefield. I was at 2 life, and I just go Coco and hit spike feeder, Heliod, and they were like, I guess I lose. So it's just like good vibes, and I really like having like a backup combo deck. So I have like two
Yeah.
different combos in the same deck, and that's just kind of play pattern I like. And with like the brute scale, I'm actually able to attack and like have that damage plan where before Heliod couldn't do that.
Yeah, and you mentioned you're talking about the Agatha Soul Cauldron seems really, really sick card in this deck. There's so many things you can do with it. There's Heliod, Bird Scale, Ballista. I mean, what is like you mentioned the one line with the Soul Cauldron on Bird Scale. What's like the how has Agatha Soul Cauldron been for you today?
Today it hasn't popped up too much, but there's always games where you'll have like Spike Feeder and you'll like just need to be able to gain some life, be able to just like be able to push that extra damage. And I actually had one game versus Tron where like my battlefield was super good. I had Guida Souls out, I had Brood Scale that just came in. My opponent was at 13, and I ripped a Walking Ballista off the top. I was like sitting in the tank. It was turn 0 of turns. I had Guida Souls, I had Brood Scale, I had a Scion, and I was like, all right, there's got to be lethal somewhere here. And being able to guide a souls, I made my Scion flying, so I was able to get in for some more damage. And I had Exacxies. So there's just like random scenarios where it just like wins the game on the spot. And it's just been super fun to be able to play one of my favorite cards of Magic.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, have really enjoyed the little bit of Magic we have got to watch you play, but are there any decks that you are particularly worried about running into this weekend?
I I am worried about both Tron and the Eldrazi deck that I just played against, but I was able to win both of those. So at this point, it's just trying to play the game. Any decks that can beat Infinite Life kind of worry me. I played against Breach, and they had Thassa's Oracle instead of Grape Shot, so they were able to get a game from me because they won with Thassa's Oracle. But luckily, I had just enough resiliency in game 2 and 3 that I was able to win other means. But those are like the main two, is like the Eldrazi decks and ways to go over the top.
All right. Well, you love to see it, Chris Smith. Congratulations on advancing to 5-0. Keep crushing it. We got 3 rounds of Swiss left, and good luck in the rest.
I appreciate it, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow too.
Yeah.
Likewise. Well, thanks again, Chris. Congratulations, and we'll get back to the booth here in just a moment. So that was round number 5. We got to see bit of an interesting take, the Celestia Heliod deck. We didn't really expect that, so up to 5-0. Maybe we'll see Chris later in some of the later rounds. But I believe, let me see how many rounds we got left. Matches outstanding 3. So we probably should send it to a quick break. And when we come back, we will bring you round number 6 live. So stay tuned. Be back in a little bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NRG series in Chicagoland. I am Devin O'Donnell, joined by Niall, and we have some top 8 on the line matches here for you. With 8 rounds of Swiss, we assume that people who are 6-0 likely will be able to at least double draw, or maybe even a draw and a loss is good enough. So, have some, very, very matches with a lot at stake with regards to this round. So, we just had an interview with Christopher Smith. We're actually going to be featuring him. He's at table 1 against somebody else we just saw, Connor, on Boros. Talk to me quickly about this matchup. Who do you think is ahead in this matchup now?
Yeah, well, I mean, we haven't really gotten to see much of Christopher's deck yet. Certainly got to see a lot of Connor's, but you know, having this combo deck, and like Chris was talking about in his interview, a combo deck that sort of has like backup combos and multiple ways that he can fight, feels very powerful. And it feels like you need a lot to get over the top of Boros, or you just need to be able to constantly deal with the Boros board. So I think, there are many ways that Chris can deal with this and can just win on the spot. But also, Connor's deck is just so well equipped with ways to stop what Chris is trying to do. And interact in ways that could shut it all down. That being said, a Coco hitting the right targets at the right time sometimes is all you need. So I think it's a fairly close matchup. I think if I were going to give the edge to anybody, I would maybe give it to probably Connor, but I think it's close.
For sure. Yeah, completely agree with that. I think we are in for a very, very interesting matchup here. Before we head down to the feature match, we're just going to show you if you are enjoying the action you're seeing here this weekend and you want to head down to an NRG event near you, this is going to be the schedule for 2025, at least the first season. You'll notice the dates and events for all 4 of the first events. We don't quite have the formats yet. Those haven't been officially decided. But you can prepare and plan these trips in advance if you want to head over to Chicagoland, Madison, or Indianapolis. So that is the events we have for 2025 so far. And with all of that said, let us go down to the feature match and get started. So Connor on the left-hand side of your screen on Boros Energy against Chris Smith on Celestia Heliod. You mentioned we got to see a very, very limited, amount of Chris's deck in the last round, just the tail end of that last game. And, Chris does have a lot of different, combos and different ways to utilize creatures where you have the Heliod Spike Feeder combo, you have Heliod Ballista, you have, Basking Brood Scale plus Rosy Cotton, a lot of different ways and a lot of things that Connor has to fight over. And we'll see if Connor has the ability to do that as we lead on an untapped Sacred Foundry. And presumably one drop here, probably a Guide or an Ocelot Pride. And there is the Pride.
Yeah, very strong start. Many different one drops for the Boros deck that can lead to pretty devastating starts. But on the other side of the table here, Christopher starting with a Guide of Souls. Also, very deadly start.
Yeah, and Guide of Souls notably does profitably block Ocelot Pride. So if Connor wants to get in and attack this turn, going to have to remove that one from the battlefield. Has plenty of ways to do so, and I think I saw a Bolt in Connor's hands. So presumably that will be the play here. Block.
Getting a little ahead of ourselves here as we're going to be casting in a Johnny.
Yeah, so actually choosing to forego killing the Guide of Souls for at least a turn. Instead, choosing to play a Johnny, get that one into the battlefield, maybe use a little bit more mana. And Chris taking a look at the backside, just to make sure we have a full understanding of what the Planeswalker is capable of, which Johnny is one very, very good card in these Boros decks. Like if you have a red permanent, once you flip it, it's just able to, just shotgun and machine gun down a bunch of creatures, turn by turn, can deal your opponent a ton of damage. And it's definitely something that Chris has to keep in mind as you see a Johnny on your screen there. Plane's going to be the second land for Chris. I think I saw an Auriok Champion.
Yeah, a few different options, it seems like, for Chris here. Yep.
Does decide to go with the Auriok.
I'm going to get the Auriok down, trigger the Guide of Souls.
Yeah, and one interesting thing about Auriok Champion specifically is, and Chris brought this up in the interview we had with him last round, where the creatures entering the battlefield on your opponent's side also gain you life. So Ocelot Pride, making tokens for Connor a little awkward, as we see Bombardment is going to be the play here. Now, Auriok Champion does have protection from red, and I believe a Johnny is the source that deals the damage. So I'm pretty sure a Johnny flipped cannot kill the Auriok Champion. So yeah, looks like we're going to kill the Guide of Souls.
Yeah, and left with just the champion. Not have protection from white, so this Ocelot Pride will be able to get in, make a token. We're up to 7 permanents on the board.
Yep, and Remember, each of those tokens is going to gain Chris life, assuming that the trigger is remembered.
Mhm.
And I believe I saw a Heliod in Chris's hand. So interesting thing where Heliod every single time, if we can get Heliod up on the screen, it might be a while. It may have been a long time since the last time you've seen a Heliod. So we can showcase that one for the folks at home. But every time you gain life, you get to put a counter on a creature or enchantment you control. So every single time a creature enters the battlefield, that's going to trigger the Auriok Champion. Champion's going to gain a life. That'll trigger the Heliod. And then that will also put another counter onto the Auriok Champion. So, Chris able to kind of load up on that one and potentially even threatening a Spike Feeder next turn.
Yeah. Passing back over to Connor here, which then immediately slam down a static prison targeting the Auriok Champion.
Yeah, and that is interesting. Connor saying, I really want to prioritize you not gaining life and triggering the Heliod, but I'm willing to let you have the Heliod. And you have to imagine that if Connor is making this play, probably has to have a removal spell in hand, because otherwise, I'm probably just dead to infinite life.
Yeah, definitely. Really must have something. I mean, we do also have just an enormous board with, Goblin Bombardment here.
A ton of creatures here. Oh, that's a good point. The bombardment can just take care of the spike feeder, and that's going to be damage anyways. That's going to be lethal. Bolt is going to take care of Chris Smith. That's going to be game one going to Connor. So it's like you said, a very very close matchup. Incredible start here for Connor. That's exactly where you want to be from the Boros side of things. But as we take a look at the sideboards, see if we can figure out how each individual will improve. So Connor is looking at some Magebane Lizards, 3 White Orchid Phantoms, 2 Fear Fire Foes, 2 Orm's Chant, 2 Thraben Charm, and 2 Disruptor Flute. So couple of interesting options. You could maybe go towards the Fear Fire Foes, although I'm not entirely sure there's enough X1s in Chris's deck where you want those, and maybe something like Disruptor Flute to stop Heliod, Spike Feeder, Cauldron. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm looking towards the Disruptor Flute for sure. I'm not sure how much more from this you are really that interested in. I mean, maybe you have to bring in the Thraben Charms. Maybe it's a thing where you just you need every form of removal you have, regardless of how wide or narrow it is. But
Sure.
yeah, I don't think there is a ton in Connor's sideboard that he wants to be bringing in here.
Sounds good to me. Well, if we take a look at Connor's, let's see what Chris has to work with here. So Chris's sideboard, we have 2 Haywire Mites, 2 Containment Priests, 2 Sun Cleansers. Got to imagine those are good. 1 Archon of Emeria, 2 Endurance, 1 Solitude, 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Wrath of the Skies, and 1 Damping Sphere. So what kind of stands out to me about this sideboard is Wrath of the Skies, where Chris does have a lot of 1-mana permanents, or Arbor Elf, Guide of Souls, Utopia Sprawl. So presumably wants those in the deck to be able to clean up tokens, which the Boros deck does make a lot of. And then the Sun Cleansers definitely want those to kind of turn off the energy generation from Connor. What do you think? Anything else besides those two?
Yeah, I mean, those are obviously very powerful to be bringing in here. I don't know how much Chris cares about any of the Flage stuff. I would imagine probably not a lot. Maybe cares about something like Haywire Might to take care of, rings, bombardments, things like that. Other than that, I mean, I think you're very happy to bring in the Sun Cleansers and the Wraths, and really it's a question of what can you take out, what doesn't work in this matchup.
Right. Yeah, very good point. Maybe he wants to cut some of the, it could be a situation where he's going to be trimming on one drops in the post board games if he's going to be leading on those Wrath of the Skies. So maybe something like Arbor Elf could get cut, especially because Arbor Elf ties to Bolt and things like that. So a couple of some options here for Chris. And yeah, let's take a look. We are back down to the feature match here for game number 2. Again, Connor taking game number 1 with a pretty fast start, backed up by a Goblin Bombardment, and Chris going to be in the play here, taking a look at opening hands. Now that we've seen the sideboards, Niall, we said the matchup was pretty close, maybe a very, very slight edge to Connor. Once we've seen the players' sideboards, does any of that change for you?
I mean, I definitely think Chris has more for Connor in the sideboard than Connor has for Chris. So that is certainly working in Chris's favor.
Mhm.
But I don't know if it is enough to overcome what Connor is doing. I mean, certainly it is a thing where if you get your Sun Cleanser or your Wrath at the right times, it can be devastating for Connor. But not a ton of them in the deck. Even boarding them all in, there's only 2 of each in the sideboard. So you need them to line up. And there is a Sun Cleanser in the hand that Chris is looking at. So, we are keeping it. Perhaps this is all we need. I think I saw a Ballista in hand for Chris as well.
All right, so turn 1 Gaddis Souls just flopped onto the table. And here is the Sun Cleanser. We're not going to flop that one. That one's just going to be, that one's a cast with a crisp flick of the bottom of the card. So Sun Cleanser on turn 2. No energy here for Connor. Yeah, let's get that one up on screen for people who may not be familiar with this card. Very, very powerful card against the energy deck where, you can remove counters from your opponent. And then for as long as Sun Cleanser remain on the battlefield, no energy for Connor. So things like Guide of Souls, Galvanic Discharge, Static Prison is weird because you still get the energy when it enters the battlefield, the way that it's worded, because it removes the creature and then gives you the energy. So it is, worded in the way that Connor would like it. So that's going to get 2 energy, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. I thought it got 2 energy now. Is that not the way it's worded? Let me check. Where's the battlefield? Exile target non-land permanent. Yeah, because it's exile the permanent period, then get the energy.
Yeah,
I'm not 100% positive.
I'm not sure. Maybe it's a thing where all of that is happening simultaneously. And it looks like he is getting
Okay, there it is.
The energy, and we're getting energy for the Ocelot Pride, which at the end of the turn is going to make this cat token. Huge swing for Connor here. We really need one of those Wraths ASAP.
Yeah, and it's an interesting thing where, if Connor doesn't have enough energy generation, maybe Chris can just hope to be like, okay, well, eventually you'll get the Static Prison off the battlefields, but with the Guide of Souls and the Ocelot Pride, that is not going to happen anytime soon.
No. Certainly not. We're already up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 permanents.
Yeah, so 7 land will be 7, prison will be 8. That'll take care of the Heliod.
Jeez.
Good goodness. This is quite the start here for Connor. Now he's energy flooded. He's got plenty of energy to use to the Guide of Souls and still have enough available to get the prison back on. And yeah, Chris just not a lot Chris could do about that one. Just on a mulligan, had the turn 2 Sun Cleanser, had to hope it was good enough. But when this Boros deck gets going, it is like the definition of snowball.
Yeah, it is brutal for sure. So we're gonna see a big attack here. We're gonna go ahead and jump the cat token. And get in for a good chunk of damage. And we're going to make another, I think this is our 9th permanent.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so 1 short.
Yep. Wrath here would be huge. Another Sun Cleanser.
Okay, that's actually pretty big because that is going to remove the energy that Connor already has, and
Mhm.
that means the static prisons are going to have to go away.
Yep.
So that's actually kind of big here.
There
And I
is a
think Connor's
Thraben charm in hand, though.
yeah, and I think the question here is if we kill the Sun Cleanser with the trigger on the stack, does the ability still remove the energy? Which I believe it still would.
Yeah, surely it would.
Yeah.
And we're getting the static prisons lined up.
So yeah, Connor does have access to that 3-bin charm, which can remove the Sun Cleanser, but unless there's a discharge with the triggers on the stack, is going to lose both of those static prisons.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Connor's got here. We are definitely getting rid of this Sun Cleanser. So that's gone. Taking a quick read on Thraben's charm here.
Yeah, a lot of utility on Thraben Charm. It's good again, good in the mirror because you can kill, exile graveyards for Flage, helps kill enchantments like Static Prison, kills, any basically any creature once you have enough permanence with Ocelot Pride. So very, very versatile card here.
And
All right, so the prisons are on the stack, and they have gone to the graveyard, and that means we're getting a Sun Cleanser back, which is also going to stop Connor's energy generation. Okay, so you kind of see how things can sort of line up here for Chris. If Connor doesn't have a way to remove that Sun Cleanser, it's possible, right?
it's possible. It's certainly, I mean, Chris has done an incredible job of defending against a very difficult board state from Connor. Now, this is going to prove to be brutal because Connor has a lightning bolt in hand.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, I wonder if Connor's, thinking about potentially going upstairs with it. But yeah, first strike damage, going to take care, deal 1 to the Sun Cleanser. The bolt's going to finish it off. And yeah, that is going to be really tough for Chris to come back. Although, well, now you have to think about it from Connor's perspective. If that's the only interaction he has, and if he goes for that line and Chris goes untap, play Spike Feeder, then we're
Yeah.
done here. So Connor
Yeah.
actually respecting the Spike Feeder and not going to cast the bolt.
Yeah, which very good. I mean, we're still in a position where, Bolt could be lethal next turn potentially.
I believe Chris has the option. Okay, I think Chris might have Guide of Souls and Basking Brood Scale, which, assuming no removal, would be infinite because you would go ETB, gain a life,
Mhm.
life gain, put a counter on Bird Scale counter, make a spawn, gain a life, counter on Bird Scale, so on and so forth.
Right.
But Connor does have the way to break that up with the Lightning Bolt.
Well, is this infinite? Because we're making the. Oh no, you're right. You're right. You're right. But we do have the lightning bolt. We can. We can stop this.
Yeah, now the question for Connor is which one do you kill? Do you kill the guide or the brood scale? I would guess the brood scale is probably scarier.
Yeah, so we get our energy. Then when going to do this, we are going to go ahead and fetch. And the lightning bolt is going to come down on the brood scale. But that is 3 damage that is not going to Christopher's face.
Right. Yeah, and you can imagine if Connor had gone for the lightning bolt on the Sun Cleanser, this game would have been over. Chris would have had infinite life, infinite tokens, infinite energy, infinite everything, and the patience from Connor really paying off here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to go back over to Connor. Arena of Glory, Gigantha. Ooh.
Hasty.
Trigger Guide of Souls to gain a life.
Not quite enough energy to jump it, so can't quite make it a 7/7, but is still a formidable attacker.
Yeah.
Because I believe Chris has to chump block with something this turn. Yep, so he's going to take 4 and choosing to chump block with the Sun Cleanser. So now if Chris top decks a Brood Scale or a Spike Feeder, that should be it. Yeah, rubbing the hands together. Oh my god, he drew Spike Feeder!
Enormous.
Oh my goodness.
All
That is
right.
going to be infinite life. Infinite life. All right. So Connor, we can maybe I don't know if we have the infinity symbol that we can put next to Chris's, life total, but yeah, Spike Feeder plus Heliod is infinite life. So now Connor has to figure out a way to win this game, not through the combat phase, which for the Boros energy deck is kind of difficult.
Yeah. Very, very difficult indeed.
But yeah, okay.
I'm just
showing him the
showing
ballista.
the ballista.
Okay, well, it's even more difficult. So the ballista is going to do it. Chris is going to take game number 2 in a wild game. I mean, there was a lot of back and forth there. Connor had, a lot of options to be able to. There was that turn. He, was patient, didn't kill the Ocelot Pride, worked out for him. But yeah, Chris just top decking the Spike Feeder, and I think that's one thing about the Heliod deck where you have a lot of pieces that work with other cards, so it gives you a wider range of good top decks in situations like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as we've been saying all day long, decks like this can win out of nowhere. We saw it with the Belcher deck this morning. We've seen it with this deck. We saw it with Ellenbogen's deck. They just have that power of, stealing wins from the jaws of defeat. And, both players played extremely well that game, very disciplined, respecting everything that they can. But, all Christopher needs is that one turn to have any of his combos go off and it's lights out.
Yeah, and the second Sun Cleanser draw was so massive too for Chris because he was able to remove the energy that removed the static prisons, which ended up getting back the Heliod, and then from there, was able to threaten the kill. So that was a huge find there for Chris, and only has 2 Sun Cleansers, and definitely needed them both. As we proceed here to game number 3, Connor's going to be on the play. This has been a really, really fun match. Game 3, I'm putting you on the spot, Niall. Who you got?
Oh man, I mean, Boros energy on the play, kind of hard to not root for that, like that seems. Oh, but no, I saw the Sun Cleanser in Chris's hand. I'm Team Chris all the way. He's got the Sun Cleanser. It's good. It's lights out. We're here. We're going all the way. No, Guide of Souls turn 1 for Connor. I'm Team Connor all the way. I've always been Team Connor. Don't clip it. I always said Connor's got this one in the bag.
It's already been clipped and shipped.
Oh no.
All right, turn 1 Arbroath. We weren't sure if those were going to stay in, but those did stay in here for Chris, game 3. And Arbroath is going to... Now, the thing about Arbroath and Chris's deck, he has a really good amount of powerful 3s to play. There's Heliod, there's Spike Feeder, Recruiter of the Guard, even the one-ofs like Enduring Innocence and Rosie. And the other thing that's interesting about Arbroath is what we haven't seen yet is Arbroath plus Utopia Sprawl can enable a turn 2 Collected Company. So perhaps we'll maybe get to see that here for Chris.
Sure, we're going to Raptor into Raptor, which I think gets us the energy, but not the other part, not the find a card.
Yep.
So we go up to 4 energy total, I think.
So Aether Hub is 1.
Oh, 5
Hub
energy
is
total.
2. Raptor is 5. Minus 2 is 3. It should be 6 minus... I think he's at 3 left over.
Sure.
Not sure.
Swinging him with the guide, jumping at... I mean, very strong start.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Guide of Souls with enough energy left over to jump something else next turn. So putting a ton of pressure here on Chris. And yeah, Chris is going to really need to figure out a way to threaten a combo. Presumably can't do it this turn. Oh, has Utopia Sprawl. Perhaps not a second land if we're doing this first.
Our champion's pretty nice here.
Interesting.
We do have another land.
So we ended up down a little bit of mana for Chris. Presumably just didn't have anything else to play. Maybe he wants to fetch a surveil land instead.
Entirely likely. Static Prison. The bane of Chris's existence, but we know that the Sun Cleanser is in hand.
Yep, so 2 energy here for Connor. But yeah, like you mentioned, Sun Cleanser is going to remove the energy that presumably will get the Auriac Champion back here for Chris. Does fetch the Lush Portico. Didn't quite get a good look at the rest of Connor's hand to see if there was perhaps a 3-bin charm that would be able to maybe remove that Sun Cleanser from the battlefield. It looks like the hand is...
There's Flage, something.
I think it was Flute Flage Land. It's the name of the next metal band, Flute Flage Land. Anyways, that was bad. All right, Chris is going to surveil a Boseiju into the graveyard.
Very interesting.
And we'll see what we want to do. That's 4 mana. And it goes.
Oh, is that a Wrath?
Wrath for 2. See, this is the interesting part about Wrath with the Elf and the Sprawl. It's kind of awkward, right? Where Chris is going to be losing a lot of mana, but it's a fair trade-off, right? You're killing all of Connor's permanents, so you figure it's what, a 3 for 4, so you're still up a card in the exchange.
Yeah, and I mean, you get the champion back, so pretty nice.
Yeah. Horizon Canopy is the land for turn, and the Sun Cleanser that we knew about. So, yeah, and good sequencing here for Chris. Wants to make sure that we fire off the Wrath before playing the Sun Cleanser, because that means Connor can no longer have 3-bin charm to be able to remove the Sun Cleanser.
Yeah, very nice. Very nicely played here. Well, we also just don't want to lose a Sun Cleanser to the Wrath.
That too. Yeah.
So we're going to fetch here for Connor on the end step. And I mean, that was a devastating Boros board, and Chris has been able to flip it around and is looking to be in a pretty good spot here. And we do know that Connor has a Flage.
Yeah, although Flage not looking too scary on this board, right? You have the 1/4, which doesn't add a Flage, and then the Auriac Champion, which can block it for a while, even if Connor can put it into play. So you do have a little bit of time against Flage at least.
Yeah. Ooh, although next turn having the Arena of Glory Flage up. Although I guess we have one more land to be able to pull that off, right?
Right, because the hub doesn't make any colored mana because there's no energy.
Yeah.
Chris rubbing the hands. Is there a Collected Company? It kind of feels like what he needs at this point. With not a lot of action left in hand. I think I saw an Arbor Elf, and I don't know what the other card in Chris's hand was. But really wants to find some action this turn, maybe. Yeah, I mean, Coco is certainly his best card if he has land number 4. Maybe something like a Heliod could be nice with the Auriac Champion.
Yeah, certainly could be quite nice here. Let's see. Having a bit of think. We definitely have the land.
Looks like Heliod Elfland.
Yeah, it's tricky though because we're also at 5 life, it looks like.
Oh,
so
I didn't realize we were that low.
So we can't really shock in, right?
Oh, God, no. I would assume.
But also, as long as we can play a creature.
Okay,
yeah,
so
playing the
Arbor Elf
to 6.
Puts you to 6. You don't tap the Canopy. The ETB on Flade, assuming Connor has a land that can cast it, puts you to 7. Then the trigger puts you to 4. The attack puts you to 1. So you're at 1 life, technically alive.
You're just dead to bolt.
Well, Connor won't be able to bolt this turn, right? Because we're gonna use the arena. The land untapped will be the Aether Hub.
Oh, sure.
So presumably, Chris will get 1 draw step. Maybe the line for Chris is just say end of turn, pop the canopy, and then top deck exactly Coco into the combo.
Mm-hmm.
Might be the only way out. All right, so Flay GTB. Gonna gain Chris a life, go up to 7. Then presumably the trigger. So I guess what Connor's thinking is, does he want to deal 6 to Chris, or does he want to kill the Sun Cleanser?
Yeah, pretty tricky. It looks like we're going upstairs with it.
Yep, so upstairs. Protection from red. That's an easy block. All right, Chris. I think our out is sacrifice the canopy, knock the top of the deck, and find. I think it has to be company at this point. Didn't quite get a good look. Let's see. Is there a company?
Yeah, very intense turn here.
I'm trying to think if there's any other way that Chris could set up a combo that doesn't involve.
Oh, there's a Solitude.
Okay, I think he picked up a Solitude and a Cauldron. So this just got real interesting.
Yeah, it got really weird is what it is. We've got
very, very weird.
Cauldron is Elf the only real Cauldron target right now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so Cauldron. So then we basically have 3 mana still. We can play Heliod. And then... Oh, man. Well, we can't really play Heliod because it's holding up our Solitude. I guess Solitude's just hard castable now.
1, 2... Is it?
So...
We go exile there.
Oh, no, we're still a little off.
Yeah, I think we can make 3 mana. Counter there. So beatdowns here, and then just Solitude the Flage and hope there's no bolt top deck for Connor. I think that's, looks like that's what we're doing. Let's see what Connor finds. All right, there's the Solitude. It's not over yet, Kyle.
Gain a little life.
Yeah. Get 1 life off the champion, go to 2. 2 is still, it's still a precarious life total, but it's not it's within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, Chris really just needs 1 life, right? Like Chris really needs to not be dead, and every single turn is potential lethal.
All right, so Chris going up to 2. Solitude going to take care of that Flage. And I think Connor still has that flute, so it'll be interesting to see if that is cast this turn on the Cauldron, maybe, or it looks like we're going to hold it.
Mm-hmm.
Just thinking about it. Is there anything that you like? If you're in Connor's seat, what do you think you want to name with the flute? Do you want to go after the Cauldron, or do you want to save it for a potential Spike Feeder Heliod combo?
Yeah, it looks like we're going after the Cauldron immediately, which I think is pretty reasonable. It keeps us off a few different lines we could potentially take here.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense because, you're 27, so I guess you don't have to worry about your life total too much. But we see Chris lining up an attack here for 2.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see what the card drawn was. Chris keeping it close to the chest here.
Yep, and yeah, I mean, Arena of Glory being untapped with the Gigantha means we've got to be keeping this champion up all the time.
Yeah, but if Connor has maybe like say Static Prison kill the champion, then Haste
Mhm.
Gigantha, that could be all over. I think Connor might have picked up another flute, I want to say. Yeah, no point in hasting because that could just get brickwalled by the champion anyways.
Mhm.
Oh my god, did Connor draw Coco?
Oh.
Chris, oh my god!
So let's go.
Jeez.
Oh, we've got a
Okay.
Wrath, an Elf.
Sun Cleanser. Was it Sun Cleanser Elf?
I think that's all we're getting.
Not the best Coco. But hey, still 2 life off the champion. Something at least.
2 life off the champion.
God, this has been a crazy game, Niall. My goodness.
This is a crazy game. We should be out of bolt range now, I believe.
Yeah,
Yep,
because
we're
that's going
up
to
to
put us to
5.
5.
Out of bolt range, out of flage range.
I think he drew a green card. I think it was a Spike Feeder? Yeah, Spike Feeder, okay.
Spike Feeder is a big one.
Now, we're familiar with Spike Feeder's ability to gain life, but if we could get Spike Feeder up on the screen, it does have some other text on it where you can kind of move counters around onto other creatures. I don't know how relevant that's going to be this game, but yeah, 2 mana to remove a counter and put a creature on target, counter on target creature rather. You can maybe load up on the champion a little bit, get in for some damage.
Yeah. Going back over to Connor, it looks like. Oh, there's the Thraben charm to take care of the champion. Now, can we move
Oh,
a
we can.
counter with the elves?
Yeah, because we're going to make some mana. And then in response, we can go.
Oh, we can't.
What are we doing?
I think we're trying to put a counter on with the cauldron, but it just fluted.
Oh, right. Okay. So, but we can still do this. We can move a counter from the Spike Feeder onto the chain. Yep. Okay. I guess the awkward part about this is now the champion is tapped. So the champion is currently unable to block.
I think we're more than happy to chump one of our Sun Cleansers. Perhaps chump our Spike Feeder, gain a little life.
Yeah, so I think Chris might have. I think what happened there is. So the Disruptor Flute is kind of weird, where it says spells of the chosen name cost 3 more to cast, and I think maybe he thought it was also activated
Sure.
abilities cost 3 more because he lined up 3 mana. So yeah, Sun Cleanser gonna eat the bin.
That's probably it. Goblin Bombardment.
Powerful card, but Connor doesn't have a lot of creatures. See if Chris can find maybe a Heliod. I mean, Heliod's probably one of the best draws here.
Oh, absolutely. Ooh, another Spike Feeder.
You know, the Sauriac champion kind of getting big.
Yeah. And now we have access to 4 mana. No, 4 mana. Because we effectively have 4 elves.
Okay. So we're going to flute the Spike Feeder. So I wonder if you're Chris,
do you move any?
Do you maybe move the counter onto the other champion? I think Chris said no. Looks like we're just going to be content with that. Get a little beatdowns going in. Oh, yeah. I mean, Connor's at 25. You got to kill him eventually, right?
Yeah, you got to work it down. I mean, for the most part, Chris's life total is on the way up.
Connor lining up a lot of mana here. Oh,
Fear Fire Foes.
Goodness. That is huge. So that's going to take care of the Sun Cleanser. Yeah, and blow up everything that is. Yeah, so basically deals 4 to a creature and 1 to every other creature. That's going to kill almost everything on Chris's board.
Wow, that is crazy. Okay, we're
Hmm.
going back over to Chris.
So there
Which is
was
the
an
first one.
interesting thing there where the Fear Fire Foes actually says damage can't be prevented this turn. So I think Connor maybe could have attacked with a Gigantha. Because if it gets blocked by
Um,
champion, since damage can't be prevented.
Yeah, you might be right. Not sure. Not sure how that
Yeah.
interaction works.
Anyways, Chris gonna fetch a tapped Temple Garden here. This has been a wild game. My goodness. This game is crazy.
Yeah, this game is crazy. This is a great game 3 for a, winning into top 8. This is how you want to see him go.
Oh yeah, it doesn't get any better. Just haymaker after haymaker after haymaker. 4 mana. Is this a collected? Oh, okay, Ballista's not
Walking
bad.
Ballista.
It's not bad. Not doing a ton here, but if there's a Heliod off of the top, then that one becomes a lot better.
Well, I mean, it's also just something to do with our mana forever, right? Like, if we flood out from here, we still have things to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it gives us something to do every single turn, regardless of whether we're drawing spells or not. Chris smiling. Looks like he drew a spell, potentially. Couldn't quite get a good look at it. Never mind. Okay.
So I think we can actually put 2 counters on Ballista. So we have 5 lands. We have 3 creatures that are basically elves.
Does Flute shut off mana abilities? I assume no, right?
It does not. It excludes mana abilities.
So yeah, the elf, the Spike Feeder, even though its abilities are shut off, can still tap for mana through the Cauldron. So yeah, okay. So yeah, can put 2 counters here, which is big.
Although is Untapped Target Forest considered a mana ability?
Oh, actually, you're right. It's not a mana ability. That's a good point. So yeah, I can only put 1 counter on.
So the Spike Feeder cannot.
Oh, the Spike Feeder can't either, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the Spike Feeder cannot activate its Arbor Elf ability, but we can still. Oh, going to discharge in response here.
So probably just go upstairs for 2. Not really a ton of other good targets here.
Trying to look through Chris's deck and see what answers we have for these flutes. Because if we ever get the ability to activate our Cauldron again, it's pretty powerful. I mean, we have Besejus.
Yeah, 2 Besejus, 2 Haywire Mites in the board, if those came in, which presumably they did for the ring. Chris just drew another Coco. All right, here we go.
Oh, there's a Beseju.
Was it? Oh my god, was it just Guide of Souls?
Ooh.
Oh, goodness. Oh my goodness. To be fair, Chris has drawn pretty well, drawn a couple Cocos, but both of his Cocos have been kind of bad, so. What a crazy game. My goodness.
Yeah, we'll see here if he's able to continue this luck off the top of the deck. Looks like we're just going to be passing.
Is that 2 bolts in hand? Oh, I think Connor drew 2 bolts. Well, Chris is at 6 life. 3 plus 3 is 6. Now, obviously wants to wait until Chris does something. Upstairs.
Oh, is that... Oh, good game.
Wow. Crazy match. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, that was congratulations to Connor Mullally. That was one heck of a way to play for top 8. What an insane match. Both players just playing very, very well. A lot of really sick top decks, and yeah, I gotta take a break after that one. That was a crazy match now.
Absolutely. I mean, double bolt for Xaxes at the end there. I mean, that was so back and forth the whole time. Really incredible match, played extremely well by both players, but huge congrats to Connor for taking down the 6-0 today, and should be good to draw from here, we think. Very nice.
Presumably.
Very nice.
Yeah, 8 rounds of Swiss. You figure. I think there were. I want to say there were. Let me look at the standings real quick. I want to say there were 4 undefeateds going into this round. 1, 2, 3, 4. So presumably 2 after this round. Those players draw, and then maybe they find an X1 that can handshake in the last round. I know we have a backup match. I don't know exactly. Oh, never mind. I lied to you. We don't have a backup match. Let's see. How many matches outstanding? 13. So it's a bit of a fast match. Perhaps an interview with Connor, maybe. I don't know if we can get word on production, if we can set that up, but we will let you know what is going to happen. But yeah, that was really, really good way. We didn't get to see a lot of Chris's deck in the previous round. So very nice to see what that really awesome match. I didn't actually get to see the note from production that they just put
Looks
on
like
there.
we do have an interview.
Okay, good. There we go. Interview upcoming soon, where we're going to talk with Connor and see exactly what was going through Connor's head, because I'm sure he's got a lot to say about that last game.
Yeah, that was a crazy one. It was very exciting to get to watch, and can't wait to hear what Connor has to say about it.
Absolutely. Yeah, as far as okay, Connor is sitting down just a moment while we get everything situated. And yeah, that was what a wild match. All right, Connor Mullally,
Hello, everybody.
congratulations on advancing to
Hello.
6-0. That
Thank you.
last match was something else, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Not a deck that I've seen before, but Chris and I have been sitting in the feature match area together all day. It's a really cool one. I think he last round beat another version of Brood Scale. I think it's not a great matchup. Obviously my deck cannot beat Infinite Life like we saw in game 2, but I think I got pretty lucky at the end there. Made a few mistakes in the match, but thankfully didn't get punished.
Yeah, it was a very crazy back and forth, especially that game 3.
Absolutely.
Super intense. I mean, how have you felt with Boros Energy? I know it's one of the top decks of the format right now, but in this tournament specifically, I mean, obviously you've been winning with it, but is there any decks you've been afraid to face, or has it just felt good?
So I'm pretty sure I've played against 6 decks today that are like targeting Boros Energy. We saw round 5 I played against Domain Zoo, played against Amulet twice, and I don't know, like targeting a deck is fine, but when you're proactive and can have starts like the Boros Energy deck has, where you're attacking for 3 on turn 2 with a flyer, like Delver type stuff, and also cheap interaction, it's just hard to be too good against you. And so a lot of matchups I'd rather not play, but I'm beating them all anyways.
Sure. Now, there are a ton of different versions of the energy deck. Obviously you're on the Boros one. Some people are playing Jeskai versions, Mardu versions. What do you think about the different iterations and styles of this deck?
I've played a little bit of Mardu. In all honesty, I copied my friend Nam Dang, the list that he played in Vegas last weekend. I think I like just having main deck Blood Moon. Like we've seen in these bad matchups so far a couple of times that a cheese card like that, I think single-handedly won me round 5 against Domain Zoo, helped me beat Amulet earlier, and so I just really like the better mana being able to Blood Moon people helps out a lot. I think the biggest draw to Mardu is Thoughtseize, and I don't love Orcish Bowmaster in the format right now, and so I'm not like super excited about the Black Splash. I've been pretty happy with just red-white.
Yeah, one interesting card that I noticed in the sideboard here, White Orchid Phantom. Now, I've seen a lot of people play Charmaw. I've seen some other options when it comes to the big mana matchups. Well, talk to me about that card specifically when it comes to the other options.
Yeah, so one of the matchups that we've been seeing pop up quite a bit, not sure if this deck is good or not, but it's another one of the targeting energy, is Mono Blue Belcher. And so against Belcher, obviously if they do their thing, it wins against you. And so you need to just try to stop them from putting Belcher into play. And a lot of times that just means cutting them off of mana. Obsidian Charmaw is too slow to do that, but against them, White Orchid Phantom is just a 2/2 Stone Rain. And so really impressive in that matchup. I've been pretty happy with it so far.
Yeah, great. Well, presumably you feel good to draw from here.
Yep.
And then we'll see you in top 8 later today. Are you playing tomorrow as well?
Yes, I am. I'm going to be playing tomorrow. Goal right now, I told Garrick Alford, number 1 on the leaderboard right now, that I was going to catch him and reclaim my Player of the Year title. I think if I get second place or I win, I'm ahead of him, but no matter what, I'm in striking distance tomorrow. So it should be a lot of fun. Really enjoy races like that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be a ton of fun for us to watch. Again, Connor, congratulations on your victory, and best of luck in the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Niall.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, as we mentioned earlier, I do not believe we have a backup matchup available for you. So, I think if we get some notes from production, I think it's going to do it for the end of this round. Niall, that is going to do it for us as well. So, it was a lot of fun doing some commentary with you. And yeah, as if any last shout outs that you want to give before we send off.
Yeah, just, it was a lot of fun to be in the booth with you today, Devin. We got to see some really, really cool matches of Magic. I just think the NRG, the series in total is just a very cool thing. There aren't a lot of, high stakes tournaments like this that are just running at the regularity that NRG is able to run them. So very cool to watch and extremely cool to get to be a part of today. So thank you to the NRG team for that. And thank you for joining me in the booth today.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for having me, Niall. And like I said, we are going to be getting Drake and Corbin in the booth. And without, just in a little bit, we will see you in round number 7. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
All right, everyone. We are back here as promised for round number 7 of 8 of Swiss here at the Modern 10K Showdown in Chicagoland, beautiful Chicagoland, Illinois. Here NRG series. Again, this is a 10K Showdown. This is the last event, of course, with the event tomorrow of season 2 of this year. So the next event on the schedule is, of course, the championship. Last opportunity to qualify for many of these players, and quite a bit of points shakeups that have been going on even today. We've talked a lot with Connor earlier through the day on his hunt for Player of the Year. But outside of just the points, this is a modern format too that is still very much shaking out post Nadu ban. So there's some of that at work here as well, as players are really working through the format. And I'm here in the booth with Corbin. And we're going to be covering some of that Modern here in just a moment. So, yeah, what's your thoughts? Talk to me a little bit about your take on Modern right now as we get set up, ready to go.
Yeah, man. Thrilled, first of all, to be in here with you to take this tournament home. Take the handoff. We took the relay here from the team this morning, and happy to finish this thing out with you. So, Modern, of course, being my favorite format, and we're going to get some of the absolute peak Modern decks coming up here, right? Not just the sort of the top decks, which are, the energy decks have taken over since Nadu, and they really give you a baseline to shoot for, but some of the more experimental decks that are actually finding success, of course, with the lands coming in for Modern Horizons 3 and the other shakeups. So Modern in a great spot in terms of at least having very unique decks right now. So that is a pretty good spot to be, right? We've got to watch 6 rounds of it so far. We've got 2 more rounds in this 10K leading into our top 8. I will say that Modern is kind of taking a back seat, right? Since Nadu got banned, we have a big focus on Standard. We've had Duskmorn release. We had the World Championship last week. Of course, all eyes on Standard. Meanwhile, Modern in the background has kind of just been quietly adjusting to this idea that Boros and Mardu Energy are the top decks, right? Depending on how you look at them, but not unbeatable, right? And we've seen people have cards that it can really be blowouts, right? And while those maybe clearly are the best percentages you can find, there is still a lot you can do for those people who really enjoy some of the more experimental is maybe the word, Modern decks that you can find success with.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment as these players are getting set up. We will get down to the match here in just a moment. We're going to watch some more of the kinds of decks you're talking about. I believe we're going to be featuring Belcher and Mardu Energy. But before we dive in, I kind of want to take a step back, talk a little bit for just a moment about the Modern format. It feels like there's 2 camps. Like there are these camps of, okay, Modern Horizons 3 was too much, and the One Ring combined with that has just erased Modern as we know it, and that's kind of ruining everything. I've seen calls in chat just watching the stream today, and of course calls on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, talking about that as well. But also, as I've been watching the games, I see people saying, the format's in a pretty good spot. There's a lot of archetypes that are represented. You can finally combo again. The elemental menace that really shut down combo for a long period of time in the Modern format has really taken a back seat to some of the other stuff going on. There's aggro decks, there's control decks, all these kinds of things. So you get an archetype representation, which is something people always like. And if you look at the the cards that are ending games, even just from what we've seen today. I mean, these are not cards printed in Modern Horizons 3. You know, we're talking about Goblin Charbelcher. We're talking about Blood Moon. People have been dying of that thing since Modern's inception. You know, lightning bolts, all the like. You know, there is still a lot of the core of what made Modern modern, and all of, you know, however you feel about it. A lot of that's still available and happening even at the event here today. But of course, there is still plenty of games where the One Ring does come down and does what it says on the tin, right? Where it just invalidates a lot of the game previously played. You watch somebody tap it, try to sort through all their options, and the game's over. And there's some people that don't like that, and you know, I feel for those people. But at the same time, I think maybe it's disproportionate to the actual card's impact, just because it is a Universes Beyond card that now costs like $100 or whatever.
Yeah, and before, it's always going to be something, right? And before that, it was, as you mentioned, grief. And that was sort of the pressure on the format before, right? Is whatever your deck did, it had to be able to withstand getting double griefed and then thought seized or whatever on turns 1 and 2.
Yeah.
That was the pressure on the format. Now, whatever your deck does, it needs to be able to handle the Boros Energy Start, where they go 1, 2, 3, have 10 permanents in play by turn 3 or 4 or whatever, and you just are getting steamrolled, right? That is the new pressure that you face, that your deck has to be able to answer. And things like Charbelcher that can kind of ignore what's going on there, as opposed to playing, you know, the wraths of the skies to try to answer it, can just ignore it entirely. That's kind of the lines in which we're seeing Modern diverge a little bit. But within that, you obviously have a lot of different things you can play. We obviously have Eldrazi represented to some extent, and you have, you know, there are always going to be your burn players, your amulet players, because of course Modern has people who just love their deck, right? Obviously, if it's up to me, I'm going to play Merfolk. One of our qualifiers for the championship at the end of the year, Nikachu, did so playing Merfolk this year, as a matter of fact, right? Just his deck, and he really found a way to succeed with it in, I believe, a Nadu format at that time. So and that's kind of, I think, the appeal that Modern is always going to hold, no matter what is the top deck at the moment. That said, obviously, Boros and Mardu Energy are extremely good, and with Rage and with Goblin Bombardment, the ability for them to stretch their really turbo aggressive starts into a late game that just keeps that pressure coming and keeps the burn coming. That's really, I think, what's turned it into the top deck. And if anything ends up changing, you know, we're talking about the One Ring and all these things, that's going to be the deck that right now polices Modern. Well, I believe, with that said,
I think we're set up ready to go. But hey, a perfect lead into what we're about to watch. We were just talking a little bit about the energy deck. You can see Daniel Weisler, somebody that we've come to know very well on the NRG series here, playing the Mardu take on the energy deck. Usually this one supporting Thoughtseizes and things of that nature. Against Fletcher Johnson, #1 on the Season 2 leaderboard, currently looking very good to punch their ticket to the 2024 Energy Championship, this time on their take on Belcher. And this is a relative newcomer, even in a post-Nadu world, I'd say. This kind of mono blue Belcher deck, a big divergence from what you think of when you think of the card Goblin Charbelcher. You think of Seething Songs and Empty the Warrens and making a bunch of mana using Lion's Eye Diamond and Legacy to crack it, blow it up. At least you've been around as long as you and I have. I think that's kind of what you think of. This deck very much kind of a different take. It can play a little bit of a slower game, actually gets to have like real lands in their deck, thanks to these dual face cards. And you see kind of one of the, I guess, namesakes of this card for the moment is the 4X Lotus Bloom that they play, kind of taking the mantle from the Ad Nauseam decks as far as the best thing to be doing with Lotus Bloom in the Modern format. Players start off with that namesake Lotus Bloom, and of course an elegant parlor here coming off the fetch land for Daniel Weisler. Going to get some surveil action. Can't underrate the impact those cards would have. There was a lot of conversation around how impactful they'd be, and I think we have learned very well as Goblin Bombardment hits the bin. Not the match for this at the moment. Godless Shrine untapped. Ajani, powerful turn 2 here. Here comes a 2/1 cat token to get the pressure started.
Yeah, no 1-drop, but a textbook 2 there for Daniel. You mentioned, right, with Charbelchers, we think of it as a certain way. Think about how many people are playing Magic right now, Drake, who have never seen Goblin Charbelcher before, right? It got printed into Modern however many years ago, and it never really made an impact, right? We're all of us Magic boomers are like, wow, I'd really like it if Goblin Charbelcher would be a deck someday.
I don't know if that's true. A polarizing card, I'd say, is Goblin Charbelcher.
Not a fan?
I have anybody that has I mean,
love a
I'm
good
fine with a
Belcher.
Goblin Charbelcher. You can see the namesake 4-mana artifact. I believe Mirrodin block. Don't quote me. 4-mana artifact, 3
Yes,
to
that is
activate it,
correct.
reveal
It's
till
for
you hit a
Mirrodin.
land, and of course, you try not to play lands. That way, you deal 50 damage, 40 damage, however many cards are left in your deck. That is usually more than enough for lethal, but you can get in some weird spots where it's not. As we find second copy of Goblin Bombardment. That one gets rid of the cat token right away. And so Ajani can flip. We have a red permanent thanks to the bombardment, so can get another cat token and get some more damage going off of that powerful 0 ability from the backside here of the Ajani Nakatl Pariah. That's Ajani Nakatl Avenger is the backside. So back over to Fletcher. A card we were seeing a lot of is the Ajani, and it's funny, even as a legendary creature, still one you're more than happy to play 4 copies of. And Daniel Weiser's still not flooded with any 1-drops, but the 2-drops are doing a good job of laying on the pressure. Only 1 counter left on this Lotus Plume, though, so the clock is ticking on that axis as well. Remember, Fletcher here truly trying to build that 7-mana threshold play, activate Goblin Charbelcher, win the game that way. And with none of kind of the namesake cantrip effects that Belcher supports in this current iteration really being played yet, have to imagine Fletcher's got something up his sleeve.
Well, he certainly didn't keep this hand to just play a few lands and die, right? So
you don't like the 3 tap lands die strategy?
Just lose. Well, you got my mana. If I draw my Belcher, I'll win, right? No, maybe, but maybe he's just setting up is more likely here. Daniel has what you needed, though, right? The being able to flip the Ajani early like that is that you're going to keep the pressure up. That is the most, I think, difficult card when you're playing against the energy deck to interact with is a flipped Ajani. And if not that, it's Goblin Bombardment, which Daniel has as well, and that will allow him to point damage to the face and just kind of keep it coming. You see Fletcher down to 12, so you're getting to where, Daniel's starting to think about the math, right? We're in attack step and then activation and bombardment. You're starting to look at maybe probably next turn being able to close it out. Unfortunately, that is the turn when Lotus Bloom's going to come off of the suspend here, and I spotted a bunch of cards in Fletcher's hands, so I think we're going to see him at least attempt it. And so Daniel's going to try to add as much to the board as he can here to just try to guarantee that he can set up for next turn if he's not able to interact with Belcher.
Yeah, I really need to make Fletcher have it here. But I mean, obviously, all signs point to Fletcher absolutely having it. And we got to look at the hand. Of course, Fletcher does have it. Something to note here, Hydroelectric Laboratory was placed untapped. So that can actually represent a flash blocker in the form of that 1/4 Hydroelectric Specimen. So something worth noting there that there might be some surprise blockers here for cat tokens or something of that nature. But I mean, I think it's a tall ask for Daniel to assemble a kill here. 9 points is a lot, even with a Goblin Bombardment. So the pressure might be just a little slow. And of course, play draw coming up huge here as well. We just mentioned the Lotus Bloom kind of key for enabling that burst of mana, and also not allowing Daniel Weiser to play the One Ring that he would have in hand. Of course, I think he's missing lands here, but still, when you're talking about turn 4 being such a big key in the current modern format, is here does come a Whir of Invention for 0. That one I think can find another Lotus Bloom. So yeah, all right, we're gonna have plenty of mana next turn. Yeah. Absolutely. So that's kind of what we're holding up mana for. Remember, we did Super Shock bolts, if you will. What are we calling the shock effect of the backside of these lands? Are we just saying bolt lands, or what are we doing with that?
I don't know. I bolt myself, I guess, right? It's
bolt myself works for me. So Fletcher bolting himself,
fetch,
of course, to
fetch,
make that happen.
Fetch bolt. I'm playing Belcher.
Check it out. And here's 4 mana. That looks like a Goblin Charbelcher, and it sure is. And I think we even have counterspell protection in the form of Disrupting Shell. So Fletcher's got plenty here. Activate. Show me your deck, says Daniel. And Daniel going to take a quick look through the deck list because, of course, it does reveal your entire library. No lands, at least not on the front half in this Goblin Charbelcher deck. As he's
you named it when you brought up Ad Nauseam. That's exactly what this plays like, right? You're just you went turn 0 or turn 1 Lotus Bloom. You just wait for it to go off. You've got your mana. Boom. You've got your Ad Nauseam, or in this case, Goblin Charbelcher. You've got the win. And when your opponents are playing a bunch of 1/1s and 1/2s and 2/1s, that's what you do. You just ignore it. You go around it over the top, and you just win the game by combo. Now, as we move to the sideboarded games in the future here, of course, this is why Daniel would opt for something like Mardu, because you can have some access to hand disruption that the Boros versions cannot. Now, you mentioned that there's so much counter magic packed into Fletcher's deck.
Yeah, and something interesting worth noting about Fletcher's deck, and of course, it does have just a weird look. You're talking about an 8 artifact deck that has 4 copies of Whir of Invention. It's like, okay, well, that's kind of weird. And then you're also talking about a 4x Flare of Denial deck that usually has like 12 creatures in it. Actually, Fletcher has more than I think what I've seen. We do have the Temeshis as well. That's something that I guess you can kind of backdoor with the Lotus Blooms, get some of that combo going as well. But the typical Thunder Trap Trainer, Philology Archaeologist, and then of course the Hydroelectric Specimen that's there as your lands. That's typically like the creature suite you see. And then of course you use those to flare. I mean, we've seen that happen in this tournament thus far. And that really helps give you that extra turn, and that's why you would do something like this over Ad Nauseam, which had like Angel's Grace and weird cards. That doesn't necessarily matter against every deck in Modern right now, and having those counter magic spells in the form of Flare, Denial, Disrupting Shoal, Force of Negation, these are the things you bring to the table for being this mono blue combo deck that uses Lotus Bloom instead. So Fletcher going to win game number 1. Of course, he's on the hunt to be the Season 2 point leader and punch his ticket to the end of year championship. So he's up a game, looking very well to do that here in round number 7. Let's take a quick look at the sideboards as these players are doing so as well. Going to start with Daniel Weiser. In the sideboard here, we have 2 copies of Ragavan Nimble Pilferer, 2 Orcish Bowmasters, 2 Sun Cleanser, the Gigantic Companion that you'd expect, Orm's Chant, 2 Thraben Charm, 1 Deafening Silence, 1 Nihil Spellbomb, 1 Damping Sphere, and 2 copies of the One Ring. So if you're Daniel Weiser, looks like you get all your thoughtseize in the main. How are we adjusting here for the Belcher strategy?
Yeah, so what's interesting to this is we talk about, if this was Ad Nauseam, well, they'd need to cast 2 spells, right? They'd always have to go Angel's Grace into Ad Nauseam, and you'd want things like that restrict them to 1 spell a turn, as you can see in the sideboard. But in this case, all you need is a Belcher. Now, you could, prevent some of the other interaction, but really you just want to pack as much interaction as you can. You want to hope to lean on a hand that can find Thoughtseize, that can follow up the early disruption with creatures. That game you had all pressure, no disruption. You'd like a healthier mix of that here. Meanwhile, you're going to be able to trim on obviously some of the excess creatures or removal that you don't think fits here. Maybe you don't love the bombardments. You're going to figure out how to just get a couple pieces of interaction in there and then try to have it, right? Thoughtseize is obviously going to do a ton of work in this matchup. And if you're Daniel, you're really looking for a hand that has access to that.
Just the classic formula of pressure plus disruption, and a few options for that. That's probably what these 2 Ragavans are for, or whatever. Those just turn up the pressure, keep the interaction. But like you said, those Thoughtseizes and things of that nature are really going to be key for breaking this matchup open. I think being Mardu here is going to come up big in that aspect. Let's take a quick look at Fletcher's deck list and the Goblin Charbelcher configuration we have here.
It's beautiful. So many blue symbols. I love it.
Oh, and a mount. So yeah, we got 3 Unable to Scream, 2 Spellsnare, 2 Consigned to Memory, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Into the Flood Maw, 1 Tormod's Crypt, and 1 Basic Mountain. So, couple good ones, couple weird ones. And, of course, as I mentioned, there's the Temeshi stuff in the main deck. How are we adjusting for a Belcher strategy, trying to react here to, what the Mardu Energy deck has to offer?
Well, I have to imagine you're going to cut some amount of counter magic here because some of it's tied up in your land, so you obviously have to keep an amount. But whatever you can trim along there, you're going to try to trim because you need to have redundancy here because you anticipate your hand maybe being taken apart a little bit. I'm actually really interested to see how these Temeshis play out. I'm not that's a bit of a new one for me to see, but I have played against that card quite a bit in other formats. So I'm very interested to see how these work out for Fletcher. Yeah, Commander All-Star, don't you know?
Is it? I guess I don't know. I mean, I feel like I play a fair bit of Commander, and I've not played that much against Smash. I have seen some of the modern centric decks around the card. Being able to splash it here a little bit inside this deck is actually a nice little upgrade, little value piece. But yeah, I mean, I'm not even seeing a lot I necessarily want to adjust. Like maybe you want to reach for some Unable to Screams just to reduce some of the pressure. But I don't know that I love that. Like you don't really want to trim any of your core of your main, and maybe the counter magic could find
Spellsnare might work out a little better, especially if you're on the draw. Being able to Spellsnare their 2-drop seems fairly decent. So we are down to the match. We'll see how it goes. Daniel Weiser does get to be on the play this time, trying to take a match back against Fletcher Johnson here. in the
Yeah, I'll say
7th
this.
round.
I think with the sideboard configurations, the way that it's set up, I think that Fletcher either likes is the energy matchup. Like we don't really see a lot of dedicated cards for the matchup, in
Right.
my opinion, unless I'm missing something egregious about the way that this is going to play out. But or just doesn't feel that there's a sideboard card that can swing the matchup enough. So you're just like, whatever. I hope I win the die roll. I can resolve Belcher before they resolve like the One Ring or whatever can stop it from
Exactly.
having an effect. And maybe that's how the games are going to play out. So it's interesting. Both of these decks, I think there's a little bit more adjustment that Daniel can make, but even there, we didn't see anything egregious. He got all the thoughts. He's already in the main deck, so loaded up there for that. But I mean, both these players, like you just mentioned, at 5-1, I think this is a clean win and in. Basically, if you win, you can very likely draw.
Yeah.
Looking very good to make the top 8 of the Modern Showdown here. And for both of these players, I think that's very important. These are 2 players we've seen, across the season and across the whole year on the NRG series. So a lot at stake here for these players. And I mean, they seem calm, they seem collected, and professionals as they are. Ignoring the stakes, just playing their best Magic. And like I said, for the most part, this matchup, based on if you're just going to take away from game number 1 and the way these decks are configured, looks really play draw dependent to me. Like the timing on the Lotus Bloom versus that critical turn to punch the kill seems like it matters a lot. But Daniel didn't even have a 1-drop, and that I think played a big factor for how that game played out as well.
Well, it did, because we were talking about could he line up 8 or 9 damage or whatever on that last turn with the bombardment. Having a 1-drop there, an Ocelot Pride or whatever, giving you extra bodies, as well as poking in a few more points of damage, could have made it possible. Right? Obviously, you don't know exactly how the math works out, but here's some pretty good math. Ragavan on turn 1 for Wiser.
Yeah, 0 those in the main deck. So that is one of the 2 sideboard copies coming in here for Daniel. Has it on turn 1. The way he drew it up, just never didn't have it. Ragavan on turn 1, the best turn for it on the play nonetheless here. And Fletcher also with a signature start here of a tapped land. This one, Orderly Plaza is the name of the back one. It doesn't have any relation to Suppression Ray on the front half, so I get that one kind of mixed up because it doesn't even evoke the front
well,
half.
Well, good for you knowing what the land side of it is called, right? Hey, I would play the heck out of that card in Limited sometimes, but
yeah, okay, I love these cards. They're cool. Yeah. Come on. Flare of Denial, not what you really want to see off of the Ragavan hit, but I think the treasure is the more important aspect in this particular matchup. Not really looking for any value, and frankly, value, not really what this is about. These are 2 decks that are very much trying to race each other. Card advantage, well, not really what we're doing.
You
here.
Say that. There's some value. Put Fletcher in the graveyard. Surveil it in there.
It's some very heads up here. Nahel Spellbomb coming in. So this is one that you can kind of crack to draw a card. So there's a really low floor on it. And it really does a lot to shut down any of the Tameshi nonsense if that's present. So a good job having access to that one, I believe. Going to, we're going to Super Shock Bolt you with this, the Seagate Reborn. And
well, it's going to add up very quickly because you got the Spellbomb doing work, holding down any graveyard shenanigans, but more importantly, like Ragavan's just going to do a lot of damage. So here we go. You're good. And we're playing to the board here. The Otter coming down for Fletcher. Of course, that allows you to take a look at the top of your deck, and you can find a spell off of it. And then, of course, you can actually offspring the card for a bunch of mana. But a really interesting little addition to decks exactly like Charbelcher.
Yeah, the upgraded power crept, if you will, Augur of Bolus effects are things I'm very much about. Not enough players have just looked at the bottom cards of their library these days. And in this case, when your lands are actually spells as well, these cards, we're joking a lot. These cards are very hard to miss on because a lot of the times they can find lands thanks to the front halves being a non-creature, non-land spell, technically. So you can actually find lands of these, and that's really what sets these up. That's why you want the full 8th. You want the 4 Thunder Trap Trainers and 4 Philology Archaeologists to really, help smooth out everything. And of course, as you're seeing here, provide an annoying blocker for Ragavan.
Yeah, and it turns on your flares, right? It's actually just low-key doing a bunch of work right now for Fletcher as he attempts to set up a much slower kill this time around, at least. Well, that's what we think, as we see the Lotus Bloom not getting suspended now until the second turn on the draw.
Yeah, the Nahel Spellbomb is a fine piece, but usually not the thing you want to play on turn 2. You want to keep the pressure going on turn 2. You're not really at risk of dying to Tameshi right away. So Nahel Spellbomb as the follow-up after Ragavan, even with the mana burst, not a great sign. Really feels like the Ragavan on turn 1 is what this hand was kept around. Seeing some action, getting a look at the hand here. We have the second Ragavan, Amped Raptor, that we're deploying, and it looks like a bunch of Flages in hand. So kind of a little bit of an awkward draw.
Yeah, the only black mana is actually coming from that treasure at the moment. Right. And with the Otter down to block Ragavan, Daniel has access to exactly 1 black mana right now. Now, obviously, the Amped Raptor could get something, but if we talk about Thoughtseize and stuff being important in the matchup, Daniel has no Thoughtseize in hand, has access to just the one black mana. This Amped Raptor is really going to need to do some work here because I don't think he was really leaning on Ragavan with this hand.
Yeah, it definitely feels like we needed maybe a little bit more mana, at least counting on a second hit, as here comes Amped Raptor. This one would love to hit a Thoughtseize. Guide of Souls instead. Not a 0, and but not impressive, I'd say.
Not amazing.
Just cast it. Yeah, that's good. So Guide of Souls is going to enter. Now that one, it's not like Cascade. The Amped Raptor is already in place. We're not going to get a second life and energy, but we do actually have the Galvanic. This is key here. Having this removal spell to get this out the way and keep the Ragavan hitting, I think, is very important.
Yes, that is huge. In fact, that might be the turning point of this game. You see Fletcher pick up his hand because what have we talked about? Free counter magic available to the Belcher deck, but none of it here, at least not in a way that particularly helps. The discharge takes it down and Ragavan gets in, and that unlocks a lot for Daniel here. If he wants, he can crack the spell bomb on an instep now just to draw.
So asking if we can play this as a land, I believe, is the current question. Based on the gesturing.
I don't know the answer, but I don't think
Let's get Ragavan up on the screen. We got time. There's a judge call. Let's take a little look-see. Can you play these? I think it would have to say play instead of cast.
That's correct.
Play, I think you can. You may cast that card. That sounds like you cannot play that as a land.
That is correct.
All right. I think we're going to get that dealt through here. But an interesting one, especially with all these like play from exile effects that they've been printing lately. We see this come up with like Reckless, Ren's Resolve, and whatever the other one, Reckless Impulse.
Yes.
Those kinds of effects. You actually can. So you have to kind of always check with a judge and that kind of thing. And Daniel Weiser very wisely did so. But yeah, that one says cast, so not going to be able to do anything with that Sink into Stupor. But have assembled an attack force. Not all zeros here for Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. You've got Fletcher at 13, 5 on board. Obviously, you have 2 energy. You're going to have Guide of Souls triggers if you want it, and just another Otter here for Fletcher. So setting up, I would assume there's another land coming off of this, and that looks like a Charbelcher in there. So if he didn't have it, he has it now, but actually going to go for the Whir, which would suggest that Fletcher already has a Charbelcher and is just trying to set up mana. This would allow him next turn to Whir for 0, have a Lotus Bloom in play a turn earlier than that one he's got suspended. If he had a untapped land at that point, would it be able to go for it on the 4th turn? So that's what Fletcher's, I think, trying to look towards here. I don't know if that's going to work, though. Like, Daniel has a lot of pressure. And remember, Fletcher, we start talking about the lands, and he's already paid 3 life once. And here we go, playing another one that could cost you up to 3 life. And that really matters. It costs a lot of, can equate to a full extra turn.
Yeah, and we see that coming in tapped for exactly that reason. And again, this Lotus Bloom didn't even come into suspend until turn 2 off of that, of the first Thunder Trap trainer. So really kind of a turn too slow here. And I mean, that was the story of game number 1 for Daniel, right? So this has been very play draw dependent, back and forth. Here, I mean, like Fletcher not out of it. You mentioned counter spells and things like that. But I think if Daniel finds a land, I think that's kind of what we need here to really center things. We have the treasure we could use, but like getting Flage into play gets you energy number 3. That gets you a flying Ragavan. And that's like a big deal as far as keeping the pressure going, keeping your mana flowing, keeping things going in the face of this second Thunder Trap trainer without even needing a removal spell. I think we have all 4 Flages between hand and graveyard. So really only 1 or 2 decisions here for Daniel as far as what to cast. And yeah, it looks like we are going to cast one using that treasure. And as you mentioned, that's key because now no black mana, but that will give energy number 3 and get some pressure going. Can gun down the trainer if you want. Maybe less important if you're swinging with all your creatures, and the Ragavan can get flying.
Yeah, so this is big here, right? Because if the Flage resolves, right, if you're Daniel, you spent the treasure on it. If this resolves, it clears away. But if it doesn't, if it runs into a Disrupting Shoal exactly like that, that is going to counter the Flage. So now all of a sudden the blocker's up. You don't have your treasure. You can't get in there with Ragavan unless you have, is he able to jump it with the Guide of Souls, or is he short energy?
Well, now he's short because the creature doesn't
Right.
resolve. We don't get that third energy that you need to really to get that triggered ability, get that flying, make it a monkey angel, and keep crashing. So now things get awkward. That was a very key, and this is actually an important part of the Belcher deck too. I want to highlight. With that Nihil Spellbomb in play, it's like, oh dang, my Tameshi doesn't work. Well, check it out. Now you get to just pitch it to your Disruptor
Yeah.
Shoal. You can get off it, and that's like, oh, that is a real like point of power towards this deck, and why this deck is seeing so much play right now, even in the face of energy being theoretically the best deck. This deck has a lot of play to it as well. And that Nihil Spellbomb really, I mean, you could say it's done something, right? The Tameshi has really gotten a lot accomplished, but Fletcher being able to find a use for the Tameshi, really take care of that Flage, I mean, that could be key, and that could be key for giving him that extra turn he needs to get this Lotus Bloom off suspend.
And that's why you see Daniel opts to just throw it all in there, because what else is he going to do? You have to poke in the damage. That's what your hand is, and hope that Fletcher's not able to close it out, and then I guess your Flages can get there, but wow, what a clutch counterspell that Disrupting Shoal.
Yeah,
it's
huge.
so funny because Disrupting Shoal is like the worst Force of Will variant ever. And it's been in Modern forever. And it's actually, now that they've printed a bunch of other Force of Will variants, that Disrupting Shoal is at its best. It's very, very interesting how it's worked out. But it's been very good. And now Fletcher's going to go for another blocker. Just going to preserve the life total here. Is able to put a land into play tapped. He's going to untap with a Lotus Bloom. And if there isn't disruption for Daniel, who'd have to go like Thoughtseize into Blackland with the Spellbomb, but you can't even, it's rough. There's a really limited options here. Fletcher's going to untap into Belcher. So this is the last turn for Daniel from his, certainly what he would assume.
Yeah, we can get some damage going with this Dash Ragavan. That gets you again to 3. But again, I mean, that really being able to find that extra turn. You mentioned Disrupting Shoal being kind of the worst Force of Will variant. Being able, not notably, Force of Negation is a card you could play in Modern, choosing to play 0 of them. And you can see why here. Can't tag a Flage with that. And it was really important that it wasn't Flare either, right? Because then you have to sacrifice your creature. You don't have that blocker. And now Daniel can keep cooking, keep things running. The fact that it was specifically Disrupting Shoal, not any of the other free counterspell options in Modern, is so huge there, and really shines. Really, for the first time, Disrupting Shoal been in Modern for as long as I've been playing it. Haven't really seen too many good uses for it. Looks incredible here in this deck, as creatures are very much what the format's about. Here comes a Ragavan. Looks like not dash, so this one cast for 1.
Well, and the other spell to throw into this to sink into Stupor, right? And you just start talking about the suite of counter magic available to blue decks. And it's really impressive that even a combo deck like Belcher has access to all of that. A deck like Living End now has access to all of that as well. It's fascinating. But here we go. Big attack from Daniel. Jumps the Raptor.
Okay, yeah, here we go. And yeah, we can still block with our Falaji Archaeologist here. So we're going to do that. Get that one in front of the Guide of Souls. Of course, Antiraptor now a Dinosaur Angel as it crunches across. Ocelot Pride, the follow-up, have gained life this turn. But again, I mean, it looks to be just a little too slow with Fletcher at 6. And, Lotus Bloom coming off suspend. We know about a Whir, and I think there's a Charbelcher in hand. And if so, this might be a clean 2-0 from Fletcher. Just the cards, just showing the Goblin Charbelcher. Data Visor says, kill me. Show me that you don't have a land. And so I think we're gonna see this get all backed up here. But I mean, what a showing for the Belcher deck. We were just talking about how this energy deck's running over everything. It's kind of the de facto best deck. And here we are, first match that you and I are in the booth to watch and to cover here is this new experimental, as you called it, Belcher strategy, really being able to clean up. Obviously, Beyond the Play is a big part of it, but game 2 wasn't on the play. And, Daniel drew his sideboard cards, didn't draw any Thoughtseize, which definitely, you can talk about that as well. But clearly, like you mentioned, the energy deck, not this unbeatable monster that I think a lot of people are saying it is here's peak Modern gameplay as we're flipping the entire library card at a time.
Living End, Charbelcher.
Yeah, I missed the Cascade days. Here we go.
Yeah, Rhino. So many decks just involve you flipping so many answers involve you flipping your deck ad nauseum. Yeah. What a match!
Just so fun.
That's what Belcher's all about right there, and that is what Modern is all about these days, at least. And I am enjoying it. Look, that was fun. Okay, That was pretty great.
Classic Modern, I'd argue. Even if it's new faces, what you just
Yeah.
witnessed is what Modern has been about since the beginning of time. So, yeah, if you're enjoying this content like we are, make sure you follow, make sure you support the stream. We do appreciate that. And I do believe we have a backup match with a very different texture as well. So, again, if you want to see more Modern action, as much as Modern's about what you just saw, Modern's also about deck diversity, a lot of different strategies available. And we should be seeing, I believe, 2 entirely different decks here in the backup here. There's Mikey Hopkins on your left playing 4 color elementals. Hello, old friend. And then Alexander Javed there on your right playing a very old friend in the form of Affinity. Haven't seen Arcbound Ravagers get sleeved up in too long.
This is
but
great. This is
one in
amazing
this
to
deck.
see around 7 players at 5-1. A Kahira, the companion, and it's not from a control deck that just doesn't have any creatures in it or whatever. That's cool. Affinity, that's really cool.
Yeah, sign me
go.
up.
And both of these players very live for top 8.
Again, another win and end, like the winner of this match, looking very, very good to be able to draw, maybe even play if you want. I don't know if you want to get spicy with it into the top 8. So, a lot on the line for both of these players as well. Very much the same as what we just saw. Less leaderboard considerations as far as I'm aware, but, still quite a bit to play for as far as the prizing that we have available. Otherwise, monetary invites, all those kinds of things. And very good start here. Kind of a classic Affinity start. I really respect the Mirrodin basics to go with your Affinity deck. As Ornithopter, Aether Spellbomb to start, just a flooded strand for Mikey Hopkins. Back to Alexander we go.
That's a good point, by the way. He's got the original Ornithopters as well. Well, not original, I suppose. The Mirrodin Ornithopters.
Yeah, someone with a respect for classics. As I age, I gain more of an appreciation for that. Cranial Plating, a card I haven't seen too much of in quite a while. Gonna get spell snared. So this
Great out of
what year are we in right now?
Great out of 2012, Greg. That was
happening?
amazing.
I love it. I love it so much. Spell Snare getting busy again. Cranial Plating getting busy again. Now, Urza Saga, a huge upgrade for this Affinity deck. If you want to talk about kind of the new look of Affinity, this certainly, it's packing new cards. This isn't just someone that forgot what year it is. We do have Urza Sagas. You got the Kappa Cannoneers, a huge upgrade there. Your Thought Monitors, your Emeries, all the cards that you kind of expect in some strange numbers. Not a lot of 4-ups present across this list. A lot of 1s, 2s, 3s, all over the place with the numbers. A good mixture of cards, and can make a lot of sense because with Affinity, you're very much looking for a specific mix, cheap artifacts and payoffs for them. So we'll see what Alexander can do. Early aggression's kind of stymied with the Cranial Plating being countered.
Yeah, that would have, of course, anybody who's watched Affinity over the years knows that a Cranial Plating just gets out of control really quickly, right? So with this turn, that Ornithopter would have been attacking for probably 4 or 5 at a minimum, and then the next turn, it's all of a sudden attacking for 10 or something. But that was a really clutch Spell Snare, and that changes a lot. Now, the Urza Saga is going to give Alexander access to almost whatever he wants, right? You mentioned it, a lot of different targets, and they're all tutorable with that Saga on the next turn, but here you are, the Affinity deck that's famous for attacking for, 8, 9 on turn 2 or 3 is just hanging out with an O2. Certainly not where you want to be, because Mikey's going to now untap with a window to resolve pretty much whatever he wants to take the initiative in this game, not the literal initiative. That's
not a mechanic that we're working with here at all. Oh wow, what a sign of strength! I think if you're the control deck bidding a supreme verdict in this matchup, I think that is a clear sign of the dominant position. And I mean, certainly we see that from Alexander, right? There's no feigning weakness here. If your turn is crack Aether Spellbomb pass, that's not where Affinity wants to be, no matter what year you're playing it. And here comes Urza Saga. No constructs, thanks to not having. We don't even have 3 mana. We couldn't, use the Urza Saga to just make constructs, get that going underneath counter magic because we just didn't even have another mana source. Here goes another mana source. Probably gonna have to find mana as a result instead of more things to get aggressive. And that's playing from behind. There's no 2 ways about it. And not that Mikey's up to a lot right now, but as with these elementals decks, that can change very quickly. A lot of your interaction comes with bodies attached.
Yeah, this is obviously a great spot for Mikey. Now, if you're Alexander, you're hoping that he bend that verdict because he's just digging for lands and is stuck on a bunch of expensive cards, and you hope he doesn't get there. But that Cranial Plating, I think, was pretty much plan A, B, and C for Alexander. As you mentioned, just having to go get Springleaf Drum with the Urza Saga, and now
Now we
I
are
didn't.
artifact land cycling our Sojourner's Companion
Okay,
to
there we
find a
go.
Darksteel Citadel. So that is obviously we're pretty far away from the number 7 to cast our Sojourner's Companion.
It's a play you
And-
can make, which is neat.
yeah, I mean this is a clear upgrade over Myr Enforcer, right?
That's for
But
sure.
like
Yeah.
we're talking about your land cycling in your affinity deck. I mean, this is a horror show. As here comes Memnite, maybe a little late to the party.
Oh, but the Midnight, the follow-up Midnight will save the day.
Look, don't underestimate a Memnite, all right? That thing can carry cranial platings like a champ.
It can. All right. So Mikey is really he's cast one spell and is in a great spot. So a little bit of a whiff draw here from Alexander, even with that cranial plating getting countered. But okay, Mikey, you do need to turn the corner here a little bit, or Alexander's going to dig something out now that he's spent a little bit of time setting up. So if you're Mikey, what are you trying to do? Right? Like, is there anything you're just is there anything to do besides just wait it out and answer? Or are you trying to play to the board?
Well, I mean, when
spotted
you're
a
under no
subtlety.
pressure, I think you are fine making land drops, cracking them, getting your surveil value in, and really just building up your mana, because the way
Yeah.
Affinity is going to beat you traditionally is getting underneath you on mana, right? All their cards are cheap, your cards are cost $1 billion. So they're going to get underneath you. So, and here's the first sign of,
This is
yeah,
a key
exactly,
one.
something Mikey should want to interact with in some meaningful way. This is a card that can really start to snowball things out of control, get Alexander back in the game. So now Mikey, who's kind of been able to just chill for a long time. Typically, you used to see some 4-mana counter spells that can get you cards here as well. We'll see.
Cryptic
exactly
Command.
what
Let's
Mikey wants.
go. One time.
No, I think it's subtlety. We got new better options these days. Is there's the full value subtlety. So this gets the pressure going as well with the 3/3 flyer going after Thought Monitor, which can finally be cast thanks to the Darksteel Citadels. But we have Metallic Rebuke backup.
Well, that was actually huge right there.
Right.
Mikey was going to have it under control, right? You counter the Thought Monitor, you take 1 damage, you move on with your life. Instead, Alexander, with a huge rebuke, is able to resolve the Thought Monitor, draw the extra cards, and now it's pressure. That's a flyer. Now, Omnath, of course, is a huge play here for Mikey, and not a fetch land follow-up, though, just a Sacred Foundry follow-up.
Yeah, I think Omnath was actually the top deck. I think Mikey would have sequenced the lands a little bit different. I think he's had all of his lands the whole time, but he actually just drew that Omnath, so didn't end up holding a fetch. It doesn't really matter. Going to want to use the mana right away for this prismatic ending to start to pick off some of the mana. But again, not a lot of pressure, but really starting to turn the corner. We're getting some pressure going as Alexander, and more importantly, getting cards. And now here's a huge saga. Can't counter the constructs coming off that, and those constructs are going to be big. So really, we're starting to see Alexander claw back in that game, really thanks to that Metallic Rebuke allowing that Thought Monitor to be punched through.
Yeah, that was massive. And we talked about Mikey, you have a little bit of time here. You have a window. What can you do with it? Well, the play was to counter the spell and then take no damage and then untap to 5 mana and feel good. But that completely turned this game upside down. And now, obviously, Omnath will help you get back in it. But you mentioned it. If your plan is to have a bunch of 1-for-1s and sort of just value your way out of it, nothing messes that up like Urza Saga just churning out. What are they going to be, like 6/6s? They'd be massive.
Yeah, they'd be huge right now. And of course, only getting bigger as more artifacts are added to the board in the form of Lava Spur Boots. That gives these constructs haste if you have a little bit of mana to spare. So actually picking off that Springleaf Drum with the prismatic ending is actually mattered a little bit more than it looked at first glance here. But Kappa Canna near the follow-up, that gets a head tilt there from Mikey. This is a huge one. And I think I saw a second copy of Subtlety in hand. You have to wonder, there was a decision, obviously. I don't know how close it is, but there was a decision whether to pitch cast the Subtlety on that turn or to hard cast. If you pitch cast, the Subtlety works and the Metallic Rebuke can't get it. Now things are really starting to snowball out of control as Kappa Cannoneer enters, gets the counter from it entering. Powerful addition. This one's actually a reprint. I think it was originally printed in a Commander deck and made waves in Legacy. Now the little Blastoise impression here showing up in Modern. Ward 4, hard to get through, and of course it can kind of do a true name impression, becoming unblockable and massive when any artifact enters, and we have a nice way to do that turn over turn with this Urza Saga already dialed up. What's going on for Alexander's on the board? Mikey, now maybe wishing he had that Supreme Verdict, huh?
No kidding. No, that's a great call out, right? About the pitch cast on the Subtlety, because that is obviously a massive decision that maybe Mike didn't even think about, but that it looks to be the turning point of the game. Because the Captain Cannoneer, you mentioned it doing Blastoise impression. Well, every artifact is Rain Dance. You put, you go to town with that thing, and it can't be blocked. So, like, this game is just over if Mikey doesn't have an answer. And that's why you see him. He's actually going to play a land and shock it in here. So we'll see what he has. I don't spot another verdict in hand, which is exactly what he needs.
Yeah, I think this is the classic 6-mana leyline binding because we have to pay 4 for ward. Oh no, we are going after the lava swimmers. Okay. So that right, because it's ward 5. I think you get a separate instance of ward. So that ticks up your ward by 1.
That is
Stacking
correct.
ward does work.
Actually,
so we have to
low-key disastrous.
Yeah, I think it's pretty high-key disastrous. Mikey's certainly feeling it as we pass back kind of head in hands. And this is really a game that you can highlight and go, like, Mikey's going to go, where did it all go wrong? You know, it was anemic of a draw. And I think Alexander's really showcasing what some of these new cards bring to the table for Affinity. If you're talking about old Affinity, this would be a bloodbath. But the fact of the matter is these Thought Monitors, these Kappa Cannoneers, they're so swingy on their own that you can really kind of afford to limp around across the first few turns. And, you know, here you go. Here's your aces in the hole. You don't really see Edge Champion anymore because you have this big thing that can, you know, even better. It's just way stronger. And, you know, even with an Omnath in play, even with all this stuff going on in the anemic start Alexander had, looks to be in a commanding position in this game. Really, you know, all roads seem to lead to Rome, but does actually need to punch the ticket here. Needs to close the game out.
I had kind of forgot about Edge Champion picking up a cranial plating, you know?
Yeah, come on. If there's one thing I'm going to do, it's talk about the good old days. As here is a very important subtlety, trying to stop the second Thought Monitor. Hopefully not too little too late, but definitely needs to happen if you don't want things to get worse.
Okay, well, taking stock here, right? The boots is gone, so the constructs won't have haste. It looks like that did work, so the game is not quite just over. Remember, Omnath is able to get you some extra life and at least do something about the Kappa Cannoneer beatdown. So Mikey's going to get a chance to untap here at 6 life. Let's see what he digs up. I spotted
gotta be a good one,
land
I think. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. Racing an Omnath normally a pretty bad, you know, thing to try to do. It gains life, boards life every turn. It's like racing a Shieldred. Okay, picking up
Kahira to hand.
Not a good sign. Here's 4 more life coming. Back to 10 goes Mikey Hopkins. We going to deploy Kahira? I mean, there's a Thought Monitor on top, right? We know about that. So yeah, now we just have Kahira. Gives Vigilance so we can keep attacking and get some blocking going. I mean, we're set up well to race, but I
gives
think
Vigilance. Why not, man? Yeah, that's
sure.
what it came up.
That's what the companions needed was more text on them. As here does come a construct. That one's going to eat the Omnath, so that should
wrap it up here. Yeah, the Urza Saga came through, huh? I think you're right.
Second Urza Saga came through. I think we really did need 2.
Well, you named it right. Like this is a game you go back and watch, and I don't know what would have happened if Mikey plays that turn 4 differently. But no matter what side of this game you're on, I think there's something to take away from those sequences of turns. Right? There's really a lot going on, and we see how it's played out here. It ends in this, where the Kappa Cannoneer just obviously gets out of control, and you're like, wow, wish he kept the verdict. But that Supreme Verdict was not the only decision point on this game, and there's no guarantee that having the verdict beats the Thought Monitors.
And I mean, we think that's the positive and negatives of these surveil lands, right? They add extra decisions to the game, but as a result, games like this one are ones you go back and you sort of microanalyze every decision. You know, you really have 2 camps of games. You have games where it's like, dang, that really felt like it could have been winnable somewhere. I really want to replay that and figure it out. And I think Mikey agrees with that head shake. I think he's in the exact same camp where he's like, dang, how did this slip away? Like, there has to be something that, you know, I really want to go back and analyze. And there's games where you just get the doors blown off you or whatever. Like, you get Charbelchered on 4 and you're a turn away from killing him. You're like, okay, well, it's probably not like, maybe I missed a point somewhere, but he was at 9. You know, there's not a lot I could do. In this case, you know, I think this is one of those games you're going to go back and start to microanalyze every decision. But here, I mean, at the end of the game, it doesn't look close. And if you'd showed me turn 2 of that game, and then, you know, asked me who was going to win, I'm not close. You know, I would have said Mikey. And now looking at the end of the game, it doesn't look close the other direction. So really swingy. I mean, interesting matchup. Probably not a deck that Mikey was prepared to play necessarily. So there might be some of that going on as well. But either way, you know, a tough first out there.
And he's got to now take a deep breath, go through your sideboarding, recover from that, because you mentioned he saw the head shake. It can be really frustrating. Look, you're deep into this tournament now. You've got top 8 on the line. You're in round 7 of the 10K here. It's a lot to work through, and that's why you've got use that sideboarding time to try to get your mind right. And we're going to go straight, I think, into game 2.
Yeah, we're gonna go straight into game 2. I can talk a little bit about some of the sideboarding cards that I think we might see. Notable ones here from Mikey that I want to highlight. Wrath of the Skies, great one if you're playing against artifact strategies. That one does destroy artifacts. Yeah, artifact creature enchantments. We got Pyroclasms. We got 3 of those in the sideboard if you want to reach for those. A little bit weaker because things like Capicannoneer and Constructs are the cards that are actually problematic. Doesn't get those, but can stymie some of the really out the gate fast kills, and that's kind of obviously the strength Affinity has, is that pincered approach. And 4 consign to memory, so those hit the colorless spells, which notably, I mean, things like Capicannoneer and Thought Monitor, again, 2 of the bigger problems, not colorless. So even though you're playing against an artifact deck, your consign to memories, you might want some, don't think you want all. And Affinity, taking a look at that, I don't know how much we're actually going to have here. Quick look at the sideboard. Wow, yeah, not a whole lot. You could reach, not even Force Negation does a lot. You saw Supreme Verdict as the Wrath, so unless you specifically have Wrath of the Skies on your radar, you probably don't want those. I think you're going to be a lot trimmer as far as your sideboarding from Affinity.
Supreme Verdict actually, would feel pretty good here, right? Obviously, Metallic Rebuke played a massive spot in game 1. Look at that. 3 0-mana artifacts.
This looks like Affinity. Here's 3 0-mana cards. Mishra's Baubles are these ones. We got Springleaf Drum as well. Doesn't look like we have a 0-mana creature to use it for mana.
We got the classic Welding Jar here, which is pretty good.
It can be. A little bit weaker, I'd say, in this matchup. A lot of the effects are exiling, and that makes your regeneration plan weaker.
Yeah, very, very keyly, and this hasn't mattered in it feels like a long time. But Supreme Verdict, destroy all creatures. It does not say they cannot be regenerated.
Yeah, not Wrath of God. A notable change from Alpha is here we go. The same play worked out. Looked to be really good for Mikey last time, but ultimately ended up winning Alexander the game. Is there's Spell Snare, but no third land for Mikey as we go back to Alexander. Urza Saga ticking up.
Yeah, Mikey mulliganed as well. So this is not his first hand was all lands. His second hand appears to only have a couple of them. And if Alexander does have a third land here and is able to just start doing Constructs or something like that, it can be in a good spot. Instead, it's going to be okay. Looks like we've got another.
If it's cranial platings, that's something Mikey can beat. There's no pressure. There's no creatures, and most importantly, there's no Constructs being made off this Urza Saga. I think that's a big deal for Mikey as far as staying in this game. He can answer and counter these cranial platings and tread water, and is doing so. Even though looks a little bit frustrated with the draw, I'd say he's actually in an okay spot.
You're right. The Constructs. If Alexander would just been able to make a Construct or 2 there, likely would have just been over. These cards would have just rotted in Mikey's hand. Instead, he's not. He's got a shot, right? You miss your land drops, you got a shot. If you hit that third land off the top here, you find a way to get back in it. Especially if we don't know the contents of his hand, but if he does have a board wipe of some kind, where Alexander's going through the same problems he did in game 1, right? You only had 2 lands. The Urza Saga is now going away. You have a Springleaf Drum, but no creatures to activate with it. So both players are just kind of hanging out at the moment. It's just the boots coming off of the Saga trigger there for Alexander.
An interesting choice. So you saw Alexander take a moment there to think through the options in the Saga. I believe we could have reached for things like Ornithopters and Memnites as well. Yeah, okay, we're actually still thinking about it. Yeah, we are going to. I wanted to call out, if you want to really get some pressure going, you're incentivized to get a creature that also plays well with the drum you already have in play, and you can protect it a little bit with your Welding Jar. It seems like you'd kind of want to reach for a creature, so it's a very distinct signal if you're reaching for Lava Spur Boots in that this current context, even with the cranial platings that have been countered, and that's obviously now very important. Otherwise, this Ornithopter could be attacking for quite a bit. Mikey instead, it's just facing down a 0/2 creature. I think worth noting what the grab is there and why, as Alexander's going to follow up with the Darksteel Citadel. And there it is! Arcbound Ravager. I believe only a 1 of the deck list, but used to be, really the face of the original Affinity deck making an appearance here. Look at that.
It was a nightmare. If people don't understand what this means in context, it means that you can feed your entire board to the Ravager whenever you want to make it huge, and then feed the Ravager to itself to put those counters on anything you want, like, for instance, an unblocked Ornithopter. So Ravager just enables incredible tricks, especially when it came, back in the day, right, with Steel Overseer, stuff like that. Here you mentioned it's not exactly the face of the deck, but now all of a sudden that Springleaf Drum, that Welding Jar, even that Darksteel Citadel, all of that represents evasive damage.
Right. And obviously it increases your resiliency against removal too, right? That's always been a big aspect of this card. Facing down the like lightning bolt or control style strategies in modern is anything you try to kill, just sack it to the Ravager, and I get something for my time. I get something for my trouble. So your removal spells, if it's not going after the Ravager specifically, start to look somewhat embarrassing. So it kind of does like a Mother of Runes effect, where it's the first thing you have to kill on the board, because if you try to kill anything else, you're just not really gaining as much ground as you would otherwise. And here comes Emery, which is another must kill. I think Mikey needs to start hitting land drops, making spells that matter here. It looks like we bricked again.
Yeah, if he didn't get it there, I think he's in trouble. I was going to note he does have Consigned to Memory in hand, which you can actually use to hit the trigger on the Ravager if you needed to. But that was the burn, I think. If you miss the land there, you're just not going to have a chance to get back in it. And unfortunately for Mikey, he did miss the land, and Alexander's stuck on 2 as well. But he can do a lot more with 2 mana, not to mention
one of these decks better than the other on 2 mana.
Yeah, very much. Now, of course, with Emery, we can start rebuying things out of the graveyard. So I think things have fully slipped away here for Mikey. But what a showing for Affinity, huh?
A fascinating showing, I'd argue. Like, there's been multiple points through this match that I've been like, yeah, this looks like a pretty bad start for Alexander. And then 2 or 3 turns later, we're just looking at a board saying it looks like this. It's like, how did this happen? Yeah, how did you snowball this out of control? And really, I mean, I think it shows not just the kind of understanding about what the matchups are about as far as from Alexander's side, but also, like you just mentioned, the resilience of the deck. It's not just an all-out aggro deck anymore. This is a deck that can hang. This is a deck that can play a long game and be comfortable, really hitting its stride. As there's a little late to the party is Windswept Heath. Mikey very quickly fetching that one.
Yeah, we'll see if he has anything. I guess if you were to find a board wipe of some kind, a good old-fashioned Anger of the Gods or something here.
Anger of the Gods
doesn't have 2 red.
We got Pyroclasms in the deck.
Here we go.
There's
wow. All
right.
Oh, and he's got Consigned to Memory up for Ravager.
We have Metallic Rebuke for the Pyroclasm.
Well, that is huge because Mikey had Consigned to Memory for the Ravager to attempt to get it. But Metallic Rebuke for the second time, winning Alexander the game and probably the match.
Yeah, a huge pickup for this Affinity deck. I mean, you can highlight all these other cards that we've talked about. Kappa Cannoneer, Thought Monitor, Urza Song, all these like additions from what you would think of as traditional Affinity if you've been playing Modern for a long time. But I mean, take a look at Metallic Rebuke, this improvised mechanic. Really, I mean, this counterspell being, cheap and it works against anything is a huge deal in Modern right now, because the Modern is not really about non-creature spells as much. It's about creatures, but in this matchup specifically, you do want to be able to still tag non-creature spells. This thing being able to get anything, really doing that mana leak impression, an awesome pickup, and I'd argue is what is allowing Alexander to punch through and continue to beat Mikey on mana and very likely win this game and match.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't speak too soon as far as the game being over here. Mikey does have Consigned to Memory up, and actually just the Bobble coming into play here off of the Emery, not going for a plating. Alexander opting to keep mana open. I guess if Mikey were to find Supreme Verdict, that is the clean answer here. If you I don't know if he has one in hand, and then finds a land for it. That's probably the only way back in. That Pyroclasm would have been a good start. Would have helped quite a bit. Although I don't think it would have actually been able to get the Ravager even with the Consigned to Memory.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I think Wrath of Skies is an out until we get one of the big creatures, and we did just find one of the big creatures in the form of Kappa Cannoneer. That one's going to get deployed, and now it needs to be one of the 2 copies of Supreme Verdict, I think, but you need land number 4 for that, and we did find land number 4, but it is a tap land.
Oh.
So, Zagoth Trioma is the one.
Swing and a miss, Mikey. Sorry, man. You will have an opportunity still in round 8 to play. If this one doesn't work out, but that is a brutal draw.
Insult to injury, I'd argue, especially with 2 copies of the One Ring in hand, I believe. That would give you some time, let you draw some cards. One of them might be a solitude. It might be a little bit mistaken there, but there's at least one, I believe. And, really start to deploy, use your card disadvantage cards, your elementals, to start to power back into this game. But with a tap land, not really allowing that plan to get started, you're in a lot of trouble. As you see Mikey doing, I'd say, the iconic counting of the artifacts that determine how lethal we're facing down next turn. You do, as you mentioned, do still have Consigned to Memory to maybe try to stymie some of the bleeding. We have, looks like Leyline Binding to try to do so as well. Gonna go after the Arcbound Ravager, and Consigned to memory the trigger. Oh
Wow.
boy.
Alexander is just the card advantage and the interaction coming out of the
The
defense.
counter
Affinity.
spells have been timely for Alexander. Wow.
Well, and
So
also
good.
the cards in the deck, right? The Emery providing the long-term advantage here. The
Mhm.
Thought Monitors and setting up a turn where he could play Thought Monitor with Counterspell backup, right? These are not the usual lines you see from Affinity, but they've allowed Alexander to get into the late game here and out card advantage a card advantage deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, being able to hang. I mean, I'm impressed. This is not what I expected coming into this match. I obviously haven't watched too much Affinity happen for a long time. But yeah, here's a lethal attack with the cranial plating on the Kappa Cannoneer that is unblockable. That's too much. Mikey Hopkins felled 2-0 the Affinity deck over the 4-color elementals. Like I said, not a result I would expect. Traditionally, these control decks are very strong in the face of Affinity, and obviously, especially if they have sweepers. And I mean, what a demonstration from Alexander. The counter spells were timely. The threats, these new additions from the Modern Horizon sets looked incredible, and really just piecing it all together and not really being shaken by the slow starts. Alexander did a great job. Now, hopefully, we'll see a little bit more Affinity in our top 8 later on in this tournament. But that will, of course, do it for round number 7 here. So we do have one more round of Swiss after this, where we will find the rest of our top 8 members. And after that, we're going to start working towards crowning a champion and finding out who the next player qualified for the 2024 NRG Championship will be. For now, don't turn that dial anywhere. We'll be back shortly. All right, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your short break. We are here and back for round number 8, the final round of Swiss here at our 10K Modern Showdown in Chicagoland in beautiful Illinois. I am in the booth once again with Corbin Hostler here to bring you the final round of Swiss. And I mean, you see this a lot in tournaments. It does all kind of come down to the wire here. It's make or break time. But I mean, there's some weird breaker math going on and stuff like that too. So, the players playing here today, there's still a lot on the line. And, for one of these players, maybe with some leaderboard considerations as well. But, I think we're looking at pretty clear win and ends for all the players we're going to be watching here. As, again, we are going to be building the rest of our top 8 after this round, last round of Swiss. And then we will actually be watching all 3 rounds of top 8. So we're watching the quarter, semis, and finals all today as well. So going to bring you the conclusion of the tournament. We will be crowning a champion and, of course, another member of the 2024 NRG Championship as well. And this is the last opportunity to do it. So these unqualified players, this event and the event tomorrow, this is the last weekend you can qualify for that event. And of course, the last weekend you can get any points for the MVP race. I know Connor was posting about that, but there's a lot of players in the race as well, trying to get free entry to all of the events next year. And of course, punch their ticket to the NRG Championships. With that mouthful out of the way, let's talk a little bit about some of the modern we're going to be seeing. We got Matthew Giglio on the left playing Boros Energy, Jeskai dressed out on the right on the hands of Christian Valenti. Valenti, number 14 on our season 2 leaderboard, number 32 overall, needs some points in order to get some stuff done, but is looking to be in pretty good shape in this tournament. Talk to me about this matchup here. Again, kind of new to modern, but at the same time, stuff we've seen before. Aggro deck versus a control deck?
Yeah, so it may have been months ago now, right? One of the last NRG events, we actually witnessed Christian Valenti go very deep with a Psychic Frog deck. And got a different flavor of a control deck this time around with Jeskai Dress Down. Now, Dress Down, of course, being the namesake of the deck, a surprisingly fun little interaction piece in Modern that shuts down a lot of abilities from creatures in a way that other decks don't. Now, of course, what this deck really leans on is its ability to control the board, right? So if you're Christian Valenti, you are looking at those Wrath of the Skies. You've got Supreme Verdict in the main deck. You've got counter spells, Consigned to Memories, even Null Drifters to go with your Phages. So we've got lots of just value spells in the mid game to get you into the late game where you have the card advantage to run things over. And Dress Down ties it all up. It cycles. It does quite a bit of work. Now, Matthew, of course, is going to slam in here with the Ragavan on turn 2. And you can see Christian doesn't mind giving up an extra card here from the Solitude to prevent that hit.
Yeah, being on the draw, you have extra cards to work with, and of course, Ragavan, I think, very well known its power level here, and so a play that reminds me of the Modern Horizons 2 era, but it's Modern Horizons 3 cards involved here.
Yeah.
Again, no one drop here for the Boros Energy deck. I think it's going to be big in this matchup, and as far as getting early pressure going, and the Dash Ragavan, they're getting caught by the Solitude, going to be a big deal in this matchup as well, because it is going to really prevent any kind of early aggression. And now, this is kind of how the control deck wants to be. It doesn't want to have to be dealing with any snowballing one drops, no Oscillate Prides, no, even Guide of Souls to some extent, but Ragavan is the one that is on the battlefield here. None of that really to contend with. You're not really slipping here on turn 2, and that's really important if you're the control deck fan. And you mentioned the dress down stuff. We're kind of doing, it reminds me of old Phyrexian Dreadnought shenanigans, where you are able to, because it's a cast trigger, cast your Null Drifter for the evoke, and then use the dress down to prevent the evoke sacrifice from happening. So that really kind of lets you cheat in the body, and you're just getting cards. You're getting all your cards back for your trouble. And here is kind of the card of the tournament as far as these Boros Energy decks go. Here comes the Blood Moon. Now the question is, we have some basics already in play. Do we want to counter it, or do we want to play around it? The answer appears to be counter it.
Yeah, actual counter spell. I was going to say Christian Valenti pitching that Wrath of the Skies. I think there's only 2 Wrath of the Skies in the main deck. Yeah, so that is kind of a meaningful pitch to that Solitude there. You don't necessarily want to have to do that, but man, does it worth it to have that mana up for that Blood Moon. Because even with that basic island in play, Valenti, you see, has double white cards. Is playing a red land there, which I guess, hey, the Blood Moon would have helped, would have not messed that one up. But
sure,
Valenti needs access. He's going to need that Hallowed Fountain throughout the game.
And as I was just kind of mentioning, like having no one drops really putting pressure on gives Christian that flexibility to hold up that 2 mana and be ready for the Blood Moon. Whereas the game looks very different if you're under pressure trying to answer the board, and then Blood Moon comes down to really slam the door on things. That's just not really the way things have played out. So I mean, you're sitting pretty if you're Christian. So 4 cards in hand, as By Giganta is the best play.
Wow.
Not what you want to see if you're a fan of the Giglio and his Boros Energy deck. Tough turn 4 to go through here.
Especially since this Boros Energy deck has got even more, aggressive drops, like we saw the Ragavans in the main deck there, should not be lacking for plays on turn 3. So this is a pretty brutal spot, at least one would think, for Giglio, and Valenti gets to continue to develop the board. You get to sit on mana. I spot a Flage in hand that can answer a creature coming down. So, all right, another land off the top here for Giglio. I don't know if that's good or bad. I also spotted an Amped Raptor, but with no energy, it seems. So really awkward draw here.
Yeah, I think we have a copy of the One Ring. And so the question here is, we didn't deploy the Amped Raptor last turn, chose to buy Giganta instead. Maybe signaling that, okay, I don't really want to trade like just 1 for 1 using all our mana with the control deck, because the edge you have, again, as this aggressive deck with cheap cards, is you can overpower the mana of these kinds of control style decks. And so not deploying the Amped Raptor, waiting till you have a spell you can pair with it and kind of go double spell, that could be part of the equation here. But also, I mean, at the same time, all your cards like the One Ring, like it's really hard to double spell with the One Ring no matter what. So if you're just trying to punch away for that card specifically, maybe you want to keep pulling the counter spells out. So some interesting pathing here, and actually going to start on Goblin Bombardment. So this appears to signal kind of going for a double spell, but I don't know if Goblin Bombardment's enough bait for Christian to interact with. Can be very annoying, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, the Goblin Bombardment is only as good as the goblins you have to throw with it, or, in any creature with it. And in this case, if you can just keep the creatures off the board, the Bombardment doesn't do anything. So Valenti just lets that resolve. Looks like he's sitting on Spell Snare in hand. So whatever 2-drop Matthew opts to deploy here is not long for the stack, I think.
Well, and that's part of the question, right? Is Goblin Bombardment's deployed here? It's tempting to use your spell. Yeah, okay, we are. I was going to say, it's tempting to use your Spell Snare, but with 2 mana up, you have to imagine there's a 2-drop follow-up, and there is. It's a Ajani. And so that actually would have been pretty bad to have both of those resolve if you are Christian, obviously, because we can sacrifice the cat right away, get the Planeswalker going, and that's a mess. But even just choosing which one to counter, I'd be curious to see if Christian values countering Bombardment over something like an Ajani, but we'll see. You mentioned
he's got Flage in hand, we know, right? So I guess your thought is
kill that.
I can answer whatever creature you play. I can't answer the Bombardment otherwise. Now, obviously, Ajani is the best creature because Matthew is still left with a token. But if you're Valenti, this is okay. All right, you're still at 17, plenty of life, and that 1 mana he has open is representing another spell snare.
And I mean, this is also nice too, yeah. If you're Matthew, because now you can deploy the One Ring. You got Christian to tap mana on his turn. That's really what you were looking to do. And now that you've accomplished that, One Ring, the way is clear, we can get that going, and that's really going to be your ace in the hole. I think that's the card that really, no matter what, all this other stuff aside, Christian would really want to not resolve. But with only spell snare up, I mean, there's not really anything you can do about that one way or the other.
Well, and this has been these energy decks didn't used to play the One Ring. They used to be kind of originally they were all in on the aggressive plans, and as it turned out, as people got more used to playing against that and found ways to attack the aggressive styles, you started to see more of these grindy cards show up out of the energy decks. And that's what the One Ring has now just become a mainstay of all of them. And look, Christian Valenti had done everything you wanted to do. You had navigated the first 4 turns of the game, 5 turns of the game, nearly flawlessly to keep the board clear. All you're doing is facing down one little token, and it's just one little window open for Matthew, and slams it shut with the One Ring. Like that is, now that it's in play, I'm not sure what Valenti can do to answer it if he doesn't have just an immediate binding or answer can go that big otherwise. So if Matthew's able to untap with it, the card advantage at that point probably starts to become insurmountable once you start activating for 2 or more.
Absolutely. And honestly, it's funny. We've talked a lot today. This is kind of the theme today. I'm picking a theme. It's kind of the 1-2 punch as here comes the March of Otherworldly Light going after the One Ring, but it's kind of the classic names and faces change, but the classic double spell to get through the counter spells, and then the control deck has to tap mana on their turn, and then that leads the way for your ace in the hole, whatever your big thing that you need to punch through. People have been doing that against control decks for decades, and really, like I said, names and faces have changed. The cards that people use have changed, but really the formula I think here that Matthew executed on, really showing a good sensibility about how to play against control decks. And even though we did actually just get the One Ring answered, it drew a card for your trouble. A little too many lands here, maybe, but a bombardment follow-up's not nothing. Question is, do we want to deploy anything else? I think we still have that Amped Raptor, right? We never deployed
I think there
that?
should be an Amped Raptor. I think it's also possible. Well, Flage might have come out if that was it.
Well, yeah, I think Flage can be hasted next turn, and that's maybe what we're playing around by holding it. Is like you don't want to get both creatures just immediately sniped. You have to lose some value.
Yeah, so there's definitely a lot for both players to consider here. Yeah, I mean, like you were saying, the way I think about it, Modern is I tell people the cards have changed, but the decks are all the same.
We're doing the same stuff.
And that's what it feels like. So here we go. Flage is coming out. Flage has been hasted with the Arena of Glory. That's been a huge part of these Flage decks that are able to pack Arena. It just is such a massive swing of life. Multiple helixes in a turn will do that.
It's funny, I think Arena is maybe one of those cards that people slept on for a while, and it's funny because if you think about the context, the other kinds of cards that people have worked with in the past, things like Unaware Battlements, or what's the other one, the Amulet plays that cost like red and white to haste stuff, like lands that haste your creatures have been pretty good. And Arena of Glory, the Modern Horizons 3 implementation, really it's mana neutral. Like you don't pay until the next turn, whereas the other ones usually require an extra mana the turn you play your creature. That's much harder to do. Arena of Glory is an implementation that gives you haste right away, but you're mana neutral on the turn you're playing your creature has been a big deal. And in some cases, kind of being able to filter for that red and stuff like that, like that's a nice up too. That's something that's really appealing. And obviously with Flage, you're getting that extra lightning helix, massive deal. And being able to prevent, of course, some of the life gain with the Goblin Bombardment is going to matter. But I mean, Matthew really needs to get something going here because a Flage, no matter how much trickery you have with Goblin Bombardment, Flage turn over turn is going to win the game eventually.
Yeah, it sure felt like Matthew had a window back into this game. Once he resolved that One Ring, was able to get a card off of it. You ended up 2 for 1 in that deal. It costs a lot of mana, but hey, you've got a lot of mana. Now, that may actually be the problem here for Matthews. Could very well end up with too much mana, especially if the next draw step misses. I think I actually spotted in a Johnny on top.
A Johnny on top? Oh, yeah. I think that's probably one of the other cards that make Matthew think, okay, is that enough? If we have...
It's a lot of math on that one.
Else to work with. Yeah, you got the ping from the second cat, the ping from the first. Like, can we kill Flage with all this? Because I mean, you can't just like battle Flage in the heads up, right? Like that's just never a winning strategy.
Yeah. So if you can get rid of Flage, there's not enough cards in the graveyard for Valenti to escape it again immediately. And of course, he'll be down that Arena of Glory. Now, the problem, as we know, is that Christian Valenti is sitting on that one lone island with that Spell Snare that's been sitting in his hand this entire game. He has refused to put the shields down on it. And I bet you Matthew Giglio is very much aware that that could be on the table here. So you think he opted to keep the Johnny on top, draws it, and here we go. Big turn. And Matthew knows it, rolls the sleeves up.
Yeah, this is very much a critical turn, I think, for Matthew. And you called out Spell Snare. I mean, yeah, this island is screaming. It's screaming Spell Snare. The kind of the card of the weekend. I saw a lot of people leading up to the event kind of posting, looking, hey, does anybody have 3 Spell Snares this weekend?
Yeah.
Seems to be a card a lot of people were having to dig out of their bulk binders after years and years of kind of being outscaled by their options. Now finding its home once again is Amped Raptor is going to come in. I think this is the big wild card here. Oh no, in Blood Moon we can't cast it. I don't know that you would anyway, but even still, just
well, you might have been
nothing
hoping for just something, right? Because you're still staring down
Yeah.
the Spell Snare. You might have just need something to spend mana on to get cards out of Christian's hand to get things into play to try to answer Flage, and it didn't work. And here comes a Johnny and Christian.
I think it might be Force of Negations in hand, not
Spell
I think it's
Snare.
Dress Down, a Force of Negation, and a Flage.
Oh wow!
No
If we
Spell
have that
Snare.
wrong, this is way different. And in that case, you're right. The Johnny resolves.
Yeah, that's a Dress Down. So we got Dress Down, Force Negation, and Flage, the leftovers for Christian. No Spell Snare. We're sitting there talking all this time about Spell Snare. No Spell Snare, which means we get to do all this stuff. We get to flip right away, start bombardmenting, and we're going to do that. Now we get to make a cat. Is there a reason to wait on that?
Well, look,
We have a
Christian, he
discharge
faked out he played this around the Spell Snare so well that even I thought he had it. So, but Matthew must be thrilled.
He was selling it.
Yeah, I think he might have run that Raptor out there hoping to eat a Spell Snare, right? To follow up with a Johnny. And instead, you're just thrilled when it all resolves. The Raptor resolves, the Johnny resolves, the Galvanic Discharge. Well, it's at least going to hit the stack, and Christian is going to fire off Force.
Yeah, that one can get Force Negation, and I think you very much want to. And wow, even with all that, it's too much for Matthew Giglio. The Force of Negation is going to earn a concession. Really, I think a demonstration of the power of Flage turn over turn is just too much. Even with all Planeswalker and some defense posted, it all just gets gunned down, and that's going to do it for game number 1. Matthew Giglio going to fall to Jeskai, Dress Down, Jeskai Control, whatever you want to call it. So let's take a look at the sideboard with that, and start, of course, with the Boros Energy deck here. No splashes here. We got 4 copies of Obsidian Charmaw, 2 Thraben Charm, 2 Orm's Chance, 2 Fear Fire Foes. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah. 2 Chain to the Rocks, the Gigantic Companion, another copy of Blood Moon, and a Soul Guide Lantern. You're paired against the Dress Down deck. How do you want to adjust?
Well, that's probably a good question, right? Because we saw a lot of the effects in game 1 that you want that can go long, right? Flage is a good one. The Johnnies, of course, are huge. Now you probably can look at something like your low cost removal. If you want, you can maybe trim around the edges there. It really is up, I guess, to Matthews how he wants to attack this. But I think you probably just are decent with your plan, right? I mean, what are you looking at here in terms of the control deck? Because Valenti is just going to have a bunch of 1-for-1 removal. He's going to have more board wipes post game. So it's almost more about how you play out your cards rather than simply what's in your deck.
Yeah, I think you can make small upgrades. Things like Chain to the Rock strike me as maybe a little bit better than Galvanic Discharge. That exile matters a lot, as well as actually being able to pick off Flage without using all of your resources, I think can matter. And then, of course, the Fear Fire Foes, I believe, is there specifically for copies of the One Ring. Maybe that's something you want to reach for. Kind of a goofy card, but gets the job done. Damage can't be prevented. The keyline attacks there. Small adjustments, like I said, but really, I think you just need a stronger start. Really kind of flooded out a little too much and didn't have as much aggressive a start as you'd want. Can maybe change that in the play. Let's take a look at the Jeskai Dress Down deck, and this is by Christian Valenti. Remember, he's someone that has some leaderboard considerations as well. In the sideboard here, we got 2 copies of Deafening Silence, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Pyroclasm, 2 Subtlety, 2 Surgical Extraction, 1 Consign to Memory, 1 Dovin's Veto, 1 Supreme Verdict, 1 Teferi Time Raveler, and 1 Wrath of the Skies. The sweepers stick out to me right away. Is there anything else you're reaching for?
Well, that's a nice start if you're Christian Valenti, as you look at your sideboard against Boros Energy when you're up a game and you spot 4 board wipes you get to look at to bring in. Right. So that just in itself, right? That's just huge because that's going to add to the 3 that you already have in your main deck, not even counting all your other removal And if you're Christian, all you need to do is just draw a mix of lands and spells and a keyboard wipe at the right moment, and you feel like you're in a good spot here. Now, obviously, Christian's going to be on the draw. These cards can be slow. Supreme Verdict costs 4 mana. Wrath of the Skies is dependent on your other resources. Pyroclasm, one of the best ones, but occasionally, if the 2 damage doesn't get there, it doesn't get there. So it's going to be a difficult spot on the draw here for Christian, but you certainly feel like if you're in his seat, you have all the answers, right? Boros Energy, most popular deck in the room, and you built your deck to beat it.
Yeah, you showed up with cards in your sideboard, a plan for the matchup, and that's going to be the most important aspect. Is even if your plan is flawed or whatever, whatever your take is, just having a plan and executing on it is really a big formula for success in the tournament. With, like I said, both these players 5-1-1, they have impressive records, and I think with a win, very likely to punch their ticket into top 8, and a lot on the line. Like I said, Christian Valenti even has some leaderboard considerations for the championship, but still, I mean, if you just win this event, you're in the championship.
Yeah, it's the easiest way to make it, right?
Yeah, exactly. You get all the money, the trophy, the glory, all of the things, the token, all the riches that come with winning a showdown here in the NRG series.
You get to buy all the friends in your car dinner.
It was okay. So I want to talk about that for a minute. Yeah. Is that a rule for you? That was a rule for us.
It's supposed to be.
People I talked to just didn't even they looked at me like I had 2 heads. They were like, I would never.
What? No, like COVID ruined some of these traditions, right? Somehow we missed a break there to pass it on to new people. It's the people in your car. It's not your whole friend group, okay? You're not trying. You don't have to go to Fogo and buy 20 people dinner, right? But it is the 2 to 3 people who made the drive.
Okay, yeah. See, we're 100% in lockstep. I bought a lot of cars dinner, and let me tell you, we took some of those like big SUVs and stuff like that. I mean, I bought dinner for like 7 people before. It's tough out here, but. Anyways, Turbo Ragavan, this is going to come down from Matthew Giglio. This is very much the kind of start I think he's looking for. Puts pressure on Christian right away. I mean, you see, he's thinking about his turn 1 play. I mean, this is such an impactful card to have in this matchup. Don't allow Christian to have that counter spell up ready to go on turn 2 because you didn't really have any ones available to you. Part of the power of this deck, being able to pivot back and forth. You mentioned the energy deck originally, a lot more aggressive. This deck is really designed in a more mid-range focus. You can pivot, you can grind if you want to, or you can get aggressive if you need to. That is the power of mid-range in this, archetype in Modern. And I think Ragavan really represents a lot of that power as we are going to lead on Thundering Falls, bidding for a negation.
Ragavan, probably the best possible play for Matthew there because you saw how much it bugged Christian. Matthew went down to 6 cards on the play, which means that, hey, if your early threat doesn't get there, if it just gets answered really fast, all of a sudden you're spinning your wheels on not very many cards. Now, instead, Ragavan's able to connect, and all of a sudden the game looks a lot different. Now, you're not able to really get any advantage off of the spell snare, of course, that you exile from Valenti, but it's really about the mana advantage here, I think, for Matthew, right? You played a tap land for Christian, and now your opponent's going to have spent 4 mana before you are able to spend a single mana, and that is
exactly. Really. I mean, it just glues together all these grindy cards too. Like we mentioned, you're able to pivot back and forth. Part of the cost of playing some of these cards that allow you to be okay grinding is that they are more expensive. They're more expensive cards. They cost more mana. Ragavan being able to solve that, big deal. And here is a Ajani, 1 mana left over. Do we have any follow-up? Gonna make a cat token, I'm sure. Only a couple cards left. Of course, has come out swinging, has Matthew Giglio. And nope, gets to bank that treasure. No follow-up. Doesn't really need a follow-up. A lot of pressure already dialed up. And already asking for a Pyroclasm is Christian. Now, a Pyroclasm, I think, is the best play here. But
yeah, like if you're Matthew, you've put everything onto the board you need to win this game. Right? You've cast 2 spells, and that's good enough. All of a sudden, Christian is on the back foot because of that. You'll make him answer it, and then you'll go from there. But not only do you bank the treasure, you kind of get to bank whatever you're doing on this turn because you don't actually have to add to the board in a way that can get punished. Now, if all you have are creatures, there's maybe not necessarily any choice but to run them out into a possible board wipe. But hey, if it was Pyroclasm, it would have come down on that turn, and it didn't, which means it's not Pyroclasm, which means a 4-mana board wipe can't come out for a while, which means a Wrath of the Skies is your next consideration. So if you're Matthew, a lot of things you're thinking through here. If you stare down the 4 cards in your hand and the distance between you and the top 8, you're trying to bridge here.
And I really like the call out of that progression there. I mean, that is very much kind of the needle that needs to be threaded, right? We talked a lot about classic kind of mid-range, even aggro versus control principles, kind of the double spell into ace in the whole spell. Well, here is like the do you overextend into sweeper or do you underextend into spot removal kind of things? And like you mentioned, kind of Wrath this guy's being on the radar could swing the math a little bit because that actually does get the treasures. So it's hard to recover from Wrath this guy specifically because you don't get to bank that mana and really go multiple spells right away. But here comes a spot removal spell, something I think you have to actually be pretty happy to see if you're Matthew. You've put a few things into play, and that's a pretty loud signal. There's no sweeper coming next turn. We're spot removing stuff right now.
Yeah, exactly where you want to be. Now, of course, it did exile, so that will remove any of that forever. And no triggers or anything that are going to come about either. So, but that if you're Matthew, like you mentioned it, right? So that tells you, okay, you're removing my things one by one. That means you're not going to sweep, which means I can add to this board now. And we'll see what he actually has to do that. But it is a flashing green light to go, add to the board.
Which, I mean, that can be part of the bait too. Like sometimes you'll see control players fire off a removal spell, get the player to extend more in, and then, whatever, maybe Supreme Verdict comes down on 4, or you actually do have the Wrath of this guys, but you're trying to get them to extend more. There's a lot of play here. There's a lot of even like mind games that can get involved with, okay, do they have a Wrath or not? What could come off the top? Like, even if you don't have it now, maybe you draw it. Like, you can't get undisciplined with it, but I think it is a green light to at least deploy something else, and you see Matthew Giglio willing to do so. Ocelot Pride going to enter the battlefield.
So we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 permanents for the lesson.
Oh, we're doing this by permanent count now, are we? That's, maybe it's a better indicator than life total as to who's winning, but just a land and a passing of the turn. Again,
it's like, counting up for the Ocelot Pride here, right? So
for the
how close we are. It is a very cat-heavy board here for Matthew. Christian does have the land, just passes the turn back. Step 1, attack.
Yeah, good step 1 to have. All right, so beatdowns. Looks like that'll happen. So life gained, Ocelot Pride locked and loaded for the end step. Let's see. 3 mana. We're reaching for some mana in Giganta. So I called out Giganta as by last game as like a pretty bad play. Here it's kind of great. You get to spend some mana that isn't susceptible to counter spells, so you're not allowing Christian to gain any ground while still just like advancing your board with the Ocelot Pride, which is going to happen. So it's still sweeper or you're still in trouble for Christian. And Matthew got to spend a bunch of mana this turn without actually opening himself up to counter magic. Actually, a great turn there with the Giganta.
And Christian just nothing on that turn with that mana, but has the perfect follow-up if you're going to be in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to have it, right? Like, this game is very over if you don't have anything. If you have no wraths, like, you've bought some time, but you need to have something. And now, I mean, obviously, he's not out of the woods. He needed that. That was step 1. Now you kind of need Matthew to have a weak turn. And you have to imagine he's holding something back.
Yeah, I mean, he spent his mana on Giganta, which means he's got, I think we're probably looking at 3 or 4 cards, maybe even 5 cards in hand once he draws here. So he's going to have access to at least 4 mana, possibly 5. It is a lot, right? That was if you Matthew, okay, board wipe, first board wipe came down. We knew that was coming. Got him down to 10 life. We're able to pull a couple cards out of the hand. All right, that's pretty good. But it's all about the follow-up turn. So we'll see what he's been holding back to try to get onto the board here. Gonna untap 4 mana.
All right, yeah, big turn here. This is a critical one for Matthew. And we're rolling up the sleeves.
Again.
I love the tell. I love the, it's time to get down to business. I love it. I love it so much. All right, Matthew, what you got? We've rolled up our sleeves. First play, Amped Raptor. I believe no energy to work with prior, so looking for 2s or less. Had a little pause there. That is a flayed. Golly, these Amped Raptors will not cooperate for Matthew.
Yeah, it's a bit of a yikes there. So, but we've got more, couple cards in hand, but he was certainly hoping for something better than that.
Yeah, you see it.
Also, he wouldn't have hated drawing Plage either. You'd have enough.
Exactly. It's a good card in the matchup. It's one you would absolutely love to find. And just having to exile with the Amped Raptor is not what you want to see. Ocelot Pride, a fine follow-up, but not that threatening. And the One Ring, a great follow-up for Christian.
Yeah, corner turned, I think.
Certainly looking close. It certainly looks close to me. Let me get a read on Fear Fire Foes here. Deals X damage to target creature. So you actually do need a creature to target. And that might actually make that card a little bit less appealing in this particular matchup. Oh, no, not really. Because you can target your own thing, I guess. And then
The
He's
damage
still.
can't be
I
prevented.
mean, that's goofy,
Sure.
but I mean, whatever. It gets the job done, but 10 is a lot. 10 is a lot to try to battle down. And if, I mean, any kind of flages or anything like that get involved in the mix, things start to slip away very quickly. Down to 9 goes Christian, below the halfway mark, but that's might be too little too late. Representing only 3 on board right now. It's a 3-turn clock with the 1 ring in play. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're Matthew, you're hoping that Christian dies to his own ring.
I think that's kind of what you have to hope for, because I mean that is like a real clock. Like, he's going to take damage from this thing, and he's going to need to get rid of it at some point. The big thing that of course Christian's looking for to really offset that is Flage. That's just immediately solves the life gain problem.
Right.
But second copy of 1 ring can do so as well, but does require him to tap mana on his turn. So that can maybe you can start to look to overpower counter spells again. But I really think Giglio's more or less out of gas. I mean, not much at all from last turn.
Yeah, Flage would obviously be perfect for Valenti here, right? You've got a graveyard stacked. You'd be able to escape it later. It would clear the Ocelot Pride off the board. It gain you your life back. You'd feel pretty good about where you're at. Now, if you don't have that and you have to make a different play, well, then things get a little bit more interesting for Matthew here, because if it's not a ring, if it's not life gain, then Christian is falling down to 7 on his upkeep, and you're looking at 3 damage on board for Matthew. That's getting down to 4. And the game is a little bit interesting, even though Christian is going to have access to roughly infinite cards. But there's the one card.
Yeah, this is, I think, the one Giglio did not want to see. He gives it a thumbs up, but his insides, I think,
did he mean it?
I don't think he meant it at all. Gun down to the amped Raptor goes, and then Flage, of course. Oh, okay. We getting froggy with the what?
Okay.
We got solid.
So we're going to.
I think we're dress downing here.
Yeah. Oh, this is
this.
sick. Evoke triggers on the stack.
Yeah.
We're
consigning them. I was like, wait, dress down doesn't work. So you need something else. It's consigned. Yeah. That gets both triggers, and then you get to keep both cards. And now this is just the absolute worst possible turn, I think, for Matthew.
What a turn from Christian. Put him on this, put the Flage on the stack, put this sacrifice on the stack, flash in Solitude, and then consign both of those sacrifice triggers. What a play. You cleared out 2 creatures from Matthew's board. You add 2 to your own. And just like that, the corner is turned and the door is slamming shut. What a play by Christian.
Absolutely. A massive turn for Christian. Basically exactly what he's looking for. And consign, I mean, just showing its utility off, frankly. I mean, I was sitting there like, what are we doing here? I mean, dress down doesn't work. Yeah, able to just get both triggers. And so being able to get both, that's nasty. Chain to the Rocks, he's going to get answered by Force of Vigor. All the cards running from the 1 ring. Going to make that one too late to the party. Obviously, would be nice to answer Flage, but even still, we're untapping with the 1 ring. Going to get 3 more cards, 4 more cards with the draw for turn. And I mean, like you mentioned, this game is closing quickly.
Yep, that'll do it. The life game making all the difference. Flage has been such a key part of all of these control decks, these Jeskai type decks, being able to turn the corner over the last few months. And you're seeing Christian Valenti get fancy with it. That was a heck of a way to play your way into probably the top 8 here at the NRG Championship Series in Chicago. We are marching towards that top 8. We're around 8 of 8. Christian Valenti, Matthew Giglio playing it out here. The finishing touches getting put on here by Christian Valenti.
Yeah, certainly. And here's now we're styling. We got the extra Flage to get to use as a removal spell. And here comes some big beatdowns. A 2-turn clock here for Christian. Nowhere close to dying to this 1 ring. All things coming up, Christian Valenti. And I mean, an impressive demonstration. And I really want to take this moment too, while this game is coming to a natural conclusion here, to highlight the Boros Energy deck is beatable. This is something that we've talked about quite a bit. I mean, we'll see exactly how many end up in our top 8 and stuff like that. But now we've seen it taken down by Belcher. We've seen it taken down by, this dress down deck. There's strategies that can combat it. People really are, I think, are too quick to reach for the bans and, really just as a way to solve things, because there have been so many design mistakes and stuff like that. But games like this are awesome. I mean, this is so cool to watch. Okay, here's the Menace, this supposedly, incredibly powerful deck that is just beating everything in Modern. And I mean, these are 2-0 victories. These are quite a demonstration. And I want to get a chance to talk a little bit, and you are as well. I don't know why I said it that way, with Christian Valenti here in just a moment, but kind of finishing the thought out from what we've seen so far this weekend and kind of the context of Modern as it is right now. Post Nadu is something that needed to be banned. Gone. Out of here. See you later. Now people are clamoring for more bans. They're clamoring for energy bans. I've seen people talk about Flage. I've seen people talk about the Wandering, but Modern to me looks to be in a return to form. It looks to be kind of a lot like what I've always expected out of Modern over the years. And it looks like there's still a lot of metagame churn happening, and there's more work to do to really determine, how problematic are these cards, how problematic are these strategies.
Well, there's certainly something to be said for Pyroclasm, right? Like, think about that.
Okay.
We're in a format where Pyroclasm has become a key sideboard card. If I were to tell you that in a vacuum, would you describe that as a bad format? I don't think so. I think that if you are in a spot where the best deck is not being answered, but you can combat it with a simple Pyroclasm, honestly, not a bad spot to be. Because what that means, it's not about necessarily the power level of the deck at that point, right? It's about the gameplay, right? And the ability that you feel like if you are playing against it, okay, well, if I just sideboarded enough board wipes and I just sideboarded enough Pyroclasms, I feel like I have agency in that matchup. Whereas something, we talked about Nadu, it kind of didn't matter what. There were a couple cards you could play, but it almost felt like it didn't matter what you did.
Right.
They would just have it, right? This is a lot more classic Magic. We can know how to play against aggressive Boros decks, right? When they're the best deck in the format. And yes, the deck is very good, and the Mardu deck is very good, but we've watched control players crush it now by just killing the creatures. We've watched combo players ignore it by just playing Goldfish, right? Like, all of these things are things that push down an aggressive deck, no matter how good it might be in the abstract or powerful it might be. If the format can adjust, so the format can adjust. And I think we're about ready to go chat with Christian Valenti, who was certainly able to adjust and just
who better to talk to
over
about exactly this concept. So Christian, as you may have just heard, we're actually talking a lot about the Modern format, the energy deck, and everything around it. Sure. I think you are something you have thought about, and you did a great job dismantling, I'd say, the menace in the form of Boros Energy. Can you talk to me a little bit about your deck choice for this weekend and your process leading up to that decision?
Sure. So I've actually had quite a bit of repetition with the deck, right? It's the deck that Ryan Bellamy and I actually created before Amsterdam, and it's what I played in Amsterdam as well. So I've been playing it for a while. I said this earlier in the interview. I'm not going to mislead anyone and say that it was the best deck during Nadu, but I enjoyed it, the gameplay style. And now I think there's a good argument that it is actually just the best deck in the format, but it's a little underplayed at the moment, underrepresented, which is fair because Boros is Boros, right?
Strong.
But yeah, just like what you guys were saying as I was getting set up, Boros is very exploitable. It's maybe the best deck, but it is just a creature deck, and it's pretty easy to interact with those if you want to.
Yeah, and so walk me through that. Like, what is the key? What you obviously you said you worked on this deck, you kind of really developed it, played it even before the energy was the top dog.
Correct.
Talk to me a little bit about how you kind of have broke open. Like, what is your plan for exploiting these energy decks? We saw some of it for sure, but is it really? I mean, just Jeskai controller? What's
there's quite a few differences. We do lean more into the control element after board, right? If I don't know how visible my sideboarding options were to you guys, but I don't have any Null Drifters in my sideboard or in my deck after board most of the time against them. It just doesn't line up very well. It's a little slow. They have a lot of extra permanents, right? A lot of extra cardboard to sacrifice to it. So that's not really the battle you want to fight. The secret to the matchup is going to sound super misleading, but you just want to leave all of your Force of Negations in, because I think the mistake that a lot of people make is they treat it like it's just a creature deck. And if you just bring in a bunch of sweepers and a bunch of, discharges and solitudes and, what have you, right? The games are going to play out. You're going to kill their early creature plays, and then you're going to lose to a ring and a flage, and you're not ready to fight those. So you have to, it's a little bit of give and take, right? Like I lost a couple games earlier in the day to Boros, and they can do the thing, right? I mean, it's not like the deck is invincible, but I think putting yourself cold to their top end is a mistake that I see a lot of people make. I try to leave myself a good mix, because you really need to be able to interact with Blood Moon and Ring post-board. And if they get you with the creatures and you don't have the removal, then, it is, right? But in general, I think we have a lot of tools to kind of fight what they're doing.
Well, that's a great explanation. And also, your deck, as we saw in that last game, can get kind of proactive. I mean, how often do you consign to memory 2 of your own sacrifice triggers on the stack?
Often,
that was
right?
pretty impressive.
Pretty often, right? I mean, the name of the deck in the Melee platform is Jeskai Dress Down, right? I mean, it is plan A in game 1 against most decks is to put a gigantic creature into play on turn 3. It's much more of a tap out deck, which is why the construction of it is less counter spells and more force of negations, right? You guys have seen I have March of the Otherworldly Light in my main deck as opposed to Prismatic Ending because I value the instant speed and being always able to target a ring. So the way that I like describing the deck is it's like playing a bad Legacy deck in Modern, right? Like 10 of my cards are free or significantly cheaper than that effect should be.
Yeah. Well, it looked great there, and now 6-1-1. I think you're finished. As we
I
await
was
the
looking
top
at it
8
briefly
announcement.
before. I didn't put a ton of effort into it because I was X1-1 anyways, right?
Yeah.
So I had to play and win regardless. But the way I looked at it, it looked like it was a clean cut now because the table 4 was also playing. So it looked like it was a clean cut. So yeah, should be 7th seed going into top 8 unless something changes, but it should be even then 8th is worst case scenario, I think.
Yeah,
Well,
don't want to speculate too hard, but I think you're looking really good. And congratulations again. I mean, I don't think we talked so much. That was a dominant performance in your on-camera match, leading into what is very likely a top 8 and huge considerations for your leaderboard performance as well. And you were pretty high on the leaderboard, but some work to do on the leaderboard could really put you in a nice seat. And this is a great time to get this today and tomorrow.
I kind of roughly theorize. I think I'm sitting on 42 points for the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I roughly theorize that I probably would need a couple good performances or an outright win, right? It didn't seem like I could coast into a couple like top 8 losses or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was the goal, right? I did want to queue for the Invitational. I went effectively 9-8, right? 9-7 at PT Amsterdam, and then I lost round 15 playing for the Pro Tour in DC. So any avenue, the Invitational, I see it as, I believe, first place at the Invitational, queues for the PT as well. So I'm basically just every avenue I can to try and get back onto the PT.
Well, you're looking pretty good. Like I said, this is what you have to do. This is the first step. Like you mentioned, I believe your analysis is very good and correct. Sounds like you've done your homework on everything. You've done your homework on the modern format, done your homework on the points, and you're getting paid off for it. You seem to know what you're doing, and you look to be in a good spot to watch more of you play later. And it's a deck that we certainly have our eyes on. Looks very powerful. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. I appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
You too.
So with that, we will be seeing more of Christian later, as we kind of alluded to, almost certainly. And that will do it for our main feature for Round of Braid. But fear not, for I believe we have a backup dialed up as well. This one, as always, is going to be something a little different. I don't know how much of either of these decks we have really seen across our tournament, and especially today on coverage. But two of my favorites, we got Ruby Storm here on your right in the forms of Edward Halb, and on your left, another favorite of mine, Amulet Titan, in the hands of John Wagner, a deck that I haven't seen too much of at all. There's Blood Moons everywhere, Harbinger of the Seas everywhere, and we're Amulet Titan. Okay.
This is great. This is great. I actually saw a couple Amulet Titan decks floating around maybe the top 10 or so tables. So, man, the one thing about Amulet players is that, they're Amulet players, which means they play Amulet.
We agree entirely. Oh, we got some pretty cards here for Edward, as we're gonna, I believe, fetch the Elegant Parlor. Gonna quickly check the splash here.
Yeah, double.
Notice the Commercial District. Okay, so Commercial District off Scalding Tarn. Gonna do some surveillance.
And here we go. There's the Storm counter, the mana counter. We're setting up.
A disaster, maybe, if you're John. Very quickly fetching with this Arid Mesa is Edward, who I think, seeing two Urza's Sagas, unless these two players know what kind of the others ought to be, this is where deep in the tournament. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily think Amulet right away on Double Saga, but I don't really know what else you would be thinking, as here comes a mountain. It's got to be Pyretic Ritual, and John, looking intently, not what you want to see. I've been playing for long enough. Pyretic Ritual's always been good against Amulet Titan.
Yeah, is this a turn 2 we're seeing from Ruby Storm?
Oh, no, I think so. Pyretic Ritual number 2 after Ruby Medallion. Pyretic Rituals, now Dark Rituals, functionally. Glimpse the Unthinkable. All right, so now we got to hit some bangers. Manmorpho's a great start. And Wish, another good one. I think we're doing it.
Yeah, I think those probably fit the bill.
What beep beep.
Yeah, just sit back, take it in, right? Especially if you're John, that's all you can do. You got these Urza Sagas. You just watch Ruby Storm combo out on turn 2. It's incredibly rare. You often don't see it until turn 3. But then we'll see if it actually ends this turn. But wow, what a draw.
What a change in this is modern at its finest right now. We just watched, we just talked about like exploiting this matchup back and forth, aggro, mid-range versus control, all this kind of stuff. All right, here you go. You're dead on turn 2. There you go. Welcome to modern, buddy. Here you go. And Amulet can do the same thing. It's not like Amulet's innocent here. You just play a couple of Amulets and a bounce man, and we're off to the races. So, at the same time, it's not even like John can sit there and really, say anything one way or the other about dying on turn 2. You're doing the same thing to people. And modern at its finest here as we are taking a look. 2 lands off the Ren's Resolve. Not really what the doctor ordered.
I was going to say, is this going to, we're in a lot less autopilot now. Edward's having to think about it a little. Maybe we don't get there.
I mean, even if you don't get that, what happened? We get one, or as the saga comes off, and then we just sit there, and then that's tough. I think we actually are passing. I was so excited. Where's our turn 2 kill?
To go for it and not get there is, I
Tough.
guess maybe it's not like that bad because you still have a couple cards in hand. You're going to have access to those lanes next turn, and hey, you got a spawn out of it. But no, kind of brutal actually. If you're Edward, you wanted to do something a little better there, and now I guess you hope that John doesn't do his thing. Now that said, this was a pretty, I don't even know how to describe this draw, this double Urza Saga draw from John, where we don't even have any colors of mana now, but I guess we do have Amulet of Vigor, so who knows? Maybe this turn's about to be just unhinged.
Let's call it linear. It has a plan. We're going to have these things come off. We're going to find amulets, and then our opponent's going to die. And that's a fine plan. I mean, it's part of the modern day amulet takes are very based around like the Mycosynth Gardens and, having amulets and stuff like that. But now you don't really have time for that second one to come off to spend. But the One Ring can give you time. That gives you a turn. Huge play here.
Yeah, this is going in some interesting directions. We've got the classic 1 land in play plus the One Ring for John.
Yeah, the One Ring going to give you that critical turn to get that second saga, and then we know about the Simic Growth Chamber. So 2 amulets, Simic Growth Chamber. That's quite the formula for success, and really nothing from Edward there. That's a tough place to be. As here comes the second saga. Is Amulet going to steal this one?
This is a bizarre game, I'll say that. Now, maybe Edward felt the pressure from those sagas. I mean, maybe that's why Edward went for it on turn 2, as opposed to just playing Amulet and then or a Medallion rather, and then trying to go for it on turn 3. I'm not
better. I mean, you weren't gated on mana, right? You were just gated on things to do.
Yeah. Well, you would have got a card deeper earlier, right? So
yeah.
So this is well, it's going to be an interesting spot,
somewhat
I guess.
Gated on mana, right? Because like you would have had your Wish could grab Past in Flames, and then maybe you get a few more looks at it, and that's enough. Is that a Lotus Field?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I don't know if I've seen too much of that. That's new to me, but maybe I just missed the memo. How many of those do we have in our deck?
We're deep in the tank here.
We have 2 Lotus Fields. Wow, we did the math here. We got some couple Explorers. All right, 2 Explorers.
No lands in play. No lands in play, but we're playing Explorers, huh?
2 Explorers, no lands.
That is an Aftermath Analyst that just got drawn, by the way.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to take a look here. Yeah, we got 2 of those. We got a Lumbra, too, from the Bloom Burrow set. This is quite a look here from the Amulet deck, as here comes 4 mana off the bat. Now, the mana calculation is on paper off screen, but I know there's 4 from that Simic Growth Chamber, and I believe there was like a gajillion from Lotus Field. So I don't even 3, 6, 9 or whatever. Right, no, you only get 6. You got 6. So we had 2 leftovers. So we had 6, and then we played Aftermath and Analyst here.
Yeah, there's the Shifting Woodland.
Okay. So I know Aftermath Analyst has been used in like combos before. Are we doing that? Yeah, okay, we are. We are doing that. All right.
3 sagas and 2 Lotus Fields into play.
Well, this looks like a lot to
Triggers
me.
On the stack.
Yeah, they all enter-tapped, so that triggers all the things, including for sagas and stuff like that. So it's going to trigger the amulets 2 times each, and we do have the Summoners Pack. That's a Primeval Titan, and I'm not great at math, but that is hyper lethal.
Yeah, this seems like a lot of mana.
Yeah, we're revealing our hand. That's where the game's at. We're revealing our hand. We have a Tolaria West for a second Titan already. We have Titans out the wazoo. And yeah, there you go. Wow. Amulet Titan steals game number 1 off of some new inclusions. Lotus Field Aftermath Analyst kind of got to do the Splendid Reclamation kind of look and get all the lands back as a burst of mana. Very impressive.
So it did it, right? Because, oh my gosh, they came into play. They untapped. You get to add all the mana off those Lotus Fields before you have to sacrifice anything. and you just end up with
Powerful.
a ton of mana to keep going. Aftermath Analyst comboing off right there. All right, Edward, to the sideboard.
To the sideboard. So let's take a quick look at the sideboard here. Starting, of course, with Ruby Storm, which fizzled there on the turn 2 attempt. We got 3 copies of Abrade, 3 copies of Veil of Summer, 2 Flame of Anor to go with the 2 in the main deck, I believe. And then we have 2 Nature's Claim, 1 Alchemist's Gambit, 1 Empty the Warrens, 1 Galvanic Relay, 1 Grape Shot, and 1 Pass in Flames. The big card I see missing here, Blood Moon. Used to be a big part of the Storm versus Amulet recipe. You could just Blood Moon them on turn 2. None of that here. What are you bringing in instead?
Well, remember, this is, of course, a Wish sideboard. So you see the Wish in the main deck. So that's something Edward is going to keep in mind. I'm spotting some Abrades, and I think Flame of Honor also hits artifacts. So you probably want to max out on anything that can actually interact with the namesake of the Amulet deck. Because we saw the amulets pop off there. So that's probably where you're looking. Outside of that, you're just trying to storm. So you want to keep things nice and simple and just don't whiff when you go for it.
Yeah, I don't want to see another look, all those lands that we saw off the spells, but I think that's the real recipe. And of course, maybe be a little bit more patient. You have maybe an extra turn than you think in this matchup. But if you're Edward, really just kind of got unlucky with the cantrips there. Keep the game plan mostly the same, especially with, like I said, with no Blood Moons, you have to feel good about the matchup. With that said, let's take a look at the Amulet Titan deck. This one, of course, like I said, some stuff that I'm familiar with and some stuff that I'm excited to see work with. Lotus Field and all that jazz. We have in the sideboard 2 copies of Dismember, 2 Fire Spout, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Bajuka Bog, 1 Beseju Who Endures, 1 Radiant Fountain, 1 Valak the Molten Pinnacle, 1 Disruptor Flute, 1 Spelunking, 1 Force of Vigor, 1 Dreaded Elysian Grove, and 1 Colossal Sky Turtle. Not quite 15 one-ofs, but not far away either. How do we adjust for the Stone matchup?
Well, I imagine we're looking at Disruptor Flute. Not a ton of options here, right? Like you're looking at your Force of Vigor can catch the Ruby Medallions. I guess the Sky Turtle can bounce things if you want to go that way. The Flute gives a little bit of interaction that you wouldn't otherwise have. But yeah, I don't want to say 2 ships passing in the night, but there's a lot of just both of these players trying to combo each other out of it. But also just take a look at, we talking about the main deck of John here. Spotting those Lotus Fields.
Escape Shift sticks out to me. I don't know that I've seen too much of that one. 1 copy Escape Shift. Obviously, that pairs with your Aftermath Analyst. I assume that's the piece you need to really actually go infinite. But just wild stuff here. It really feels like we've combined what was a standard deck with the Analyst combo with the modern deck that is Amulet. And obviously, like I said, John Wagner with a 6-1 performance has done very well with it today. So, and managed to steal that game there against Ruby Storm, which, like I said, I think is on average probably like a full turn faster than Amulet. But there, like I said, a fizzle plus a pretty good draw there with the Analysts, the Explorers, the Lotus Field, was able to punch a ticket. Not too many adjustments. Like I said, there's a weird tension too, I think, between do you want Dismembers and stuff for Ral, or do you want Besejus and stuff and Force of Vigor for the Ruby Medallion? It's 50-50. They're equally likely to have either. What do you do? Are you better against one, the other? Who knows? A tough, maybe you just want it all. But at the end of the day.
And maybe, the Analysts, this deck has some fascinating numbers, right? Like 3 Grazers, 2 Analysts, 2 Packs, 1 Scape Shift, right? Like this is a really, really interesting build of the deck. So maybe you can cut down a little bit on just a few of the numbers, or maybe you just try to run it back and kill them, right? If you can just make a couple of the changes and go from there without disrupting too much of your deck.
Yeah, we'll see here in a moment on how, of course, Edward being on the play, I think is bad news for John. You maybe just want all your interaction here on the draw, and maybe you can adjust again on the play to shave some of that off and try to just, like you said, 2 ships passing the night. Maybe you're a little bit faster if you're the one that's on the play, but on the draw, I think you really kind of want to max out on any interaction that works just to give yourself that extra turn, and maybe try to hit the interactive. Interact at a critical time to maybe force a fizzle that gives you that really key window. So we'll see as these players are shuffling up here for game number 2. Remember, a win in, I think, pretty clean for these players on the line. If you're enjoying this magic, we're going to be bringing you the whole top 8 quarterfinals, semifinals, finals tonight, and we will be getting somebody a trophy as well as their ticket to the 2024 NRG Championship, which you're not going to want to miss. And so if you're watching that and you're going to want to check that out, I believe that's December 14th and 15th. Make sure you hit the follow button. It'll let you know when we go live. Make sure, of course, grow our channel and bring you more awesome magic like this. John giving his hand a good look. And I don't know if that's good or bad. The Amulet players start doing math right away. It's like, okay, are we we dying on turn 2? Don't love the optics there, as Edward Stoneface seems happy with his
This is a big match, right? If you're John, you're now 1 game away from the top 8. You've been at this all day long. We're in round 8. Easy for Drake and I. We're coming in here taking over from Niall and Doomwake, who took us through 6 rounds this morning, and we got to carry you through the top 8. And
I can
after
watch
all
all
of
night.
that,
This is awesome.
yeah, I mean, this is a great way to spend a Saturday afternoon. Am I right? It's nice and rainy here. It's a very perfect. Looking at the rain out my window, some magic on my screen, hanging out with my friends, watching some Modern. It's a good way to spend a Saturday and a good way to start the game if you're John there with a turn 1 amulet.
Yeah, Saga the Amulet, that's already dialing up 2 amulets, which we saw was the key last game to really setting things off. But I mean, that Urza Saga coming off of, I don't want to say off suspend, it's what it feels like. It doesn't really do anything until it finally pops off. But, more or less when it finally reaches that 3rd chapter, that's really kind of the ticking time bomb in the game for amulets. Now, Edward does have time before that happens, but not that much. And it's funny, we saw him really kind of put the pedal to the metal in game number 1, trying to kill on turn 2, did brick, and then ended up just kind of dying to a combos a little bit slower. See if we're going to take things slower here. As an Abrade key here, did bring those in to answer Amulet of Vigors. You called those out as particularly, these builds lean more on amulets. Bring in the artifact hate. Sure did. Another amulet. Wow.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, yeah, the Urza Saga, as you mentioned, it's basically amulet suspend 3. And that's, that's what it's going to look like here, because the first one goes down. The second one in hand, though, is kind of brutal, because if you're Edward, you're like, okay, well, I'll destroy this first amulet. The second one will come out, though, after the Saga, but at least it'll be down a land when that happens, right? Instead, there's another one here. Now just a single bounce lane becomes absolutely terrifying from John's side. So just like that, it's turn 3, Ruby Storm player. What's the play? You spent turn 2 not setting up your own combo. You spent turn 2 interacting, and maybe you'll get punished for it, because John is very possibly setting up to be able to kill through that Abrade anyway. So, all right, huge turn here for Edward.
Yeah, we called out during the sideboarding. It's like, it's about 2 ships passing the night and then who can interact. And, taking a turn off to interact is kind of like you interacting, right? Especially if you have a follow-up that puts you right back in it, like the second amulet. It's basically like you got the time walk. And that's important when you're talking about this kind of setup. And now it's kind of like Edward's really trying to go off a turn 2, because we have to deploy our cost reducer on the same turn we're trying to combo. Now, Manamorphose does just cycle, so it's a low, it's a high ceiling, low floor card for sure. But I mean, ostensibly, you are kind of reaching for an attempted kill. And yeah, I think that this Ren's Resolve signals that. I don't know. I have to imagine.
It's possible I missed it. It's possible I missed it, but here we go. Oh, another piece of interaction.
Wow. I think we made red green off of Manamorphose, which is why that happened, because we already had the Nature's Claim in hand, so we couldn't cast the Abrade there. But now it's awkward because there's an Abrade that we can cast next turn, and this Urza's Saga is coming off.
Weird game, right?
So, yeah, if you can't win this turn, you are going to lose this amulet too, and you only have 1 left in your deck.
Yeah,
strange.
Weird game. I mean, look, I didn't expect Edward to line up 3 removal.
Just blow them all up.
Yeah, I guess
get all the amulets.
Well, that was a really interesting turn, right? Turn 3, play the Medallion, play the Manamorphose to generate mana, play the Nature's Claim. Okay, and instead, look, the Urza Saga from John just goes and gets an Expedition map. I spotted a Grazer in hand, a Primetime in hand, but no lands. So this plan is actually working out here from Edward. Now, I don't know how you turn the corner to actually winning unless you're sitting on some wish effects or some impulse effects in hand, but pretty good job slowing the tide.
I wonder how much Edward actually valued blowing up the amulets and getting them in the graveyard, like not having them in the deck anymore. Because like we could have gone Nature's Claim to Urza Saga, right? And that's still net answering the same number of amulets. True. But now you're guaranteed an amulet exposed to Abrade this turn. Whereas now, like, look at the board. The Abrade doesn't have any targets. So I kind of wonder how much like that was a factor in choosing to Nature's Claim the amulet itself over going after the Urza Saga, which will represent an amulet on the following turn. Uh-oh, we got the Storm counters back out. All right, here we go. We got Storm and we got red mana. We're going to start with Reckless Impulse. Finds Desperate Ritual. Finds Ren's Resolve. Okay, those are 2 big ones.
Yeah, pretty good start.
Starting on Ren's Resolve, very disciplined. If we brick on this, we don't want to use our Ritual. We did not brick. There's a Ral, and I can't get a great look at that one through the sleeve. Looks like a Mystical Archive. Past in Flames, potentially?
I'm not entirely sure. Nice and shiny sleeves just to make it a little more complicated for us, but We know that they are good draws for Edward. We can
Yeah,
leave it at that.
spells are good.
Yeah.
So we'll get. I think it's Grape Shot. I think Grape Shot has a Mystical Archive printing. So I'm gonna go with Grape Shot. Final answer.
I hope we find out, because I'll be honest, I have no idea which one.
That's okay.
That's the beauty of Magic in 2024. Everything is new.
So now we get to start flipping coins, everybody's favorite part of this deck. So we got a Ritual, we got a Grape Shot. That's 2 triggers at getting Ral Leyline Prodigy into play, not just the Monsoon Mage, and actually reaching for a kill. Doing a little bit of talking and math, are we?
Looks like these players are having a good time, right? We got smiles on both sides of the table. You're playing high stakes Magic. What more could you ask for?
I mean, I will say this has been a wild game and match so far. So, I would be having a good time too. As here comes, not clear which is the good result, which is the bad result, but here is a Grape Shot with a Storm trigger of, I believe, 3. So we got 4 damage, and we did flip Ral, maybe a little early. Not clear. No real way to kind of bank it or anything. So we got Ral Leyline Prodigy in play. 4 counters. That's not enough to just fire the -8 right away. Here we go. Yeah, we're at 6 counters, so that's tough. And maybe another fizzle from there. I mean, we have Ral Planeswalker mode in play. Get a look at this guy. Here we go. He enters with count, and we just load the counter on for each instant or sorcery. So we did that. Then we ticked him up, I believe. And then so now instant sorcery costs 1 less. Doesn't really matter. Deals 2 damage divided as you choose among 1 or 2 targets. Draw a card if you control a blue permanent. So that wouldn't have done anything. And then the -8 is kind of the ace in the hole. This is what you're building towards. That exile the top 8 of your library. You can cast instant sorceries from among them this turn without paying the mana cost. So that's like the big draw spell. Like, you really can convert your cost reducer into a big draw spell. And mana, obviously, right, if you could just get it to flip immediately -8. We didn't get to that. So now things get tough, because it's going to be a while before this one's going to get 8 counters.
Yeah, this game again, it just ends up in a fascinating position here. We're going to Disruptor Flute.
Disruptor Flute,
Ral
Leyline Prodigy. Okay.
Okay. Well, this is what I was going to say. Is it feels like a whiff from Edward's side. However, John is just doing stone nothing, except I guess playing the flute. So Ral's out of the picture for now. But literal no pressure for Edward, and we're just, I guess, we start digging through the deck and try to find cards to win eventually, and Manamorphose gets it going again. But I don't know, it's a little different with the flute out, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really, this is like the epitome of going nowhere fast. So we've interacted a lot, and I think that's typically good for John, but I mean, this graveyard is stocked, so any Past in Flames represents a ton. And I think that's more or less what Edward's building towards. But unless he finds more or less specifically that, we're kind of not really doing a whole lot. Oh, yeah, we cast the Ritual. That way we get it in the yard, because otherwise we would lose it to exile. We don't want to do that.
Oh,
so
we're just passing.
Okay. Yeah, it's literally, we're just putting it in the graveyard. That's the entire point of that.
Now we're passing back to John. What a game.
Not Radiant Fountain.
Crumbling
Vestige. Yeah. I had it. Got to give me a second. It's been a little while.
That's a good. You've got to dig deep into the memory banks there.
Yeah, I did.
When I see one and I know, I got to be like, yeah.
Fire it off. Beat me to the punch. I'm about it. Another draw step. Is it Past in Flames or something that finds Past in Flames? Because that seems to be the moneymaker right now. Can we get a big storm going and just win with Grape Shots?
Is that another claim?
Another Nature's Claim. Maybe a little overloaded on interaction. I mean, they've all found targets.
We've unlocked the Ral. Ral unlocked.
Currently winning the race is plussing Ral to ultimate in this game between 2 of the fastest decks in Modern. Blistering speed that we're feeling here.
One player tried to go off on turn 2, didn't work. The other player won on turn 3?
Their turn 3, I believe.
Their turn 3, possibly their turn 4. I don't remember exactly, but either way, it was very fast and impressive.
All right, we have made it. We're at 8 loyalty. Next turn is a big problem. Oh my God, Bajuka Bog.
Okay, John.
That's good.
1, 2, 3, 4 mana open. You can Bajuka Bog if you want. It might be
that'd be good if Ral was still out of the picture, because that would obviously
right.
blow up the graveyard. Passive Flames doesn't matter anymore. So there goes the graveyard. Now there is only one grape shot in the main deck, but there is another one we can find off the wishes. So doing a little bit of sorting real quick is Edward, so that we can get a good count on what's still in the deck here.
I mean, look,
And
yeah, if he whiffs on the top, whiff is a loose term here, but like, I guess if you were to ultimate Ral at 8 and not win off of it, now you don't have a Ral anymore.
well, now Passive Flames is a whiff, right? That's a big deal. Like
Yeah.
Passive Flames previously was a win the game hit, and now
Right.
it's textless if you don't hit other stuff. So I mean that is a big change, but Ral Ultimate is still very much, you know, a threat. That is still something very scary if you're a fan of John Wagner and the Amulet deck. Now Arboreal Grazer adding to the mix, not a lot. Bunch of summoners packs in hand for John, I believe. Really just missing that mana set off, but I mean he had it set up. He had 3 amulets. They all just got answered by all the interaction, and now it's all down to this Ral. Okay, we did get Thundering Falls, milled over Steam Vents, and now, yeah, we're popping the Ral right now.
Went straight for it.
And
no consideration there to try to take a turn to keep the Ral after. You just want to cash it in and try to end the game immediately.
I think so. And even like bricking is fine. Like, what if you just hit a bunch of like Ren's Resolves and find other stuff to do? Like, even if you don't find the mixture that you need right away, there's still a way to like non-deterministically find your way there with all the draws. You still get to keep a Ruby Medallion in play too. So you're still, I mean, you're in good shape. This is still pretty good for Edward. We just need to hit actual spells, and we did. Manamorphose, Glimpse number 2, and Wish. Not a lot of mana, but don't need it. Those get cast on the house from Rel.
And that will unlock basically everything because you're going to get mana off of the Manamorphose. You're going to get cards off of the Glimpses, and you're going to get whatever you want off the Wish.
Yeah, like I said, there's a little bit of sensitivity because one of your wishes does need to find Grape Shot. Because, again, your Grape Shot from the main deck is gone. So that is kind of your plan to victory here. But don't need to do that right away. And of course, you can flash back with like Past in Flames or something like that, the Wish, and find it that way. So don't even need it right now, but do need it. That is the end goal. As here comes a Glimpse, Ruby Medallion, and Pyretic Ritual, Glimpse number 2 on the house.
Probably don't say no to a little bit of mana here if you need it. Oh, Flame of Arnor, though, and Past in
Flames. Flame of Arnor, Past in Flames, Scalding Tarn. I believe that Past in Flames is good enough. We can cast our Pyretic Ritual. We have a gajillion mana in play. We can play these Ruby Medallions probably too if you want to, at least one of them, and then flashback all your things, and then wish for Grape Shot, and that should be lethal. But I mean,
24 is a
24 is high.
Amount.
So whatever, right? Go through the motions for sure. But I think this is hard to whiff on.
Yeah, I think we're in the home stretch here. And shout out to Edward for that Doctor Who. Past in Flames, by the way. That's what that is.
Oh, the Doctor Who Past in Flames.
The promo from the release party for that one, I believe.
It's a little known fact. I'm actually allergic to any of the Universes Beyond cards.
Standard's going to be rough for you, my friend.
Oh, it's so bad. I mean, I just break out in hives. It's horrible. I mean, I just have to load up on Benadryl before playing any Standard. But anyways, yeah, like I said, this I think is more or less just kind of a formality of execution more so than anything else. Especially with a couple extra rituals really set things off, and the route didn't need to be great, and we saw it kind of wasn't. It was fine. Like you hit Wish, double Glimpse. It's not like that's the nuts or whatever, but it was good enough, I think, here to really set things off, and combined with the Ruby Medallion that was already in play. We do get to deploy a second one. I believe that one will pay for itself through the course of this combo turn, but should have far more than enough mana and going to finally get there. I mean, look, I don't know how many land drops we've missed, but just on lands alone, this is turn 7. Maybe deeper than that.
This is pretty late.
strong combo decks in Modern here.
This Storm deck, though, I have to say, like, it feels like this deck struggles in a way that Storm did not used to, right? Like it used to just be like Goblin Electromancer, you die, right? Like now it's like I gotta play this I gotta play these reckless impulses, and I gotta do all of this to keep digging to try to get there. And I guess a lot of it is that you can't just sit around and wait until turn 4 or 5 to win the game and set up for 2 turns, right? You're under a lot more pressure and you have to interact, so you just need your cards to line up a little bit better. But this is why, I mean, Storm was played at the Pro Tour pretty heavily, and I was a little concerned about it, right? Like if you think a deck could be too strong, a Storm deck is playing Medallions is a deck that would fit that profile. Right. But it didn't. It basically flamed out. The story is that John Finkel was beating everybody at the Channel Fireball house with the deck beforehand. And they all
does
said,
that.
well, if John Finkel's beating everyone with Storm, I guess we should play Storm. And the only problem is that it was John Finkel beating everyone with Storm.
Yeah.
And not a great choice for everyone else.
He beats people up with a wet noodle, so it's you're not going to register that for any major tournaments. So gotta grade on the bias a little bit. And yeah, my understanding is the deck did not do well, but I mean something I love to see. I love me a Storm deck, and I like the Goblin Electromancer version a little bit more. The flipping coin stuff is a little in the wrong direction.
A little silly.
It's cool to see it back. I mean, really, like I said, the Elementals had pushed it out of the format entirely, and now we really see a return to form. Combos back, all these other strategies are back, and now we're really going to see kind of a classic matchup. Amulet versus Storm. It's a matchup I played a bunch, and it's got a whole facelift for both decks. And now both decks up a game. This really looks like it could be anybody's game. A lot of interaction that was present there in game 2. We saw the sideboards already. We really saw a lot of sideboard cards come into play. A lot of interaction from both players, and they're shuffling up here for game number 3. We'll go ahead and dive down into that. As this time, John Wagner with the Amulet player on your left. He's going to be on the play. So this play draw typically is the thing that matters the most. Obviously last game, kind of an anomaly, a lot of interaction, really ground the game out a little bit. And that was cool to see. I mean, those games are really fun. They're really fun to commentate. They're really fun to watch, but kind of atypical for how the matchup normally plays out. You called out kind of 2 ships passing the night. It's a lot more of what it normally is. Who can combo faster? And as a result, play draw tends to be very, very, very important for that exact reason.
Well, that was fascinating watching how much Edward interacted in that game, right? Like, the Storm deck is not the beatdown, I guess. That's what I just took from that, is that the Storm deck is the control deck here, and the Amulet Titan deck is the beatdown, because all Edward did was remove John's things until he just happened to have enough cards left over to win the game, and it worked.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's so cool to see that, because really, I mean, you just answered so many things. We see a little bit of sideboarding happening here. So maybe we're pivoting off that plan a little bit, trying to be a little bit faster on the draw. I don't know. You maybe have the time on the play. Yeah. But like at the end of the day, it's like, really, Edward kind of got close to running John out of Amulets. Like, there's no more in the deck. And then what? Then what's your combo look like? No, obviously, I think there's copies of Spelunking, but high likelihood those are some of the first things you reach for when sideboarding out. So I think both of these players really revisiting their sideboards after game number 2 for that reason. It's like, okay, maybe I boarded out Spelunkings, but he's blowing up on my Amulets. I really needed Spelunking. Now I bring this back in, and Edward can juke instead of jiving, and now take out all the answers and try to race. A little bit of play to this matchup in what your goals are, what you choose to make the game about, especially as the player on the play. And, you can kind of set the pace for the game. Are you going to interact and try to kind of fight the long game, or are you going to try to just kind of beat the door down, just come out the gate swinging? So we'll see exactly what that looks like. I love the animation from these players too. Edward got a lot to say. John, a little bit more stone-faced, but he's gotten in there on the action too. These players having a lot of fun, and with so much on the line, so much at stake here, it's good when players can kind of cut loose and unwind a little bit, and just kind of play some good, wholesome Modern Magic.
You got one more game left to decide your top 8 life. You may as well have fun with it, right? Now, what's probably less fun if you're Edward is it looks like we're actually on a mull to 5 here.
Yeah, mull to 5, and it looks like we're prioritizing having a game like we saw game number 1. I think I saw Nature's Claim and a Braid among the 5, so I think that Urza Saga is not going to last too long. We'll see. Do we got a stopping ground? Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, we
now hitting this with the Nature's Claim is pretty sick, especially if the plan is to follow up with an Abrade on it. Who knows? Maybe just playing actual land destruction over here.
Yeah. It's actually so. This is actually a Ponza deck. It's a transformational sideboard. You transform into Ponza.
I loved Ponza. I loved Ponza. For people who don't know,
you're a sick person.
I did not know. I did not know when people started playing Ponza in Modern that it was a deck that existed before. Ponza essentially means a red-green mana ramp deck that also plays land destruction, and it was incredible when it had its heyday in Modern.
I don't know about incredible. It was miserable, but it was one of the decks of all time. As second land go, no cost reducer for Edward. Have to be happy to see that if you're John. Now, of course, we know that Edward kept a very interactive hand. See if that'll work 2 games in a row. Mirror Pool, I believe, into Boseiju, who endures. Found Explore. Did draw another Boseiju, and we get to pick up another one. So we have 2 Boseijus in hand, so these players kind of primed to interact with each other if it comes in the form of artifacts and enchantments. So Ral, really the card I think Edward's looking for as far as cost reducers do go. But it looks like the hand's all spells right now. Yeah, Glimpse Unthinkables, and Wish, and Metamorphose among the mix. There's another Wish. Not really what you want to see. Kind of want to see lands and spells. Didn't find any, so we get some Eldrazi spawn for our trouble. 3 of them. And back over to John we go.
Glimpses, maybe more than anything else, one of the cards that puts this deck together and makes it work, because it keeps you going off when you have lots of mana, and it creates mana when you don't have any, which it does here for Edward. Is he gets some bodies,
right? Yeah, I mean,
can
it does do
block.
something to set off your mana. Yeah,
Yeah, it immediately progresses your game plan, even when you're not comboing, and that's important. That said, now you're Edward, you have access to 7 mana, but you did not combo, and John is just setting up an incredibly slow game of his own now. He's access to 5 mana, 6 if he untaps and has an untapped land. So maybe a Titan coming out, and it's just an instant pass back from Edward here. You're sitting on an
yeah, tough,
Abrade.
because this is the turn, right? We know about a Besasia. That's land 6. So if we have a Titan, it's on the table for the turn. And yeah, we see head in hands here for John, doing some thinking. A slow way to do it. I mean, really, we've done this off Explorers after that Urza Saga got Nature's Claimed, a disaster. But Edward on a mold of 5 hasn't really been able to get anything started. Can you do anything meaningful without Amulet and a Titan this turn? I still think the answer is no. Like, you can even find the Tolaria West or whatever, but then you can't transmute right away. So we're actually going for the One Ring.
That is a pretty good one.
Dying. Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
In this, like, we're both just going back and forth, kind of holding up spells against each other in the game. The One Ring is pretty tough to top.
And there's no pressure, right? Like, these Eldrazi spawns aren't beating down, so the life total ticking down from the One Ring doesn't matter, and the cards certainly do. As here comes Reckless Impulse, going to use one of the Eldrazi to make that happen, prioritizing the red mana. Maybe trying some kind of combo. I mean, if we can get an Empty the Warrens going, that's like something. But there is One Ring, 2 lands. Okay, that's not a cost reducer. Awkward. Little flooded here is the Ruby Storm player, I believe. I mean, a lot of spells to cast. It's just, do you want to cast them?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of just, not great draws, right? Like, just awkward. You said it, awkward draws. The way you've lined up the spells here from Edward's side, you still don't have an actual medallion in play to try and storm off, right? You don't have a cost reducer. You're staring down a One Ring. Like, things are in a pretty rough spot for you here. Obviously, that happens when you mulligan to 5, and then you get 0 cards off of your Glimpse. All of a sudden, you're just down another card if you can't spend that mana on anything useful. It's not lined up very well for Edward here in game 3. And meanwhile, John, though, top 8 possible spot on the line here is going to untap with the One Ring, and possibly, one would assume, up to 6 mana.
Yeah, I mean, we have a ton of mana. I saw an Amulet drawn, so I mean, he doesn't know about the Abrade, so that's going to come into play a little bit. But I mean, we should have do we have a Titan? I mean, that's the big question mark. Is like, we got the One Ring, we've had a bunch of looks at it. I mean, we've had forever. Yeah. So if we have a Titan, we might be good to go.
Well, and the way that if this comes up, right, the way that Amulet works is if you play Amulet, then you'll retain priority. If you're John, you can play a land. That trigger will go on the stack before Edward can even have an opportunity to abrade it. So you would still get 1 untap out of.
You get 1. Yeah.
If you are able to set that line up. Now he's pretty deep in the tank though, right? Like, he's got plenty of cards. He's drawn 3 off of the One Ring alone, on top of all those Explorers. So he's got a lot of options. John thinking it through, and here we go. He's going to start it off with the One Ring. Or I'm sorry,
the
with the
Titan math I feel like is pretty transparent. So it makes me wonder if we have any like aftermath analyst scape shift shenanigans that we're thinking about, because like I said, I think a lot of the Amulet stuff's pretty transparent as far as what it's about and what the mathematics there looks like. Some of the other stuff, I don't know if the heuristics are necessarily as fleshed out, but we chose to just go Amulet pass. And now we got an in-step Search for Thundering Falls, just going to bin Wish.
This deck is famous for having one of the most complicated flow charts of any deck.
Oh, yeah. It's complicated for sure. Are we not on Instep? Yeah, I guess we're not on Instep. We just did that in response to the Amulet. I don't know what we could have hit there that would have made a difference, but response to the Lotus Field untap, we're going to go ahead and abrade the Amulet, but we do still get the Lotus Field mana. So now how do we adjust to that? We got a trigger on the stack to sack some lands.
Yeah, Lotus Field trigger here. Yep. So it could be an Aftermath analyst. If he thinks that this produces mana for him, now he might have been thinking they was going to do that with the Amulet of Vigor in play, but here we go. Oh, prime time. Okay.
Primeval Titan. So now, I mean, if you don't have a kill here, because I mean, all your amulets keep getting blown up, a Bazooka Bob's
Right.
not a 0. A Bazooka Bob could be meaningful.
But Jukabog does look pretty good here, I think, if you go that line. Because, look, Edward has done so much nothing. Edward's sitting on 3 cards in hand and plenty of mana. The scariest thing you can run into is probably a Pass in Flames at this point. So, yeah, I mean, if you think that, like, your game's just going to be won by your Titan attacking next turn, then getting Bazooka Bog seems pretty good. And there you go. You called it. It's down.
Yeah, Bazooka Bog and I believe a hedge maze to go ahead and hedge for the next turn, quite literally. But also, it's a hedge. Do you get it? Do you get it? All right, I get it.
I see what you did there.
Interesting note about the current build of Amulet. No pact negation, something you used to see being able to transmute Tolaria West for. Don't have access to that in this list. And that's pretty meaningful in the Storm matchup specifically, being able to tag something, some critical spell. Now, maybe the answer is there is no one critical spell, but I mean, the point is there's no counter spells to be had. This Bazooka Bog really is one of the only, interact with the combo turn cards in John Wagner's deck. And so over to Edward we go. Don't have a great look at what he has. He's not excited about it. And okay, it looked like he was about to pass back. Did
thinking
not.
About maybe a little bit. I think you got this one. But here we go. We're going to dig Manamorphose.
Not quite. Use Metamorphose. No cost reducer means this one doesn't make mana. It's mana neutral. Got Pass in Flames.
Pass in
pickup.
Flames.
Ugh, brutal.
Wow. So what a call there by John to go get that Bazooka Bog to clear that out, because otherwise that Pass in Flames off of this ritual would have enabled a whole big turn from Edward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know what the numbers look like, but it feels pretty likely to be a manual Sturm kill possibility.
Oh my gosh. We're gonna try hard. We're gonna get Pass in Flames hard cast up front just to get this Manamorphose back and keep trying. Storm count 4.
Storm count 4. Do we have any Rowls hanging around?
I think you needed more mana.
So, yeah, right back to John we go. He untaps very quickly. Untapping with the One Ring and Primeval Titan. I can't imagine this game is going to go on even maybe another turn.
There's another One Ring in hand, obviously. He's got about 15 cards there. I think we are witnessing a win in the making. And a
saw desperation from Edward, and I think for good reason. He's not getting another turn, and he knows it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Great run by Edward to this point with Ruby Storm, right? It's been one of those decks that's kind of on the ropes, it seems like, but able to run it off to a huge day here in Chicago at the NRG Championship Series. So looking he's going to come up maybe just a little short of that top 8. But John Wagner over on Amulet Titan trying to put the finishing touches on this and punch his ticket to the top 8. I see a Handware Battlements.
Yeah, looks like we might just go to combat first. I don't think we can find a Titan right away. So going to go ahead and just start laying the beat downs. And no Amulet to untap any kind of double striking lands or anything like that. So kind of just thinking through what matters, I think, is
he can
John.
Hit the if he's got a copy land, right?
He's got Vesuva.
That hits. Yeah, you can copy the Bog, try to get rid of the graveyard.
Yeah, and then we can get Shifting Woodland, and that maybe insulates you against any removal spells for your Titan. You can just make it a Titan or whatever, and then you're covered against a lot of the stuff that Edward could even do. But I mean, like you said, another copy of the One Ring is really gonna all but give you guaranteed another turn.
True.
And I think one more turn should be close to good enough.
That should be good. I would think, right? The nuking the graveyard, hitting that Pass in Flames that was in there, probably removes Edward's last shot here. I mean, I guess technically he's trying to find
there's Tolaria West. That gives you a backup Titan, and then you could maybe find a way to haste it or whatever. Oh, you could turn the Woodland into an Amulet in the yard, and then you have a hasted Titan next turn. But I think you actually had that anyway with the Auto-Wear Battlements. So with this One Ring giving you another turn, almost guaranteed, you got a Titan in play, a potentially hasted Titan next turn, and Edward with 1 card in hand. I mean, this is all but wrapped up here for John Wagner, and what I would maybe call an upset. This matchup, I think, normally in traditional heuristics, very favored for the Storm deck, typically considered a turn faster. John Wagner done a great job weathering through a very interactive game, some punishing mulligans and things like that. And we have, after this, we'll be heading to the booth, and then we'll be talking about starting to build towards our top 8, which I believe is starting to take shape here. As I remember, this is a time-shifted match. Very likely that whatever is going to happen has already happened, and the top 8 is going to be close to ready to go after all this action. Shockingly grindy match here between these two decks, and non-stop magic action with both of them. Flame of Anor, the pickup. Edward doing a quick review of the Exile Zone to see if this is maybe even a winnable game at all, but even beating the One Ring gonna be tough to do. We'll see what he has. Going to take a swing at it. I respect it. I don't know what it looks like in the face of the One Ring, but we're going to see.
You've got your last turn here on camera. You may as well enjoy it.
Sure.
We'll have to dig into our top 8, obviously, when we get there. But taking a glance at what was at the top tables over these last rounds, we're looking at a pretty diverse top 8 here in Modern.
Yeah, incredibly diverse top 8. And like I said, the story of this has been, okay, is the One Ring too strong? Does it need to be banned? Well, the answer to that might still be yes. I mean, look at all these One Ring. Even the combo decks are playing the One Ring. But as far as like the Boros Energy deck, I don't know that I'm sold. I don't know that I'm sold. I've seen it kind of get mushed too many times today for me to be like, yeah, this is a bannable best deck. I don't know that I buy it.
I think it's I don't know if I'd call it the fun police, but it certainly seems to be policing the format.
Sure.
But that matters for people trying to play tier 2 decks, right? Like there are decks to beat it, and that's going to cause it all to kind of to spread out from there. So can Amulet Titan find a place in that with Scape
I
shifts?
hope so. I love me some Amulet Titan. I love me some Amulet.
Aftermath Analysts.
Yeah. Got some spice. Scape Shift getting back in the fray. There's an old timer. Come on. How can you not love this? How can this not be Modern through and through? Even if the One Ring is a little pervasive in the format. I think the games that we've watched have looked really good. Here's Spelunking. That one's not an amulet, but does allow lands to enter on top. We know there's an amulet too from all the draws. A lot of mana left over here for John. And like I said, all roads kind of lead to Rome. How do you want to do this is the real question, I'd say. Here comes... yeah, we can play the battlements, and then we have 6 plus red left over. So you have the red from Gruul Turf. You can give it haste. We got Vesuva. Oh, copying Bog again. Get that graveyard out of here.
Nice.
Sure.
Double Titans.
Tutor it up. All right, Lotus Field.
Those Majuka Bogs were really great, right? Like, I don't know
Extremely
if I want to
and there's only one in the deck. You had to copy it in order to get a second one.
I don't know if I want to say like it straight up won John the game here, but it did come pretty close because that Pass in Flames would have really unlocked a ton of options for Edward, and it just was not an option because you can put one off-color Bajuka Bog into your deck and go get it. And this deck can copy it 3 times so that those
you should keep picking up the Vesuva, pick up the Bog, do whatever you want. You know, you have as many Bogs as your heart desires, especially with Primeval Titans in the mix. And, you know, all these years later comes, all right.
All right, so we got Echoing Deeps copying the Shifting Woodland.
You're copying the Woodland? Okay. And
it can come into play as a copy of any land in a graveyard, I believe, if I recall.
I think we made a Lotus. No, we kept the Lotus Field. So the Lotus Field sacrificed to the Vesuva and the Simic Growth Chamber. I think we made a copy of Onward Battlements. Which is
and we got another hasty Titan out here. Yep.
Okay. Oh, we have the double braid. Kill one of them. All right. We battle on.
We do, don't we?
We battle on as Primeval Titan hits the bed. I mean, we're kind of laughing, but I mean, if he can survive this turn, he's going to get a turn with no One Ring protection. And
I don't think
window.
I don't think his.
Never mind.
Just kidding.
Never mind.
This is if the One Ring does go, this is going to be why. It's exactly like Sphinx's Revelation. If people remember playing like that, they would just revelation into a bigger revelation into a bigger revelation, and the game would just fall out of reach. That's exactly what the One Ring does. It comes into play, protects you for a turn, draw a card. Then you draw 2 cards. Then you play another ring, draw a card, draw 2 cards, and it just stacks on itself. And all of a sudden, they're up 5 cards in 2 turns. And that's what it does, right? That's the power of it in every single deck that plays it, whether that's an aggressive deck, whether it's a combo deck, whether that's Amulet Titan or even a mid-range deck. But all right, the game is not over. That double of braid keeps it going. Edward digging with the Manmorphose here.
Manmorphose to kick things off. I don't know what we can find again. Like I didn't really know last turn.
And Pass in Flames or something, but without extra mana.
I think if you go unbounded, maybe the answer is empty the Warrens, and you can like just put enough blockers in play that Titan won't get through, and then you can attack back. Sure. That's what I got. Either way, it was not unbounded. Edward offers the fist bump, and like I said, a little bit of an upset. John Wagner on his take of Amulet Titan. We're going to be seeing him certainly in the top 8, barring any really strange stuff. And speaking of the top 8, that is the end of round number 8. That is both of our matches. Quite a diverse top 8 it's looking to be, but we'll get a more clear look on that in just a moment. But again, all comes down to this. Remember, we are going to be playing the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals tonight. So that will all be playing out here shortly. Me and Corbin going to be joining you for that. And hey, would you look at that? We have the top 8 here ready to go. So we have John Wagner and Christian Valenti going to be facing down. We've seen both of them on camera quite a bit. And so that's going to be happening. We got Grayson Nimitz, Alexander Javed, Belcher versus Affinity. Then we got Connor Mullally did make it. Boros Energies, his MVP dreams alive versus Nathan Van Dinter on Mardu Energy Mirror there. And Jake Conan on Demir Unearth versus Fletcher Johnson on Belcher. So couple Energy, couple Belcher, and some other stuff.
Yeah.
Quite
6 different archetypes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we wanted, right? And the energy decks are going to, Connor and Nathan are going to run into each other in the quarterfinals there. So we're going to have just one energy deck into the semis. Now, look at these other matchups. We've got Belcher versus Affinity. That sounds awesome. Belcher versus Unearth. Very interested to see how that one plays out. Of course, we saw Fletcher Johnson just dominate with his Belcher deck earlier against Mardu Energy. And
we're kicking things off right away. Look at that.
Ready to go, aren't we?
Quarterfinals time.
Right?
Yeah, Grayson Nimitz on Belcher versus Alexander Javed on your right on Affinity. Another 2 fast decks ready to go out the gate swinging. Both mono blue. I don't know if that's something to think about ever, but it certainly is the case. 2 mono blue decks, both trying to win the game quickly. Which is better at it? Well, we'll find out. We did see some impressive performance versus Mikey Hopkins on his Elementals deck out of Alexander. We'll see if he can do something similar here in the face of a more a different texture deck, I'll argue, in the hands of Grayson Nimitz and Belcher.
I like this. We're just straight into the top 8, aren't we? Ready to go. I
guess
it's playing Belcher. It could just end in 3 minutes, you know?
Sure. We non-stop magic action. That's what we do here at NRG. We bring in non-stop magic. Here we go. We got the you see we had to update the overlay on the fly. Now it says quarterfinals correctly. These players again are in the top 8. You lose, you're out. Your chances of qualifying for the 2024 NRG Championship dream may be dead. You have to win it if you want to qualify. And, of course, get all the other goodies. A pile of cash, pile of invites, and, of course, a token and all the other goodies. Lots to play for here on the NRG series, no matter what you actually care about. You know, maybe care about all of it, maybe care about some of it. You get all of it if you win it all, and the trophy to boot. So these players playing for that. Mycosynth Gardens, the follow-up for Alexander Javed, and Welding Jar as well. That one's going to resolve, as is Ornithopter, getting very high on the artifact count. Do we have any affinity cards to pay off? Looks like we might. 2 mana. Could be a host of things. It's an Arcbound Ravager.
We sure do, don't we?
Great follow-up. Yeah, that is... Again, I think only a one-of in this Affinity deck, so a card that used to be kind of the face of the entire archetype, now reduced to a lonely one-of, but has showed up quite a bit on camera and clearly powerful enough to answer, to demand an answer here from Grayson. He's going to answer with Shoal, Pitching Shoal, as that is
Double
a
Disrupting
card.
Shoal.
Classic. Emery follow-up is great, though, because unlike Force of Negation, Disrupting Shoal does not exile. So that Arcbound Ravager available for recast off of Emery on the following turn. And some great hits, too. Lava Spur Boots.
Yeah, that's just a huge play there. Because, again, we've talked all day about the double spelling and the ability to do it. Springleaf Drum gives him that 1 key extra mana. Turns into Emery, which turns into now a threat that if Grayson can't answer, and we happen to know that his mono blue Belcher deck won't be answering Emery's in play, it's just off to the races for Affinity, and you just have to not get raced by Belcher now. But access to the entire graveyard, including a Lava Spur Boots and that Ravager for Alexander. So basically going to have all the options he wants available to him. And it's just a pure race right now to see if Grayson, who we know has a Charbelcher, he showed it off of one of those creatures earlier, has got to assemble now the mana to play and activate.
Yeah, and that's something we're thinking about too. We saw Alexander and the Swiss kind of take care of business with the counter spells, things like Metallic Rebuke, and of course the Consigned to Memory, which has more or less taken over the modern format. I think those are both cards that are going to overperform in this matchup as well. This is a deck that is looking to build up to a mana threshold, obviously 7. So Metallic Rebuke, being a soft counter, is going to find targets even late in the game. And then, of course, Consigned to Memory, hitting colorless spells. Goblin Shard is a colorless spell. So unless it's found off of something like Whir of Invention, the Consigned to Memory is actually going to work there. So all the counterspells that we saw be very good for Alexander in previous matchups are going to be good here, as here comes Shadow Spear and Soul Guide Lantern. So a bunch of the like goofy one-ups that you maybe find with Urza Saga and stuff kind of entering the fray. I believe we have an active Emery. Using all our mana signals to me, maybe reaching for Bobble?
Yeah, you can just keep digging with the Bobble. These are a bunch of the tutor targets, that's for sure. The Soul Guide Lantern, the Shadow Sphere. Here we've got the game 1 Welding Jar even. And so that's a lot going on. And here we go.
There's some pressure. Sojourner's Companion. That one's going to represent a real clock. Having 4 power, 4 toughness can get through these goofy bozos standing in the way. The Thunderclap. Why did I say Thunderclap? Thunder Trap Trainers. Thunderclap's, I think, a real magic card. I think it's like suck them out and deal 3 or something. And I just keep auto-correcting Thunder Trap and Thunderclap. I can't not do it. Thunder Trap Trainer. Of course, we've got 2 of those got to work through. Oh, there we go.
Look at that production.
Thank you, production. Thank you. Look at that. See, I'm not crazy. I mispronounced it like 3 or 4 times. Like my boomer brain is trying to remember magic cards.
Ironically, that card would be great in the prowess, the blue-red prowess decks, right? Remember Lava Dart?
Sure. Yeah, it probably sees. I mean, free spells are just great. As here is Goblin Charbelcher, no Lotus Bloom. We're just running it out there.
If you don't have an answer for it, and I don't think Alexander has an answer for it, you just have to untap if you're Grayson.
Can we kill this turn? Can we?
That is the math he's going to have to do.
Shadow Spear the Sojourner's Companion or something, and then like Arcbound, like because we can recast Arcbound. So that's what's even making this any kind of possible.
Okay. So
is we could recast Arcbound, and
if we count artifacts, right, you can do the Arcbound. Then you would have access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 artifacts in play. If you can turn the Mycosynth Gardens into something, it would be 8. That gets you 8 counters on something. You can then put them on. I don't know. I think
that sounds short to me.
Yeah, it sounds like we're coming up just short of 14 there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then the next question is, can we answer a resolved Charbelcher in any way? Checking. Either Spellbound only bounce creatures. No, not in the main deck. So I think through my process of deduction, we are dead.
that is the conclusion I have come to as well. And I think that is the conclusion that Alexander is going to end up at. Now, the extra Darksteel Citadel, now that's something because that's another artifact. That makes things.
That gets us to 9, right? For the Ornithopter, if we just throw everything on the Ornithopter. Okay, we can equip that. Lay the beat downs.
Moving to combat, I don't know if that's going to be quite good enough, though, right? You needed to get something out of this attack step because even if you're sitting on what we've seen be clutch for Alexander all day, the Metallic Rebuke, that doesn't actually do anything for Grayson, just untapping, activating Charbelcher.
Yeah, that would be a little late to the party here. And I think we're just going to recast a Bobble, maybe get some more information on the opponent's deck, and then die to the Goblin Cannon.
There we go.
This is what Modern's become, huh?
Well, look, this is, I don't know, play a duress or something, right?
Play a duress or something.
He played 4 tap lands, then played a Goblin Charbelcher, then untapped and activated Goblin Charbelcher. It doesn't get any more straightforward than that.
Sure.
Alexander's deck just was not able to interact fast. All those cards we saw earlier go long and be really good for him. They just clogged the hand up there. That was a hand where you needed the cranial plating on your Ornithopter to just end the game immediately. You needed all the Ravagers you could get. It didn't work out. So to the sideboard, Alexander goes here on the Affinity deck. Plenty of options, right? For many different decks. I'll say that.
Yeah, we've seen this cyber before, and I think there's going to be some good options here. We got 3 copies of Whip Flare, we got 2 copies of Consigned to Memory, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Dismember, 2 Force Negation, 1 Grafter's Cage, 1 Haywire Mite, 1 Pithing Needle, and 1 Relic of Progenitus. I think there's quite a bit to like here.
Yeah.
Where are you reaching for? I like the Forces, the Needle, Consigns, we got counter spells.
Being able to interact with, so for instance, Needle coming off of Urza Saga is one of the ways that would have just stopped that game from ending, right? That if he'd had that lined up, it would have been available. So the Needle's obviously going to be huge. The Forces help you keep it from any play. You might even go to Consigned to Memory, right? If you just are trying to buy a turn to just nuke the ability from killing you, you can get there with that. So we'll see how much he wants to dilute his deck. We saw him immediately reaching for a few, though, right? So I imagine.
Yeah, there's definitely some. We're definitely doing some sideboarding. How hard you want to go becomes the question.
Yeah, so probably 3 to 5 cards easy swaps in, and after that, you just want a slightly more aggressive start than you had, I think, if you're Alexander, and or if you do have Metallic Rebuke in your hand, you probably play the game such that you never actually don't have Metallic Rebuke up, so that your opponent can't resolve Charbelcher. Or they can't resolve Charbelcher and active. Because, of course, if they have
you can afford to go
7 mana, they could pay it. Yeah. So, and that gives you a turn, which could be all you need. So, that's it from Alexander's side. Let's see what Grayson Nimitz is looking at here from another mono blue deck, this time Charbelcher.
Yeah, Charbelcher, again, a deck we've seen a few times on camera, had quite the showing so far in this event. This one notably a Tameshi version as well. We got 3 copies of Unable to Scream, 2 Spell Snare, 2 Consigned to Memory, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Into the Flood Maw, 1 Tormod's Crypt, and the basic Mountain. Not as much here that I think I'd want to start. I mean, cards like, whatever, Consigned to Memory and things like that are things you want to reach for. But as far as like artifact aggro go, I'm not seeing a whole lot.
Yeah, maybe you want Spell Snares since you're on the draw. That's a pretty classic strategy. I don't even know if that's what he wants to do, though. Like, when you're playing a deck like Charbelcher or really any combo deck, you also have to be careful about how much you dilute your deck, right? You don't want to start pulling out the spells that you need. Your Tameshis, like your 2-drops, these things that draw you cards or dig you into your deck. You got to be really careful about cutting that stuff. But then you also have to be careful about cutting, obviously, your lands, because a lot of these cards represent lands if you're Grayson. So definitely a few considerations here, but he's got options, right? And he may even look to, if you really wanted to, Unable to Scream has been a really nice pickup for the Belcher deck. Maybe in this matchup, maybe not. But as a whole, it's been you see 3 of them over there for Grayson, been a big part of him getting to this point.
Yeah, certainly. I think, like I said, Into the Flood Maw, if something like Pithing Needle's on your radar, you might have to reach for that just to really open up your Charbelchers again. But, not necessarily clear how much, like you said, how much you want. So maybe some Minimalist sideboarding could go harder if you want, if you're worried about it. But I think realistically, a lot of the time, you can just kind of lean on your Forces in order to get that done. So that is going to do it for sideboarding. I do want to call out, as we are here in the quarterfinals, a smooth transition from our last round into the quarterfinals. Nonstop Magic bringing, again, we're going to be watching our quarterfinals here, and then we're going to be watching our semifinals and our finals. So if you're hanging out with us, we really appreciate it. Thank you for watching the stream. Make sure to follow, subscribe, do all those things to support your Paper Magic, support Paper Magic coverage, and support us, I guess. I mean, if you don't want to support us, maybe that's not the best selling point. But you know what? Even if you don't like us, there's plenty of other talented commentators out there that NRG employees. But no, for real, everybody here does a great job. Make sure you're supporting the stream, and we already have our dates lined up for the 2025 season. Of course, this is the last event of season 2 of our 2024 season. Our last event of the year will be the 2024 championship, and then we have our first 4 dates of season 1 lined up for next year. Going to feature a lot more team events. I have through the grapevine, I've heard there's going to be quite a bit more team events, and the final event of that season is going to be a team showdown. So if you're looking to win, you're looking to win big, you're looking to do so with your friends, season 1 of 2025 on the NRG series, start booking those dates. You can find out more online, and I think we have a slide somewhere I can show you as well. We get to that between rounds. These players are shuffling up, but did want to call out, there's going to be plenty of Magic opportunities. If you couldn't quite qualify for the championship this year, couldn't make the events, whatever, there's going to be another one next year. It's the great thing about NRG. We're going to be here bringing you competitive Magic all year long for as long as we can physically do it. So all that out the way, make sure to support us any way you can. I'm telling you, Norm does an awesome job, and these events are fantastic. And with that said, there's a lot in these lines. These players shuffle up here for game number 2, including, like I just mentioned, that championship invite on the line. Winner of this event punch their ticket straight to the championship. One of the, like, literally the last weekend to actually do so. And some of these players, of course, fighting for points, meaningful point thresholds as well. Talked to Christian a little bit about what that means to him. We've talked to Connor as well, playing for the MVP. So alongside all these invites, the Pro Tour invites that are on the line with the championship, the RC invites that come with winning these events, the trophies, the glory, and like all those kinds of things. And of course, the pile of money. Cannot forget about that. There's a lot on the line for these players. And unfortunately for I guess, either one of them, only one can advance. And right now, Grayson up a game against Alexander Javed's take on Affinity. A lot of sideboarding, some good sideboard options. I'd say Alexander improves a little bit more in the sideboard games than Grayson does, but we'll see if that comes to fruition.
Yeah, he's up a game and now up a card, at least one, as we see Alexander go into the tank here for the mulligan. I'll say that I'm looking forward to the team events next year, right? You mentioned the final event of the year being team event, or the season being the team event, and nothing is more fun than playing team events, right? Like anyone who's ever played in a team trios event of Magic knows that to be true. You get to win together, you get to lose together, or you get the opposite where you win and your friends lose and you feel great, or you lose and your friends win, and hey, then
you also feel
you bring them down with you. You got somebody to be there with you. You win and lose together, and that's generally, I think, one of the ways that people enjoy playing games, but especially Magic. I don't know how much Alexander is going to enjoy this one necessarily. It looks like kind of an awkward hand there, but if saw Thoughtcast, saw an island, he's going to go ahead and keep on 6 and start things off with the Lava Spur boot. So he kept the boots in and has it on turn 1.
I mean, the boots can be really good. It's a good way to turn up the heat. And if you got a big chonker, big creature coming down, a great way to get it kind of going a turn earlier, which can matter a lot. I mean, one turn is a big deal in this matchup, where maybe less so in other matchups. Get a look at Lava Spur boots, kind of a riff on the like Swiftfoot boots, Lightning Greaves stuff, where here's a creature, a equipment that is very cheap to equip and gives your creature haste and a little bit of protection from spells. You get that ward 1. It's not actual protection. I guess maybe I shouldn't use that terminology, but gives you a little bit of insurance against getting your creatures removed. Follow up is Thoughtcast, so a little bit slower of a game. I've called this out as something that has been concerning to me in the past, but every time I've done that, Alexander has just won by miles. So I refuse to actually ever count him out. Every time I'm like, there's not a lot of pressure. This doesn't look good for Alexander. He just like immediately turns up the heat on pressure and has some counter spells to boot, and everything comes up his way. So, I'm a lot more impressed with the more anemic starts in this version.
Yeah, we got to start to maybe reconsider what we think of Affinity in 2024. She got Alexander top 80 here with it, and doing so with a version that doesn't need to just kill people on turn 3. You can play a slower game. And that is not just successful. It's pretty fun to watch this deck play. And speaking of, Yellow Hat just rated with a party of 387. So we want to thank all of you for joining us in the stream. If you are just tuning in, we are in the top 8. This is the quarterfinals of the $10,000 Modern Showdown here in Chicago NRG Championship Series. 6 different decks graced our top 8. And you are watching Grayson Nimitz on Belcher versus Alexander Javed on Affinity. The Lotus Bloom ticking down to just 1 counter. So we could be setting up for that Belcher next turn.
Representing kind of a doomsday clock of sorts, really signaling rather loudly what turn is going to be the key turn for Grayson. Is here comes an untapped Hydroelectric Laboratory, going to give you 3 mana for the turn. Notably represents things like Flare of Denial, actually some potential interaction available for Grayson this turn. Now, of course, this is a mono blue mirror, and even though these are very proactive, aggressive decks, both decks have access to quite a few counter spells. So we could see a little bit of a counter fight, something maybe a little atypical for these kinds of, really fast, proactive strategies. But it's time to rethink everything you know about Modern, as the Horizon sets often do. Not quite all blue-white control, like I know Yellow Hat does enjoy. This is a little bit different, but there's blue and white lands in play, so it kind of counts.
So I see Belcher in hand for Nimitz. I see Sink into Stupor for him as well, which can return a spell or a permanent to its owner's hand. So he could point this at the Thought Monitor that's on the stack. He could say, sure, maybe I'll just try to let you tap out and save this for an instep play, and then attempt to untap and win with my Char Belcher. There's a lot of different lines here for Grayson based on what's in his hand. Now, we don't know if he has that 4th untapped land to go up to 7 next turn for a play and activate of Belcher. And that's maybe why you see him in the tank here, as he thinks long and hard about how to answer this Thought Monitor, because there is counter magic available from Alexander as well. If the Thought Monitor resolves, it can tap with the Springleaf Drum and put blue mana back on the table as well, as opposed to just the 3 colorless coming from those citadels right now. And there we go.
So
He
it's
pulls the
choosing the
trigger so he
sink and a
can scoop.
super. Yeah, chooses to go ahead and bounce that one back. I imagine the punish is if there's a 0 mana creature is the follow up, and you can
There's
just
no-
kind of still
yeah.
have it anyway. But did not find one. So that's the extent of the blue mana without Springleaf Drum active. So Lotus Bloom gonna resolve, and Grayson now at the critical
He's got a
threshold,
window.
7 mana. Yeah,
No
what do we
land,
got?
though. No
Oh, we
land.
don't have a land, so we can't Belcher. So what do we do instead? Tameshi time?
Good Belcher.
Tameshi time. Okay.
Yeah, he could. Interesting, because he could have Belchered there with the shields down. Okay, but maybe we're doing Tameshi shenanigans here instead. This might still work out very well for him. But I say this is a blue mana down moment. So Grayson could have an opportunity here to deploy the Char Belcher, and we've seen him just play it and then pass the turn and untap with it. So some options here, but instead, look at this. We're just going off with Tameshi. Whenever one or more
Tameshi
non-creature
makes mana, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card once each turn. White and X return a land you control to get a mana value X or less back. So for 1 white and picking up a land, you can get back that Lotus Bloom, make 3 more mana.
So we're netting mana, and this will actually get us, even though there was no land drop, Tameshi can maybe eventually get us here to the actual critical 7 mana to play and activate Belcher. And of course, because we didn't play a land, when we bounce one back, we can actually just play that land and give us another +1 on mana as well. So here we go. We're doing that.
Really nice tricks here from Grayson, because look, 5 mana in the pool, do the same trick, bring back my Lotus Bloom. I can go back up to 8 mana. 8 mana, it turns out, is plenty enough to cast and resolve a Char Belcher.
Can we do this with backup too? Can we just have like extra? Yeah, it looks like we can bounce a couple more things, and then we might even have protection. So if there's any kind of
Tameshi is a huge addition to this deck. I have not seen it perform in quite this way, but this took a game that was not like winnable on this turn for Grayson and turned it into not just a win, but a win with protection.
Yeah, the mana math looking really, really good. Yeah, we have that Lotus Bloom back, so we actually have the 3 mana floating to activate this Belcher with the Lotus Bloom back, and it's critical because here's Force Negation, pitching a card. But we have that Lotus Bloom, so because we played, if there's anything in it, I mean, there's a bunch of cards in it. I can't get a great look. Oh, there is no actual spells. Okay. I mean, there's a ton of stuff in hand. I assumed there had to be a counter spell.
I thought for sure there was going to be a counter magic there.
Wow.
But okay, we'll add 3 mana again anyway with Tameshi.
Can we return Belcher? No, it's exiled. Okay, so never mind. Tameshi can't return the Belcher to play. But we can do the Bloom again. Can we just go again?
Oh my gosh, a second Char Belcher. What?
Boom. Oh my goodness.
What is
the
this
Tameshi tricks just keep giving. Okay. Tameshi may have unlocked a lot of resiliency for this deck. I mean,
that was
like I said,
incredible.
I've not seen it either. This is incredible. Wow.
That was so impressive. He won through he started that turn with 6 mana, ended that turn by spending like 15 mana or something over the course. That was just nutty. Tameshi, mono blue Char Belcher, I guess blue white Char Belcher, taking it down here in the top 8. What a win.
And advancing forward. And, tough breaks for the Affinity. It's really tough, too, to have found the counter spell. Kind of thinking like, okay, you need pressure plus counter spell. Your pressure got interacted with. Then your counter spell also, wasn't good enough because you were able to double spell. I don't know. I don't want to make any kind of assertions. That's pretty scary. If that's what you're up against, that's your prospects. If you can have all those things going for you and, it's not good enough, that's concerning to me.
I'm telling you, people are sleeping on Belcher, right?
They seem to be.
And they won't be for long, but people, oh yeah, it's Char Belcher. I get it. It does the trick with the lands where they're not really lands, right? I get it. That's cool. You can do the thing. But what it just did with Tameshi there, that's the kind of stuff that turns it from like, oh, this is a deck that exists to, oh, this is a deck that exists. And that's what people are going to be realizing from here on out.
With that is the first round of the quarterfinals. We'll have to get a quick look from production. Do we have a second a backup? Yeah, we do have a backup. So we're going to get to see a second match here of our quarterfinals. So we're not done bringing you magic. Of course, live action continues. And it's Connor Mullally at 5 life points versus Nathan Van Dinter on Mardu Energy. The Energy Mirror. I know how much everybody loves the Energy decks. And I mean, to be fair, the gameplay is pretty interesting, but this one looks pretty over to me. And so, yeah, we have tuned in live here just in time to get game number 3, which should give us some time to take a quick look at their sideboards and, of course, their deck lists while we do so. So maybe fortuitous. I mean, maybe not if you're here to see more magic.
These are the only 2 energy decks in the top 8. Both of these players met in the quarterfinals, right? One on Mardu, one on Boros. Throughout the day, we saw Energy. Actually, honestly, we saw it lose on camera a lot. But we did see Mardu find some success, right? With the hand disruption that it can bring in or have in the main deck to give it that edge against the field. Now, I would think that the Boros deck might have an edge maybe in game 1 as a result of that, but Mardu also means access to more removal on the sideboard. So I think both players, as we saw them split the first 2 games here, take a look at Connor's sideboard. And yeah, I mean, you just see like cards that definitely maybe not built for the mirror.
Yeah, we got 3 Mage Bane Lizard, 3 White Orchid Phantom, 2 Disruptor Flute, 2 Fear Fire Foes, 2 Orange Chant, 2 Thraben Charm, and a Gigantha the Wellspring. That's your companion, obviously. Not clear how. I mean, what do you like here? What are these phantoms don't do anything really, right?
Well, I'm curious. Actually, I'm actually curious about Fear Fire Foes.
Yeah, sure. Just dance the One Rings.
So, and this is the matchup we talked about where you need a creature to target with it. Well, in this case, it actually can, for 1 or 2 mana, or rather, I'm sorry, for X equals 1 or 2, so 2 or 3 mana, can poke down most of the relevant creatures. And if you need to get through the ring protection, it also enables that. So I don't know if you want it here, but hey, maybe you do.
Yeah, notably the gets each one with the same pings, each one with the same name, but by the same controller. So you don't get, you don't Maelstrom Repulse your own stuff like we saw that happen in the past. Yeah. All right, well, let's see if the Black Splash adds anything else. Let's take a look at Nathan Van Dinter and his take on Mardu Energy. Again, the only 2 decks in top 8. We got 2 copies of Dreadnought Magistrate, 2 Dreams of Steel and Oil, 2 Duress, 2 Exorcise, 2 Nihil Spellbomb, 2 Ragavan Nibble Pilfer, 2 copies of the One Ring, and there's your Gigantha Companion. I'm a little bit more excited by this sideboard, but even still, more hand hate, I'd say, than removal.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is that when you get into these matchups, these mirror matchups, right, there's maybe only so much you can do because, look, your deck's already somewhat set up, especially if you're looking at the Mardu version here. I think Bowmasters is probably a bit of a breaker, right? That shoots down a lot of creatures while leaving behind a body. I think that one probably can go a long way. So that said, Connor has a Goblin Bombardment. Down on
off to the races of these players, but no creatures in play. Kind of surprising. I'd call these both creature decks ostensibly. These.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a thing where, like, if you think of in old mono red mirrors, it'd kill each other's creatures back and forth, and it would come down to whoever had the last thing standing. I mean, maybe these guys plan on just destroying each other's stuff and going from there. But hey, Goblin Bombardment for Connor is pretty nice if you do get into that situation, right? If you think about it specifically against Bowmasters, like I just talked about, Bowmasters comes down, tries to shoot your thing. Well, now you can just sack your thing to Bombardment to shoot the Bowmasters. So that 1/2 drop here for Connor actually provides a whole bunch of play to the matchup as we sort of dig into what looks to be like a long game here.
Yeah, critical reprint, I believe, in Modern Horizons 2. I think that was Modern Horizons 2, not Modern Horizon 3, as a Modern Horizon 3 card does come down in the form of Ajani Nakatl Pariah. And with the trigger on the stack here, we're going to go after it with Galvanic Discharge. That way there's no kind of funny shenanigans happening. But like you just mentioned, the Goblin Bombardment, going to be able to do some pinging action if you do want to go that direction, if you value the damage over using the energy. And also, you still get the 2/1 for your trouble. So having Goblin Bombardment in play first for Connor gives him kind of the option to make this game about what he wants to be about and gives him a little extra value for his trouble. So not the worst exchange.
Mm-hmm. Well, and right, so that the energy doesn't come about as well, right? Because of the sacrifice. So nice. You see it already paying off there for Connor, even when you lose your creature. And now he's able to actually keep around a token from that. So Bowmasters was the draw, it looks like, for Nathan. That's going to be a key one in this matchup. Honestly, it looks like he has a plethora of options. I see a bombardment of his own, at least 3 lands, a raptor, so the bowmasters, a lot of ways to go. And we'll see how he opts to do it. We're going to start off with the Raucous Theater.
Ruckus Theater bins a mountain. Yeah, not a whole lot of exciting stuff going on. Yeah, here comes the Amped Raptor. Kind of what it has like the old Bloodbraid considerations where like doing it on an empty board feels kind of goofy. And here, that's definitely going to come into play as Bowmasters can threaten to ping down the 2/1. But because of exactly what you just mentioned, the Goblin Bombardment's able to instead pick off the Bowmasters.
Or the Raptor if he doesn't plan on drawing more cards or has a removal spell lined up. I guess either way. But yeah, this is pretty
chose
big.
to go face for that reason. Don't want to lose out on the damage, and obviously that damage can represent, nothing. So, but by not going after the token, now there's an option in future turns. Connor can wait and then maybe do like a block sack move. So, like, you might still on the back end have to deal with the damage that you lost, even if you kind of get to cash in on going face with the Bowmaster
interesting
here
choice
instead
there,
of
I
going after the
think.
creature.
Interesting choice there to not just try to clear the board, right?
Well, you don't get your amass army, right? So if you do the sack trick, like you actually have to do damage or what, like the ability has to resolve to get your amass 1. So it is pretty costly to go after the 2/1.
That's fair. That's a great point as well. So Nathan opting instead just to fill his board out a little bit here. And Connor's doing the same with the Ocelot Pride, but we still remain.
And another Ajani. Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Permanent count.
And with Nathan tapped out, yeah, I mean, Connor's going to be able to flip that right away and start going to work on Nathan's
Huge turn.
board. Connor flipped the Ajani. We have Ajani to coddle Avenger ready to go, ready to make more cats. Don't think we've gained any life this turn, so Ocelot Pride not doing a whole lot in that regard at the moment.
This being on the play here is just absolutely huge for Connor because this is a really, really difficult board for Nathan to come back from, and it's the Ajani that we've talked about repeatedly.
Chooses to tick up. Yeah, the Ajani. Great one to have here, especially alongside Bombardment. We mentioned kind of a slow start, but getting the Bombardment out first can have some big implications for how good your creatures are in the future, and we saw exactly that manifest in basically every way we were talking about.
Yeah, he thinks he's going to protect this Ajani. That's why you're able to tick it up, and you know what? I think he might be right because 3 lands, Nihil Spellbomb, Bombardment for Nathan, and then maybe another Bowmasters. I don't know if that's getting the job done here. But he's going to try. You have to try to start by dealing with the Johnny. It looks like Connor is down to maybe just 1 or 2 cards in hand at the end of all of this. So if you're able to find your way through the board, you maybe have a shot. So with Bowmasters and Bombardment of his own, Nathan does have a lot of pings here. And that's what we see. It starts off with the Bombardment.
Ooh, a lightning bolt in response to the Bombardment. That's going to stymie some of what this Bombardment can do. And now just an Orc army as the leftovers. Can't really gun a whole lot down. And frankly, Connor getting to untap with this Ocelot Pride might just be enough to slam the door on this game.
Yeah, it's looking at 8 permanents in play, it looks like, working towards that city's blessing. So it's safe to say that he will end up at 10 by the end of the turn. I think Nathan really needed that. Nathan wanted that Amp Raptor in play because Nathan's plan involved attacking with the Amp Raptor and the token and then using the Bombardment and being able to generally clear the board. And you hope then with your Bowmaster's follow-up that you can maybe play around that Johnny. That Lightning Bolt, though, from Connor is probably just going to be too much. And
very timely, very patient too, very heads up with that. And now I think we're doing some pinging. We got Bowmasters, so that'll give you another ping with your Bombardment. So we've thrown the Orc army at something. I didn't get a great look. I just kind of saw
it might have been the
I imagine it's the Pride, but I don't want to speculate too hard. It looks like it's probably the Pride. So here comes another one. That point of damage is going upstairs. And then we can go ahead and ping the Pride and then sack the Pride to kill the Bowmasters. So again, I mean, this is an exchange that Nathan, I think, had to do, but it does not feel good.
No, Johnny's just going to run away with this one by the looks of it because it is just a completely open board for Connor. It's got 2 cards in hand. Mana to
2
play
cards in hand,
anything
Planeswalker in play. I
One
think
of
there's
them's a
another
ring.
Pride back. Oh, and 1 ring too? Sure. Sure. Yeah, I mean, this is...
That'll probably do it. That Nihil Spellbomb over there for Nathan. Not doing him any good, even though I understand why he has it for Flage. But this is what the One Ring can do instead. You play a game one way, and One Ring just comes down, and all of a sudden they have more cards. But Johnny just absolutely crushed this one.
Yeah, Johnny doing a whole lot here. And maybe Nathan's own Flage, and that's what he drew. I think that's
Yeah,
what you
okay.
need to draw. Is it good enough? I don't
So you
know
can
about
Flage.
that.
Yeah, you can Flage, put a Johnny down to 2, sack the Flage to the bombardment, put a Johnny down to 1. These, I mean, these aren't bad starts. You could also bolt the token and then ping the other token and actually get the tokens off the board. And then next turn, you're setting up to escape the Flage, possibly. Yep, with that Godless Shrine, you should be
Yeah.
able to escape the Flage after that. Maybe
I think this
Nathan
is the
trying
draw
to
he
put together a
needed. I don't
line.
know if it's enough, but I think this is like the card that, like,
Yeah.
okay, you need something that's just going to snowball. Cards that do that, Flage and the One Ring, and I think Flage, you just need to not die. You're at 8. Like, your life total is dwindling.
Yes, absolutely. So big play for Nathan is going to keep the game going on. Now, obviously, he's still going to be up against it, and Connor's going to untap, draw 2 more cards with the ring. He's going to be at 3 cards from where he is now. So it's tough sledding no matter what here for Nathan. But if there was way back in it, it involves Flage.
All right, so yeah, Flage is going to happen. I mean, like I said, I think this is the only draw step that I'll say this. It's the only draw step that really doesn't get an instant concession. We're just done here,
right?
But I mean, this is top 8, and again, this determines who advances. And for Connor, even more on the line. We're talking about number 5 on the overall leaderboard, chasing down that MVP slot, and I believe he's number 17 on the leaderboard. I think he's unqualified, very likely based on his run here to get one of the at-large bids. So he's very likely to receive, even though he's not qualified right now. We're very likely to see him in the championship, no matter if he wins this event or not. But he said, like I said, that he's chasing down that MVP slot.
Where did that Flage knowledge go, do we think?
I guess upstairs. I think
he had protection.
I think Nathan wanted to insulate his life total.
He had protection.
He did have protection.
I don't know if we can pass that on or not, if there's any more protection. If it went upstairs, I didn't catch to see if the life total changed. But I also don't know that it will matter. But
sure.
I mean, there's 2 burden counters now on the ring, and Connor is down to 9 life, at least at the moment. It went to a token.
I mean, Connor has his own
instead.
Flage. Okay. It's not clear that this game isn't just over this turn. This is 3 damage. You play Flage plus 0 as Johnny. Is that just enough with bombardment?
Yeah, 3 creatures in play equals, this.
Yeah, going face. I don't know that there was.
There we go. That'll do it.
It doesn't matter anyway. We just have the damage. Oh, wow. What a performance from Connor. I mean, dominating performance there in game number 3. It really shows, I don't know. I really don't know how to describe kind of this heuristic we're seeing where these decks that have a bunch of 1s and 2s aren't coming out swinging. I mean, we saw Connor, his first play was a Goblin Bombardment on 2. Like, that's not aggressive. Like, I wouldn't call that as blowing the doors off the game in any meaningful way. But by the end of the game, I mean, what that got, the force that the Goblin Bombardment was of the board state was so impactful, and exactly what you highlighted, taken to the next level. I mean, every single removal spell was awkward. The Bowmasters, which is part of what you get out of black, that was awkward. And ultimately, I mean, the bombardment was the key. That's what broke it open. And we see Connor, I mean, advancing to our semifinals, dreams still alive for that MVP points race. And of course, all the players in the top 8 playing for a slot in the end of the year championship. So a ton on the line. You just got 4 matches of Magic back to back to back with no breaks. So we're going to take a quick break. Thank you for being here. We'll be back with the semifinals. Remember, we're doing the semifinals and the finals tonight. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the semifinals here very shortly. Do not go anywhere. All right, everybody, we're back as promised with our coverage of the 10K Modern Showdown in Chicagoland, Illinois, the final Showdown weekend of Season 2 of the NRG series. And of course, this is our last event open to the public, and then we will have our December 2024 Showdown, which these players have a final opportunity to qualify for. So speaking of, before we jump into the semifinals match for you, let's go ahead and bring up what these players are playing for. I've talked about it quite a bit on the line for these players. You can see there to first place goes $2,400. The trophy, DreamHack Invitation, I believe, no longer DreamHack, now just the RC, and 30 points. And of course, the invite to the 2024 championship. Last opportunity to do it. Second place doesn't get all that, no trophy, no invite to the championship, but do still get the RC invite, 25 points, $1,200 for your trouble. And then everybody here has locked up at least $800 and 20 points just by being in the top 4. You can see the breakdown for every result past that. So these players have already won quite a bit of cash, quite a bit more still to play for. Can kind of triple your money by making it to the finals. So a lot on the line. And for people like Connor, there's also points considerations to think about as well. So we're going to be watching a little bit of that. Before we get to Connor, let's get down to John Wagner on Amulet Titan versus Jake Conan on Dimir Unearth. I think this is the kind of eye-tied deck, if you will. The little abhorrent Oculus kind of, not really a combo deck, but more of just what has replaced the Murktide Regent deck and supports Psychic Frog in a modern context. So kind of a different matchup look than what we've seen really across the board in Modern so far. A lot of mono blue decks versus NRG and things like that, little Flage decks and stuff like. No Flages here.
Yeah, this Dimir Unearth deck is fascinating. Like, this is what they wanted Unearth to be when they printed it into Modern. And, people kind of take it for granted maybe, but like Unearth was printed into Modern a long time ago now, right? Like, it was in Modern Horizons 1. And basically didn't really do anything. Occasionally, like I remember trying to brew with it with Lightning Skelemental, things like that. But yeah. Psychic Frog has turned entire new archetypes out into the wild because of what it can do. It's so powerful at being the discard outlet that these decks kind of needed. It's like Faithless Looting turbo charged, and it digs your graveyard, digs you into your deck, except in this case, instead of looting, you're just drawing. And basically you see decks go from there. It's starting with Psychic Frog. And this version of that, a Dimir Unearth deck, is really cool, picking up the new standard hotness, Abhorrent Oculus, the massive 5/5 for 3 mana that you have to exile 6 cards from your graveyard to cast, but every turn it manifests Shred on your opponent's turn. So you just immediately end up with 7 power in play if you can get it. And that's where Psychic Frog comes in. You can pitch it, as you see. Jake has Psychic Frog on turn 2.
Yeah, it's got one.
Imagine next turn he just pitches Abhorrent Oculus, pays 1 mana with Unearth to try to reanimate it. By the way, you still have Counterspell mana open at that point to protect it. A lot of ways that this deck can play to play proactively, while, by the way, also playing Counterspells and Forces and Fatal Pushes and Sink into Stupors and all of that, right? So, yeah. And by the way, Murktide at the top. So yeah, really a very
classic Magic.
Yeah, like it's built around Psychic Frog from the ground up. And honestly, it's kind of a new archetype, right? If you look at it that way. I love seeing the Unearth make an appearance with this really high upside play. Now, obviously, on the other side, I'll let you take over for this this very fast one ring.
The Amulet deck, obviously is more of a classic look now, featuring the Aftermath Analyst. Now, this is actually real quick. This is a big turn here for Jake because he actually has 2 main deck copies of Harbinger of the Seas. A lot of Blood Moons going around. Harbinger of the Seas, that the version of that one, but actually harder to answer because you can't really besiege you who endures that one. So if he has a copy of Harbinger of the Seas, that could be really big here. So I just want to highlight that real quick. Yeah, Amulet, I mean, I'll say a classic deck in Modern. I remember the genesis of that deck and a lot of its evolutions. It is Harbinger of the Seas. I mean, these players know the matchup, so I mean, mulling to a hand that has that, a very good idea. And right away, the Urza Saga goes to the graveyard because of layers and stuff.
Yeah,
I actually don't really know the rule specifics there. I just know Blood Moon effects kill Urza Saga.
It's something, it's something about sagas and not having chat. I don't really know. All I know is when I play my 1-drop Merfolk and turn it into an island, it goes away.
Yeah, I wave my hands and say layers, and usually I think that takes care.
Exactly. But I mean, gosh, look how good Harbinger was here, right? You've got the basic swamp Jake does that he fetched for, so was able to protect his own mana and just really mess up John's game plan here. Aftermath Analyst is a start, I guess.
Blocks, that's something.
Sure, yeah.
Let's go saying Amulet. Oh, we get to deploy Lotus Field. No sack, though. That's kind of nice. Yeah, I mean, this is a good call out, right? No
Yeah.
Primeval Titan has seen a lot of iterations in Modern in various kinds of decks. Sometimes it's Scape Shift, sometimes it's Amulet of Vigor. This is really the first one I've seen both Amulet of Vigor and Scape Shift in the same deck, and this is kind of the latest iteration of Primeval Titan and what it can do in Modern. And I have to say I like it a lot. This is a nice pivot in the form of the Aftermath Analyst kind of combo thing going on, but it doesn't take up too many slots. And Amulet already had a lot of slots dedicated to some weird stuff anyway, like tutor targets and things of that nature. But now, I mean, unfortunately, kind of in the heads up here, facing down main deck Harbinger of the Seas on turn 3 is brutal. Not at all what John Wagner really wanted to see. But I don't know, maybe there's a way out of it. Let's take a quick look and see what removals was. We have Odawara. Checking. Okay, we have one copy of Odawara.
Well, that's something.
I think that might be the end of the list.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
I mean, we have an expedition map right in play, so we can find it. That gives you one turn window. So you can see John doing a good job here, kind of sneakily building mana with the Lotus, the Lotus Field. We have Gruul Turf already in play. We actually already have 6 mana. Really kind of, we have the One Ring to kind of build up our cards to really be able to go once we do find the Odawara. But the question is, do we have time to do it all? The frog is getting big.
A long way away here because, oh gosh, and the Abhorrent Oculus actually just hitting play hard cast with 6 cards in the graveyard, thanks to, you heard it, Frog. It's getting late pretty early if you're John.
And here comes a little Manifest Dread. That happens on each opponent's upkeep. So I'm going to go ahead and Manifest Dread. Fills the graveyard for future eyeballs too.
Chat is telling us that Odawara might actually be residing in hand here for John.
Is that? I mean, that still might not be enough. We're going to take some damage here from the One Ring.
7, 9.
Is Frog 4, just enough?
13.
Frog plus eyeball, or not Frog? Yeah, is Frog plus eyeball just too much?
Yeah, Jake has lethal.
I see 9, 10, 11. Yeah, that's got to be lethal. 12, 13, 14. Yeah, we have Xaxes, right?
Well, there's a ring too. So.
Oh yeah, sure. There's also the One Ring. So a second copy of the One Ring needs to be involved. Oh, this is brutal.
Yeah, it's pretty rough here for John. I think it involves curving One Ring into that Odawara to survive a little. It's pretty ugly here. I'll say that. So probably correct to go ahead and draw 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, find some blockers maybe. Like if you can find like a grazer, maybe that allows you to get some more things start. I don't know. This is tough.
Look at Abhorrent Oculus go though. Like we talked about how you can cheat it into play by discarding it to Psychic Frog. Well, it turns out you can also discard other cards to Psychic Frog and cast Abhorrent Oculus.
Yeah, we're gonna pack it in. Yeah, I mean, impressive. Force engagement up under the Manifest Dread there. But yeah, no, I mean exactly what you just said. The card works cheating it in. The card works, if you're willing to do a little bit of work. It also just works face up. If you just cast it, just whatever, it's fine. 3 mana, 5/5, exile some stuff that you were pitching to the Frog anyway to keep the pressure going, and that is enough to get game number 1 done. Now, of course, entirely off the back of that Harbinger of the Seas. That One Ring very clearly, I think, would have run away with that game without it. But either way, the Eye Tide, the Demir Unearth, whatever you want to call it, that deck's going to win game number 1. So let's take a quick look again at John Wagner and his take on Amulet Titan and what he might have in the sideboard for some Harbinger of the Seas. So we have 2 copies of Dismember, 2 copies of Fire Spout, 2 Mystical Dispute, a Bajuka Bog, a Besasia Who Endures, a Radiant Fountain, a Valakut the Molten Pinnacle, a Disruptor Flute, a Spelunking, a Force of Vigor, a Dryad of the Elysian Grove, and a Colossal Sky Turtle. What do you like here? I see a lot of things that answer Harbinger of the Seas in some way.
Well, this is what is really going to be a fascinating sideboarding matchup here, right? Because we talk about this Dimir deck and how it basically is just a bunch of good Dimir cards kind of loosely based around Frog, but they can go different directions here. That deck can be proactive with its aggressive game plan, or it can be reactive and boarding in a bunch of removal. And if it's boarding in a bunch of removal, then as the Amulet player in Disruption, you're going to be wanting to look for your cards that help you with that, right? So that's where we start talking about, do you want to play a long game? Do you want to try with Bajuka Bogs? Like, do you want to go a different direction and try to disrupt them with flutes? Like, I think the disputes are probably pretty easy here. So you actually just, have your 1 mana answer to the turn 3 Frog. To the turn 3 Harbinger. So I think that's probably where we start. Past that, I'd say it's pretty open, right? You even do you want Dismember for their big creatures, right? Like
eyeballs a 5/5. That's what I got.
Yeah, like it just depends what angle you want to play the game on, right? If you want to put reactive cards like Dismember into your deck in case they have the Oculus, versus do I just want to try to be the beatdown? Do I just want to try to combo them as fast as possible? That's the decision process John is going through right now.
Well, he's got a lot to think about. Let's take a quick look over at Jake and what he's working with his Demir deck. And have to imagine it's quite a bit. Take a quick look here at the deck list and the sideboard. So we got in the sideboard, we got 4 consigned to memory. Can't be too surprised about that. 3 copies of Thoughtseize, 2 Graveyard Trespasser, 1 Glistening Deluge, 1 The Meat Hook Massacre, 1 Toxic Deluge, 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Undercity Informer, and 1 Harbinger of the Seas. What do you like here against the Amulet Titan Menace?
Yeah, this is certainly an interesting sideboard, but like you see, the consigned to memories are going to have a shot. The Thoughtseizes obviously would be great here, and you maybe even bring in the surgical and go for the Thoughtseize and Amulet, surgical and Amulet on turn 1. You are on the play. That is a line that sometimes just gets there. So definitely a lot of options. And the great news is, if you're Jake, like we were mentioned, like I was saying, like your opponent kind of has to react to you. You can trim some of your aggressive stuff if you want, right? You can cut Bowmasters and things like that, maybe even trim on unearths, or you can and go all reactive, or maybe go the other way. Maybe you just kind of, board out a couple easy ones, board in some Thoughtseizes, and just say, I'm going to put the pressure on them. Obviously, the Harbinger of the Seas, as you mentioned in the first game, very, very much on both players' minds as a mulligan.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's going to be very much what kind of the level 1 of this sideboard's about. I'll say this. I think I like any kind of surgical shenanigans a lot less in the face of, what is now the face up because of they have open deck lists, like
Right.
Aftermath Analyst Pivot,
Yeah.
whatever that looks like. I think that offers enough that kind of makes me not want to do that. Whereas previous versions, there's been opportunities where if you just Thoughtseize Titan, Surgical Titan, maybe that's good enough. Thoughtseize Amulet, Surgical Amulet, they can't do anything. All these kinds of situations where, there's really only 4 cards in their deck that actually are real. The rest are just tutors and lands. Those have been cases in the past, but sometimes they have things like Field of Dead, or in this case, Aftermath Analyst, that offer, I think, enough reason to not necessarily reach for that. But I agree with you. I think Harbinger of the Seas is the level 1. How much counterspell, Thoughtseize, do you want extra pressure in any kind of meaningful way? How much of that stuff comes up? Not clear. And I think part of the power of this Dimir Unearthed deck is you get that option. You get to decide what you want the game to be about, and especially, across 2 games. I mean, you're going to be able to really iterate on your own game plan, even if you lose here in game number 2.
Well, yeah, and you, of course, it may change between when you're on the play on the draw. But yeah, I mean, I have to say, I like Jake's spot a lot here. The deck just seems like it's going to be very well lined up if you can just draw sort of an average hand. Now, I don't know. This deck's new. I don't know how often you just draw like 2 Abhorrent Oculuses and have mulligan to 5, right? So it's hard to say, but there's a lot of discard outlets and stuff for it. So it does seem hard for the deck to come up with like a real whiff of a hand, which, leads me to believe that this is going to be one of those games where we might see Aftermath Analysts come into play, right? We might see those plan Bs, those plan Cs be where Amulet Titan is forced to go once Jake is run through a few counter spells and disruption spells.
Yeah, I'll say this. I played a lot of the Is It Murktide deck back in the day, and this Dimir version is obviously quite a bit different. And in a lot of ways that I think shore up what the Is It deck was weak against and weak at doing. I'm surprised there isn't more heat on this Dimir deck. I mean, like you just called out, this flexibility seems really powerful to me. I mean, having these Blood Moon effects, you get to do that in Mono Blue. Psychic Frog, an underrated card, I'd say, in Modern right now. I mean, it's running over Legacy. I mean, you'd think it would have a similar impact in Modern, and maybe it is, maybe it already is, but with all the heat kind of around the One Ring and the Energy decks, I'm surprised there isn't more heat on this deck. This deck strikes me as really strong.
Yeah, and look, Abhorrent Oculus, I think it's definitely flown under the radar to this point. Obviously, it's only a month old or whatever, but I think this weekend is the first time I've seen the Abhorrent Oculus Unearth Frog pairing in action. And it looks really good, I have to say. Now, these Dimir decks, these Murktide decks in the past, they have been kind of exploitable. They just kind of flame out a lot of times, right? And they just turn into these sort of fine 50% decks. But I think that this having access to Thoughtseize in that changes a lot of just how your good and bad matchups are going to look.
Yeah, like I said, you really shored up like sometimes you're just too anemic and don't get enough pressure. Sometimes
Yeah.
you don't have the right interaction. And like I said, Thoughtseize plus like the frog eyeball combo. Like I think that both of those things shore up kind of the holes in the Is It Murktide game. And even though you do lose Ragavade, this deck looks really good to me. And obviously Jake has to agree given the top 4 performance here. But I'm just saying I'm surprised we haven't seen more of this deck. Like it seems like something that not only would players like really gravitate towards, but also just seems very powerful. But maybe that changes today. Maybe Jake's gonna show everybody what's up.
Well, yeah,
Take
this
down the
is a
tournament
breakout
and,
weekend, huh?
I don't think it's I think people have known about this. It's just, what is the right build? And I mean, I do think main deck Harbinger of the Seas is really a start to like turning up the heat on this deck. Like main deck Blood Moons in Modern have been a big game changer for a host of different decks. And, there's something to be said for you're a deck that doesn't play the One Ring. That could be a major mistake in a lot of people's eyes. But I don't know. This deck looks good to me. Deck looks good to me. We'll see if Jake can take this one down. Up a game here in the semifinals. See a lot of counter magic in that hand.
Not a lot of land, I think, but maybe good. Maybe we got 2 over there. Good enough.
Got a couple.
In an island, yeah.
Couple and some interaction. Oh, but Cavern of Souls.
Good start.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think you're counting Grizzer anyway necessarily, but it's still going to be a problem through the game because you can pick that one up, reset it on Giant, and then you're cooking. Is
right.
Hedge Maze the follow up? Great follow up as a land to put in. One that enters tapped anyway and gives you a little selection to the.
Well, yeah, you might say, well, gosh, you Cavern, that's great, but you had to name, whatever creature type the Grazer is. And you wasted it because it's the only way to make green mana. But no, you can just pick it up with one of your bounce lands and reset it later.
Yeah. And here we go. So we're starting with Watery Grave. No Surveil land here for Jake. Maybe Signals Thoughtseize. Is that what we got? We sure do. Thoughtseize is going to look at a pile of lands, a Mystical Dispute, and a Primeval Titan. It's pretty clear 2 different paths you can go. I think if you have Harbinger of the Seas, maybe Mystical Dispute's worth taking. If not, the Primeval Titan looks like a problem that I'd want to solve. So we'll see what Jake does decide to take. Very much hand dependent what you want to take. And going to loudly signal, I think, to John, what exactly your plan is to win this game.
You can this, no matter what you choose here, it looks pretty good for Jake because if you don't have a Harbinger like this, you just can strand the Mystical Dispute in their hand or let them counter a spell at some point. Who really cares? If you just take Titan out of the hand. Now, I just saw One Ring off the top.
One Ring, a great draw, especially post Thoughtseize. Can't Thougeize the top of the deck, and that one, the One Ring going to be a good.
And Jake doesn't know about it, right? So this is exactly 2 cards that Jake won't know about from John in between playing that Thoughtseize and John taking his 4th turn. And maybe there's a world where Jake doesn't tap out right here, if that's the case. Now, it's hard to really blame him. I think I spotted an Unearth in hand as well. Psychic Frog on 2, Thoughtseize on 1. This is everything you want, but the Mystical Dispute.
I think that Mystical Dispute, that's a tough one. I don't know if you had the Psychic Frog, but that looked like the key opening, right? Going Thoughtseize into Psychic Frog. It's not like, I guess you're not drawing, right? That's your best draw out of the Dimir and Earth deck on average in this matchup. And, getting it tagged by Mystical Dispute is a tough thing to run into. And now you're going to have to go after the Spelunking that was drawn, pitching another Frog.
Okay.
And the One Ring we know is the leftovers. Jake does not know that. I think that's going to be a big game changer for John. The top of the deck's been very kind to him since that Thoughtseize.
Yeah, this was a big moment, I think, because, well, here we go. Unearth on the
we had the Unearth.
So this all makes sense, right? Running that into the Mystical Dispute just to bring it back makes sense. But for John, that Force of Negation going after the Spelunking means that the path is, I think, clear for the One Ring. But that was a big turning point that it was that Force of Negation was not saved. So here we go. The One Ring.
Got Consign. We do have Consign. Wow. Consign the memory on time. And I think there's a counter spell as the leftovers. So
huge.
Some real good ones. Yeah. Block. Don't want to discard the cards, but the leftovers are good.
Huge play for Jake there because that One Ring would have absolutely swung things. Now, I didn't actually clock. Oh, gosh. I think
we drew another One Ring.
I saw another One Ring.
Counter spell. That one's getting eaten, but we're churning through these counter spells. You made Jake have a counter spell every turn. Here's the Fatal Push. It doesn't stop. Back and forth. Both of these players top decking well.
This is really fast magic. I like it. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If it's a land off the top, John has Titan. That's the wrong land.
But that land's a good one, though. Cavern.
Yeah, that picks up the Cavern. He can reset the Cavern now, like we mentioned. Name Giant resolve that Titan next turn, no matter what, against Jake. And Jake's just got, I think, one card in hand, maybe two, with the Psychic Frog. This is very much winnable now for John.
Yeah, a
What
huge,
a game.
huge deal for John being, I mean, the top of the deck, like I said, has been very, very kind to him, but the same has been true for Jake. Some running counter spells, the fatal push to get your frog punching through, but the frog is still small. Really, Jake needs to find a way to turn up the heat. I mean, this would be a timely abhorrent Oculus, I'd say, if we could find one. Thinking on the Undercity Sewers fetch. Very stocked graveyard. Graveyarded a card I can't get a good look at. It's looks like it costs 1 and has an alternate frame, so that's where I'm at so
draw
far.
a card on it. So
sure. Get a quick look at the necklace as the frog does continue to chug along. It's like a what a draw! Harbinger in the Seas? Come on!
John had the window. He had topped so well. Had it set up to play an uncounterable Primeval Titan on this turn. Now all of a sudden staring down at 4 islands.
Bunch of islands. So I got confirmation that is Thought Scour. I mean, it's basically between Thought Scour and Preordained. It appears that one is the Thought Scour, a little alternate art there that I'm not aware of, as the beatdowns continue for 3. And now the clock being anemic doesn't matter. We have found one of the Harbinger of the Seas. And I think, yeah, we're going to discard Thoughtseize to the frog to juice it up. No more black mana.
Yeah, it's
Jake
just time
does
to,
not have black.
It's just time to close this one out. And Murktide will certainly help with that. That Harbinger of the Seas just slamming the door shut on this semifinals match. And Jake knows, okay, I've done what I need to do. All I need to do now is put as much power onto the board as possible and end this game as soon as I can. That's a huge Murktide.
And yeah, now even if John finds a Dismember or something like that answers the Harbinger, there's so much pressure in play, and I just think it's going to be too much to overcome, as I believe every single land in play is currently just an island, and that's so tough. I mean,
some of them are non-basic.
So tough. Oh, yeah, I think they're all non-basic islands.
I think we got the one basic over on Jake's side, right? Looking
sure, yeah, which is also an island. So everything is just an island. It's all islands.
Oh man, really clean games by the Dimir deck. I really enjoyed the speed magic which these two played too. By the way, those
the top deck war there was crazy. Both players, I mean, just running heat off the top.
Yeah, that was like watching baseball with a pitch clock. You know, it's like, wow, this game can be so fast and high intensity. That was a really fun set of turns there by these two, treating us to a hell of a match here in the semifinals of our 10K Modern Showdown in Chicago.
Yeah, one of these players, Jake specifically, looking very good to punch his ticket to the finals and have an opportunity to, take down the victory, take down the trophy, take down the spoils, and find himself in the 2024 championship. As John can really only look on, try to figure out what his outs are. I see Summer's packed among the mix. I'll say this:
about here,
why do we print another Blood Moon? How did we look at Blood Moon gameplay and be like, we needed more of that?
It's a Merfolk. It wins games. It wins games. It wins matches.
Harbinger of the Seas does it again, twice in a row. So nice. We did it twice. And yeah, Jake Conan, your first member of the finals on his version of the iTide, the Dimir Oculus deck. Frog Tide, whatever you want to call it. Man, I don't know. It's got the blue and the black cards, and it wins with Harbinger of the Seas, I guess. I mean, an impressive showing, unironically. I mean, this, and that's what I said, like the level up of being able to include Harbinger of the Seas in the main deck really manifested there. I mean, the presence of that card in the main deck, I mean, allowed you to win a main deck game that maybe otherwise would have been pretty hard. But easily just was able to shut the door of the game and was able to do so again in game 2. It's not an easy card for Amulet to answer. They now have to prepare for Blood Moon and this thing. A tough ask for Amulet Titan, but I mean, John did a great job, made it to the semifinals, and had a good performance overall, but unfortunately out of the running. But as always, magic doesn't stop there. We're going to cut down to our backup match. This appears to be live as these players are shuffling up for game number 3. Connor Malele, someone we've seen a lot on the NRG series, and today his take on Boros Energy, the lone energy deck still in the tournament, versus Grayson Nimitz playing a deck we've also seen quite a bit of today, this Belcher deck, this kind of blue Belcher strategy that we've seen supporting a bunch of Chameshis, all this counter magic and all this stuff,
Yeah.
and Goblin Charbelcher. Quite an interesting deck, I'll say, and certainly one of the best Lotus Bloom decks I've ever seen. And so starting with that card, a great start for Grayson. Just an elegant parlor for Connor is slow, but, there could be some powerful follow-ups.
Yeah, this might just be a 1, 2, 3, 4 game, though. I'm not going to lie. I spotted a Belcher in Grayson's hand. So if he can come up with a couple of lands here, this game might just end very quickly. So we've seen the NRG decks have game even after starting slow, right? It's not always Ocelot Pride, a Johnny into double spell on turn 3, right? They can win the longer games. But Belcher can win the shorter games, and Grayson seems to have just about everything he needs.
Yeah, Grace, a lot of things coming up, and we even have the Thunder Trap trainer.
There
Get
you
that
go.
card right. I'm not getting baited again. Using words are hard. Oh, okay. We got the White Orchid Phantom, and that one has to get Flare of Denial.
Wow,
Yeah,
okay,
can't
sure.
afford to get Stone Rained. I mean, that's a good way to change the math, and certainly explains why there's so many of those in Connor's sideboard. Can't find any basics or anything like that in your landless deck. That doesn't work.
It's actually a really nice piece if this is what it is actually for. 2 mana, 2/2 flying first strike. When enters the battlefield, destroy a target non-basic land. Your opponent can get a basic. Well,
Yeah.
Belcher
Good
plays
luck.
one of those.
Let me know how that goes. Well, unfortunately, did have the counter spell, did Grayson, and getting the creature out of the way doesn't actually really matter that much for Grayson because no pressure in play.
Yeah.
Slow start for Connor. Have to imagine that Knight was part of the reason we kept the hand. Got an opportunity at another one, though, as here comes
I
Amp
think
the Raptor.
he's going to need it because this game's just over. Otherwise, Grayson has Whir for 0, which means he'll have Lotus
Static
Bloom
Prison
online and
is not
Charbelcher. I
it.
think we might be done here.
You're such a negative person here. What if
Well,
we gotta have some,
this Belcher deck, look, I am a fan.
you're about it. You're wide eyed.
For 0, show him the Charbelcher. Go
goodness.
to the finals, Grayson.
Clean it up. I'll see you in the finals. Whir of Invention, an 8 artifact deck supporting Whir of Invention. A little odd, but yeah, you can do it for 0. Find yourself a Lotus Bloom. You found yourself a Black Lotus, and that's going to do a very good job of enabling your Goblin Charbelcher turns. Maybe I'll say maybe that's something we underrated in Modern through the years. Whir of Invention for 0 to find Lotus Bloom. That's powerful. I mean, that's
It's
a huge spike of mana.
Wargate, right? If you remember, like the card Wargate with land colors, a lot of times it would just grab lands when it wasn't grabbing something way better. And the floor for Whir of Invention is just ramping you at instant speed. That's not so bad.
Yeah, incredible. And especially for this deck, that won't always have their Lotus Blooms on suspend, getting basically 4 extra copies, a big deal. Or in this case, having a bunch of extra copies. We see kind of one of the bigger innovations that we've really seen in this tournament, the Tameshi.
Yes.
Available for Grayson in hand already. Don't think we need it. Have plenty of mana, but if the Charbelcher gets countered or whatever, could be a way to rebuy it. We saw that happen in the quarterfinals. So I think we're pretty well set up here as Connor's just kind of looking on.
Thinking it all through.
Gotta get a quick read. What does that one do again?
So just to clarify, what happens is if you flip lands, so you hit a mountain, or until you hit a land. You flipped it cards so you hit a land. It does damage. There you go. If the revealed land was a mountain, it deals double. If there is no land in your deck, it just kills you. It just deals all of it. So it, in fact, is usually enough for lethal. Connor's going to make him finish it off here, I guess. We're Tameshi flexing to make sure that nothing's going crazy, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really know what this is about.
Well, look, if you're Grayson and Connor doesn't scoop, you're thinking
maybe he has Angel's Grace. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's like fine, like whatever. How many extra seconds does it take to have a couple extra mana left over? And it did matter in the quarterfinals, right? Having that extra
and that was
mana and stuff before.
Yeah, I mean, look at it this way: this is a high pressure situation. You get to practice your deck mechanics and make sure you understand how to play it because you have another big match coming up after this. And yeah, you mentioned that game earlier where we saw him play with Tameshi, and we thought, we started from thinking he doesn't have a win to he has the win. Oh, but it got countered to wait a minute, he still has a win. Because Tameshi just does ridiculous things. You're watching it here. You pay a white mana, you pick up the land, you put the Lotus Bloom back into play, you make 3 more mana, and you just end up with all this mana at the end here to activate a Charbelcher and win the game.
And that is what it looks like we're going to get around to doing once we're done activating Tameshi a bunch of times and picking things up and flipping cards around. That has got to be awful. All this flipping these cards back and forth looks miserable. Just keep it on the land side or something. I don't. Do people yell at you do that? I saw some.
It's an egg
discourse around
deck. I'm
that.
telling you, I play against Tameshi, and people just play all these little rocks with it, all these lotus blooms, and it appeals to eggs players.
You know, I should just put a second sunrise in my commander deck, and like I had some residual trauma. Like they're like that was a traumatizing moment for me. I was like, okay,
Yeah,
like, we're doing this. We're
it's
doing this.
reasonable.
Okay, I guess we're doing this. Anyways, we finally got around to activating Goblin Charbelcher. Both players have read the card. Corbin has read the card. We have activated Charbelcher. All smiles here in the semifinals, and that's gonna do it. Belcher over NRG, an energyless final here in the modern 10K showdown. One of these players is gonna punch their ticket to the end of the year championship at the last opportunity. Will it be Grayson or will it be Jake? We're going to find out here in just a moment. The stakes are very, very high, but I believe we're going to take a quick break while those players get set up. If you're watching this Magic, you're having a good time, you're enjoying reading Goblin Charbelcher with us, make sure you give us a follow, subscribe if you want no ads. I've seen some complaints about ads. It's a solvable problem, okay? And of course, goes and supports us, supports NRG and all the great work they do. And of course, check out Season 1. You're going to get a look at that on the rolling slides while we're on break. Check it out. You can qualify maybe for the 2025 championship if you weren't able to make it out this weekend. We'll be back in just a moment with your finals. All right, everybody, welcome back one more time. It is the finals time here at the NRG 10K Showdown in the modern format here in Chicagoland in beautiful Illinois. It all comes down to this. One of these players is winning themselves a trophy and their invite to the 2024 NRG Championship here in the final hours. And of course, a whole bunch of other things. In fact, let's get that on screen right now. You can see what these players are playing for. You got that $2,400 to first, the trophy, the RC invite, 30 NRG points. And of course, the invite, as all winners of Showdown events get, the invite to the 2024 NRG Championship. It's just around the corner at this point. So a little bit of a late ticket punch there. Second, a little bit of a fall off on all the things, $1,200, the RC invite, 25 points, and no invite to the championship, but quite a good haul for your worth. Now, that is the floor of what's going on here as these players do get ready. But also, in addition to winning all these things that you see here on the screen, you also get a token made for you by Inkling Customs. You can check her out at inklingcustoms.com. See that at the bottom. All Showdown winners receive a custom token made by Inkling Customs. Let me tell you, her work is some of my favorite. I use Inkling Customs token. I mean, I have some here on my desk. I use Inkling Custom tokens for everything in Magic. Her work is awesome, and of course, it's a nice little a keepsake for those that are able to take down one of our coveted Showdown events. So, a little extra, always a little bit more here on the NRG series that you get for winning events and being able to call yourself a champion. So, with all that out the way, you can get a good look at the 2024 Showdown Champion Winner Trophy there as well on the table. Nice touch there as Grayson Nimitz, his Belcher deck, is shuffling up against Jake Conan on his take on Dimir Unearth. These are your two decks. No energy in the finals. All of that was felled with Connor in the semifinals. So here it is. It's finals time. Two blue decks. A lot of interaction between these decks, but two very different strategies. I don't know that I've seen these decks kind of go head to head like this, especially not in their current configurations. You got any impressions about the matchup, Corbin?
Well, I have to say that it seems like the Dimir Unearth deck, based on what we've witnessed just in the last round and, what we know of the makeup of these decks, feels like would be advantaged, right? Like you would assume that Belcher is going to be attempting to resolve a Charbelcher. And essentially, if you're the Dimir deck, all you have to do is stop them from doing that.
Sure.
So if you are able to just lean on counter magic and all this, that's sort of what you want to do. Now, with that said, one of the ways Grayson can beat the blue decks with Belcher is by having more mana and just winning the counterspell war. And that is sort of what the Lotus Bloom helps to enable, along with being on the play. So if Grayson is able to go
strong
for it early, and Jake has one counterspell, and Grayson can fight back against it, well, then that's that. So it has the potential to just swing Belcher's way very quickly. But I think generally the longer the game goes, the better off Jake's going to be. And you see him gripping just a handful of counter magic there, starting one off.
Yeah, already firing them off. I love this. I mean, we've seen how important these creatures are. Thundertrap Trainer has so much utility in this deck. Not just
Mhm.
finding the pieces you need, be it a land or a Charbelch or anything like that, but also just helping really activate your counter spells. Your Flare of Denials get
Right.
turned on by just having that creature in play. And of course, the blocker matters a little bit less in this matchup with no Frog right now. But I mean, being able to catch that with a spell snare is a very big deal, I'd say, for Jake, who is able to find that off Watergrave. But this Lotus Bloom still ticking down. You mentioned Grayson really looking to win the counter war over the top of like some of these other interactive decks. The way you do that is by having mana advantage, either free counter spells or
Mhm.
spikes of mana with things like Lotus Bloom. So, really kind of off to a good start. Having that on suspend already as preordained comes down for Jake.
When you mentioned the creatures, the 2-drop creatures for Grayson that just sort of dig, and why it's actually really maybe underlooked, but very important for Jake to catch that with a spell snare there.
Mhm.
In hand, Thundertrap Trainer pitches to force a negation, right? In play, it sacrifices to Flare of Denial. When it enters play, it replaces itself in your hand. Like those cards, they maybe don't look like much, but they're what keep the entire deck flowing and sort of just working on all levels. So catching that, if you're Jake, with a spare mana with that spell snare, allowing you to lead off with preordain now to set up and now keep another counter spell open, like this is exactly what you want and need to do as the Dimir player, especially on the draws, to just be hyper mana efficient. So that when you get to the big turn, which is certainly coming up, Lotus Bloom comes off suspend next turn. We see a Charbelcher in Grayson's hand, along with a Sink into Stupor he's thinking about playing as a land here.
Yeah,
And
did
opts
choose
to
that.
do
Had
that.
a lot
So
of thought there.
yeah, there's a lot coming up here that you're Jake looking forward to on that next turn, and you're playing this entire game so that when that big turn comes, you'll be ready.
Thought Scour and Instep, nice little dual action there for being able to hold up mana for potential kind of spells, things like Spell Snare, Consign Memory, whatever, and then have your Thought Scour if as the floor. That way you still get to use your mana. And of course, that's going to be cast actually off of Gloom Lake Verge. First, I've seen really these Duskborn lands showing up in Modern here. We get one copy of that and does the job there. Just so, sometimes you need one extra land to fill out your mana base, and this one does a good job representing blue mana and then black mana, when you need it, when you have any of your other lands. So first land, it can be blue, but can't make really black mana if it's your first land. That's really kind of what that amounts to. Big mouthful to really make that.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes what you need.
Well, we have 0 non-land permanents in play thus far.
What an exile.
And
Quite a
both
few
players,
in
and both players are deep in the tank trying to figure it out. And that tells you everything you need to know about where this matchup is played out. This matchup is not played out on the board. This matchup is played out in these players' heads as they line their counter matchup for future.
Very interactive game. As I think Murktide Regent available if we want to reach for that. A lot of looking at the graveyard here. Here it is.
Okay, it's a big aggressive play.
It's certainly an interesting time for it, right? Like if you're going to think about how you want to sequence your threats, a lot of times you would want to play them kind of before the critical turn. Like if you
Right.
imagine next turn is the critical turn, right? That's turn 4. That's where you have the 7 mana with the Lotus Bloom in order to enable the Goblin Charbelcher. So that's theoretically when you're going to want to have mana up to interact. Now we still do have a land untapped, but as far as deploying threats, not really the turn you want to do it. So it really signals to me that either Jake has a counterspell that costs 1 mana or the counterspells are free, which is, I mean, that's information, right? The counterspell, very unlikely to be part of the equation for Jake right now.
Yeah, well said. And so here we go. War for 0, as we've seen Grayson do throughout the day. Just wants to
Time
go
and time
get
again.
more mana. Wow. And
So
so the thing is,
consistent.
he'd be on tapping with up to 10 mana, right? And that allows you to even have multiple counter spells. So I think Jake has at least one. I think there's a force of negation in his hand. So we'll see some amount of fighting, but has Grayson been able to set this turn up with enough protection to resolve the Charbelcher here? 10 mana, by the way, is enough to play Charbelcher, pay 3 mana for a counter spell, which most of them cost to protect it, and then still have 3 mana to activate. So even with that, turn 4 kill with protection could be available here for Grayson, which would just be an incredible showing for Belcher, this new iteration of it here in the finals. But otherwise, Jake's looking pretty good, right? With a huge Murktide, and then we suspect some amount of counter magic in hand. So here we go. Big turn.
Yeah, absolutely big turn. We see a Disrupting Shoal along the mix as well in hand. Suppression Ray Charbelcher, and can't get a look at the last one, but looks like it might be good. Looks blue. Second shoal is the answer. Okay, well, that's kind of awkward. If your counter spells are disrupting shoals, and that's really what you're working with, actually answering a Force of Negation starts to get a little weird. I think still works, right?
Yeah,
3 mana. We
ironically, you'd
+1.
actually want the 3-drop in your hand, right? So here we go. Goblin Charbelcher straight in Force of Negation.
The eyeball. So yeah, now we have to play a 5 mana. This is like full retail Force of Will here. 5 mana disrupting shoal, and that puts the Belcher in play. And with Grayson at 14, can't imagine you're too worried about dying, but
does Jake have outs to Charbelcher in play? That's the next step. I mean,
we got Sink into Stupors, so that's the big one. Sink into Stupor, being able to bounce it.
You're right. So there you go. That was the big turn right there. Grayson needed every bit of that mana that he got off of that whir for 0 to get that Lotus Bloom to set this up, and now he's passed with Charbelcher in play. If he untaps, he'll win. So absolutely crucial draw step for Jake here.
And how ridiculous is Belcher? I mean, if you had to design a deck to beat something like Belcher, I'd have to imagine it would look very similar to this Dimir and Earth deck, right?
That's
You're talking about discard spells plus counter spells plus cheap pressure. That's the formula. That's the formula that beats combo in the game of Magic the Gathering. And if you have all of those things and you're still losing, that's a scary prospect to me. Now, it's not clear that he's going to lose. He could have the Sink in the Stupor here, but basically has to have it now. Only has 2 in the deck.
I don't know. Unearth is not that. We're cycling it. Looking for consignment.
Oh, there it is. He drew it, but he doesn't have the mana for it anymore. Oh no! And
one card away.
Goes to Grayson Nemitz. 1 card away. That's so brutal. This is like why you never look. Like you did the in-game mechanics of looking. Just never look. You don't need to cycle the Unearth there. You can pack it in. It's fine. Move along with things.
I'm a no look. I've trained myself well on the mulligans, right? You never look. It doesn't matter, so you just don't look.
I'm a sicko. I always look. Speaking of looking, we're going to take a look at their sideboards here one more time. 2 players we've seen quite a bit, including their sideboards all weekend long so far. And let's have a look one more time here in the finals at these modern deck lists. We got 4 Consigned to Memory, 3 Thoughtseize, 2 Graveyard Trespasser, 1 Glistening Deluge, 1 The Meat Hook Massacre, 1 Toxic Deluge, 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Undercity Informer, and 1 Harbinger of the Seas. So what do you like here? I mean, Undercity Informer is just for this matchup, right? That's the only thing you ever want it for.
Well, this is going to be.
Because you're just like, you have no lands. Mill your deck. That's the joke, right? I'm not missing anything there.
I guess. Yep. Target player reveals till they hit a land. I guess that's what it is.
That's what it's there for. So we want that one. What's the rest of the mix?
Gosh, well, you obviously want access to those thought seizes. Something tells me the Fatal Push. I guess the Fatal Pushes could be okay. But you probably don't want them. I don't know where you're at on, Bowmasters and things like that, but you obviously are going to want the Undercity Informer. I hope we see it. I hope that works.
I do too. That's so sick. I mean,
the thought seizes go a long way. Yeah, the thought seizes go a long way. They can sign to memories, of course. So, Jake again certainly has options against combo decks. We saw it work for him last round.
Yeah, do you ever bring in like surgicals or anything like that for like, because it's just Belcher, right? Like Tameshi, is there a way to like kill with Tameshi, or if you get Belcher, you're just there?
I think it depends how much you want to board, right? Because again, like we said, if we were to build a deck from the ground up to beat Goblin Charbelcher, like it would already look like this deck,
right?
So I guess if you decide you want the Fatal Pushes out because you're just going to go around the 2 drops, then you get access to the Thought Seizes and the Surgical. And then maybe you cut Bowmasters and you can get Consigns and the Informer. Like, I mean, we're talking like up to 7 or 8 cards even that could come in here, maybe even 9, right? So it's a lot of choices that Jake's going to have to make. And he's going to decide whether he wants to cut down on the win conditions, like the Oculuses and the Unearth game plan, and just go heavy on the interaction counter magic. Or if you'd rather cut, some of the less good counter magic, or maybe you don't love Harbingers. I guess your opponent's a mono blue deck anyway.
Right.
So yeah, I guess you can get up to 7-8 cards out of the deck if you want for Jake. So we could see a huge change here between games if he goes that route.
Well, let's take a look then over at Grayson Nimitz and his take on Belcher. Again, a sideboard we've seen quite a bit. 3 Unable to Scream, 2 Spell Snare, 2 Consign to Memory, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Harbinger of the Seas, 2 Into the Flood Maw, 1 Tormod Script, and 1 Mountain. How we sideboarded against the Demir deck.
I think we're bringing in our mountain so we don't lose the Undercity Informer.
Seems like a good choice.
If that's what's happening here, good for them.
I have to imagine. So is there a metagame here where you don't bring it in because they have the mountain in the sideboard?
This is kind
of psychotic to me. I don't understand.
I don't know why you put them out. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe it's when you need. I don't know. Maybe you need to do repeatable damage or something. I honestly don't know, but I
think it's just for Undercity Informer.
I hope it's for right now. That would be incredible. But obviously past that, you're going to want some amount more counter magic. I imagine the Mystical Disputes would be very good against a whole bunch of Jake's deck. So this is good. Again, we're interacting on the stack here in this one.
Yeah, not a whole lot. Like typically when you think about combo decks trying to sidestep the mixture of counter spells plus discard, typically you see like draw spells, things to like get you multiple resources and try to power through it. Not a lot of that present. So really, like you said, trying to fight on the stack, trying to fight with the tutors and stuff, and then kind of top deck your way out of it. So we'll see. I mean, makes it seem like Jake improves quite a bit in these sideboard games. So would not be surprised to see Jake here on the play have quite a good start. And Psychic Frog's a great start. No Thought Seizes, but Psychic Frog on 2, I think, is a big part of the mixture.
Yeah, looking over at Grayson Sand, looks like he's actually got Pact of Negations in there now too. So just all in on this
overloaded
plan. Yeah. Didn't actually clock how many lands. I say Jawari Disruption, so at least one more, but probably not a lot of answers to this frog if he doesn't have a creature to at least make the path difficult. All kinds of counter magic. I see Tameshi as well.
Yeah, a lot of options, but still seeming to be not really the mixture you always want against this deck, like Lotus Blooms and things like that you can kind of hide on Suspend, seem pretty strong. We do have a turn 2 creature. That's kind of good in the face of a frog. And that one's going to resolve. No Spell Snare available there. See a Belcher, Disrupting Shoal in the mix.
Yeah. I don't see a Belcher in hand.
Magic.
Yeah, I don't see a Belcher in hand, so if there is one there, that's got to be very tempting. Might just need to take something that's a land, though.
Yeah, I think that's the choice here. It's between a land or a Belcher, and we chose the Belcher. Okay. It's the name of the deck. Hard to say no to that. All right, let's see. We got that in hand. A blocker for Frog. Now, of course, the Frog very well known for being able to punch through 1/2 blockers in a variety of ways. That's
got to be one of the better turn 2 plays for Grayson, though, right? Because you're either going to you're going to make them pitch a card to the Frog to get through it. You were able to cycle it, and at least it stalls a little bit. Like your deck doesn't have a ton of relevant turn 2 plays, given how many tap lands you play. So just being able to have one of the good ones there is on the draw, especially important if you're trying to steal one when you're down on the mana and the board.
Well, attack with Frog to start the turn off before even a land drop. I kind of like this a lot because now Grayson a little bit in the tank about whether to block. I believe chose not to, and Jake still chose to grow it twice.
Look at that. We're going in on it. He's going to say he's going to make sure the clock is there
3
this
times.
Time. That's 4
times. Do we have like land eyeballs the last card? What are we doing here? That's a lot of cards.
Well, that would certainly be something. That's 5 in the graveyard.
It's Murktide Regent.
Wow.
We're just trying to get you dead. Whoa. And there's Flare of Denial. There goes the creatures. That's going to counter the Murktide Regent. But I mean, we pitched 4 cards to make this happen.
Look at that frog, though. It's a huge frog. He can grow it to 6 next turn. It's a 2-turn clock.
Wow. This
is why Frog is good,
just
right?
Ditch all your cards. Nothing matters.
I remember watching Christian Valenti play Frog deck when it first came out. And I was somebody who did not play during Psychotog era and did not fully understand until I watched Frog in action doing things like this, exactly why it's so good. Like, this is a game where all of that was just to set up your Murktide, and dang, your Murktide got countered and whatever. But look, we have a 6/6 Frog. It's just going to win the game.
Yep, 2-turn clock, like you just said. Another card coming. I mean, if we have multiple pieces of interaction, there's no Lotus Bloom in sight. You're too little, too late. It's interesting too because you have things like Seeking a Stupor and stuff like that, right? As Grayson, that you can kind of bounce this and reset it, and like a lot of options. But I mean, what we just picked up Mystical Dispute is just all counter magic, but the problem's in play.
Yeah, very much so. And with I looks like we have a tapped land there. You
Yeah,
can do
not with the
that.
Doctor
The
Order.
frog just kills you, which means you need Sink into Stupor to try to balance it, and then you need Jake to not have counter magic with 3 cards in hand. So all in all, seems fairly doomed from Grayson's seat. We'll try to figure out if he can dig back into this.
It's interesting. I mean, I called out. I think
Maybe?
Jake got a lot better after sideboarding. I think his sideboard options were just better. But
Yeah.
like here, none of that was even in play here. It was just like, hey, check it out. Here's a frog. Like you don't have your Lotus Boom on suspend, so my frog's just fast enough. And Tameshi is going to be deployed. I believe this is speed bump Tameshi.
Yeah, it doesn't even have white mana, I believe, to pick anything up. So not where you want to be.
Yeah,
That said, made a land drop.
Gives you another turn. There goes. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we can just pitch a card and then
Jump
give it flying. Why not? There's more text on this card. So
There you go. Yeah.
Over for lethal goes Psychic Frog soloing Grayson Nemitz here in game number 2. And what was a very different game from what we saw game 1. All that sideboarding and still just came down to a frog basically by itself. I mean, the Murktide got countered. So Frog just literally getting 20-0.
Two relevant spells, right? There was a frog played, and then there was a Murktide played. They got countered. Those are the only 2 spells it took, right? Outside.
Yeah, we're talking about all these thought seizes and all this other kind of stuff under sitting for no, just the creatures. And like, you know, obviously that is the games that look the most impressive to me. It's like I also did not really live, play, whatever during the Psychotog era. I didn't really understand how those games played out. But watching this in action, I mean, this is incredible. It feels like what people talk about Psychotog as being like, and it's Psychic Frog. Obviously, there's a direct callback, but being able to see it get it done here in 2024 with the same kind of mentality where you're just pitching 4 cards at a time, that's really, really cool to see.
Especially when we talk about like that. We came into this deck. We've watched this match now. This deck play 2 matches. That's not even a part of the deck we were talking about. Not even the part of the card we were talking about. We're talking about pitching that poor Oculus and unearthing it on turn 3, right? Like that's what we're talking earlier. I guess you can surveil it into your graveyard. You can do all kinds of fun stuff. But sometimes Psychic Frog, as you said, just solos people. And that's why this is an archetype in Modern right now. Even as people are playing, Mono Blue Charbelcher and just killing people on turn 4 and Boros Energy just running people over. Well, you can still get a little creative. And Jake is really, really like reaping the rewards of playing something a little off the beaten path, but maybe not for long.
Yeah, I'll say this. Watching this tournament, kind of talking through things, you know, obviously I've done a lot to talk through the narrative of, you know, where is Modern at? It hasn't really gotten the same attention that other formats have recently. And just kind of, I think a lot of people are writing it off because the One Ring's $100 and everyone just wants to complain about stuff. But I mean, here we are in the finals. I don't think is there a single copy of the One Ring between these 2 decks? I think the answer is no. And also, these are the 2 decks that by far have impressed me the most. I mean, obviously they're in the finals, so they're going to look impressive, et cetera, et cetera. But like, stuff doesn't happen by accident. People don't end up in the finals by accident.
That's
Both
right.
of these players, you know, they chose not to play the One Ring. They chose to play these kind of maybe off the beaten path strategies. They chose to play these versions of the decks, and they were rewarded for their performance. And excuse me,
I want to point out, while we're on that topic, that there are more Undercity Informers in our finals than there are the One.
Okay, here we now. True. There's also more glistening dealer. You know, whatever. We can just pick a card. Like, shoot the sheriff. You know, whatever. But
shoot the sheriff. Yep, that's a good one.
It will, like, you know, if you're going to talk about a format and you're going to be a doomer, a naysayer, all these kinds of things, like, and then push comes to shove, all the chips are on the table. We're playing high stakes Modern, and you know, these are the decks that look dominant through all the things. I don't know. It gives me a very different perception of the format. And these decks both look very legitimately scary. I think you and I each are very impressed with what's going on here. Here comes a turn 1 Thoughtseize. That's what the doctor ordered for Jake. Great start. And the bad thing, I guess, about Grayson's deck is you can even take the lands if you want.
Yeah, this is a pretty fascinating hand for Grayson. 4 blue lands. He has the blue-white one and Tameshi. So, like, he's going to take Tameshi here, right?
Probably. I mean, everything else is redundant. So basic, so
this would have been
ideologies would have you not take
really interesting hand for Grayson to keep. But I guess he kept this hand on the back of Tameshi.
Well,
almost
Tameshi's like
certainly.
not even that good in the matchup, right? Like
Well,
maybe I don't know that much about the matchup.
I mean,
but,
I
like, it
don't
did
think it's
look
great, but
important.
it's the only card in his hand that does anything. So
Yeah, I
it's
guess
like,
that's true. And maybe this is just a classic. Like I don't want to mulligan against Thoughtsy's decks.
well, that's what I
Or
mean, right?
Argonaut's
He's on
decks,
6
so
cards, and
just keep
Tameshi is at
lands and hope
least
to
a
top
source
deck.
of card advantage, right? If
I
you're not,
guess.
if the game, you can pick it up, you can draw cards with it, and then you hope to maybe catch a couple spells with Jawari disruptions and sink into. Like I can see a game plan there on the 2 and a 3, but it is difficult for Grayson. And look, Belcher's looked pretty good all day. This might be a little bit of the downside of it. You just stare at
Yeah,
5
this is a tough
spells
time for the
that are
fail rate. But
yeah.
how about the draw? I believe we drew a 2-drop creature.
We did, yeah, Thunder Trap.
So perfect, just what the doctor ordered. I mean, if you're talking about trying to recover from hand hate, and when your hand it's all lands, having a creature to play is a big deal. That is a creature to play, right?
Yes, I certainly think so. Anyway, yeah.
I mean, we didn't play it, so that's maybe
Fascinating. Okay.
something to think about. As here comes Thought Scour. 2 cards, both lands. Not exciting. Makes your Murktide worse. Back
So he's opting to
over.
keep Jawari Disruption up instead.
Sure, and no land for Jake actually makes Jawari Disruption look even better. But we're gonna go ahead and deploy the Thunder Trap Trainer now. No Offspring here. I wonder how many times we actually Offspring this thing. But here we go. The rare from
Probably don't
Moonburrow. Gonna go digging.
Probably don't want to.
Yeah, it's the game's usually not going great where that's where you're at.
Yeah.
But it's possible.
Like maybe there's certainly situations I bet a Thoughtseize deck tears your hand apart. You somehow make it to turn 5 and you pop out 2 of them, but off of some ramp, but certainly not where you want to be. You want to play it exactly on turn 2.
Let's say this, reinforcing my point from earlier. We got Fire Shoes in the chat saying the RCQ finals was a Demir Soul Trader deck versus Belcher, and they got the Thoughtseize surgical combo off. So I mean, again, how many times is the Wandering were in that finals? I don't know. All I'm saying is maybe we can simmer down a little bit. Modern might be okay.
The old turn 1 Thoughtseize surgical, you handshake, you've played 0 permanents, love it. Like that's peak Belcher game.
Yeah, it's peak Magic, frankly. Is there goes the Thundertrap Trader getting Fatal pushed into Oblivion. 3 lands we found did Grayson Nimitz. So things kind of playing out in Grayson's favor. No Psychic Frog is something I'm sure he's very happy to see.
Yeah, this has got to be decent
for all the marbles.
There's a Murktide and a Consign though, so this is exactly
and a Spell Stare and a Force. That's a lot of counter magic, and it does not feel good to have to put the shields down here to get this Murktide in play, but you have to. And
this should be it though, right? Like it's not quite as good as a Psychic Frog, but it is still now a big creature, and if you can survive the 1 turn, you're going to have all the counter magic in the world. And I don't think Grayson's ready, right? Like Grayson wants to spend this turn worrying for a Lotus Bloom and trying to go off next turn. And by that point, Jake's going to have like 3 counter spells open, or at least 2. So it's going to be a difficult time here for Grayson to fight through all of the counter magic that Jake's now sitting behind. And that's the strength of having your big threats cost 2 mana, whether it's a frog or a Murktide that you've discounted. Just keeping the double spell open for Jake is again proving to be the difference against a deck that has nothing but tap lands.
Yeah, and the difference is not having Lotus Bloom. Every game where Grayson has had turn 0 Lotus Bloom has just looked absurd. And actually, the sink into Stupor here is not a 0. Like being able to go after the Murktide, bounce it, and reset it. I mean, that's a huge deal. And like, if it works, I mean, it's great for you. And if it doesn't work, well, then shields maybe go down for Jake, and you have a window to stick your Belcher. So this is actually, I mean, this isn't over.
I agree. I love this play here for Grayson. Having the sink here, you either get Jake to fight over it, and then maybe you untap and you just play your Belcher and then pass the turn, even if you can't activate it, or you fight through. You have your counter spell now, and then you're having your counter spell fight on Jake's turn when your Force of Negations work and his cost mana. So a lot of ways this could work out here for Grayson. That said, Jake is the one with almost all of the options and just has to try to find a way through this so that you don't let a Belcher sneak through. And maybe that means not fighting over the
I think it's exactly. You just kind of talked through that basically on cue. That was nice. You talked through that whole thing, and Jake reaches, I think, the same conclusion where it's like, all right, can I afford to put the shields down? I mean, this is game 3. Everything's on the line. It looks like the answer is no. And so we're going to go ahead and fetch, and looks like Shock here. Not sure what the follow-up would be.
All right, so this is a big reset on the game.
3 mana. It order!
Ah!
Oh, yeah, we can't have that. Get that out of here. Yeah, no, see you later, alligator. Now, the cool thing about
Oh,
Informer is you can
man.
unearth it. So, it's not even gone.
You can unearth it. Let's go.
Yeah.
So for people who don't know, Undercity Informers sack a creature. Target player reveals till they hit a land. If you don't have any lands because you're playing Charbelcher, you just lose.
Your lands go away. So I guess maybe we didn't bring in the basic mountain. And, we had to counter that. Belcher comes to hand thanks to Philology Archaeologist. And this game is taking a wild turn. Thoughtseize found. Counterspells abundant. So Jake's still very much in this, despite kind of how things have played out here over the last couple turns. A lot of counter magic still to work with, been very, very patient, whereas Grayson has had to go forcing things left and right. So we'll see. Belcher, Jawari Disruption. Not great. There goes the Belcher.
Yeah, and I think he maybe skipped over a Belcher in one of these triggers, so we know like at least one is probably buried either in the graveyard or on the bottom of the deck. He's got Jawari Disruption up.
Okay. I mean, I don't think Murktide can even be cast this turn anyway, but I think Jake, with Grayson on just nothing, I think, Jake's happy to take draw steps back and forth for a little while. No Lotus Blooms to really give you any spikes of mana.
Yeah, Jake's got to be in a much better spot here. Has all kinds of draws that are just actually extremely powerful and or win the game if we're talking about like Unearth, but also just has better spells, right? And has card draw. You can hit Preordain. So Jake feels like he's in a dominating spot right here. That said, all it takes for Grayson to get there is to find a Charbelcher and have a way to protect it. So if Jake spins his wheels long enough, maybe Grayson strings things together.
Yeah, it's possible. No power on Philology Archaeologist means we can't even get the beatdowns going. Jake's at 11. It's like, kind of low. See a Tameshi picked up. I think we also see the Hydroelectric Specimen in hand. That's not the worst. And of course, the Jawari Disruption we've been holding up for a long time. It's a good one to stop some of the like abhorrent oculuses and things like that while Jake is still constricted on mana. But
I think I might have spotted a Tameshi in there.
Yeah, Tameshi.
If Tameshi's in there, this game gets very interesting because that's Grayson's way of, after your things have been countered by consigned to memory and so on, to get them back. That's
right.
Big.
I think it incentivizes you to like try to fight here if you can. Now we do know about a Jawari Disruption. He might actually cast it here because if you can get Jake to if you can get Jake to tap out, then Tameshi might just win right off the jump. With Lotus Bloom in the yard and then do the tricks that we.
It's true. You're right. Do. You're right because it also has the Charbelcher in the yard. It's actually just all there for the taking, perhaps.
And so if you're Jake, you have to be sniffing that out, right? Like we just saw that happen. Now, of course, you don't know about the Force of Negation and all the million things. If he has a land, that's not great either. And it looks like he does. Yeah, the Sink into Stupor is going to come in untapped. So actually a lot of counter magic here, but Force of Negation doesn't stop Tameshi, I don't believe. So, there is some play, but I think this is your window. If you're casting that Jawari Disruption, I have to imagine you're casting Tameshi here. So here we go, reaching for the graveyard. That's pretty transparent what we're doing.
Only Spell Snare would catch it right out of the counter magic Jake should have access to. If you're looking at it from Grayson's seat, the forces, most of them, you should be fine. So here we go.
What does Spell Snare do? Tameshi's 3, right? Am I?
I think Tameshi costs 2. I could be wrong.
Yeah, it's 3. Haha.
I know. There you go.
Look at me.
So the Spell Snare is not going to do much.
Yeah, it's like, I think it's all blanks. I think Tameshi, that's part of like the genius of Tameshi. He just dodges everything, and here it is.
Yeah.
White mana available.
All right, Jake, what do you got? Oh.
Yeah, and Jake's like, can I see the graveyard real quick? Oh, yep, there it is. A Lotus Bloom and a Charbelcher. The only 2 artifacts in Grayson's deck, both available. Here's a look at Tameshi, which might just be a game winner here. I haven't done any kind of Tameshi math, but
I think there's a consign, right?
Consigns triggered abilities.
Like Tameshi.
Like the draw from Tameshi, but not the activation.
Oh, not the activated ability. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I think Tameshi might just be
it might
good
get there.
Enough.
It might get there because I'm not even sure that Jake has it. So here we go. Tameshi activation, returning Lotus Bloom.
Land back to hand. As Jake can only really watch on, have a million counter spells. None of them answer Tameshi and the activated ability from Tameshi. And again, we're not casting these artifacts; they're just coming into play. So the consign doesn't do anything. The spell doesn't do anything. The Force Negation doesn't do anything. And with all these cards in the graveyard, I think we can just keep bringing this Lotus Bloom back. And I think Jake is beginning to get the joke. All the cards are in the graveyard. They all do the thing. And you can see, oh
and
my
you
goodness,
make
I
the
think you're
mana.
seeing the
Look,
realization.
you pick up Sink into Stupors to protect your when you do go for if you
Oh
have
my
capacity.
goodness.
When they do try to fight. What a
Reality
card.
Architect has been absolutely game-breaking time and time again for Grayson.
Wow. Okay, so you were right. Jake has figured out what's going on.
Yeah.
And now realizes that the danger is in fact quite real.
Like I said, I haven't done any kind of mana math or anything. I don't know what we're thinking about right now.
Well, if Jake doesn't have
the trigger ability, I think we're talking about.
Yeah.
I think we're thinking about consigning the trigger. Like that's one of the only things we can actually do.
Yes.
Does that matter? Is the question. And the answer is no. So really, you can only look on as we're now at.
There's a
4 mana.
Jake's gonna die with Force of Negation in hand. This is wild if this works out.
Oh, I think he's going to die with 3 different counter spells in hand and a blue card to pitch to force. That's not one of them. Like, I mean, that just shows you how surgical Tameshi is at answering what the interaction of the format is right now. Is, you know, just actually everything. It's not there's no counter spells, but I mean, you have 3 different counter spells, most of which are in your sideboard stuff, and you can't interact with this. I mean, that is such a perfect answer here out of Grayson, and it might just be a tournament winner for him.
Okay, so let's see here though. If there's a consign, then
so
the Force of Negation comes back into play.
9. This is just enough, right? Okay, so we need 5 mana to return the Belcher, 3 mana to activate it. So that's and lands to pick up, I guess. So we have 9 right now, and it costs 8. So that land returns the Belcher. So this one should bring back Goblin Charbelcher, and the Lotus Bloom gets to stay in play. The Belcher. I think we actually have Jawari Disruption. No big deal.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, the issue here is Jake is sitting on all this counter magic, and if it could matter. So here we go. Can you do anything about it?
Do you have the mountain in your deck? Is the next question.
All right, I think we might just be done here. Jake doesn't seem to have an answer for it. And
well,
I
after 10 cards, even if you have the mountain, that's good enough. And I think he's explained that. I have the mountain in my deck, but that's 10 cards. That's 20 damage. Like you are dead. And that's the handshake. Grayson Nimitz is going to win this game, match, and tournament. 2 games to 1, punching his ticket to the 2024 NRG Championship. Trophy coming his way, money, invites abound, and of course, a token down the line. And I mean, we just talked about it a little bit there, but really can't understate how impressive this Belcher deck is. People are over here talking about energy, talking about wondering this Belcher deck. I mean, this thing is the real deal. Tameshi looks absurd there. I mean, we're talking about how can he even win this game. There's so many counter spells to, oh my God, he can't lose. And you know, that's really one of the only cards I can even imagine being the case for. Like, this is better than anything in the game. And
well, it reminds me. Yeah, it reminds me of like the old days of Extended, where Jerry T was really crushing it, and he put together for the first time Dark Depths and Thopter Foundry, mashed the 2 of them together, and it took it from having 2 good decks to one format defining deck. And it was just the small missing piece that made it happen. And it kind of feels like that's what Tameshi unlocked for Belcher here, because it opened up just entirely new angles for the deck to play that shore up the problems it had. And now it gets to the ability to produce mana like that to win a counterspell fight against a control deck is really kind of unheard of, not just for Belcher, but for almost any combo deck in any format. So I think it's a great addition to the deck that probably it won this tournament, and it's going to be on everyone's radar now.
Yeah, and it's putting so much pressure on the format's removal. Like, everybody before the tournament was reaching for the spell snares, reaching for their consigned memories, and here's a card that is, you know, in one of the, I'll say at this point, I guess, format-defining decks, and it doesn't get caught by either of them. And that's, now everyone has to go back to the drawing board. Okay, it's time to rework our entire interaction suite. I mean, maybe you don't, but then you're just into the same problem, right? You're just going to keep getting beat up by that. What exactly just happened to Jake? And I mean, I'm sure that doesn't feel good. I'm sure Jake's going to go back. I don't know what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to find Stern Scolding. I don't know.
You had 8 or 9 cyber cards there, right?
Yeah,
that could come in, and a matchup you felt was probably already good and didn't work. And this is a Charbelcher deck we're talking about that looked like it was kind of built to just prey on, go 1, 2, 3 on Boros decks all day, that was ostensibly its worst matchup, and obviously it didn't cruise, but really impressive stuff.
Yeah,
Modern
and
and
awesome finals, a lot of back and forth. It's
yeah,
sweet.
certainly a great spot for Modern, I think, from what we saw today, right? Like the energy decks exist, but by no means are they unbeatable. And not only that, they looked very mortal today.
Yeah,
And,
it looked, I don't know.
yeah.
I saw a lot of 2-0 sweeps from decks that were not energy beating up decks that are energy. And that's, I don't know. I think chat's sick of me beating up on the rhetoric, but I have such a, I don't know, callous to the
Yeah, well, it's
rhetoric
been
at this
great. I
point.
think we're getting ready, by the way, to chat with our
Oh, yeah.
winner.
The
You
man,
don't
the
have
myth,
to
the
listen to
legend.
us anymore. You can hear it straight from the Belcher himself, Grayson.
Don't call him that.
Hello. I'll take that, honestly, as a nickname.
All right, you know what? Fair, fine. You can be
Lean into it.
You can be the Belcher.
You belched everyone out today,
Congratulations.
man.
Well,
Congratulations.
just belch on him.
You sure did. I mean, what a performance. I mean, we saw you multiple times throughout the day on camera belching on him. You over and over again, you were in spots where it's like, okay, how are you going to get out from here? And I mean, I really want to start at the moneymaker, Tameshi Reality Architect. What is going on with that?
Tameshi is like, this deck is like, when we first started playing it, it's like seemed like a deck that was very linear, kind of straightforward, because you have a lot of games where it's just like, oh, my opener is like some counter spells I would have mentioned in a Belcher, and it's like, dang, I just did the thing. But Tameshi leads to all sorts of like weirdly complicated plays. I don't know if I was on primary feature for the top 4 match against Connor, but there was a weird point where I just like Tameshi'd activated it once and was like holding up counter spell because I was a mana short of being able to whir off of it. And there's been a bunch of like, I had a game in Swiss where I was able to set up a Tameshi return to Jawari disruptions to counter my opponent's consign with replicate, just like hit both halves with the Jawari on the Belcher.
What?
There's a bunch of random nonsense you can do with Tameshi. That card's a blast.
It looks crazy, and we did actually call that. When we called that out, it's like, oh, you're a mana short. Then Tameshi just played. I was like, okay, what does that do? And then it won the game. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess it wins the game. And, it sure did. And, wow. I mean, is this so? Talk to me a little bit. So I've seen versions of the deck that don't play it. Is this, what brought you to Belcher? What brought you to Belcher with 4 Tameshi? What was your process coming into this event this weekend in your deck selection?
So just starting off is I have a house with a bunch of cracked Magic players that I live in right now. It's myself, Matthew Weiss, and Fletcher Johnson.
Okay. Wow.
And so about 2.5 weeks ago, we were all pretty convinced we were just going to play Energy. And then, because we all kind of thought Belcher was just kind of a stupid meme.
Right.
And then it had, like 2.5 weeks ago, it put like 3 in the top 4 of a challenge or something. And we'd seen it like doing well in challenges pretty consistently. And we were on like, okay, let's just like take this for a spin, see if it's like something real. It was kind of promising, is it's the whole like, you can't really beat Energy by attempting to actually play Magic against it. You have to just ignore them.
Okay.
And so it was like, I was like grinding some leagues, and I would like late at night, like first league trophy. Okay, play 2 more, win 2, and then the next morning I'm like in my office and like, I get some work done, or I can finish that league, another trophy, back to back. And so then it was like, okay, I guess we're working on Belcher. And so we did a lot of just like list iteration, a lot of stuff kind of like went in circles. But the 4 Tameshi was really, Fletcher was the one that pushed for that. I like starting with 4 Tameshi in the main because the card is so powerful just in the void. I do bore down 1 or 2 in like a lot of matchups, basically anywhere with instant speed removal, because it's such a blowout if just like you commit to a Tameshi line, bounce a land, get back a bloom, and then your thing gets shot, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
But
that's tough.
Yeah. It gives you, it's just, we wanted like maximum consistency for payoffs in the main, just minimize the amount of whiff that you have. So it's just like full 8 cantrips, 4 Tameshi, 4 Belcher, 4 Word, just like all in as much as we can. The other thing that's different in this list a little bit from stock that we worked on a lot was we're playing 0 copies of Waterlog Teachings. A lot of people play that because it's probably the best spell of the MDFCs when you cast it. But we expected a lot of Energy and Frog are the 2 biggest decks, and we were just on, we want to play every land that has mana value 2 for Shoal. And so that was just like flooding and fail.
Yeah,
no
those are
Waterlog
on spell
was the other big thing. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, 2 spell snares on the board. Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, obviously Tameshi was a big part of. Is this something you'd seen before? Is this like your house? Fletcher came up with it, and you guys ran it, and now you're sitting in the champion seat.
Yeah, it was a moto list first, but it was a lot of the iteration was Fletcher because like everybody was on like 2-3 Tameshi at first, and Fletcher was playing the first couple leagues, and he was like, "This card is insane. Why are we not playing 4?" It's like this card is just like 3 mana win like 95% of the time.
Yeah,
it certainly seems that way today.
Yeah, and so the card just like massively overperformed. Like I didn't get to have any on camera, but my favorite games are the ones where you end up where you don't have a payoff, or you like can't get through opposing interaction safely, and you just go like Tameshi with like 5 or 6 lands in play, and they cast 2 Seagate restorations and pass with 30 cards in your hand. Just like you're not resolving a spell for the rest of this game. I'll win eventually. It might take a sec, but
you have to play some lands and stuff. I didn't even think about that. That's crazy.
Yeah, this every time we either watch this deck or chat to you about the deck, we're learning new lines here. Drake and I are. This is great.
Yeah, I'm just blowing my mind is what's happening. It's architecting my brain. And yeah, I mean, obviously such an incredible performance. And really, I mean, you mentioned it as something that set the deck off. I think not only knowing that your familiarity with those lines, I think was a big contributor to your success here this weekend, but also just the juke. I mean, at the end of the game, you obviously can't, I don't know if he showed you the hand afterwards, but Jake literally had 3 different counterspells in hand.
Yeah,
he had Force of Negation, Consign to Memory, and Spell Snare, and a blue card that isn't one of those to pitch to the forest, and none of it worked.
Yeah,
and so, I mean, such a perfect job, juke.
My hand was so goofy there because it was just like that hand was like marginally better than a 5, but it's like it had the Tameshi, and then like that got seized. I milled the bloom off of the Philology, and I'm like, oh, okay. I like probably just win with Tameshi. And it was as soon as he played the Soporific Springs, I was like, he's pretty cooked at that point. It's like there's gonna be a lot of game actions, but it's like if you played a fetch land there, that turn is so much hairier because it's just like you just get annihilated by Fatal Push, which they leave in post board because it's like Tameshi's so good, and then like in that particular matchup, like you saw him do it, just like taking away food for flare denial is so important.
Yeah, get the 2s out the way.
I actually bored down 2 flares in that matchup just because of how much that play pattern tends to happen, where it's like either they chew through your flare food or you have to just like throw it in front of frogs early on.
Right.
Yeah.
So, well, there you have it. Everybody at home, you get a little bit of some sideboard guide action here directly from Grayson. I mean, like I said, congratulations. Really, I mean, I was going to talk a little bit about your leaderboard position, but that doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I was on like, I won my top 4, and I was like, sweet, I jumped cliff. I maybe have a chance at a champs run because I was like just coping on season 2 slots this whole season. It's like, not just win.
Yeah, you were kind of in the middle of the pack coming into this weekend, had a great performance. This is your top 8, your points. You start thinking about it, but no. Oh, you just won it all. And now to the victor go the riches. And so, like I said, I mean, great call on your deck. I mean, obviously the work you put in, it was really cool to hear directly from you, kind of what that process looked like, and how you arrived at what you did. And I mean, you can't fake it. Like you put in the work, you got the results, and I mean that's an awesome feeling. I'm really proud.
For some prep, I want to give particular props to Matt Weiss because that guy is a psycho and can do nothing but play Moto for 1 million hours at a time.
Built different.
In the last 2 weeks, I think we were at like a little shy of 150 matches in our testing spreadsheet, 74% win rate. So that was pretty good. 11 trophies. I would like to point out one other thing for the deck choice was there's a running bit for the last couple years after my run at Atlanta and my run at NRG Louisville last year that I'm only allowed to win if I play Court of Calling or Karn. And if you think about it, Word of Invention is Court of Calling and Karn. It's Court of Calling, but it gets an artifact. Dole
It's certainly, you can get the best of both worlds. Well, all right, Grayson. I don't want to keep you too long. You have any final shout outs? I mean, you've given a bunch of people props. Anything else you want to say here?
I've been instructed to shout out Mario Solis and Will Dewey watching at home. What's up, guys? It's much earlier for you than it is for me. Also would like to thank Matt Giglio, did some work on early refinements of the list. And then special shout out to my finals opponent, Jake, who absolutely bailed us out after our TCG player order didn't show up and was willing to drive to his LGS to buy 9 Disrupting Shoals for our whole team with like 2 days notice.
What?
Yeah.
And you beat him in the finals?
What a great story.
I beat him in Swiss at undefeated for the win, and then I beat him in the finals. Like,
that man's never doing anything for you ever again.
Yeah.
Burned all my goodwill.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Grayson. Thank you very much for spending
Congrats,
time
Grayson.
And go enjoy your spoils, and hopefully we see you tomorrow at the Pioneer Showdown.
Yeah, we'll do. Well. Tomorrow I brought 2 decks. It was like I have a serious deck for if I need to sweat points, and then if I don't, I have a meme deck. So
time to have fun.
Incredible. Yep. I look forward to your choice.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, wow. I mean, honestly, a great guy to win, awesome deck to win. I mean, some cool technology. Good to see. I mean, anytime you get to see people putting in work and magic and really getting paid off for it, I mean, it's something that's going to bring a
That's
smile to
exactly
my
right.
face. So awesome stuff. Corbin, it's been a pleasure. Unfortunately for us and for those of you at home, that is the end of Magic for today. But fear not, tomorrow we do have a Pioneer Showdown where we will get the final. Everything will be set. We will have the finals, or sorry, the NRG Championship completely set afterwards. Somebody will qualify, of course, through the showdown itself, but of course also the rest of the points and the points leaders will be determined there as well. So it all kind of comes down to tomorrow, but we did get one more player added to the mix today, and that is the end of Modern. And so there you go. We'll be back tomorrow for more Pioneer action here at the NRG in Chicagoland. That does it for our 10K Showdown. Thank you all for watching. If you want to support the stream, lots of ways you could do that. You can follow here on Twitch. You can subscribe, of course, if you don't want to watch ads, and there'll be plenty of Magic to watch tomorrow that I'm sure you'd like to have adless. And of course, coming out to our events, we have events already lined up for the 2025 season. If you're not here this weekend, you're watching at home, you want to be able to qualify for the 2025 championship, win all these goodies we've talked about all day long. You can do that. You can find the dates either online at murderaging.com, or of course they'll be on the rolling slides here as well. So very easy to find. We appreciate all of your support, and we will see you all tomorrow for Pioneer. And that's it for tonight.